Chapter 1. Evolving S-Class Abilities. Eternal Ice. Please stop forcing me like this, okay? I know you can't accept it, but we really aren't suitable for each other. Please don't cling to me anymore. Ning Yi came to his senses and found a beautiful girl in a school uniform standing in front of him, surrounded by a circle of high school students who were pointing and whispering. He felt a bit hot on his forehead and reached up to find it covered in blood. Strange memories surged into his mind. It took him 3 seconds to sort them out, and he suddenly understood. The girl in front of him was named Lu Cece, his childhood friend and also his girlfriend. Over the years, the original body had excellent academic performance, always ranking among the top 3 in his grade. Many said that the original body would definitely awaken a powerful ability, while Lu Cece always stuck to him like a delicate flower. Just now was the most important awakening ceremony in the students' lives. Over 50 years ago, the abyss invaded, abilities emerged, and numerous plants and animals underwent mutations. Even legendary creatures like phoenixes, dragons, and Sheelants appeared one after another. Fortunately, humans could awaken abilities and continuously enhance them through a 3-choice evolution option, allowing them to stand firm. Abilities are roughly divided into 3 categories: elemental, exotic, and enhancement. Elemental refers to the 5 elemental powers. Exotic relates to resonating with various animals and plants, even legendary creatures. Enhancement is purely about strengthening physical qualities. During the ceremony, Lu Cece awakened an exotic ability and resonated with a thunderbird. The strength of exotic abilities is closely related to the resonating creature. The thunderbird resonance was rated as a class ability. However, the original body, which was expected to shine, awakened the generally recognized weakest elemental ability, the mundane water ball, rated as E-class, capable of only gathering a water ball the size of a thumb to attack enemies, just slightly better than the lowest class ability. Thus, right after the awakening ceremony, Lu Cece directly proposed a breakup with the original body. The original body was also a lovesick fool, infatuated with her, crazy for her, and willing to crash into walls for her. Being broken up with by Lu Cece in person was completely unacceptable, and he immediately dashed into the playground wall. Then he crossed over into this recently deceased body. It was clear that Lu Cece was not a delicate flower, but a hypocritical, white-eyed wolf. She clearly disliked his average ability awakening, but insisted on saying they were not suitable. Thinking of this, he shook his head directly. "Don't worry. It's completely over. We will have no further relationship." Having crossed into another world and not yet figured out what his golden finger was, he knew he had to stay far away from such a woman. The farther, the better. Lu Cece was taken aback, clearly not understanding why Ning Yi had such a sudden change. "Make way. The principal is coming." The students hurriedly stepped aside, and the elderly principal Su Jiangwo hurried over. Seeing that Ning Yi had already gotten up and was not seriously injured, Su Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his hand and released a beam of light. The healing energy quickly restored Ning Yi's injuries. "Ning Yi, it's okay if your ability is weak. A good evolution can make up for this disadvantage. Our General Li from Yunqing is a living example." Su Jiangwo patted his shoulder and asked with concern, "What are your evolution options?" After the awakening ceremony, the school would distribute a crystal containing a unit of ability for free, just enough for the ability user to advance from level 0 to level 1. The 3 options for the first upgrade were obviously very important. There's a saying, "One slow step means slow steps all the way." Once you lose at the starting line, it becomes incredibly difficult to catch up later. Ning Yi then realized that there had been a message in his mind all along. He looked closely and was instantly dazzled. Ability, Water Ball, E-class. Ability level, Level 1. Evolution Option 1, Gold Eternal Ice. Can condense an ice spike. Temperature drops significantly to 100 degrees Celsius. Evolution Option 2, Green slightly increases ice spike range. Evolution Option 3, White slightly increases ice spike size. Evolution Option 4, Purple ice spike carries toxin. Evolution Option 5, Blue ice spike flight speed moderately increases. Evolution Option 6, Purple increases ice spike quantity by 1. Evolution Option 7, Blue ice spike can slightly heal its own injuries. Evolution Option 8, Purple ice spike hitting a target can splash to nearby targets. Evolution Option 9, Purple ice spike carries paralysis. Evolution Option 10, Purple Ice Spike carries Life Steal. No need to choose, all have been integrated into the ability. Ning Yi Blinket. Wasn't it supposed to be 3 choices? Why do I have 10 options and no need to choose? Moreover, among these 10 options, there was 1 gold and 5 purple. Evolution options are categorized by rarity from low to high. White, green, blue, purple, and gold. Many people encounter situations where they have to painfully give up other great evolution options. Sometimes, for the immediate difficulties, they even have to give up those gold and purple evolution options. And this Eternal Ice is renowned on the elemental ability ranking, rated as S-class. Seeing that he had no reaction, Su Jiangwo thought the options were also quite ordinary and comforted him. The options are completely random, some good, some bad. Don't lose heart, you will always get gold. Ning Yi cleared his throat. No, principal, I got gold. Su Jiangwo was taken aback. What did you say? Say it again. I got gold. Show it to me. Su Jianggu et Gelim. Ning Yi activated his ability and soon manifested his ability in his palm. It should have been a water ball. Now it had turned into a sharp ice spike, radiating chilling air. This chill had no effect on Ning Yi himself, but Su Jiangwo immediately felt the cold and instinctively took several steps back. The drastic change in the ability was clearly due to the absurdity of the evolution options. His face immediately lit up. Eternal Ice. S-class. Ning Yi, you were the pride of our Yunqing number 1 high school. The surrounding classmates were also stunned at this moment. Just moments ago, Ning Yi was being pointed at and secretly ridiculed for awakening Water Ball, but now he was so highly regarded by the principal. In the first upgrade, getting gold evolution options skyrocketed from E-class to S-class. This guy's luck was too outrageous. Lu Cece was also shocked, her face turning instantly red. She had thought Ning Yi had lost his value and planned to dump him for Qin Xiao. Unexpectedly, Ning Yi had turned his fate around so quickly. She felt a wave of regret. She quickly said, Ning Yi, seeing you like this, I'm really happy for you. I have never forgotten the friendship we grew up with. She stepped forward, wanting to take Ning Yi's arm and continue speaking. But Ning Yi took a step back, directly interrupting her. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Don't come near me. Bah, what sweet talk. Lu Cece showed a look of astonishment. Even if I said those things before, you shouldn't treat me like this. Ning Yi ignored her and looked directly at Su Jiangwo. Principal, shouldn't we head to the Tiger and Leopard Forest? Su Jiangwo nodded with a smile. Yes. The school has already purchased entry quotas for each of you to the Tiger and Leopard Forest, and you can set off anytime. The Tiger and Leopard Forest is a forest where exotic beasts are kept, with the strongest being the level 5 striped tiger and a level 4 clouded leopard. Hence the name Tiger and Leopard Forest. Places with exotic beasts are all infused with the essence of the abyss, without exception, so they are collectively referred to as abyssal regions, abbreviated as Yuan-D. Tiger. Leopard Forest is a perfect place for beginners at levels 1 to 5 to level up. Ning Yi couldn't wait any longer. Every time he leveled up, he had 10 evolution options, equivalent to someone else leveling up 10 times. He had to quickly grind levels. Chapter 2. Leveling up, still leveling up. On the school bus heading to Tiger Leopard Forest, Ning Yi looked out the window, filled with anticipation. Suddenly, a tall boy came over, firmly grasped his shoulder, and coldly said, Ning, even if CC broke up with you, you shouldn't talk to her like that. I want you to apologize to CC right now. Ning Yi turned to look at him. This boy was named Qin Teng, tall and handsome, with a father who was a well-known boss in Yin City, managing hundreds of people. While browsing through the original owner's memories, he discovered that Lu Cece often had an ambiguous relationship with Qin Teng. Qin Teng's awakened ability was also of a different type, resonating with the Iron Ape, giving him great strength in his arms and decent defense. According to the ranking of different types of abilities, the Iron Ape was slightly stronger than Lu Cece's Thunderbird, being a B-level ability. In contrast, Ning Yi's awakened ability was too weak. It was not hard to guess that after Lu Cece broke up with him, she would definitely end up with Qin Teng. This was exactly why Qin Teng came to confront him. Without saying a word, Ning Yi unleashed a blast of cold air from his palm, instantly freezing Qin Teng, who staggered back, instinctively shaking his hands. Get lost. Qin Teng gritted his teeth. Ning Yi, don't think you're amazing just because you evolve into gold for the first time. The evolution options are completely random. You won't have such good luck in the future. Everyone knows that elemental abilities require a huge amount of resources to level up, and you, being a pauper, I want to see where you get the money to enhance your ability. You will never be able to compete with me. I am CC's true home. With that, he turned and went back to his seat. Ning Yi's cold aura was too terrifying, just that one time made him shiver. He felt he couldn't beat Ning Yi, so it was better to avoid confrontation for now. His family had already prepared enough ability crystals for him to reach level 5. By the time he reached level 5, Ning Yi would probably still be crawling at level 2. It wouldn't be too late to teach Ning Yi a lesson then. Ning Yi only sneered. Money was indeed important, but strength was obviously more critical. As long as he had enough strength, there would naturally be plenty of people willing to shove money into his pockets. At that moment, he noticed a breaking news report rolling at the bottom of the small TV hanging in a bus. The voices of his classmates conversing also reached his ears. Damn, isn't that a wanted criminal from neighboring Baishur City? I heard he's a level 16 ability user who killed 2 people, including a member of the Ability Bureau. He has fled to our Yun City. When I get home, he'll tell my parents to avoid going out tonight. They must not run into this fugitive. Ning Yi listened to these conversations, but didn't take the matter too seriously. Some abilities are prone to losing control, and it's not surprising that ability users commit crimes from time to time. The news continued. We hope the public will actively report the reward is up to 200,000. Ning Yi was about to look away, but immediately raised his head upon hearing this, carefully examining the wanted criminal's information. Zhang Heng, 31 years old, level 16 ability user. Ability is Flamingo Resonance. That was a reward of 200,000. Even just providing useful information to the Ability Bureau could earn him thousands to tens of thousands. His family was not wealthy, and earning such extra income would be beneficial for both him and his family. The principal's voice came from the front. Students, we have arrived at Tiger Leopard Forest. Everyone get off the bus. Ning Yi got off the bus with the crowd. Tiger Leopard Forest was a dense forest surrounded by high-voltage electric fences over 3 meters high. At the entrance, about 10 middle-aged men were waiting. When the students all got off the bus, the leading middle-aged man quickly walked over, shook hands with Principal Su Jiangwo, and smiled. Principal Su, hello, I am Feng Yuan from Hafeng Security Company, a level 20 ability user. My ability is resonance with tortoises. Su Jiangwo nodded. The safety of the students is entrusted to Captain Feng and your team. However, unless it's a life-threatening situation, I hope you won't interfere. Feng Yuan smiled and nodded. Rest assured, our Hafeng Security has cooperated with several high schools in Yin City. Many times we know what we are doing. The students were either excited or anxious as they entered the Tiger Leopard Forest one after another. Everyone brought enough dry food and water for 3 days. In case of danger, they only needed to call for help, and the Hafeng Security personnel would immediately appear to rescue them. However, they would no longer be able to enter Tiger Leopard Forest. The school only provided this one-time free entry opportunity. After entering Tiger Leopard Forest, Ning Yi immediately wanted to separate from other classmates. Lu Cc quickly walked to his side. Ning Yi, let's team up? Ning Yi scoffed. I dare not entangle with you. After saying that, he quickly walked deeper into Tiger Leopard Forest. Lu Cc couldn't understand why such a good backup would just fly away. Qin Tung grabbed Lu Cc, indignantly saying, that guy talks too harshly. Cc, don't mind him. Let's team up, and all the materials I collect will belong to you. You're the best, Lu Cc said, holding his hand and acting cute. Whoosh, 2 ice spikes the size of thumbs, exuding a chilling aura, shot out. In an instant, they killed a gray rabbit. Ning Yi stepped forward, swiftly cutting out a grain-sized, irregular crystal from the rabbit's head. This was an ability crystal. The grain-sized ability crystal contained about 0.2 units of ability. A level 1 big-eared rabbit, the ability crystals are still too few. Ning Yi shook his head. He had already killed 6 big-eared rabbits, and the dropped ability crystals were only about 0.1 or 0.2 each. Therefore, the accumulated ability crystals barely reached 1 unit. To level up from level 1 to level 2 required 2 units of ability crystals. Just then, a roar sounded, and a level 4 cloud leopard suddenly leaped out, its sharp claws slashing towards Ning Yi. Ning Yi's eyes lit up, and he casually waved again, sending out 2 more ice spikes. The chilling aura at -100 degrees instantly froze the cloud leopard to death. So big, Ning Yi followed the same method, cutting out the crystal from the cloud leopard's brain, and was immediately astonished. This crystal contained at least 1.5 units of ability. Adding those from before, he already had enough to reach level 2. Ning Yi concentrated, tightly gripping these crystals, and soon absorbed them all. In an instant, a message appeared in his mind. Ability, Eternal Ice level. Ability level, level 2. Evolution option 1. Gold, greatly reduce energy consumption for ice spikes. Evolution option 2, blue. Moderately reduce cooldown time for releasing ice spikes. Evolution option 3, white, slightly reduce temperature of ice spikes. Evolution option 4, purple, greatly increase volume of ice spikes. Evolution option 5, green, slightly enhance toxins attached to ice spikes. Evolution option 6, green, slightly increase range of ice spikes. Evolution option 7, gold, increase the number of ice spikes to 4. Evolution option 8, purple, eternal ice, can transform into an ice shield for defense. Evolution option 9, purple ice spikes can automatically track targets. Evolution option 10, green, slightly increase the flying speed of ice spikes. No need to choose, all have been integrated into the ability. Ning Yi showed a look of surprise. 2 gold options appeared again. Moreover, there were additional functions for creating a shield for self-protection and automatic tracking. Level 09 are 0-tier ability users, and the abilities of users in this phase are very singular. He now has these 2 additional abilities, and in terms of combat capabilities, he can be said to have completely outclassed the vast majority of 0-level ability users that AS for the consumption of abilities and cooldown time. He tested it and found that he could continuously release dozens of ice spikes, and after resting for a few minutes, he could continue to unleash them. Relying on the terrifying cold provided by the ancient ice, he is not afraid even when facing a first-level ability user. However, every time an ability user levels up, their physical qualities are refined by their abilities, and each level up brings a significant overall enhancement. Therefore, in a direct confrontation, it is not realistic to instantly kill a first-level ability user. At most, it would be a draw if he did not slack off and immediately headed deeper into the tiger and leopard forest. Level 4 cloud leopards are still too weak. He needs to find a level 5 pattern tiger. He came here for one thing: to level up, still level up. Chapter 3. Killing a first-level Esper wanted criminal. Captain, a student has gone into the territory of the striped tiger. Should we stop him? A team member's voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. Feng Yuan furrowed his brows and quickly asked, which student? It's one of the 3 students that Principal Su specifically instructed us to protect. I think his name is Ning Yi, the team member replied. Feng Yuan thought for a moment and said, I'll go personally. We'll switch areas. Okay. Feng Yuan immediately rushed toward the striped tiger's territory, discovering many beast corpses along the way. The valuable parts of these beasts were not limited to the crystals in their brains. Some of their fur, teeth, and scales were also good materials for crafting equipment. It seemed that the skinning techniques were still quite immature, which should be Ning Yi's work. However, the further he went, the more surprised he became. Ning Yi's growth rate was astonishingly fast. When he first started, it took him 4 or 5 cuts to extract the crystal, but now it was just 1 clean cut without hesitation. When skinning and extracting teeth, he was initially a bit clumsy and even damaged some of the fur, but now he handled it with ease. Principal Su mentioned that Ning Yi had excellent theoretical grades, and it seemed he truly was an outstanding student. Feng Yuan felt a deep sense of pride, but regretted that his awakened ability was only E-level. Before long, he arrived at the striped tiger's territory. However, all he found was the massive corpse of the striped tiger, with no sign of Ning Yi. He bent down to examine it, feeling a surge of shock. The crystal in the striped tiger's brain had been extracted. The smooth and beautiful tiger skin from its chest had also been stripped away. Its 2 enormous canine teeth had been completely removed as well. He should only be at level 2 or at most level 3. Yet he managed to kill a level 5 striped tiger? What kind of monster has emerged from the first high school? Is this really E-level ability? Feng Yuan was first shocked and then filled with emotion. With such a genius emerging from Yun City, he felt a sense of pride as a resident of Yun City. He just didn't know if Ning Yi could grow to a level that would make all the people of Yun City genuinely proud. He recalled the last event that made the people of Yun City proud was the Beast Riot that started from Jile Mountain 5 years ago. Yun City is located on the border, and to the south lies the vast wilderness, with many dangerous areas. Jile Mountain is a high-risk area located 200 kilometers directly south of Yin City. At that time, General Li Yuanwu fought against 3 powerful beast overlords, killing one and heavily injuring the other 2. He turned the tide and repelled that beast riot. During that time, the streets were filled with praises and admiration from the elderly for Li Yuanwu. At this moment, another voice came through the walkie-talkie. This time the voice was very urgent and even a bit frightened. "Captain," old Lu over there let out a scream, and then there was no more sound. Feng Yuan was taken aback. What? Old Lu was responsible for an area at the edge of the tiger leopard forest, and he had worked in Black Peak security for over 20 years, so it was unlikely he would encounter trouble. "I'm heading over to check it out right now. You all stay put and don't move. Inform the other team members to be cautious. There might be powerful beasts or rogue espers in the tiger leopard forest." Understood. Level 5. Ning Yi looked at the newly appeared evolution options with delight. Ability, Eternal Ice. Level 5. Evolution Option 1. Purple, significantly increased range. Evolution Option 2. Gold, significantly decreased temperature. Evolution Option 3. Blue, moderately increased hardness. Evolution Option 4. Purple, significantly increased flying speed. Evolution Option 5. Green, slightly reduced ability consumption. Evolution Option 6. Green, slightly reduced cooldown time. Evolution Option 7. Blue, moderately increased defensive capability of Ice Shield. Evolution Option 8. Purple, can transform into frost gauntlets to protect both arms. Evolution Option 9. Purple, increased Ice Shield quantity to 3. Evolution Option 10. Purple, can transform into ice spears for attack. No need to choose, all have been integrated into the ability. With a thought, 3 ice shields floated around him, ready to block any attacks. He reached out, and his ability surged, the cold air condensing into an ice spear. He hurled it fiercely, hitting a large tree, which was instantly pierced through, turning into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. He nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to continue searching for other striped tigers, he suddenly heard a scream abruptly stop not far away. He frowned slightly and immediately rushed in that direction. With the protection of Black Peak security, the students shouldn't easily die. Otherwise, the company would have gone bankrupt long ago. Clearly, there must be a powerful beast over there, very likely the striped tiger he was looking for. However, as he got closer, he discovered a middle-aged man crouching over 2 corpses, searching for something. One of the corpses was wearing a school uniform. It was a female classmate who sat in front of him. The other was in a Black Peak security uniform, and he was also dead. Combining this with the charred marks left by the surrounding flames, he quickly realized that this person was most likely the wanted criminal from the news, Zhang Heng, an esper of a different type who had escaped from Baisher City. "Damn it, I just came here to try out my new abilities, since another one has shown up. You can die too." Zhang Heng cursed as he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around abruptly and saw a young boy, immediately starting to curse. He stomped the ground and charged toward Ning Yi. As an esper of a different type, as long as the resonating beast wasn't something like an ant or a mouse, he could gain considerable physical enhancement early on. He had fled from Baisher City to this place, and each time he would quickly approach first, then launch a fireball at close range to directly kill the target. Even an Esper Bureau agent had died to this move due to carelessness. Now, his target was a student who had just awakened his ability. This would be even easier. Students grew up in a sheltered environment. When suddenly frightened, they would either freeze in place or run around like headless flies. Killing them was like slaughtering chickens. However, Ning Yi's reaction was much faster than he had expected. Without saying a word, he condensed ice spears in his palm, and not just 1 but 4 ice spears. Before Zhang Heng could get within 10 meters of Ning Yi, the 4 ice spears had already been launched. Zhang Heng's pupils constricted, and he exerted all his strength to twist his body, barely dodging 3 of the ice spears. But the 4th ice spear grazed his thigh. Crack, crack! The terrifying chill seeped through flesh and into the marrow. He was horrified to find that the ice was spreading outward from the wound in all directions. In the blink of an eye, his entire thigh had turned into an ice sculpture, significantly slowing him down. Additionally, there was a tingling sensation at the wound, as if his strength was being drained. This ice spear even carried a toxin. He let out a furious roar, channeling all his Esper power, flames spewing from his mouth in an attempt to melt the ice on his thigh. With the flamingo as his resonating beast, he naturally had a similar ability. However, despite using all his power, The ice spread at an alarming rate. What shocked him even more was that the clean-cut young man had once again conjured 4 ice spears out of thin air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice spears whistled through the air. This time, he had no room to dodge at all. He was instantly pierced by the 4 ice spears, dying on the spot. Beyond saving. Chapter 4 Secret Blood Society, Mutated Potion. Ning Yi frowned and did not approach. Instead, he condensed 4 ice spears and attacked again. After waiting a while longer and confirming that Zhang Heng had no breath left, he cautiously moved closer. Life is only one, so it's better to be cautious. He was indeed dead. He exhaled deeply, feeling a little excited inside. He was only level 5, while the other party was a level 16 ability user. It should be noted that level 16 is a first-tier ability user. To advance from 0 tier to first tier, one must collect materials, and after a successful promotion, there will definitely be a golden evolution option, along with a comprehensive enhancement of physical fitness. This is precisely why first-tier ability users can almost crush 0-tier ability users. But it also indirectly proves the power of his golden finger. Ning Yi pressed his hand on the surface of the ice, which quickly melted. He searched Zhang Heng's body and soon found a leather pouch. After carefully counting, he discovered that there were a full 100 units of crystals inside. In addition, there were many rare materials from exotic beasts. It is estimated that this person had prepared them for advancing to the 2nd tier. What is this? Ning Yi suddenly noticed something pressed at the very bottom. It was a glass bottle, which was empty inside. A note was stuck to the bottle wall, with the words Mutated Potion written in large characters. Below, it was a line of small print, stating that it was suitable for use by large feline exotic beasts. He turned the bottle over and over, suddenly noticing an imprint at the bottom of the bottle, a blood-colored mark of a half-human, half-beast. Secret Blood Society, Ning Yi. This is an organization officially defined as a cult, dedicated to enhancing exotic beasts and causing humans to beastify. Zhang Heng was actually a member of the Secret Blood Society. The contents of this glass bottle had clearly been used up. Ning Yi suddenly realized. No wonder he could not find the other end of the pattern tiger for so long. It had already consumed this mutated potion. It was too late to tell the principal now. The pattern tiger had probably already started to mutate, and with the back and forth, even more students would likely meet with disaster. He clenched a crystal tightly and immediately began to absorb it. The mutated pattern tiger is both a danger and an opportunity. As long as he can seize it, his level could increase significantly. On the other side, Feng Yuan urgently found Su Jiangwo. Principal Su, something has happened. I seriously suspect that the fugitive from Baishu City has hidden in the tiger leopard forest, and one of my people has already been killed. Old Lu's ability is enhancement type, strengthening his legs. If he wants to run, very few first-tier ability users can catch up. Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo's eyes widened instantly. What are we waiting for? Hurry and get the students out. Feng Yuan nodded solemnly. I've already given the orders. I will have my people bring the students out. Su Jiangwo took out his phone, anxiously saying, I will call Director Bai right away. Feng Yuan was taken aback. Director Bai? The one from the Ability Bureau of Hannan Province? Who else could it be? There are several promising candidates here. They must not be lost. Su Jiangwo was anxious. Just as he was about to dial Bai Dingbang's number, his phone rang. Looking closely, it was indeed Bai Dingbang. Su Jiangwo quickly answered, and as he was about to speak, Bai Dingbang immediately said, Principal Su, a level 5 pattern tiger in the tiger leopard forest suddenly mutated and is now level 15. It may further mutate. You must immediately evacuate the students. The tiger leopard forest was established as a beginner's area for several high schools in Yinqing, where the pattern tigers and cloud leopards are fitted with electronic collars to monitor their levels. When they reach level 6, a warning will be issued, and if they reach level 7, personnel from the Ability Bureau will come to anesthetize and remove them from the tiger leopard forest. Su Jiangwo was stunned and exclaimed, Director Bai, I was just about to tell you that the fugitive Zhang Heng from Baishu City has likely fled to the tiger leopard forest. Someone from the security company has already died. On the other end of the phone, Bai Dingbang stood up abruptly. What did you say? Are you sure? Feng Yuan immediately replied, Director Bai, absolutely true. I found traces of fire burns. That is Zhang Heng's ability. Bai Dingbang said seriously, I will send all nearby personnel from the Ability Bureau over immediately. I will also call General Li from Yunqing to ask him to send a team from the military to help. Su Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Thank you, Director Bai. Feng Yuan said seriously, Principal Su, I will take a few sharp and capable team members to investigate the situation inside. All right. Thank you for your hard work. Be sure to be careful. Suzy Angu note that. At this time, there were already sparse students leaving the tiger leopard forest under the guidance of the Hafeng Security Company. Many students were still unclear about the situation and were angrily confronting the Hafeng personnel. Qin Tung covered his burned arm and shouted loudly, "Stop talking nonsense and stay here. That fugitive from Baishur City has mixed into the tiger leopard forest. I had a face-to-face with him, and luckily I ran fast. Otherwise, I would definitely be gone." After this was said, many students crowded around, especially the girls. Their gazes towards Qin Tung changed. Qin Tung was actually able to escape from such a powerful ability user. That's really impressive. Lu Cece held Qin Tung's hand with concern, gently blowing on the wound, her eyes sparkling. "Qin Xiao, you are really strong. You will definitely be a renowned ability user in the future." Qin Tung smiled proudly, of course. Su Jiangwo said seriously, "Students, there is unexpected danger in the tiger leopard forest. For your safety, stay here and do not move. Personnel from the Ability Bureau and the military will arrive soon." Upon hearing this, the students finally felt a little more at ease. 10 minutes later, the military from Yunqing arrived. 20 minutes later, personnel from the Ability Bureau arrived. The Ability Bureau is directly under Henan Province, and Yunqing does not have this organization, so they arrived a little slower. A young man in military uniform hurried over, saluted Su Jiangwo, and then said, "Principal Su, hello. I am He Peng, from the local troops of Yunqing, ordered to come for support." A tall woman stepped forward, coming to Su Jiangwo. "Principal Su, I am Lin Muxue from the Henan Ability Bureau. How many students have been evacuated?" He Peng frowned and said, "This is Yunqing. The Ability Bureau should not interfere." Lin Muxue calmly replied, "The Tiger Leopard Forest was established by the Ability Bureau and is under the supervision of the Henan Ability Bureau. Of course, the Ability Bureau must come. Moreover, do you know what level that pattern tiger is now?" He Peng was instantly taken aback, his face reddening as he stammered. "What level is it?" "Level 21, Lin Muxue said solemnly. "It has already reached the strength of a second-tier ability user." Su Jiangwo said seriously, "Thank you both. Our student from Yunqing No. 1 High School have mostly been evacuated, but there is still a boy inside, and we can't find him." Lin Muxue immediately said, "What's his name? What does he look like? I will take people in to find him." Ning Yi, 16 years old, has a fair complexion and is quite a handsome boy, Su Jiangwo said hurriedly. "All right, personnel from the Ability Bureau follow me." Lin Muxue nodded, then threw out a sentence. "You stay outside and surround the tiger leopard forest." After that, she led the personnel from the Ability Bureau and dashed into the tiger leopard forest. Their speed was so fast that even Peng did not react in time. "Brother Peng, do we just wait outside?" a nearby officer asked. Peng shook his head helplessly. "We can only wait. After all, that S. Lin Muxue." He had long heard of Lin Muxue's reputation. This person entered Yinjing University as the top student of Henan Province, completed all credits in 1 year, graduated early, and was specially recruited by the Henan Ability Bureau. She is now a level 37 ability user and is highly valued by Director Bai of the Henan Ability Bureau. He has heard rumors that Director Bai is getting old and will retire in a few years, and that the highly accomplished director intends to hand that position over to Lin Muxue. Chapter 5, although the blue consumption is low, his cooldown is also short. Level 9. Ning Yi got up and smiled. Zhang Heng gave him the big gift, and after absorbing enough crystals, his level skyrocketed from level 5 to level 9. The reason he didn't advance to level 10 is that this is not a minor upgrade, but a major upgrade from 0 stage to 1st stage, which is referred to as leveling up by ability users. The required ability crystals for leveling up have significantly increased, and in addition, various materials are needed, which have to be purchased. The materials required for elemental ability leveling up are particularly rare. This is also why elemental abilities are looked down upon. Elemental abilities are indeed very strong in the later stages, but many people can't even see their shadow in the mid stages. These few upgrades provided him with 40 evolution opportunities. Most of them were enhancements to temperature, range, size, ability consumption, cooldown time, hardness, flight speed, toxicity, and paralysis. Only 3 were particularly important. First, the ice spear can explode in mid-air, attacking nearby targets. Second, the ice shield transforms into an ice mirror shield, which can reflect light at specific angles, causing dizziness to the target. Third, the ice armor can cover the entire body, rather than being limited to just the arms, With his current strength, dealing with second-stage ability users or second-stage mutant beasts is completely not a problem. At this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting ahead, and he could vaguely hear a tiger's roar. His eyes lit up, and he quickly hurried over. After passing through a few large trees, an open space appeared ahead. The open space was littered with broken trees, a complete mess. Feng Yuan lay under a tree, covered in blood, while a huge purple-red tiger, resembling a small mountain, was striding forward, slowly approaching Feng Yuan with a cat-catch-a-mouse posture, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Come on, beast. If you have the guts, eat me. Before I die, I want to knock out one of your teeth. He noticed Ning Yi out of the corner of his eye, and his expression changed drastically. Quick, go. Don't worry about me. Ning Yi did not run away. He just stared at the purple-red giant tiger in amazement. The tiger he had previously killed was only slightly larger than an adult northeast tiger. But this mutated tiger was at least 4 meters long and over 2 meters tall, with paw prints on the ground indicating it weighed at least 600 kilograms. This is ridiculous. Is this the monster created by the secret blood mutation potion? The mutated tiger caught the scent of a living person and turned its head, its blood-red eyes fixated on Ning Yi. Compared to ordinary tigers, it was now more bloodthirsty and frenzied, eager to tear apart all living creatures nearby. It did not roar with its gaping mouth, but transformed into a bloody wind, directly pouncing toward Ning Yi. Its speed was incredibly fast, and even Ning Yi's reaction was a moment too slow. Feng Yuan's heart sank. He thought it was over. As a captain of the Black Peak Security Company, he not only provided security for students, but also took on tasks hunting mutant beasts. Having prepared for death in this blood-soaked line of work, he felt regret. If only he were stronger. Even if he could just hold off this mutated tiger for a moment, it would be enough to buy Ning Yi time to escape. However, the scenario in which Ning Yi was killed in one blow did not happen. 3 ice shields suddenly appeared around this student, and his arms were covered with ice armor. Clang! The mutated tiger was knocked back repeatedly. Ning Yi used the recoil to create distance, unharmed. Feng Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. His ability resonated with turtles, granting him strong defense. It was precisely for this reason that he had withstood multiple attacks from the mutated tiger. But wasn't Ning Yi supposed to have just awakened his abilities? How could his defense be so formidable? Before he could think further, he saw Ning Yi seizing the opportunity, immediately condensing 4 ice spears and throwing them fiercely. The mutated tiger twisted its body, its massive frame surprisingly agile, easily dodging the 4 ice spears. Seeing this, Ning Yi threw out another 4 ice spears. In the blink of an eye, over 20 ice spears were embedded in the ground. The chilling aura emanating from the ice spears significantly slowed the mutated tiger's speed. Feng Yuan was astonished. He discovered that these ice spears actually had the ability to auto-track. Even though the mutated tiger was quite agile, it was still hit by several ice spears. Of course, what shocked him even more was Ning Yi's ability. He had just released at least 5 abilities without even feeling tired, still managing with ease. The frequency of ability release was also very quick, indicating that Ning Yi's ability cooldown time was similarly short. What kind of ability is this? Low consumption, short cooldown. Does he not want others to live? It's time. At this moment, a slight smile appeared on Ning Yi's lips. Explode. Boom. Over 20 ice spears exploded simultaneously. Countless ice shards completely enveloped this space, leaving almost no dead angle. When the ice shards settled down, a lifelike ice sculpture appeared on the spot, completely freezing the mutated tiger. The ice also carried toxins, paralysis, and blood-sucking effects. The mutated tiger did not die immediately, but in this frozen state, it could only watch helplessly as its vitality faded away. In the end, it didn't even manage to let out a dying roar of despair before it died. Feng Yuan was stunned. He was truly stunned. In a short period of time, Ning Yi's ice exhibited various forms. First the ice shield, then the ice spear, and the ice spear could even explode. Looking at Ning Yi walking towards him, Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. Do you have any other abilities? Ning Yi placed his hand on Feng Yuan's wound, a chill emanating, quickly freezing the wound. Feng Yuan was shocked to find that the bleeding from the wound caused by the mutated tiger had actually stopped. Moreover, the wound was slowly healing. Although it couldn't compare to those with healing abilities, it was still quite useful. He can even heal. My God, he was left speechless. Ning Yi smiled and used the same method to stop the bleeding from all of Feng Yuan's wounds. Thank you, Ning Yi, Feng Yuan said helplessly. We came to protect you, but unexpectedly, you had to protect us. He felt very ashamed. Clearly, he had been in the security industry for 10 years. Yet in the end, he was protected by the very target he was supposed to protect. If this got out, he would inevitably be mocked by his peers. Captain Feng, you should rest for now. Ning Yi settled him down, then took out a small knife from his backpack and returned to the mutated tiger, skillfully extracting the crystal from its brain. So big. He looked at this fist-sized crystal with astonishment. It seemed that this crystal contained at least 200 units of ability. However, since it was a mutated crystal, its selling price would definitely be higher. Next, he also harvested the tiger's skin and teeth. These could all be sold for money to support his family. Although he didn't like Qingting very much, he had to admit that Qingting was right about one thing. The growth of elemental abilities is very costly. For ordinary families, it would be better to awaken strengthening abilities rather than elemental ones. The latter at least has strong combat power in the early stages, making it a good choice whether to join a private company or enlist in the military. Chapter 6, As Long as Evolution is Good. Water Ball can also kill gods at this moment. A woman's voice suddenly came from behind Ning Yi. If I were you, I wouldn't sell that mutated crystal. It's a golden crystal, an excellent gem for inlaying specialized weapons. Ning Yi turned his head sharply and saw a tall woman wrapped in a black Special Abilities Bureau uniform. The woman was very beautiful, but her features were cold, giving off an air of indifference that made her seem unapproachable. Who are you? Ning Yi asked warily. Lin Muxue took out her Special Abilities Bureau officer ID and waved it in front of him from the Hanan Special Abilities Bureau. Ning Yi was somewhat surprised. Although he had only seen it for a moment, he had already realized that the other party's ID indicated she was not an ordinary officer, but a senior officer. The internal ranking within the Special Abilities Bureau includes ordinary officers, advanced officers, senior officers, and high-level senior officers. Generally speaking, to reach the level of a senior officer, one must either have decades of experience or have made significant contributions. However, the woman in front of him didn't seem to be over 20 years old. Feng Yuan said happily, "You finally made it." "Thank you." Lin Muxue shook her head. "I should thank you. You're Captain Feng from Black Peak Security, right? If you hadn't killed that mutated striped tiger, this little brother might have been in trouble." Feng Yuan smiled awkwardly. No, it wasn't me who killed it. It was Ning Yi." Lin Muxue was taken aback, and upon closer inspection, she noticed that the wounds on the mutated striped tiger were all frostbite. As far as she knew, Feng Yuan's ability resonated with turtles, which was very strong defensively, but not particularly lethal. "I was careless." Lin Muxue looked at Ning Yi. Her gaze intense. "Did you kill it?" Ning Yi did not hide it and nodded directly. Lin Muxue asked again, "Just now?" "I discovered the body of the fugitive Zhang Heng from Baisha City. His injuries are the same as those of the mutated striped tiger." "Did you kill him too?" Ning Yi nodded again. "What? That fugitive is already dead?" Feng Yuan was shocked. He had just learned this. Lin Muxue couldn't help but take another look at the young man. President Su was right. He is quite handsome and has unlimited potential. She waved her hand to signal him to follow. "Little brother, come with me. President Su is really anxious." "Okay." The two helped Feng Yuan up and walked towards the edge of the tiger and leopard forest. Ning Yi asked, "What are specialized weapons?" When a zero-level ability user advances to level 1, their abilities will materialize as specialized weapons. Lin Muxue smiled. At that time, just like the evolution options, 3 specialized weapons will appear, and you can choose one. "Why do you ask? You're already level 9? Ning Yi noted it. Lin Muxue paused in her steps. So fast. If she remembered correctly, these students had only awakened their abilities that morning. This guy advanced from level 1 to level 9 in one day. It seemed that Yunxing was going to produce another genius. "What is your ability?" "It must be very strong," she suddenly asked. "E-level, elemental ability, water ball." Ning Yi answered honestly. Lin Muxue, elemental abilities can certainly be strong. Let's not talk about others. Just look at water abilities. The Hanan Special Abilities Bureau has a flashy one who awakened a water dragon. The water dragon ranks high on the elemental abilities list and is an A-level ability. Every time he makes a move, it's grand and powerful, and he looks cool doing it. The only problem is the huge consumption. Using a water dragon means exhausting all his abilities. It's all about you don't run, I run, you don't die, I die. That flashy guy goes to pay respects to his ancestors every few days, praying that the next upgrade will offer an evolution option to reduce ability consumption. Water ball is indeed a bit weak. Then it seems you must be evolving very well, Lin Muxue said thoughtfully. As long as the evolution is done well. The water ball can also kill gods. Ning Yi nodded. I guess so, I got a few gold ones. Lin Muxue, a few? Not many, just 5 or 6. Ning Yi replied. Lin Muxue felt a bit dizzy. She was level 37 and had only gotten a handful of 3 golden options, one of which was not suitable for her future growth direction, so she had to give it up. Ning Yi was only level 9. Are the young people nowadays all this awesome? By the way, I found this on the fugitive. Ning Yi took out the empty glass bottle labeled mutated potion. Lin Muxue took it, looked at it, and her expression froze. No wonder that striped tiger suddenly leveled up to 21. It was because of this. Ning Yi frowned. The secret blood society can even produce something like this? Lin Muxue's expression turned serious. This thing has only appeared in recent years, and we still have no clue how it's made. Ning Yi, you need to be careful in the future. The secret blood society might cause you trouble. Ning Yi noted. Trouble for me? Sounds interesting. I hope they bring some local specialties, just like Zhangheng. Outside the tiger and leopard forest, Su Jiangwo saw Ning Yi being brought out by Lin Muxue and immediately rushed over. Ning Yi, how are you? Are you okay? He was anxious like an old man who had lost a child. Ning Yi knew that Su Jiangwo was worried about losing a good seedling who could qualify for top universities. However, Su Jiangwo's concerns still warmed his heart. Principal, I'm fine. He smiled. Captain Feng is seriously injured. Su Jiangwo quickly took out a staff and released healing energy for Feng Yuan. His ability was light therapy, which worked better under sunlight or moonlight. After a while, Feng Yuan's injuries had mostly healed. Yipeng walked over, looked at Lin Muxue, and asked in confusion, Why are you out so quickly? What about the mutated beast and the fugitive from Baishur City? Lin Muxue shrugged and pointed behind her. Sure enough, Special Abilities Bureau officers were already carrying several bodies out of the tiger and leopard forest. Leading them was the small, mountain-like, mutated striped tiger, its fur a deep purple-red. Even in death, it was very eerie. Several timid boys and girls screamed on the spot and shrank back. Following, there were the bodies of the fugitive Zhangheng from Baishur City, 2 security team members from Black Peak, and a student from Yunqing No. 1 High School. So many dead? Yipeng's expression turned serious. Lin Muxue sighed. The company's people and the students were all killed by the fugitive from Baishur City. Yipeng lowered his voice. This Zhangheng is very likely a defector from the Secret Blood Society. Did you just kill him? That's not good, is it? At this moment, Su Jiangwo quickly walked over, gratefully saying, Officer Lin, thank you. If it weren't for you killing the mutated beast and the fugitive, Ning, he might have been lost, and I wouldn't know how to explain it to the student's parents. Lin Muxue helplessly replied, It wasn't me who killed him. Su Jiangwo and Yipeng were both taken aback. Then, was it the mutated striped tiger that killed him? Lin Muxue shook her head again. Yipeng was speechless. Who could it be? It can't be that high school student, right? Su Jiangwo nodded. Yeah. Ning, he just awakened his abilities this morning. Lin Muxue looked at them with a you guessed right expression, and that mutated striped tiger was also killed by him. I didn't even have a chance to make a move. Su Jiangwo and Yipeng were instantly dumbfounded. Yipeng seemed to think of something and quickly took out a military phone, stepping aside to make a call. After a few words, he rushed back to Ning Yi and looked at him intensely. Ning Yi, after you graduate, would you be willing to directly join our Yunqing military? General Li thinks very highly of you. As long as you are willing, General Li said he could promote you directly to be his aide. Lin Muxue was shocked to hear this. So eager to recruit people? How shameless. She immediately added, Ning Yi, our Hand and Special Abilities Bureau also needs personnel. I can give director by a heads up, and I can get you specially recruited into the Bureau. You would start at least as a senior officer. After the two finished speaking, Su Jiangwo was also shocked. You two, get out, get out. Ning Yi is a student from Yunqing No. 1 High School, and he's going to be the top scorer in the future. He is going to Yin University and Long University. Yin University refers to Yinjing University. Long University refers to Long Tung University. These two universities are the top institutions that countless students dream of attending. However, combined, they admit fewer than 20 students from across the country each year. In the neighboring Baishur City No. 1 High School, there is Lin Muxue, a student of Yinjing University, and that principal Yin boasts every day in the group. Su Jiangwo is envious. He has no other wishes in his life. Just hopes that Yinsheng No. 1 High School can produce a student for Yin University. Not for anything else, just to suppress Principal Yan's arrogance. Chapter 7. The Intern of the Superpower Bureau. watching the three people arguing over him, spittle flying everywhere. Even Lin Muxue, who usually maintained a cold demeanor, began to speak eloquently, spouting flowery words. Ning Yi felt helpless. The surrounding students were dumbfounded. They didn't know what had happened. They only knew that the three of them had exchanged some words before starting a verbal duel. The military in Yun City and the Hanan Superpower Bureau both wanted to recruit Ning Yi. The old principal refused to budge, hoping Ning Yi could get into Yin University or Long University. Do they value Ning Yi that much? Didn't he awaken one of the least desirable elemental powers? As our timeline shifted, Lu Cece looked from a distance at Ning Yi, who was surrounded by the three, and suddenly felt regretful. She had been too short-sighted. Breaking up with Ning Yi so early was a mistake. Now that Ning Yi had awakened, even if she wanted to keep him as a backup, it would be difficult. Qin Teng wrapped his arm around her and said, Cece, don't worry about him. No matter how capable he is just an ordinary person. But I am different. My dad is a level 5 superpower user who runs a company with hundreds of employees under him. Being with me means you'll have everything you want in the future. Our powers are strong. Ning Yi is just lucky for now. He will be left behind sooner or later. Lu Cece murmured in agreement, leaning against him, but her gaze couldn't help but fall on Ning Yi, who was surrounded by Lin Muxue, He Peng, and Su Jiangwo. Ning Yi, you speak. Where do you want to go? Ultimately, it depends on your own wishes. Su Jiangwo said solemnly. Lin Muxue and He Peng also looked at Ning Yi. Without hesitation, Ning Yi replied, I want to enroll in a top university. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person. Since he had the chance to live again as an excellent student and had such a powerful golden finger, he naturally wanted to attend the best university. Moreover, once he got into top universities like Yin University or Long University, the Superpower Bureau and the military would have to offer him more incentives to woo him, considering the maximization of benefits. Enrolling in a top university was clearly the best solution. Good. I'm proud of you. Su Jiangwu be met. Yipeng felt a bit regretful. But Lin Muxue didn't give up. There would be more opportunities in the future. By the way, you killed the wanted criminal this time. Our Hanan Superpower Bureau should reward you with 200,000 yuan. However, since you also killed the mutated pattern tiger, I just consulted the director, and he decided to give you an additional 100,000 yuan. So that's a total of 300,000. Ning Yi's heart raced. Yes. It will be transferred to your account within 3 working days, Lin Muxue smiled. In addition, Director Bai has registered a Superpower Bureau operator account for you. Based on your contributions for killing the fugitive and the mutated beast, you have been credited with 30 contribution points. If you need any rare materials urgently, you can purchase them through your operator account. After saying this, she handed over a watch. This is our Superpower Bureau's communicator, which integrates many of the most advanced functions. However, your current status is an intern, so your permissions only allow you to exchange resources and browse some public materials. Ning Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately accepted it, saying, thank you. He Peng, seeing this, became dissatisfied and said, Lin Muxue, isn't this unfair? You're pulling a stunt. Lin Muxue replied calmly, I didn't stop you from using your methods. If you have any, you can use them too. He Peng was instantly left speechless. The higher-ups were strongly supporting the construction of the Superpower Bureau, and all kinds of advanced weapons and technologies were being allocated to them. For example, he had only heard of this holographic communicator and had never seen one before. Yet, Lin Muxue had just given one to Ning Yi on the spot. He Peng was so angry his teeth itched, and he could only squeeze out a few words, sugar-coated bullets. At this moment, Su Jiangwo picked up a megaphone and called out, Students, get on the bus and go home to rest. Don't worry. The training spots for the tiger and leopard forest will be reserved. The students boarded the bus one after another, and Ning Yi followed suit. It was time to go home. Ning Yi looked out at the rapidly receding scenery and felt a bit emotional. He wasn't the typical orphan template of a time traveler. His original self had a father, but no mother. His parents had divorced early on, and his father had been working away from home for years, leaving him in the care of his aunt's family, who sent money back every month. His aunt was named Ning Wenyue, and his uncle was named Jiang Jiqiang. They had a son, his cousin Jiang Yifan, who attended Yunqing No. 4 middle school. His aunt's family didn't have major issues. His aunt doted on him and always thought of him whenever something good happened. However, his uncle was more indifferent towards him and somewhat materialistic. As for Jiang Yifan, who was the same age as him, He had always been jealous of his cousin S' good grades and tried to compete with him in everything, spoiled by his father. In the distance, at the rooftop of a tall building near Tiger and Leopard Forest, a pale-faced middle-aged man was using binoculars to survey the area, frowning slightly. At that moment, a noise came from the walkie-talkie at his waist. After connecting, a woman's voice came through. "Did you retrieve the mutated potion?" The middle-aged man replied helplessly. "The mutated potion has already been fed to the pattern tiger by Zhang Hong. He has long wanted to tame the beast, so he stole our potion and ran away. However, he didn't know that the current potion could only cause mutation and couldn't tame the beast yet. The higher-ups only sent them to test the potion's effects." The woman was furious. "Zhang Hong, that ignorant fool, a shameful traitor. Then you should draw the blood from the mutated pattern tiger and bring it back. Isn't your power the resonance of blood-sucking bats?" The middle-aged man's expression darkened. "I didn't even have a chance to act. The mutated pattern tiger has already been recovered by the Superpower Bureau." The woman was taken aback at first, then exploded in anger. "Incompetent. How could I be paired with a useless partner like you?" The middle-aged man, somewhat shaken by the insults, retorted angrily. "And you're useful? I told you to apply for funding, and you filled in 10. What continue on do, I ask you? If the funding had been sufficient, would we be dealing with these ridiculous issues?" The woman gritted her teeth. "How would I know? It was always tens of thousands before. But suddenly it became just hundreds. Don't get sidetracked. I found 2 colleagues in Rottenwood Marsh. We could just rob their mutated potion, and we can still complete the mission from above." The man frowned. "Isn't that a bit unethical?" The woman sneered. "What's wrong with that? Just say you were Zhang Hong and push the blame onto him." The man sighed, having no choice but to pack up and head toward Rottenwood Marsh. In the South District, room 502 of Xinyue Community. Ning Yi arrived at the door and hadn't even opened it when he heard his aunt and uncle arguing inside. "Aunt, my brother entrusted Xiao Yi to me. I must take good care of him. He has awakened an E-level ability now, and you work in a pharmaceutical company, so you should know that evolution syringes are very effective for F-level and E-level abilities. I decided to buy it." Uncle replied, "No way. An evolution syringe costs over 100,000. Raising 2 children at home is already a stretch, and you want to spend more money." Aunt said, "But he is my own nephew. How can that be considered spending more money?" Uncle countered, "But Yi-Fun is still your own son. He has awakened a B-level ability. With an evolution syringe, he might even become an A-level. I absolutely do not agree with you giving the evolution syringe to Ning Yi." Ning Yi felt helpless. He had heard of evolution syringes. They were a groundbreaking product launched by the giant pharmaceutical company Jingshan Pharmaceuticals. It was said to have been created by several level 8 superpower users working together, and, after injection, there was a high probability of evolving abilities particularly effective for E-level and F-level users. However, it wasn't like the evolution option where one could choose. It was completely random and could only barely feel an enhancement. He had forgotten that after students awaken their powers, the school would send a text message to the guardian's phone. He felt quite helpless. At this moment, footsteps came from behind him. "Ning Yi, what are you doing at the door?" Jiang Yifun's puzzled voice came. Ning Yi looked up and noticed that there was a middle-aged man in a Special Abilities Bureau uniform behind his cousin. "Mom and Dad, I'm back," Jiang Yifun said excitedly as he pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 8. A reserved and elegant username, Jiang Jiqiang, was visibly excited and happily said, "Good son, you really make Dad proud. Our Jiang family hasn't had a C-level or above ability in many years." Ning Wenyu also expressed her happiness. "Yifun, Mom is happy for you too." Jiang Yifun laughed proudly. Ning Wenyu noticed Ning Yi was also there and quickly stepped forward. "Xiao Yi, you're back. Just wait a moment. Dinner will be ready soon." She was about to head to the kitchen when Jiang Yifun hurriedly said, "Mom and Dad, let me introduce you. This is Officer Zhao Gang from the Handong Ability Bureau." Jiang Jiqiang and Ning Wenyu then noticed the middle-aged man. "An Ability Bureau officer?" Ning Wenyu was startled. Hello. Has our Yifun done something wrong?" Zhao Gang chuckled. No need to be nervous. I'm here to inform you that Jiang Yifun has awakened the ability of electric eel resonance, which is very useful for our Handong Ability Bureau. We've decided to specially recruit Jiang Yifun, and I'm here to consult your opinions." Hearing this, both Jiang Jiqiang and Ning Wenyu couldn't hide their excitement. The Ability Bureau. In the future, our Yifun can eat the national meal. Jiang Yifun joyfully said, Mom and Dad, I've always wanted to join the Ability Bureau, and now I can skip the college entrance exam and go straight in. Great, great. Of course we agree. Jiang Jiqiang was so excited that his eyes turned red. Suddenly, Ning Yi asked, is it a formal position? Is there a contract? It wouldn't be a labor dispatch, would it? Zhao Gang hesitated for a moment, about to speak, when Uncle Jiang Jiqiang frowned and said, Ning Yi, how can you talk to a leader like this? They came personally. Can't you see their sincerity? Ning Yi, Uncle, I just hope Yifan has a good place to go, so he won't be deceived into a subcontracting unit. The Ability Bureau is still under construction. The Handong Ability Bureau was just established this year. How can there be so many formal positions for a student who just turned 16? If it were a formal position, they should issue a communicator. Zhao Gang was surprised and immediately noticed the black watch on Ning Yi's wrist, exclaiming, how do you have this? Where did you get it? Jiang Jiqiang was taken aback at first, then became furious. Is this from the Ability Bureau? Ning Yi, how could you steal something from the Ability Bureau? Return it immediately. Ning Yi furrowed his brows, about to speak, when suddenly a woman's voice came from outside. That's for Ning Yi. As the voice fell, a tall woman over 7 meters walked in with long legs. Zhao Gang saw that the woman was also wearing an Ability Bureau uniform and frowned. Who are you? Lin Muxue took out her ID and waved it in front of him. Lin Muxue, you were born in Handong. You should have heard of me. Zhao Gang's expression changed drastically. You are Lin Muxue? Jiang Jiqiang, Ning Wenyue, and Jiang Yifan were all shocked as they looked at Lin Muxue. She was the top scorer from Hannan Province who entered Yinjing University a few years ago and graduated in just 1 year with all credits completed. They had heard her name in the news before. They never expected such a news figure would appear before them one day. I don't care what you Handong Ability Bureau want to do with a senior high school student, but you must clarify with their parents whether this is a formal position or a labor dispatch. We can't lose face for the entire Ability Bureau, Lin Muxue said calmly. Crossing her arms, Zhao Gang smiled awkwardly. You are right, leader. He turned to Jiang Yifan, smiled apologetically, and then looked at Ning Wenyue and Jiang Jiqiang. I'm really sorry. The Ability Bureau has high requirements for formal positions, so for now, we can only offer Jiang Yifan a labor dispatch identity, which is essentially subcontracting. However, as long as he contributes significantly, there won't be any issues with becoming a formal employee. Jiang Yifan felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and his enthusiasm immediately dissipated. Jiang Jiqiang expressed his dissatisfaction. Isn't this deceiving? Our Yifan is at least a B-level ability. How can he be a subcontract employee for the Ability Bureau? No. He should still participate in the college entrance exam normally. Jiang Yifan suddenly pointed at Ning Yi, gritting his teeth, and said, then how does he have a communicator? Is he a formal employee of the Ability Bureau? As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Ning Yi in confusion. Lin Muxue said calmly, Ning Yi shot and killed a fugitive for Baisher City and a mutated beast in the tiger leopard forest. I applied to Director Bai for an intern position for Ning Yi at the Ability Bureau. Is there a problem? Jiang Yifan immediately fell silent, wishing he could slap himself. Why ask? The more he asked, the more embarrassing it became. Ning Yi whispered, Sister Shui, why are you here? Lin Muxue smiled. The funds came through, and I just happened to have some use for it, so I thought I'd pay a visit. Funds? What funds? Uncle Jiang Jiqiang was taken aback. Lin Muxue smiled. 200,000 for killing the fugitive, 100,000 for killing the mutated beast, totaling 300,000. Gasp! Ning Wenyue, Jiang Jiqiang, and Jiang Yifan all gasped in shock, until Lin Muxue and Zhao Gang left. The three of them were still immersed in shock. Aunt, I'm going back to my room. Ning Yi greeted them and entered his own room. Jiang Jiqiang couldn't help but whisper, did he awaken an E-level ability? How could he? I don't know. Ning Wenyue shook her head, but then smiled, but I'm very happy. Xiao Yi is indeed very impressive. Yifan, you should learn from your brother. Did you hear that? Jiang Yifan snorted coldly and turned to enter his own room. Inside the room, Ning Yi picked up his phone and entered the forums where he often chatted and boasted, wanting to see what materials he needed to advance. However, after browsing around, he found that many people held their own opinions and even argued fiercely. He thought for a moment and suddenly noticed the communicator on his wrist. This thing was obviously more authoritative. Lin Muxue said it didn't require touch control, but was brain-controlled. Could it be? He focused his mind, and indeed, his consciousness immersed into it. A vast sea of information flowed in front of him. However, the vast majority of it was inaccessible. Venkome, inter Ning Yi. Please register a nickname to proceed to the next step. Ning Yi Blinket. A username. Huh? I'm familiar with this. After some deep thought, he decided to give himself a reserved yet elegant username. Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. Soon, the reserved and elegant Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior found information about advancing levels. His ability had evolved from E-level Water Ball to S-level Eternal Ice. The former required only 100 units of ability and 10 kilograms of pure water to advance one level. However, the latter required 1,000 units of ability, 10 kilograms of cold essence, 5 kilograms of ice prism, and 1 kilogram of frostbud. Pure water could be obtained for just 1,000 yuan. But cold essence, ice prism, and frostbud were all rather rare materials. Without at least 300,000 yuan, it would be impossible to buy. In contrast, for other types of abilities, even S-level ones, the materials required were definitely not as many, nor as expensive or rare. As for enhancement-type abilities, the materials needed to advance were even less, primarily focusing on the idea that the better the food, the faster the advancement. Chapter 9. Awakening Specialized Weapon, Frost Soul Cold Spear 9. 320,000. Just like that, it was all spent. Ning Yi looked at the order he placed and smiled helplessly. He had just bought all the materials needed for the upgrade, and they would be delivered tomorrow. The 300,000 reward from the Ability Bureau was gone in the blink of an eye. He also added another 20,000 he had saved over the years. S-tier abilities are inherently expensive. Elemental abilities are even more so. But all of this is worth it. He is now particularly looking forward to the specialized weapon. According to the information he found in the Ability Bureau, specialized weapons are divided into 5 grades: white, green, blue, purple, and gold. The quality of a specialized weapon is predetermined. Whatever is awakened is what it is, and it can't be changed for a lifetime. However, specialized weapons also have levels. White specialized weapons can only be upgraded to level 1, which is a maximum of level 19, and can only embed 1 crystal. Green specialized weapons can be upgraded to level 3, which is a maximum of level 39, and can embed 2 crystals. Blue specialized weapons can reach a maximum of level 5, which is level 59, and can embed 3 crystals. Purple specialized weapons can go up to level 7, which is level 79, and can embed 4 crystals. But gold specialized weapons have no upper limit. They can grow alongside the ability user and can embed 5 crystals. This means that whatever level the ability user reaches, the gold specialized weapon can reach the same level. Moreover, and most importantly, other ability users only receive 3 specialized weapon options each time they upgrade, and can only choose one. But he has always had 10 evolution options, and he can choose them all. He is very much looking forward to the scene when choosing the specialized weapon. The next day, just as the clock struck 9, the doorbell rang right on time. Ning Yi was about to go open the door when Ning Yi rushed out of his room, opened the door, and quickly signed for the items. "Xiaoyi, what did you buy?" Anne asked curiously. Ning Yi smiled and replied, "For the upgrade." After saying that, he returned to his room. At the breakfast table, Jiang Jiqiang and his son Jiang Yifan froze at the words. "Did I hear that right? He said upgrade?" Ning Yi also had a strange expression. It was indeed an upgrade. Jiang Yifan sneered, "I don't believe it. He just awakened his ability yesterday, and he can upgrade today?" He quickly finished his breakfast, grabbed his backpack, and said, "Mom, our school is organizing an outing to the outskirts of Rottenwood Marsh today. I need to hurry. Go. Just be careful and don't go too deep." Ning Venue Urket. Jiang Yifan patted his chest proudly. "Don't worry, I'm a dignified B-tier ability user. I can handle it there." After saying that, he hurried downstairs to catch the school bus. Jiang Yifan did not attend Yincheng No. 1 high school, but rather Yincheng No. 4 high school. Junqian No. 4 high school surpasses other high schools in Yincheng in terms of faculty and teaching facilities. Back then, both Ning and Jiang Yifan missed entering Yincheng No. For by just a point or two, they could only afford to get 1 person in through connections. In the end, Jiang Jiqiang sent his son to No. 4 high school, while Ning Yi naturally had to go No. 1 high school. In the room, Ning Yi rubbed his hands in excitement and placed his palm on the upgrade resources. Cold air radiated out, quickly enveloping all the resources. The ability crystal, Cold Marrow, and ice prism quickly merged into his body. In no time, the entire room was filled with chilling air, even seeping outside. At that moment, Ning Yi's aura surged, directly breaking through the bottleneck and advancing to level 1. At that instant, two faint pieces of information appeared in his mind simultaneously. The first was the golden option that must appear during an upgrade. The second was the specialized weapon manifested by the ability. Ability, 10,000 years Xianbing, S tier. Energy level, level 10. Evolution option 1. Gold, eternal frozen domain. Forms a domain with a radius of 10 meters, with a temperature dropping to minus 200 degrees Celsius. Within the domain, eternal frozen ice crystals will condense and attack targets autonomously. Ice-type ability damage is greatly enhanced within the domain. Evolution option 2. Gold greatly reduces the consumption of the ice spear ability. Evolution option 3. Gold greatly increases the flight speed of the ice spear. Evolution option 4. Gold increases the number of ice shields to 10. Evolution option 5. Gold greatly enhances the toxicity added to the ice spear. Evolution option 6. Gold greatly enhances the slowing effect added to the ice spear. Evolution option 7. Gold, eternal frozen ice crystals can condense into ice soul hounds to attack targets. Evolution option 8. Gold greatly increases the explosion range of the ice spear. Evolution option 9. Gold greatly increases the range of the eternal frozen domain. Evolution option 10. Gold increases the number of ice soul hounds to 3. No need to choose. All have been integrated into the ability. Ning Yi looked at these options, unable to hide his excitement. The evolution options that appeared for ability users during upgrades are guaranteed to be gold. And he had 3 gold options, but others can only choose one from among them, selecting the evolution direction that best suits them. However, he was different. 10 gold options. He wanted them all. Every upgrade was a colossal boost for him. The Eternal Frozen Domain is an SS tier ability. He didn't expect that after such a short time. The quality of his ability had actually improved again. And this Ice Soul Hound, in fact, follows the Ice Element summoning route. Ning Yi Smilet. If it were other ability users, they certainly couldn't do this. This would be like jumping back and forth repeatedly, destined to achieve nothing. But he was different. His evolution options were too many. Even if he pursued 2, 3, or even more routes simultaneously, he could handle it. After looking at the ability evolution options, he turned to the other piece of information. Specialized Weapon 1, White, Black Iron Wrist Guards. Specialized Weapon 2, Blue, Frost Scroll. Specialized Weapon 3, Green, Ice Vein Gauntlets. Specialized Weapon 4, Blue, Cold Frost Heavy Armor. Specialized Weapon 5, Purple, Frost Iron Giant Hammer. Specialized Weapon 6, Gold, Frost Soul Cold Spear. Specialized Weapon 7, Purple, Cold Stone Totem. Specialized Weapon 8, Blue, Ice Crystal Boots. Specialized Weapon 9, Purple, Black Ice Cloak. Specialized Weapon 10, White, Beast Skin Belt. No need to choose, fully obtained. Ning Yi's expression brightened. He got a gold weapon, the Frost Soul Cold Spear. This specialized weapon, when attacking, will deal equal damage to the target soul. Because of this, it is recognized as the strongest specialized weapon for ice-type abilities. Because weapons that harm the soul are extremely rare. Even abilities find it hard to achieve. Just then, the message suddenly became chaotic and then reorganized. Specialized weapon unique. Error. Highest quality specialized weapon selected. Reacquired. Ning Yi focused his gaze. Ability. Eternal Frozen Domain, SS tier. Energy level, level 10. Specialized weapon. Frost Soul Cold Spear 9. Weight 9. He was first stunned, then overjoyed. The same specialized weapon can be fused and stacked. An ability user, if starting from 0 tier, can awaken the same specialized weapon each time they upgrade and always choose that weapon. Therefore, when they become a level 9 ability user, the specialized weapon will become 9. The effects will skyrocket. But now, he has a 9 specialized weapon at level 1. He focused again, and indeed, the effects of the Frost Soul Cold Spear 9 had significantly improved. Originally, it could only deal equal damage to the target soul. Now it could deal triple damage. Chapter 10. The Tree Spirit is bad, not working hard, noted down in a small book in the midst of his happiness. Ning Yi took out the golden crystal he obtained from the mutated colorful tiger. The golden specialized weapon had 5 holes, which could be embedded with 5 crystals. Each crystal could provide a certain degree of enhancement to the specialized weapon. He touched the golden crystal, and with a flash of light, The crystal immediately embedded itself into the surface of the Frost Soul Cold Spear. Frost Soul Cold Spear 9. Gold greatly increases power. Attacks will deal triple damage to the target soul. Embedded Crystal 1. Gold greatly increases power. Will create a tiger's roar before attacking, intimidating the target's mind. Ning Yi couldn't help but smile widely. He could control the opponent right before the attack. Isn't that amazing? With this thought in mind, he grabbed his backpack and immediately went out. Ning Yi exclaimed, "Xiao, where are you going?" Ning Yi replied with a smile, "Going to level up. I'm off." At his current level, the beginner's abyss like the tiger leopard forest was no longer enough for him. He already had a target in mind, Rottingwood Swamp. This abyss is divided into outer and inner circles. The monsters in the outer circle are mostly level 10 to 19, while those in the inner circle are mostly level 20 to 29. He planned to grind in the outskirts of Rottingwood Swamp first, and if leveling up was too slow, he would venture deeper into the inner circle. Although leveling up is important, personal safety should always be the top priority. He had no fear of fighting alone, but he was worried that the opponent might be unreasonable and come at him in packs. Ning Yi got off the bus and took a deep breath. A strong humidity mixed with a decaying, foul smell immediately surrounded his nose. This was Rottingwood Swamp. The abyss is categorized into 5 levels: novice, ordinary, dangerous, high risk, and super high risk. The divisions between them are quite vague, requiring a comprehensive assessment of various factors to determine the actual danger level of an abyss. Moreover, the abyss is formed by the permeating abyssal aura, so it is always in a state of change, depending on the amount of abyssal aura present. Today, it was still a dangerous abyss, but it could mutate into a high-risk abyss in a few days or slide down to an ordinary abyss level. Rottingwood Swamp, located in the wilderness south of Cloud City, is an ordinary abyss. Many supernatural beings come and go here. Ning even saw some people setting up stalls at the entrance of Rottingwood Swamp, selling materials they had just gathered from swamp. Some people were healing outside, and once they had recovered enough, they immediately re-entered Rottingwood Swamp. School bus? Ning Yi noticed several buses and casually stopped an uncle to inquire, learning that they were buses from Cloud City No. 4 High School. The uncle sighed. Cloud City No. 4 High School is really wealthy. The principal hired our buy-in security company for security work, specifically requesting security personnel of at least 2nd tier. I'm just getting some fresh air outside before heading back in. Young man, you don't look too old. You must be a student too, right? From No. 4 High School? I've rested enough. I could take you in. No, I'm from No. 1 High School. The uncle patted his shoulder and comforted him. No. 1 is slightly worse than No. 4, but not by much. As long as you work hard, you can make a living anywhere. Ning Yi smiled and said thank you. He took long strides toward Rottingwood Swamp. Unlike the tiger leopard forest, which had high-voltage electric fences around it, Rottingwood Swamp was the most suitable entrance for entry and exit, thus attracting the most supernatural beings. Once Ning Yi entered Rottingwood Swamp, he quickly could no longer hear the noisy sounds from the entrance. Looking around, he saw puddles of all sizes, and the withered yellow reeds lay haphazardly, resembling decayed corpses reaching out from the ground. Dewdrops dripping from the leaf tips created dark green ripples in the murky puddles. Occasionally, a bubble would rise from the depths of the black mud, bursting and releasing a nauseating stench. Ribbit! A sudden croak sounded, and a frog larger than a human head leaped out of the sewage, charging straight at Ning Yi, followed by a shell. Level 10. Empty Shell Frog. It likes to occupy shells for protection. Ning Yi casually pointed, and an ice spear shot forth, piercing the empty shell frog and pinning it to the ground. With his current strength, he could easily kill such a low-level beast with a single ice spear. There was no need to use all his ice spears or his specialized weapon. He took out his knife and easily extracted the crystal. The communicator on his wrist had precise detection capabilities. He brought his watch close to the crystal and immediately obtained the specific value. 6 units. Level 10 beasts generally dropped crystals containing 5 units of supernatural energy. This empty shell frog was quite good, very diligent. Ning Yi nodded in satisfaction and strolled leisurely through Rottingwood Swamp. When he encountered beasts, he simply raised his hand and shot. He instantly killed an 11-level black water snake, yielding a 6-unit crystal. He then killed a 12-level stone skin lizard, yielding a 3-unit crystal. Next, he killed a 13-level tree spirit, yielding a 3-unit crystal. The tree spirit is bad, not working hard, noted down in a small book. He then killed a 14-level slime monster, yielding a 7-unit crystal. The slime monster is good. Very good. It wasn't until he used 2 ice spears to take down a 20-level mud turtle that he finally felt a bit of challenge. At this moment, he heard fighting sound ahead. Upon closer inspection, he saw 4 students, 3 boys, and 1 girl, all wearing uniforms from Cloud City No. 4 High School. His cousin Ning Yi was among them. Not far away were 2 second-tier supernatural beings, but they were not wearing uniforms from Bayan Security Company. They looked more competent and fierce, seemingly more advanced bodyguards. He noticed that these students, including Ning Yi, were surrounding a girl in the center. The girl was petite with delicate features and long black hair, clearly a rich girl. Ning Yi suddenly remembered that Ning Yi had mentioned before that there was a wealthy and beautiful girl in his class named Lu Ziyu. She was likely the girl being surrounded in the center. At that moment, a 16-level poison water snake suddenly lunged out from a nearby puddle. The 2 bodyguards immediately stepped forward and, with just 2 moves, nearly killed it before wisely stepping back a few paces. The rich girl pointed, and a blade of wind shot through the air, instantly slicing the poison water snake in half. Ning Yi and the others immediately applauded. Ning Yi couldn't help but feel speechless. So this young lady is here for a field trip? Ning Yi, you're here too? Ning Yi caught a glimpse of Ning Yi and showed a surprised expression. Ning Yi smiled and replied, I'm here to level up. After saying that, he waved and continued deeper into the swamp. There were too many students from Cloud City No. 4 High School nearby. It was better to get away as soon as possible. Lu Ziyu asked Ning Yi, who is that? Cousin, from No. 1 High School. One boy curiously asked, why did your cousin go deeper into the swamp? Is his supernatural ability really strong? Ning Yi thought about what happened at home yesterday and felt quite angry. He awakened an E-rank elemental type supernatural ability, a water ball. I don't know why he is heading that way, E-rank. Is he trying to show off? Doesn't he fear for his life? Another boy looked confused. Lu Ziyu pouted and said, I thought he was strong. Chapter 11, could these exotic beasts have been taken down by your cousin? A bodyguard respectfully said, Miss, let's go back. We're too close to the inner circle here. All right, let's return the way we came. Lu Ziyu nodded. As the group turned around, they saw the corpses of exotic beasts along the way. The vast majority had been killed in a single strike, with an ice spear still lodged in them, emanating a chilling aura. Only a level 20 mud turtle had been killed with 2 shots. The bodyguard's expression immediately turned serious. What a strong ice-type ability. Wow, I love ice-type abilities, but unfortunately, I awaken a wind blade, Lu Ziyu said excitedly. Uncle Bodyguard, what level do you think this ice-type ability user is? The bodyguard replied solemnly, at least a 2nd tier. This level 20 mud turtle has strong defense. After evolving to 2nd tier, its body surface forms mud, which can reduce half the damage. Even if it didn't fight back and just let me hit it, I'd still be gasping for breath. A 2nd tier ability user. Ning Yi and the others exchanged glances. There was actually a 2nd tier ability user wandering around the outskirts of Rottenwood Marsh. The bodyguard side, logically speaking, there shouldn't be any level 20 exotic beasts in the outskirts. Fortunately, this person discovered and dealt with this mud turtle. Otherwise, we might have been ambushed by this mud turtle while passing by. Its speed is extremely fast, and we might not have reacted in time. Lu Ziyu shook her head. It's fine. My dad hired a very powerful bodyguard uncle, and he's hiding in the shadows. The 2 bodyguards sighed in relief. There was actually a master. You should have said so earlier. If we had known, we could have relaxed a bit. A boy suddenly said, Hey, Ning Yi, could these exotic beasts have been taken down by your cousin? Ning Yi shook his head directly. Impossible. In his view, Ning Yi was just lucky to have picked off some criminals and mutated beasts in Tiger Leopard Forest. Moreover, Ning Yi wasn't even a 1st-tier ability user. How could he easily kill a 1st-tier exotic beast, let alone take down a 2nd-tier one in 2 hits? Rottenwood Marsh, Inner Circle. A large crocodile over 3 meters long suddenly burst out of the murky water, opening its massive jaws to ambush Ning Yi. This was a level 22 exotic beast. The floating wood crocodile, which liked to disguise itself as driftwood to deceive unsuspecting ability users. Once an ability user exposed their back, it would immediately launch an attack. Ning Yi manifested 10 shining ice shields around him. The full force bite of the 2nd-tier exotic beast shattered only 5 ice shields before it was unable to continue. In the blink of an eye, another 10 ice shields appeared beside him. At the same time, a specialized weapon, the Frost Soul Cold Spear, materialized in his palm. Whoosh, whoosh, Whoosh! The cold spear pierced through, and with a roar, the floating wood crocodile froze in place, as if the pause button had been pressed. In an instant, the frost soul-cold spear left 3 bloody, gaping holes in the floating wood crocodile. The excruciating pain that touched its soul made the floating wood crocodile let out a miserable howl and fall to the ground. Ning Yi gathered several ice spears from a distance and struck again. After confirming that the floating wood crocodile was dead, he approached to inspect it. Specialized weapons are truly powerful. They can completely kill in one blow. Ning Yi extracted the crystal and stored it in his waist pouch, revealing a smile. However, my defensive methods are a bit lacking. I hope this upgrade will offer more options related to defense. He had accumulated enough crystals to level up twice in one go. Ability: Eternal Freeze Domain, SS grade. Energy level, level 11. Evolution Option 1, Blue. Ice Shield Defense ability moderately enhanced. Evolution Option 2, Purple. Ice Shield can stack twice. Evolution Option 3, Blue. Ice Spear range moderately enhanced. Evolution Option 4, Gold. Eternal Freeze Domain range greatly enhanced. Evolution Option 5, Purple. Ice Shield energy consumption significantly reduced. Evolution Option 6, Green. Ice Shield defense ability slightly enhanced. Evolution Option 7, Green. Ice Spear power slightly enhanced. Evolution Option 8, Blue. Ice Spear flight speed moderately enhanced. Evolution Option 9, Gold. Eternal Freeze Ice Crystal can coalesce into a large-scale ice storm to attack targets. Evolution Option 10, Blue. Ice Shield area moderately enhanced. No need to choose. All have merged into the ability. Just after finishing the level 11 upgrade, he immediately leveled up to level 12. Ability: Eternal Freeze Domain, SS grade. Energy level, level 12. Evolution Option 1, Blue. Ice Storm energy consumption moderately reduced. Evolution Option 2, Gold. Ice Shield defense ability greatly enhanced. Evolution Option 3, Purple. Ice Shield can stack 3 times. Evolution Option 4, Green. Ice Shield cooldown time slightly reduced. Evolution Option 5, Green. Ice Spear flight speed slightly enhanced. Evolution Option 6, Purple. Ice Storm coverage area greatly enhanced. Evolution Option 7, Green. Ice Storm energy consumption slightly reduced. Evolution Option 8, Gold. Eternal Freeze Ice Crystal condensation speed greatly accelerated. Evolution Option 9, Gold. Total number of Eternal Freeze Ice Crystals increased to 20. Evolution Option 10, Blue. Eternal Freeze Ice Crystal temperature moderately reduced. No need to choose. All have merged into the ability. After reviewing these evolution options, Ning Yi revealed a satisfied expression. Very good. Now, in addition to ice cones, ice spears, ice shields, and ice soul dogs, he had another means of combat. Ice Storm. This was a technique that many ice-type ability users would master at the 4th and 5th tiers. It has a wide range, high damage, and high consumption. This kind of area of effect killing ability is unique to elemental abilities and is something humanity needs the most right now. Exotic type abilities are related to the exotic entities they resonate with and may not necessarily have such means. As for enhancement type abilities, they are even less so. They can basically only enhance oneself and are difficult to affect things beyond 100 meters. Ning Yi calmed his mind, casually creating an ice stool to sit down and rest a bit. He also took out a compressed energy bar from his backpack to replenish his energy. He casually summoned 2 ice soul dogs to patrol the area to prevent being ambushed by exotic beasts while he rested. Just as he finished half of the energy bar, one of the ice soul dogs let out a low growl in a certain direction. It seemed to sense danger. Ning Yi became interested and decided to send one of the ice soul dogs to check the situation. As elemental creations, the ice soul dogs couldn't stray too far from him. Otherwise, they would automatically disintegrate. However, even at a short distance, they could go at least 500 meters away. That was more than enough for a scout to explore the situation. In no time, the ice soul dog returned. He reached out to touch the ice soul dog's head, feeling the cold aura emanating from his hand, and his eyes replaced by frost. He could see and hear everything the ice soul dog had just witnessed and heard clearly. For members of a secret blood society were in a fierce fight, it was actually over mutated magic potions. Ning Yi was first startled, then overjoyed. Mutated magic potions. This thing again. The last bottle of mutated magic potion created a mutated spotted tiger, which yielded him a lot of loot. No matter why they were at each other's throats, He definitely couldn't miss this chance for the mutated magic potion. Chapter 12 Hand over the mutated potion. Bugs like you. I won't ask you a second time. I'm Zhang Heng, and I've always been an impatient person. The middle-aged man with a mask said coldly. The masked woman beside him crossed her arms and echoed, right? Everyone knows that Brother Zhang Heng never blinks when killing, if you dare to resist. Your life is in danger. In front of them stood a young man, around 20 years old. Upon hearing this, he was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. Zhang Heng, you're not Zhang Heng. I know both of you. One is Ling Fu, with a pale face, and the other is Li Ying, who likes to cross her arms when she speaks. I saw you both before in the provincial city when I received the mutated potion from the professor. Your appearances and tones match my memory perfectly. My memory is very good. You can't fool me. Ling Fu and the woman beside him frowned. I told you we couldn't fool him. Ling Fu said helplessly, since that's the case. Let's just get rid of him. After all, for us low-level members, losing a few doesn't matter. With that, he simply took off his mask, revealing a pale face. The same middle-aged man who had been observing the tiger-leopard forest through a telescope. His name is Ling Fu, and his ability resonates with vampire bats. The woman is named Li Ying, and her ability resonates with ice foxes. As for the young man lying on the ground, his name is Li Wei, and he holds a higher status in the Secret Blood Society than they do. They're all ordinary members, but Li Wei is a senior member. However, there is no hierarchical relationship among them. Li Wei took out a glass bottle from his pocket, which emitted a dreamlike purple glow. It was the mutated potion. My bottle of mutated potion is different from yours, Li Wei suddenly said. Ling Fu frowned. What's different? Li Wei smiled. This one is for insect-type mutated beasts. Ling Fu and Li Ying both frowned deeply. They thought all mutated potions were for large feline mutated beasts. It seems that even if they got this bottle of mutated potion, they wouldn't be able to report back after experimenting with its effects. At that moment, Ling Fu suddenly noticed something shaking inside the mutated potion. Upon closer inspection, it was a pure white, stout queen termite. He was taken aback. You've already fed it to the queen termite. Li Wei smiled. I've been prepared for a long time. Ling Fu and Li Ying cursed. Then why are you wasting our time? Li Wei sneered. I could tell long ago that you two have no ideals or beliefs. You joined the Secret Blood Society just to deceive resources and embezzle funds. How can we improve the Secret Blood Society with bugs like you around? Ladies, let us get going. With that, he smashed the mutated potion, releasing the already sizable queen termite, which had grown to the size of a human fist. The queen termite woke from her slumber, and her body rapidly expanded, letting out a low, resonant call. All around, a rustling sound erupted. Upon closer inspection, it was swarms of termites rushing in from all directions. Ling Fu and Li Ying instantly felt a chill run down their spines. They could sense that the queen termite's power level was continuously skyrocketing. When she first emerged from the glass bottle, she was only level 11. Now, she had surged to level 21 and was still rising. The pheromones she released were continuously enhancing the incoming termites. In the blink of an eye, the first batch of termites that reached the queen termite had swollen to dozens of times their original size, equivalent to an adult's forearm, and were even covered in a layer of hard armor. Termite guards. Li Ying's expression darkened. Once there are termite guards, it means the Queen S level is at least tier 3. Run. Without a word, Ling Fu turned and fled. However, with a wave of his hand, Li Wei ordered swarms of termites to block their escape. He sneered, I didn't let you leave. Li Ying gritted her teeth. How can you control the termites? Li Wei snapped his fingers and smiled. Because my ability resonates with termites. When I awakened this ability, my teachers, classmates, and even my biological parents looked down on me immensely. Termite resonance, an F-class exotic ability. How ridiculous. The professor told me that my ability should shine in a place like this. He was right. This feeling is exhilarating. Enjoy the pain of being devoured by thousands of termites. He laughed maniacally, waving his hand as the termites surged forward. Li Ning said loudly, spitting out various insults directed at the young man's ancestors, and immediately released a chilling mist. The ice fox, small and agile, could spray icy fog wherever the fog passed. The termites were greatly slowed. Ling Fu had a much harder time. His ability resonated with vampire bats. Vampire bats can fly, suck blood, and have exceptionally keen senses. But he was only tier 2, and at this stage, he couldn't fly. He needed to reach tier 4 to do so. Against these termites, sucking blood was utterly useless. He could only rely on his ability to enhance his physical qualities, drawing his dagger and continuously slicing the approaching termites in half. Ordinary termites were manageable, but those termite guards felt as hard as steel. It took at least 3 strikes to break through their defenses. Ning Yi shouted, "Lai, there are too many termites on my side. Spray some icy mist." Lying opened her mouth and released a blast of cold air. But it was much weaker than before. "I'm consuming too much. I'm almost out of power," she cursed. Ling Fu cleaved a termite guard away, swearing, "Damn. If this continues, we'll both die here." Just as he finished speaking, a termite guard bit down on his shoulder, and blood gushed out in an instant. Once their abilities were depleted, they could only rely on their bodies, which had been tempered by their abilities. But even physical strength isn't limitless. Until their limbs couldn't move anymore, they would still die. Despair filled their hearts. If they had known, they wouldn't have come. Who could have imagined that this was a madman completely brainwashed by the secret blood society? They joined the secret blood society to make money. The other party truly joined for ideals and beliefs. Li Wei stood there, merely sneering, "Struggle all you want. It's just a trapped beast fight." The same scene played out all over the decaying wood swamp. Termites surged from countless trees and nests, indiscriminately attacking living beings and mutated beasts. Catalyzed by the queen's pheromones, their levels surged. Worker termites were at least level 10, as big as fists. Soldier termites were at least level 15, as large as a baby's arm. Termite guards reached above level 20, as large as an adult's forearm. With so many termites, it was a massacre for other mutated beasts. For ability users, it was even worse, especially for the students of Yinsheng No. 4 Middle School. They had only recently awakened their abilities and were generally 0-tier ability users. How could they deal with an army of termites that were mostly above level 10? Buy-in security company hurriedly protected the students as they retreated. The remaining civilian ability users in the area also fled in panic. However, some students and ability users had ventured too deep, wanting to retreat, but finding themselves surrounded by termites. They had nowhere to go. Hapjer, Trilika, Kitenoshiel, Soldier Angelmet. Healing Belt, Jiang Yi Fun, Lu Ziyu, and others were the students trapped deep in the rotting wood swamp. The 2 bodyguards hired by Lu Ziyu's father at a high salary were also panicking. "My lady, where are the experts you mentioned? Hurry up and come save us." "Uncle He," Lu Ziyu shouted around. A suave middle-aged man appeared out of thin air, frowning slightly. "I just checked. The way out is filled with termites everywhere. I suggest you continue deeper. As long as you can eliminate the termites, their army will collapse on its own. The queen termite has probably reached the 3rd tier, and I need to reserve my abilities to deal with it. The termites along the way will be handled by you too." The 2 bodyguards nodded repeatedly. "Leave it to us." They were at least tier 2, so dealing with these termites was manageable. However, the sheer number of termites quickly drained their abilities. Therefore, when encountering ordinary termites, they simply used their swords instead of their abilities, trying to conserve their powers for emergencies. After the suave middle-aged man finished speaking, he disappeared again. It was easy to guess that he probably had an ability related to invisibility. There are enhancement-type abilities that can reinforce the skin, achieving invisibility. Among the strange types, there are also similar abilities. "Hey, Jiang Yifan, I remember your cousin went inside," Lu Ziyu suddenly said. Jiang Yifan also reacted sharply, feeling a weight in his heart. Although he usually envied Ning Yi, after all, he was his cousin, a blood relative. "Brothers, if we encounter my cousin, can you help him?" He couldn't help but ask. The 2 bodyguards remained silent, looking at Lu Ziyu first. They were there to protect Lu Ziyu, and since this young lady had not spoken, they naturally did not dare to make any promises. Moreover, they felt that they probably couldn't be of much help anymore. The termites were clearly pouring out from the inner circle of the rotting wood swamp. If Jiang Yifan's cousin was in the inner circle, he was likely already done for. Lu Ziyu nodded. "Of course we have to help. If we encounter Ning, we can't just watch him die." "Yes." The 2 bodyguards nodded immediately. Jiang Yifan felt anxious in his heart. "Ning Yi, don't you dare die easily." Rotting wood swamp, inner circle. Ling Fu and Lai Ying were already covered in wounds from being gnawed by termites. As Lai Ying saw several queen ant guards charging up, she instinctively opened her mouth to spew ice mist. But instead, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. "My abilities are exhausted." She punched a few queen ant guards away and gritted her teeth. "I've been out of energy for a long time," Ling Fu sighed. Li Wei was still keeping his distance from them, standing with his hands behind his back, as if admiring the beautiful scenery. Just then, a sudden chill rushed in. and the temperature dropped sharply by several degrees, instantly freezing the area. Li Wei focused his gaze and saw a young man strolling over. Wherever he passed, both ordinary termites and queen ant guards were instantly frozen and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Such powerful cold. Li Wei frowned deeply. Who are you? Ning Yi took a step forward and said, the one who will kill you. After saying this, he reached out, and 3 ice spears formed out of thin air, shooting off at high speed. The speed of the ice spears was incredibly fast. Before Li Wei could react, his body was pierced by the 3 ice spears on the spot. However, he was a Tier 3 ability user, and his physical quality had been greatly enhanced. At the critical moment, he forcibly turned his head, so his skull was not pierced by the ice spear. But his body was nailed to the ground and could not break free. The chilling aura swept over him, freezing him to the point of trembling, his teeth chattering. He struggled to activate his specialized weapon. A massive shield composed entirely of chitin appeared in front of him. A helmet resembling a soldier ant was also placed on his head, with 2 antennae extending out like antennas. A belt appeared around his waist, with a continuous stream of vitality flowing into his body from the backpack. The shield was a blue specialized weapon, the chitinous shield, awakened at the transition from Tier 0 to Tier 1. The helmet was a purple specialized weapon, the soldier ant helmet, awakened at the transition from Tier 1 to Tier 2. The belt was a green specialized weapon, the healing belt, awakened at the transition from Tier 2 to Tier 3. His first 2 awakened specialized weapons were quite good, with a high degree of compatibility with his abilities, which is why he was recognized by the professor and promoted to a senior member. Kill him, Li Wei roared, releasing pheromones through the soldier ant helmet. After donning the helmet, his control over the termites became even more powerful. Worker ants and soldier ants would unconditionally execute his commands, while the queen ant guards had a chance to obey. However, if he attacked soldier ants or higher-level termites, he would still face retaliation from the termites. The termites surrounding Ling Fu and Lai Ying immediately swarmed towards Ning Yi upon sensing the pheromones, trying to overwhelm him. Ning Yi immediately manifested 10 rotating ice shields around himself, easily sweeping the termites away. Even the large queen ant guards, gnawing at the surface of the ice shields, could only chip away some ice crumbs. After breaking through 1 ice shield with great difficulty, Ning Yi raised his hand, and another ice shield reappeared. Just in time to test my new technique on you. Seeing this, Ning Yi pressed his hands down, and the eternally frozen crystals in his domain began to slowly rotate around him. Li Wei sensed that something was wrong and consumed more abilities to urge more termites to surround him. The ice shield surrounding Ning Yi shattered again and again, but not a single termite could break through his defenses. Until a certain moment, the storm in Ning Yi's arms finally took shape. Ice storm, Ning Yi sneered, spreading his arms. Boom! The chilling ice storm immediately swept out from him as the center. Countless ice shards spun at high speed, cutting through everything within the storm. Wherever it passed, the termites were cut into pieces. Even the formidable queen ant guards could not hold out for long. In just a few seconds, they turned into ice sculptures, frozen on the spot. When the ice storm subsided, the area was filled with remnants of termites and ice sculptures of termites. Not a single living termite could be seen. You. Li Wei struggled to raise his hand, pointing at Ning Yi, his face filled with disbelief. He had also been within the range of the ice storm attack, and now his body was covered in ice shards, his body temperature plummeting. Even with the healing belt working at full capacity, it couldn't sustain the little life he had left. He was now like a candle in the wind, with only the last breath remaining. What? Ning Yi sait kaswali. Who on earth are you? Li Wei almost exhausted all his strength to ask this question. Ning Yi smiled. I'm a student. After saying this, he casually shot an ice spear, completely ending Li Wei's life. Chapter 14, he must be a descendant of a Yin Jing family. It was only at this moment that 2 faint voices, like threads of smoke, came from the side. Big brother, we are willing to surrender. Ling Fu raised his hand, forcing himself to speak. Ning Yi raised an eyebrow. You 2 are surprisingly still alive. Ling Fu forced a smile. My specialized weapon can store excess blood, so it has some healing effects. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to hold on. Lying wiped the ice shavings off his face. My ability is Ice Fox Resonance, also ice type, so I could hold on a bit longer. Boss, can you spare our lives? We are willing to voluntarily turn ourselves into the Ability Bureau. They realized that this seemingly clean-cut high school student was actually a big shot, a genius who pretends to be weak. Elemental abilities are indeed recognized as the weakest in the early stages, but if there is a powerful background and enough resource tilt, it is a different story. They seriously suspected that this person was a descendant of the Yin Jing family, just here in Yun City for training. And just now, this person hadn't even used his specialized weapon and was able to wreak havoc. What would happen if he took out his specialized weapon? Not to mention they were already heavily injured. Even if they were in peak condition, they would definitely not be a match for this young man. Ning Yi shook his head. I don't believe you. If I let you go, you definitely won't turn yourselves in. Ling Fu and Lying exchanged a glance and forced a laugh. It was embarrassing to be seen through. Ning Yi raised his wrist casually and said, "Tell me your names, ages, abilities, and identities." Only then did Ling Fu and Lying notice the black watch on his wrist, and they both changed color at the same time, saying, "You're from the Ability Bureau? Is that a problem?" Ning Yi's expression remained unchanged. Okay, I'll go first. My name is Ling Fu. I'm 33 years old. Moments later, Ning Yi entered the information of the two into the Ability Bureau system, and soon matched it with the wanted list. Ling Fu had a bounty of 10,000 yuan. Lying had a bounty of 13,000 yuan. Although it couldn't compare to Zhang Heng, it was still pretty good. However, as an intern, he could only access non-confidential information and purchase materials, and could not call for rescue from the Ability Bureau. He thought for a moment and opened his friend list. Lin Mushua's avatar was lit up. Her nickname was Snow Woman in Sleep. Ning Yi opened the message interface and sent a message. Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. Are you there? Snow Woman in Sleep. Who are you? Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior, Ning Yi. Snow Woman in Sleep. Your ID. I can't face it. Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. I need your help here. Snow Woman in Sleep. What is it? Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. I'm at Shiomu-Zei. I've caught 2 ordinary members of the Secret Blood Society. And there are also many termites here that need support. Snow Woman in Sleep. Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. It's a bit complicated to explain. I don't understand the process of the Ability Bureau capturing people. Let's wait until you come over to talk. Snow Woman in Sleep. I'm on a mission in Xia City. It's a bit far from there, but there are other experienced agents there. I'll transfer the rescue mission to him. Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. Ok. As long as someone from the Ability Bureau comes over. Ning Yi put away the communicator and nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the two. I still need to level up. You stay here and don't move. Ling Fu and Lying nodded like little chicks pecking at rice, thinking this kid really is still young, actually leaving us alone here. Once he leaves, we can escape. Then Ning Yi turned around and froze both of their legs along with a nearby puddle. He also released 2 Icehound spirits to guard nearby. The two instantly felt numb all over. This kid is not young at all. After Ning Yi left, Ling Fu sighed. We really capsized in the gutter this time. But this kid clearly looks like a member of a big family, so being caught by him isn't really embarrassing. Lying helplessly said, yeah, not to mention anything else. Just look at how skillfully he cut the crystal and processed the materials just now. Without hundreds of cuts, how could he be so proficient? At this moment, footsteps approached from a distance. They looked up and saw 2 burly bodyguards escorting several students over. The students looked at the ground covered with termite remains, all showing expressions of shock. The air rippled slightly, and a suave middle-aged man suddenly appeared. Seeing the scene, he exclaimed, "The termite queen is dead? Who did this?" Ling Fu and Lying noticed the suddenly appearing middle-aged man. Lying seemed to think of something and exclaimed, "You must be Invisible Sword Guanchan. I've heard about your exploits in the Northern Desert Military Region, infiltrating alone to hunt down 6-tier beasts, buying time for the civilians to evacuate." The middle-aged man nodded. "That's me, but that was in the past, no need to mention it." Ling Fu was taken aback. "Aren't you in the Northern Desert Military Region?" "This is..." Guanchan looked regretful. "I was injured, my level dropped, and I left the team." "What about you?" Ling Fu and Lying smiled awkwardly. We are from the Secret Blood Society, and we were caught waiting for the Ability Bureau to come and take us away. Lu Ziyu widened her beautiful eyes. "You are from the Secret Blood Society? Who caught you?" She had only heard about the Secret Blood Society in textbooks. She never expected to see it in person today. Ling Fu awkwardly said, "It was a young man, about your age, and all these termites were taken care of by him. Also, that 3rd-tier ability user, a senior member of the Secret Blood Society, was also killed by him." Guanchan said with interest, "Who is he?" "There is actually such an astonishing young man in Yun City." Ling Fu and Lying shook their heads in unison. He didn't say. Upon hearing this, Guanchan looked somewhat regretful. He looked at Lu Ziyu, but this is a good thing. The termite queen is dead, and the termite army has no leader. They're just a bunch of rabble. Once the Yun city forces arrive and clear out these frenzied termites, we can naturally get out. Lu Ziyu nodded repeatedly, her eyes flashing with excitement. I really hope to meet that master brother. Not long after, hurried footsteps approached. The leader was a bearded strong man, followed by two young people, all wearing the Ability Bureau's fitted black uniforms, looking very capable. Old He, the bearded man saw He Guangchen and was quite surprised. Old Wu, what are you doing here? He Guangchen was also taken aback. The two laughed heartily and stepped forward to embrace each other. Lu Ziyu blinked. Uncle He, do you know this big uncle? He Guangchen smiled and nodded. This is Wu Yaoan. When I was in the northern desert military region, he slept in the bunk below mine. This guy snores so loudly, he always kept me awake. Wu Yaoan laughed heartily. Come on, your snoring isn't small either. He looked around and sighed in relief. Old He, it's good you're here. Otherwise, Yin City No. 4 High School would probably suffer heavy losses. TSK. This must be a mutated termite queen, and there are so many termites around. It must have been a tough battle. He Guangchen shook his head with a smile. No, it wasn't me. Wu Yaoan was stunned. Not you? Then who could it be? These two bodyguards? Or these students? A sound came from the side as Ling Fu's teeth chattered from the cold. I can prove it. It was none of us. And there wasn't a tough battle at all. That young man has ice-type abilities, and after releasing an ice storm once, all these termites were wiped out. He should be one of your Han, Nan Ability Bureau people. Chapter 15, whose ice ability is this? It's too powerful. After saying this, Wu Yaoan was instantly stunned. A young person with ice abilities, an ice storm, taking out so many termites in one move. Is this still from our Ability Bureau? Wu Yaoan racked his brain for a while, but couldn't think of when the Ability Bureau had such a genius. All employees who join the Han Ability Bureau must undergo a test with him to determine their specific strength. Therefore, he was basically familiar with the young geniuses recruited by the Han Ability Bureau over the years. The most outstanding and promising one was Lin Muxiue, who had the elemental ability of metal manipulation and was rated A. Besides her, there were a few other young talents who could rival her, but none of them were related to ice abilities. He sighed, unable to figure out who it could be, and said, Forget it. Let's take you guys out first. The group immediately stood up and headed outside. Ling Fu and Lai Ying exchanged glances and could only helplessly follow behind. He Guangchen and Wu Yaoan were both seasoned 4th-tier ability users, while the two of them were 2nd-tier users and injured, making escape impossible. It seemed they would have to spend the rest of their lives in the Ability Bureau's prison. Before long, they reached the outer circle of the decayed wood marsh. Along the way, they discovered many frozen puddles and numerous dead termite corpses frozen in ice. Curiously, Wu Yaoan reached out to touch one, only to instinctively retract his finger due to the chilling cold. At least minus 200 degrees. Damn, whose ice ability is this? It's too powerful. Does the Han Ability Bureau really have such a genius? He was even more baffled. Lu Ziyu's eyes lit up. Uncle He, it seems to be that expert we encountered at the beginning. He Guangchen nodded. Indeed, although the attack methods are different, the cold aura is very strong. It should be the same person. At that moment, a huge commotion suddenly erupted ahead. It seemed that countless ice shards were flying in the air, causing the temperature around them to drop several degrees. Wu Yaoan's eyes brightened. It should be over there. Let's go take a look. He dashed out in a flash, moving extremely fast. He was now itching to quickly find out who this so-called genius ability user from the Han Ability Bureau was. He Guangchen, Lu Ziyu, and the others immediately followed. They were equally curious. As they passed through a vast frozen pond, an icy sculpture scene came into view. A boy in a school uniform stood with his hands behind his back, surrounded by countless ice crystals and shards. Several ice shields spun around him. Wherever he walked, frost covered the ground. Any soldier ants, queen guards, or other strange beasts that tried to approach him would slow down significantly and be frozen solid in just a blink of an eye, dying on the spot. Feeling the biting cold, even Wu Yaoan and He Guangchen, as 4th-tier ability users, couldn't help but get goosebumps. It's him, it's him, it's him, Liang exclaimed. Yang Yi-san exclaimed, Ning Yi. Lu Ziyu's eyes brightened. Ning Yi? Is he your cousin? It turns out it's him. He was the young genius of the Han Ability Bureau who had slain a senior member of the Secret Blood Association, captured 2 ordinary members, and killed a queen termite along with numerous strange beasts. She looked at Ning Yi, her eyes sparkling with admiration. So strong, and so handsome. Ning Yi retracted his cold aura and walked briskly towards Wu Yaoan's group. He noticed the black watch on the wrist of the burly man with a beard and smiled. You are from the Hanan Ability Bureau, right? The rescue mission for Sister Shui should have been handed over to you. Wu Yaowen suddenly realized. So you're the intern. Director Bai had made an exception to grant a young person an intern identity and even provided them with a communication device from the Ability Bureau. This news had long spread among the mid-level staff. He extended his thick, rough hand. I'm Wu Yaowen, a senior agent of the Hanan Ability Bureau. We'll be seeing each other often from now on. Their hands clasped together. Wu Yaowen did not hide the admiration in his eyes. This was definitely a young person with immense potential. Comparable to Lin Mushiwe, Ning Yi walked at the forefront, continuously unleashing ice storms. Wherever he passed, whether it was termites or other strange beasts, they would quickly be frozen into ice sculptures. The astonishing efficiency of killing enemies made He Guangchen and Wu Yaowen's eyes shine. They both knew that what humanity needed most right now was large-scale killing ability. In these low-level abyssal areas, it was manageable, but in high-level abyssal areas, strange beasts could number in the hundreds of thousands or even millions, truly as numerous as the dust. The saying goes, a multitude of ants can kill an elephant. When low-tier strange beasts are abundant, they can still drown high-tier ability users. That's why ability users with large-scale killing capabilities are rare treasures. As for Lu Ziyu, her eyes were practically sparkling. She particularly liked ice abilities, and Ning Yi just happened to have ice abilities, was quite handsome, and had powerful strength, which naturally struck a chord in her heart. Before long, the group quickly fought their way out of the decayed wood marsh and returned to the entrance. Wu Yaowen felt quite emotional. He had thought it would take some effort to get out, but with Ning Yi leading the way, it was like a smooth path. They were much faster than when they entered. At the entrance of the decayed wood marsh, it was already crowded. Principal Zhu from Yun City No was anxiously waiting for the last few students. The Yun City military had already sealed off the surroundings to ensure that the termites would not leak out. After the mutation caused by the abyssal aura, the current termites were no longer what they used to be. If they were allowed to leave the decayed wood marsh and enter the city, it could likely cause a wide range of hidden dangers. Seeing Wu Yaowen and the others emerge, Principal Zhu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Agent Wu, it's good to have you here. He stepped forward and shook Wu Yaowen's hand. Wu Yaowen waved his hand. This time it has nothing to do with me. It's all thanks to Ning Yi. He patted Ning Yi's shoulder, genuinely appreciative. Principal Zhu looked puzzled. Ning Yi, do we have a student named Ning Yi in our number 4? However, he didn't want to admit he didn't know. After all, he was the principal. If he didn't even know the name of a top student in his own school, wouldn't that be a laughingstock? He immediately smiled and patted Ning Yi's shoulder. Ning Yi, you did very well this time. Number 4 is proud of you. Ning Yi's expression was strange. I'm from number 1. Principal Zhu, what? Wu Yaowen also smiled awkwardly. Sorry, Principal Zhu, I forgot to mention. This kid is indeed from number 1. At this moment, Lu Ziyu noticed a figure not far away and happily shouted, Grandpa Butler. An elderly man with silver hair and a suit hurried over, looking anxious. When he saw Lu Ziyu safe and sound, he finally relaxed. Miss, it's good that you're fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain to the old master. Principal Zhu's expression became serious. He knew who this elderly man in a suit was. He was the butler of the Liu family and had grown up with the old master of the Liu family, having a deep bond. The Liu family was like a towering pillar in Hanan province. This was also the reason for his earlier urgency. If Lu Ziyu had perished inside, his position as principal would essentially be over. Chapter 16. After graduation, would you like to work at Jingshan Pharmaceutical? The suited elder instinctively glanced at He Guangchen. The strength of the invisible sword, He Guangchen, was undeniable. If it weren't for his injury leading to a permanent drop in energy level, he should still be shining in the Northern Desert Military District. Since Lu Ziyu had safely exited the decayed woods, it was evident that He Guangchen had contributed. The suited elder smiled and said, The invisible sword is indeed extraordinary, saving the young lady once again. Thank you. He Guangchen chuckled. You've misunderstood. I didn't do much. You should thank this young man instead. He pointed to Ning Yi. The suited elder looked a bit surprised. Lu Ziyu happily said, Yes, Grandpa Butler, Ning Yi is amazing. If it weren't for him clearing the way, we would have definitely been surrounded by the alien beasts. The suited elder couldn't help but look at Ning Yi a few more times, surprise flashing in his eyes. He took out a business card and handed it over. This is my contact information. Feel free to reach out if you need anything in the future. Also, Ning Yi, would you like to work at Jingshan Pharmaceutical after graduation? After this was said, the others didn't react much, having already guessed it, but Jiang Yifan was left wide-eyed in shock. Jingshan Pharmaceutical, the giant pharmaceutical company that had developed the epic-making evolutionary serum. His father, Jiang Jiqiang, worked at Jingshan Pharmaceutical, albeit as a low-level employee in the Yinqing branch. But his salary was enough to support the family's expenses. Previously, he had even managed to scrape together money to buy points, which got him into Yunqing's best fourth middle school instead of just settling for the first middle school. According to his father, the entrance examination for Jingshan Pharmaceutical was very strict. Out of 100 applicants, at least 70 would be eliminated. The remaining 30 would also have half eliminated after 3 months of probation. Yet now, he saw that Ning Yi, who hadn't even taken a college entrance exam, was already reserved by Jingshan Pharmaceutical. As long as Ning Yi was willing, he could work at this giant company anytime. Thank you for your kindness. I will consider it. Ning Yi accepted the business card with a smile. The butler also nodded with a smile. He could tell that this young man's vision was far beyond this. Extending an invitation from Jingshan Pharmaceutical was merely a show of goodwill. Principal Zhu, I will take the young lady back now, the butler smiled. All right. Principal Zhu nodded repeatedly. Jiang Yifan lowered his head and followed the other students onto the school bus for Yunqing 4th Middle School, not greeting Ning Yi and seemingly lost in thought. Ning Yi looked at Wu Yaowen and said, Brother Wu, these two are wanted criminals and members of the Secret Blood Society. Wu Yaowen nodded. Yeah, don't worry. The money will be transferred to your account soon, and your share of the contribution is assured. Ning Yi smiled and nodded. Then I'm relieved. Brother Wu, see you later. Wu Yaowen watched his departing figure and picked up the communicator to message Lin Muxue. Anren, the matter in Decayed Woods has been resolved. Snow Girl in Sleep. How is it? That kid wasn't injured, right? Anren, do you think someone who has been unleashing ice storms the whole time, with no alien beast able to come within 10 meters of him, could be injured? Snow Girl in Sleep. This guy is even stronger than last time. His growth rate is astonishing. Anren, you really found a treasure. If Olbai knew this kid is so formidable now, he might run over from the provincial city to personally recruit him into our ability bureau. Snow Girl in Sleep. He doesn't want that. He wants to take the entrance exam for Yin University and Long University. Anren, then this year's college entrance exam will be interesting. Snow Girl in Sleep. I'm more looking forward to the peak assessment held in Yanjing after the college entrance exam, where the top 3 from over 40 provinces will participate to decide the 20 spots for Yin University and Long University. Ning Yi might achieve a good ranking. Anren, given his strength, with a bit more effort, he should be able to rank in the top 20 and qualify for Yin University and Long University. Snow Girl in Sleep. Heroes see alike. Xinyue Community. As soon as Ning Yi got home, he saw the anxious expressions of Jiang Jiqiang and Ning Wenyue. Xiao Yi, I saw on the news that something big happened in Decayed Woods. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Jiang Jiqiang hurriedly asked. Did you see Yifan? How is he? Ning Yi shook his head. I'm fine, and Yifan is fine too. Aunt, uncle, don't worry. I'm going to my room first. Ning Wenyue felt slightly relieved and nodded. Jiang Jiqiang frowned slightly, dissatisfied. He says he's fine. So he's fine? Who is he? He's just staying at our house. Ning Wenyue suddenly pinched his waist. Shut up. Quickly call Principal Zhu again and ask. Jiang Jiqiang drew in a breath, picked up his phone, and said, I'm calling, don't pinch me. Ouch. Back in his room, Ning Yi immediately took out the golden crystal obtained from the mutated termite queen and embedded it into the Frost Soul Cold Gun. Frost Soul Cold Gun 9. Gold, greatly increased power. Attacks will deal triple damage to the target soul. Embedded Crystal 1. Gold, greatly increased power. Will create a tiger roar before attacking to intimidate the target's mind. Embedded Crystal 2. Gold, greatly increased power. Hitting the target will condense frost ants, maximum number 10. Lasting 30 minutes. He looked at the refreshed Frost Soul Cold Gun and smiled in satisfaction. The golden crystal dropped by the mutated termite queen was indeed powerful. Leveling up from level 12 to level 13 requires 300 units of ability energy. My specialized weapon is currently at level 3, and I need to raise its level quickly. This time in Decayed Woods, I obtained over 800 units of crystals. I'll use as much as I can. Ning Yi sat down and used his ability to envelop these crystals, slowly absorbing them. While absorbing, he also pondered other matters. He had already felt that as the number of ability crystals increased, the efficiency of absorption was gradually decreasing. He had heard that universities would offer ability training methods that could accelerate the efficiency of absorbing ability crystals. Moreover, After learning powerful ability training methods, the body would act like a reservoir, constantly absorbing the free ability energy from the environment, further speeding up energy level growth. Since the Abyss invasion 50 years ago, when abilities first appeared, many ability users discovered that the human body could passively absorb those free abilities from the air. However, the efficiency was too low to compare with directly absorbing ability crystals. It wasn't until 10 years ago that a remarkably talented brain enhancer emerged, using his immense intellect to create various ability training methods, truly bringing the method of absorbing free abilities into the limelight. This way, surplus ability crystals could be handed over to specialized weapons, speeding up the leveling process of the specialized weapons. However, it was said that ability training methods could only be learned after reaching the second tier, which I can't do yet. Ning Yi thought thoughtfully. Just as he was thinking, his energy level reached level 13. Ability, Eternal Freeze Domain, SS level. Energy level, level 13. Evolution option 1. Purple significantly reduces the ability consumption of Ice Storm. Evolution option 2. Blue moderately increases the defense capability of Ice Shield. Evolution option 3. Blue moderately increases the attack power of Ice Spear. Evolution option 4. Gold increases the number of Eternal Freeze crystals to 40. Evolution option 5. Purple significantly increases the duration of Ice Spirit Dog. Evolution option 6. Blue moderately increases the range of Ice Spirit Dog away from the main body. Evolution option 7. Green slightly increases the area of Ice Shield. Evolution option 8. Purple significantly increases the attack power of Ice Spirit Dog. Evolution option 9. Green slightly increases the range of Ice Spear. Evolution option 10. Green, Ice Spike power slightly increased. No need to choose. All have been integrated into the ability. Chapter 17, starting tomorrow. You will be the vice president. Ning Yi felt a bit regretful. This time he only got one gold crystal, which was indeed not enough. He then put all the crystals into the Frost Soul Cold Gun. The golden specialized weapon would grow together with the ability user, but it didn't mean that no resources were needed. It just meant that the energy level ceiling was the same. He threw all the remaining crystals into the Frost Soul Cold Gun, barely raising its energy level to level 10. Upgrading a specialized weapon did not have an evolution option. It simply increased its power. However, this golden specialized weapon was indeed quite demanding. Each upgrade required several times more energy absorption than other specialized weapons. With the college entrance examination approaching, there were still more than 20 days left. I must level up every day, try to raise both my energy level and the specialized weapon's energy level to 19. Ning Yi made up his mind. The energy level limit for participating in the college entrance examination was 19. Once it reached level 20, I'm sorry, but participation in the exam is not allowed. Why is there a strict requirement of level 19? Because wealthy families can directly purchase ability crystals and easily raise their children's energy levels to 19. If there were no strict upper limit, wealthy children could easily reach higher energy levels, gaining a crushing advantage in the college entrance examination. Without going into other aspects, let's focus on 2 points. Firstly, specialized weapons. Second-tier ability users have 2 specialized weapons, while first-tier ability users only have 1. Secondly, the golden upgrade option. Second-tier ability users have already undergone 2 upgrades and have at least 2 golden options, whereas first-tier ability users have only gone through 1 upgrade and have just 1 golden option. The gap between them is not something to be measured in mere fractions. Ning Yi stretched and pushed the door open, intending to find something to eat. Just as he pulled out a piece of bread and a bowl of leftover beef and sauce from the refrigerator, Jiang Yifan pushed the door open and entered. The cousins exchanged glances, and the latter immediately averted his gaze. Ning Wenyue, who had been sitting at the dining table, suddenly stood up and hugged Jiang Yifan tightly, saying, "I called your homeroom teacher and Principal Zhu many times. I was so anxious." Jiang Yifan helplessly broke free from his mother's embrace, saying, "I'm fine. I didn't even get a scratch." Jiang Jiqiang patted his son's shoulder, saying, "I heard that the Rottenwood swamp white ants are proliferating in large numbers, and many ability users have died there. You call that nothing?" I just called Principal Zhu and asked. Most of the students from the 4th high school came out safely, all thanks to a young man who killed the Ant Queen. He sighed, "Yifan, your luck is really as good as mine back in the day. I remember." Jiang Yifan shot a glance at Ning Yi, who was devouring the beef and sauce, and irritably said, "Dad, please stop talking." Jiang Jiqiang was taken aback. not understanding why his son was so angry. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Ning Yi hurriedly went to open it, only to see a petite young girl and a white-haired old man in a suit standing outside. She asked in confusion, "Who are you?" The girl politely bent slightly and said, "You must be Aunt Ning, right? I am Lu Ziyu, Jiang Yifun's classmate." The butler grandpa said he was coming to deliver something, so I came along. The white-haired old man smiled and said, "My name is Zhang He. I work for the Lu family, and I am here to deliver something to a young man." Jiang Jiqiang was shocked. "Zhang? Zhang He? You are the butler beside old Master Lu?" Zhang He was somewhat surprised. "You recognize me?" Jiang Jiqiang was overjoyed. "I am an employee of the Yunqing branch of Jingshan Pharmaceutical. I have seen the history of Jingshan Pharmaceutical's establishment, and your name was mentioned there." Zhang He chuckled lightly. "I see." Upon hearing this, Ning Yi also reacted. "It's a big shot." She quickly said, "Please come in, both of you. Please take a seat. I'll brew some tea for you." Zhang He smiled and shook his head. "No need." But Lu Ziyu immediately spotted Ning Yi, who was gorging himself in the kitchen, and said, "Thank you, Aunt Ning." Then she quickly dashed into the room. Zhang He sighed. "Well, let's sit for a while." Liu Ziyu yunshuli aproche Ning Yi, saying, "Proche Ning Yi. I see you again." Ning Yi smiled helplessly. "It's you? What do you want from me?" Zhang He smiled. "Classmate Ning Yi, after I reported the Rottenwood Swamp situation to old Master Lu, he was very pleased and specifically asked me to bring you something." He put down the bag he was holding and took out a box. Even through the box, Ning Yi could feel a chilling aura emanating from it. "This is," he showed a look of surprise. Lu Ziyu interjected, "This is the frost core of the Frostbone Dragon. However, this is not from an adult 8th tier Frostbone Dragon, but from a young Frostbone Dragon, only at the 5th tier level. It's a small token from our Lu family. Brother Ning Yi, if it weren't for you killing the Ant Queen, we wouldn't have gotten out so easily. Even with Uncle He and Agent Wu's protection, it would have taken a lot of effort, and we might have been injured." Lu Ziyu's big, bright eyes were filled with eagerness. "Brother Ning Yi, you must accept this." Ning Yi was even more surprised. He certainly knew the value of this item. It was incredibly precious. Ability users had long understood what could influence evolution options after more than 50 years of exploration. State of mind, emotions, all have a certain degree of influence on evolution options. If a person is ambitious and likes to solve problems with their fists, their evolution options would lean towards increasing power, attack speed, and other offensive types. If a person is afraid of death and prefers to be cautious, their evolution options would lean towards defensive types. But besides that, external objects can also influence evolution options. The frost core of the Frostbone Dragon is such a treasure. After absorbing it, the next upgrade will definitely yield a golden evolution option, and it will definitely relate to the Frostbone Dragon. Such a frost core could be sold for nearly 10 million at a high price. Unexpectedly, the Lu family casually offered it as a favor to him. He understood that old Master Lu clearly valued his future and offered this item as an investment. "I really need it. Thank you," Ning Yi said without being polite. Directly accepting it, "Please thank old Master Lu for me." Lu Ziyu smiled. "Don't worry. I'll tell Grandpa when I get back." "Butler Grandpa, let's go." "Okay." Zhang He nodded with a smile. Before leaving, Zhang He suddenly said, "Mr. Jiang Jiqiang, right?" Jiang Jiqiang was still in a state of shock and mechanically nodded. Zhang He smiled. "Mr. Jiang, starting tomorrow, you will be the vice president of the Yunqing branch." He looked at Ning Yi again. "Classmate Ning Yi, see you at the college entrance examination." Ning Yi took a deep breath and said seriously, "See you at the college entrance examination." Bang! The door closed gently. This sound brought Ning Yi, Jiang Jiqiang, and Jiang Yifun back to their senses. Especially Ning Yi and her husband. Their gazes towards Ning Yi had completely changed. Jiang Jiqiang's voice trembled as he said, "Ning Yi, I." Chapter 18. The offline college entrance examination is outdated. Jiang Jiqiang has never liked Ning Yi, sometimes even considering him a parasite in the family. Yet this time, he was directly promoted to Deputy General Manager at Jinsong Pharmaceutical because of Ning Yi. What is this? He could have been just a team leader, responsible for a few people in his life. Now he has unexpectedly become the second in command of the Yun City branch. His wealth has skyrocketed by dozens of times. If it weren't for Ning Yi, how could he have such an extraordinary opportunity? Before Jiang Jiqiang could say anything, Ning Yi smiled and said, "Uncle, we are all family. No need to be polite. I'm going back to my room." After saying that, he went straight back inside. Jiang Jiqiang's lips trembled, and he couldn't say a word. Ning Yi patted his shoulder and said, as Xiao Yi said, "We are all family." Jiang Jiqiang took a deep breath and said, "I understand." Jiang Yifan watched this scene with a complex expression. Before awakening his abilities, Ning Yi was a top student at Yun City No. 1 High School, consistently ranking at the top of his grade. He had always been very envious. After awakening his E-level ability, Ning Yi fell into a quagmire, while he awakened a B-level ability. He thought he would be above Ning Yi from then on. Unexpectedly, not long after, he first killed a fugitive and a mutated tiger in the tiger leopard forest. Now, he had also killed mutated termites in the decayed wood marsh and captured members of a secret blood society. Even figures as prominent as Old Master Lu showed him great favor. Even Lu Ziyu, whom he had secretly admired for a long time, surprisingly had feelings for Ning Yi. He gritted his teeth and silently vowed, "Ning Yi, I will definitely surpass you. I will." In the following time, Ning Yi repeatedly traveled to the decayed wood marsh. The level of the exotic beasts in this abyss was the most suitable for him to level up right now. Especially after the appearance of the termites, the number of exotic beasts significantly increased, even though he killed a batch that day. It could not be cleared in a short time. His power level increased day by day. Finally, just before the college entrance examination on June 6th, he reached level 19. His specialized weapon, the Frost Soul Cold Spear, also reached level 19. Everything was ready, only lacking the east wind. There are a total of 4 high schools in Yun City, with more than 7,000 senior students combined. If it weren't for Yun City being located in the southernmost part of Hannan Province, close to the border, and occasionally facing exotic beast attacks, the population would be even larger, and the number of senior students would increase accordingly. It is said that in the provincial capital of Hannan Province, Linchong City, there are more than 13,000 senior students in this year's graduating class. To transport all the more than 7,000 senior students from the 4 high schools to the examination hall, more than 100 large buses were dispatched, each capable of accommodating at least 60 people. In front of the playground of Yun City No. 1 High School, Ning Yi and Ning when he got off the bus. Because there are 2 children in the family attending 2 different high schools, Jiang Jiqiang drove to drop off Jiang Yifan, while Ning Wenyu came to see off Ning Yi. Ning Wenyu's eyes were slightly red, and she couldn't help but gently stroke Ning Yi's hair, saying, "I don't have much to say, just hope you can come back safely. Scores are important, but your life is even more important." Ning Yi felt warm inside. He knew his aunt's feelings were very sincere. Before crossing over, he was an orphan, but now he could feel the warmth of family affection. "Aunt, don't cry. Your makeup will be ruined," he said with a smile, "and I'm not really going to fight the exotic beasts." The college entrance examination was reformed 10 years ago. Offline examinations are outdated now. It's all virtual online examinations. Ning Wenyu smiled through her tears. "Look at my memory. Right, it's already a virtual examination now." She wiped away her tears and happily said, "Go ahead, and is proud of you." Ning Yi nodded and left with his backpack. Before long, he found a large bus for his class, Senior Class 1, as a key class at Yun City No. 1 High School. The students in this class consistently ranked within the top 300 in the grade. "Ning Yi is here. Wow, you're way more handsome than before. University tyrant. Thanks for what you did in the tiger leopard forest. I never got the chance to thank you." Seeing Ning Yi, the homeroom teacher, Yi Jian, who was checking the number of students in the passenger seat, immediately showed a happy expression. "Ning Yi, you're the last one." He had fallen ill on the day of the awakening ceremony and could not attend. Later, he learned about the big incident in the tiger leopard forest. He was genuinely happy for Ning Yi from the bottom of his heart. "Ning Yi no dit, techerye." Yi Jian chuckled and announced, "Buckle up, we're setting off." The driver stepped on the gas, and the large bus slowly drove out of the playground of No. 1 High School, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Ning Yi casually sat down in an empty seat. He immediately saw Lu Cece and Qin Tong in the front row, being affectionate with each other. Lu Cece seemed to sense something and looked over here. Their eyes met. She had been quite happy, but upon locking eyes with Ning Yi, her mood visibly dropped. She recalled Ning Yi's impressive achievements in the tiger leopard forest. Every time she thought about it, she regretted her foolish actions on the day she broke up with Ning Yi. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as a regret medicine. Seeing his girlfriend in a low mood, Qin Tong immediately glared back. "Ning Yi, do you dare to bet with me? If your ranking in this college entrance examination is lower than mine, you have to apologize to Cece." Ning Yi laughed. "What do I have to apologize to her for?" Qin Tong said coldly, "You made her unhappy." Ning Yi scoffed, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes to pretend to sleep, too lazy to pay attention to this clueless rich second generation. Seeing that his punch landed on cotton, Qin Tong was so angry his teeth itched. Lu Cixi pulled him and whispered, "Qin Xiao, you have a golden evolution option, and with help from home, you've awakened a purple specialized weapon. Now you're already at E-level 19 and specialized weapon level 19. Ning Yi is definitely not your opponent. We'll see the truth in the examination room." Qin Tong smiled proudly. "Cixi, you're right." From June 6th to June 8th, these 3 days were the college entrance examination days. Everything had to make way for the examination. Ning Yi looked out the window and saw many soldiers from the Yun City military and agents from the Ability Bureau patrolling the main roads. They would approach and question any suspicious pedestrians. Even on secondary roads, there were personnel from outsourced security companies patrolling. This was not just for show. In the past, there had been cases of cult organizations attacking examination venues, resulting in numerous student deaths. Since such incidents occurred, the defense around examination venues during the exam days has been extremely tight. Not to mention suspicious individuals. Even an unregistered fly would not be able to slip in. The bus traveled smoothly and finally arrived in front of a huge white building located in the Northern District. This was the virtual hall, and it was their examination venue. More than 7,000 students were divided into over 30 rooms. Ning Yi took his examination permit and quickly found his seat under the guidance of the staff. Examination room 9, 3rd row, 2nd column. The entire examination room was filled with soft seats, each equipped with a helmet. Once you put on the helmet, you would be fully immersed and enter the actual examination environment. This was the holographic virtual technology developed 10 years ago. It was created in response to the consistently high casualty rates in past college entrance examinations. The person who developed this technology was the brain enhancer who created the ability training methods. He is now the head of the Ability Bureau. Chapter 19. Start killing in the core zone. Before long, the bell rang. A middle-aged teacher with an imposing demeanor said in a deep voice, "All students put on your helmets and prepare to enter the examination room." The students all put on their helmets, including Ning Yi. At a certain moment, a faint electric current passed through his brain. In an instant, everything went dark. When his vision cleared again, he found himself in a dilapidated and abandoned ruin. A faint smell of decay and blood wafted through his nostrils, feeling very real. He tried to move, but realized his body was constrained within a 1 square meter area, unable to leave that range. There were many other students in the same situation around him. They also felt very curious and were constantly trying different things. Some even turned their eyes to look at their own groin, only to find it was pixelated. Ning Yi closed his eyes to sense and discovered that his specialized weapon had also been simulated. As long as he wanted to use it, he could do so at any time. Additionally, there was a black backpack at his feet, which should be the supplies for this examination. As a top student, he had already learned about the examination beforehand. Tactical backpacks would be distributed before each start, containing maps, compressed biscuits, and mineral water. The latter two would only be enough for a day supply. Therefore, students needed to kill the exotic beasts, while also trying to find food and water scattered throughout the examination room, to keep themselves in peak condition at all times. Ning Yi looked ahead, where there was a desolate and ruined abandoned city. The roars of exotic beasts echoed faintly, seemingly competing for territory and provoking each other. But at that moment, a deep roar suddenly rang out. The sound vibrated intensely, sending shockwaves in all directions. The other exotic beasts fell silent instantly. Many students turned pale, and some timid ones nearly fell over in fright. Some more experienced students recognized that the roar, akin to a beast king's, came from a specific exotic beast. That roar must belong to the purple flame tiger. The exam questions this year are unexpectedly difficult. My goodness, weren't the final exotic beasts in previous years usually ferocious bears or ice-maned lions, right? Our homeroom teacher said that the purple flame tiger hasn't been on the exam for several years, and it was highly unlikely to appear this year. So I didn't review the countermeasures for the purple flame tiger. It's over, we're doomed. At that moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Are you scared just because you see the purple flame tiger? If so, I suggest you give up early. Even if you manage to get into college, it would just be a waste of a nation's resources. This voice drowned out the students' chatter. They all turned their gazes toward it. Ning Yi also looked over and saw a young man holding a long sword, instantly catching his eye. The other's eyes were sharp, and his gaze felt like a strong pressure, akin to a blade. Someone who intended to retort immediately fell silent upon seeing him. Is that a purple specialized weapon? So impressive. The Gale Sword. You're Li Mingzhi from the 4th High School, the university top student. I've heard of you. Upon hearing Li Mingzhi's name, Ning Yi realized. Li Mingzhi, a genius who awakened the A-grade ability Gale, Sky, Eagle Resonance at Yun City's 4th High School. Even the teachers from the 1st High School sometimes talked about Li Mingzhi in private, saying he was bound to secure a top 10 spot in this year's Hannan Province College entrance examination. The Gale Sky Eagle Resonance ability allows him to remotely condense wind bullets to attack enemies and also increases his speed, whether approaching quickly or escaping swiftly. It's incredibly useful. It seems he not only awakened an A-grade ability, but also a purple specialized weapon. No wonder he speaks so boldly. At this moment, a dignified voice came from the sky. In 1 minute, your restraints will be lifted and the exam will begin immediately. You have a wristband that will record your points for killing exotic beasts. If you are killed by an exotic beast during the exam, your body will not be harmed, but you will immediately exit the exam. The number of exotic beasts you kill during the entrance examination will be converted into corresponding ability crystals after the exam ends and will be uniformly distributed by the authorities. As soon as the voice fell, the restraints were lifted. The dignified voice spoke again. The exam begins. The students rushed out one after another. Li Mingzhi led the charge, rushing to the front. Ning Yi also moved through the crowd at a leisurely pace, heading forward. As he advanced, the information from previous entrance examinations floated through his mind. The abandoned city was divided into the Edge Zone, Inner Zone, Core Zone, and Abyss Zone. The exotic beasts in the Edge Zone were mostly level 1 to 9. The exotic beasts in the Inner Zone were mostly level 10 to 15. The exotic beasts in the Core Zone were mostly level 16 to 19. The Abyss Zone was home to level 20 to 25 exotic beasts, and that purple flame tiger might be level 29. Killing the purple flame tiger would yield a lot of points. Ning Yi pondered. This had been the case over the years. Clearly, the authorities wanted students to challenge the purple flame tiger across levels as much as possible. Only by doing so could they inspire their fighting spirit and achieve victory on the real battlefield. Thinking of this, Ning Yi did not linger in the Edge Zone. Instead, he pushed forward, ignoring anything in his way unless an exotic beast blocked him, in which case he would simply bypass it. His goal was the Abyss Zone. Staying in the Edge and Inner Zones was simply a waste of time. He needed to reach the Core Zone before starting to kill. Meanwhile, in another huge room in a virtual hall, the principals and teachers from the 4 high schools in Yun City were the first to enter. At the front of the room was a massive screen, still gray and white. The teachers sitting in the back quickly stood up as heavyweight figures made their appearance. One was Lin Muxue, a senior agent from the Ability Bureau. The other was Zhang, he from Jingshan Pharmaceutical. Agent Lin, I thought you'd go to Baisha City. I didn't expect you to come to Yun City to observe, Su Jiangwo said in surprise. Lin Muxue smiled. I'm very curious about Ning Yi's performance. As a senior agent of the Ability Bureau, although she was young, she was fully qualified to attend the entrance examination observation. As for Zhang He, Jingshan Pharmaceutical, as a pillar of Hannan Province, sponsors the college entrance examination every year and, of course, has the right to arrange people to come and observe. At this moment, the screen slowly lit up and countless images appeared. The 10 largest images at the top represented the 10 students with the highest points. The 90 smaller images below represented the rankings from 11th to 100th. As for the images beyond the 100th place, they were too small to see clearly. The college entrance examination had just begun, and the images changed rapidly. But after an hour, the images quickly stabilized. Among the top 10 students, 7 were from the 4th high school. The other 2 were from the 3rd high school, and 1 was from the 2nd high school. Su Jiangwo sighed with a smile. It's only been an hour, and Principal Zhu, your Li Mingzhi from the 4th high school, has easily taken first place. Truly worthy of an A-grade ability paired with a purple specialized weapon. Chapter 20. Score Surge, breaking into the top 10. Principal Zhu of the 4th high school chuckled, saying that it was all due to Li Mingzhi's own efforts. The school merely played a guiding role. What about Ning Yi from your 1st high school? Last time at Xiaomi's, he was quite impressive. He looked at the screen, searching for Ning Yi's image, but couldn't find it. Su Ziangu Snyak Wadili, admitting he hadn't found it either. Logically, with Ning Yi's strength, he should have at least made it into the top 100. Yet, for some reason, there was no footage of him, as students from 2nd, 3rd, and 4th high schools entered the top 100 one after another. The principals and teachers from the other 3 high schools were chatting and laughing. However, The number of students from the first high school who made it into the top 100 was few, all ranked in the 90s. And soon they were pushed out of the top 100 again, making Su Jiangwo's face feel quite embarrassed. At this moment, Yi Jian, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 from the third year at First High School, pointed excitedly at a corner of the screen. Principal Su, look. Qin Teng has entered the 80th place. This kid is impressive. He's secretly awakened a purple specialized weapon. Su Jiangwo's eyes lit up, seeing Qin Teng's arms manifest a pair of steel gauntlets as he ferociously took down an 11th level fire lizard. Satisfaction spread across his face. This kid is good. He has potential. Lin Muxuo was quite puzzled. What about Ning Yi? After searching for a while, she still couldn't see anything. Sitting next to her was an elderly man in a suit, Zhang He. He smiled slightly. He probably headed straight for the core area and doesn't care about the scores from these outer beasts. Lin Muxuo's eyes lit up with realization. But in her moment of urgency, she hadn't thought of that. Suddenly, two more figures appeared. Everyone turned to look, their expressions serious, and they all stood to bow. Lin Muxuo and Zhang He also stood up. Generally, Director Zhao, what brings you two here? The tall, imposing figure in front exuded an aura of authority without needing to be angry. With a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, he was clearly a military man. This was Li Yuanwu, one of the deputy commanders of the Southeast Military District, responsible for guarding the Yun City area. At just 40 years old, he already held the rank of 3-star general, making him a rising star within the military. In previous years, he had never attended the graduation ceremony. So why was he here this year? Following Li Yuanwu was Zhao Zheng, the director of the Yun City Administrative Bureau, who was also quite busy. Hearing this, Li Yuanwu smiled warmly. I heard there are some good candidates this year, and I happen to have some free time, so I came to take a look. Zhao Zheng added, I came along with General Li. Li Yuanwu nodded. Muxuo, you are here too. He also nodded to Zhang He, who returned the gesture with a smile. Lin Muxuo stood up. General Li, Director Zhao, please take a seat. Li Yuanwu nodded and took the seat of honor, saying, no need to be nervous. We're just here to observe. Zhao Zheng sat beside him, and the two chatted amiably, clearly the highest-ranking individuals present. After Li Yuanwu spoke, the atmosphere in the room eased a bit. The principal and teachers whispered among themselves, exchanging their views on this year's college entrance examination. Abandoned City. Ning Yi moved quickly, surrounded by 4 floating ice shields. He had now reached the inner area, but there was still some distance to the core area. Not to mention the Abyss Zone located at the center of the abandoned city. The level of the beasts he encountered had already risen. However, this was no different for him. They could still be defeated in an instant. Roar. A roar came from a nearby abandoned car. A giant wolf lunged at him with a fierce growl, its mouth wide open. As it was midair, an ice spear shot out, pinning it to the ground instantly. With a thought, a leaderboard appeared in front of him. First, Li Mingzhi, Yin City 4th High School, 147 points. Second, Gao Huidong, Yun City 2nd High School, 99 points. Third, He Yunji, Yin City 4th High School, 97 points. Fourth, Jiangming, Yin City 4th High School, 84 points. 7,823rd, Ning Yi, Yin City 1st High School, 13 points. He pondered for a moment. Killing the 10th level Dark Main Wolf only earned him 3 points, which was quite low. He needed to enter the Abyss Zone as soon as possible. After a day and night of hurrying, Ning Yi finally entered the Abyss Zone of the abandoned city. If it had been an orderly modern city, it wouldn't have taken so long. But this abandoned city was filled with collapsed buildings and abandoned vehicles. The main roads were completely blocked, and in some places, there was no way to go, forcing him to find a path through the tall buildings. This took up a lot of time. Finally reaching the Abyss Zone, Ning Yi smiled. Just as he appeared, a gray rhino over 5 meters long spotted him and charged like a tank. Its huge, curved horn was like a sharp dagger, aimed straight at Ning Yi's heart. A level 20 gray-horned rhino had finally encountered a formidable beast. Ning Yi was not surprised. Instead, he was quite pleased. With a flick of his hand, an ice spear shot out like lightning. In an instant, it pinned the gray-horned rhino to the ground, piercing its skull and ending its life. Even facing a level 20 beast, even one known for its strong defense like the gray-horned rhino, he could still kill it in one shot with his current strength. After taking down the gray-horned rhino, he glanced at his score, which surged by 50 points. The 10th level Dark Main Wolf had only given him 3 points. But the 20th level gray-horned rhino provided a whopping 50 points. Ning Yi smilet. It was the same as in previous years. Defeating strong enemies was the best way to quickly earn points. But only exceptionally talented students with strong combat power could do this, confronting second-tier beasts with first-tier abilities. Let the hunting begin. With ice shields floating around him and holding an ice spear, Ning Yi swiftly moved through the ruins. Whenever he encountered a beast, whether it was running, resting, or eating, without a second thought, he launched an ice spear. If one wasn't enough, he used two. Even when facing the extremely defensive 26th level ironclad turtle, he took it down with 4 shots. In less than 3 hours, he had killed 6 second-tier beasts, and his score skyrocketed, breaking into the top 10. First, Li Mingzhi, Yun City 4th High School, 399 points. 10th, Ning Yi, Yun City 1st High School, 315 points. After the college entrance examination began, various high schools organized students to watch. This not only helped students understand the exam, but also boosted the school's visibility. At this moment, at Yun City 1st High School, all first and second-year classrooms paused their lessons, replaced by a live broadcast of the college entrance exam. Additionally, the leaderboard was displayed beside it. However, the students of the first high school were downcast from the beginning. Some even turned away, not wanting to watch. Because not a single student from their school was in the top 10, they were all dominated by the 4th, 2nd, and 3rd high schools. It was truly embarrassing. I heard Senior Ning Yi is quite strong. Why isn't he showing it? Is our first high school really that bad? Don't joke. Ning Yi isn't strong at all. Don't you know he awakened an E-level ability that only lets him shoot a small water ball at his enemies? I believe in Senior Ning Yi. Besides, this is just the first day. He must have his own plans. Look, 10th place. It's Ning Yi, our Senior Ning Yi from 1st high school. All the students involuntarily looked at the leaderboard and indeed found that rapidly rising name, Ning Yi. Chapter 21, Good Boy, a promising talent. This rapidly changing ranking immediately caught the attention of the higher-ups in Cloud City. Yi Jian, with his keen eyes, was the first to notice and shouted, Ning Yi. Ning Yi has appeared, and his score is rising so quickly, he has suddenly jumped into the 10th place. Su Jiangwo immediately turned his gaze and indeed saw this scene, exclaiming in delight, Good. No wonder he is our number 1 high school student. Zhu Ji noticed something strange and asked, Why is Ning Yi's score always increasing by 50 points at a time? Li Yuanwu replied calmly, It's simple. He has already reached the abyss zone. Upon hearing this, the entire room was shocked. Zhang He exclaimed, Now he is in 9th place. Just as he finished speaking, Ning Yi's name advanced further, suddenly reaching 8th place. Soaring like a rocket, Lin Muxua looked at the screen, showing Ning Yi. At this moment, Ning Yi was surrounded by ice shields, holding a nearly 2-meter-long cold ice spear. He stood on the corpse of a gray-horned rhinoceros, which looked like a small mountain. The rhinoceros's wide-open eyes still showed fear, its surface completely covered in frost. A few gray-horned rhinoceroses initially wanted to avenge their companion, but upon sensing the chilling aura rapidly spreading in the air, they instinctively began to retreat and turn to flee. Ning Yi conjured more than 10 ice spears out of thin air and hurled them. The ice spears seemed to have tracking capabilities, turning mid-air to accurately hit the fleeing gray-horned rhinoceroses. In the blink of an eye, Ning Yi's ranking rose again. Reaching 7th place, Li Yuanwu expressed interest. Even facing second-tier beasts like the gray-horned rhinoceros, known for their strong defenses, he can kill them swiftly. Although Ning Yi's ability is an E-level water ball, his growth is obviously rapid. Principal Su, did he receive a golden evolution option? Could that have caused a mutation in his ability? Most ability users, even with a golden option, only enhance the strength of their abilities. However, some lucky ones may experience a mutation from a golden option, for example, from E-level to D-level, or even further to C-level. Such precedents are not non-existent. For instance, Li Yuanwu initially awakened the ability Mountain Climbing Vine Resonance, rated as E, but he subsequently received golden evolution options that caused mutations. Now, his ability is Sky-Reaching Whisk Resonance, rated as S-level. Once activated, towering trees rise from the ground, and countless vines dance like wild spirits. One person can be as powerful as an army. Su Ziangu be met, lifting his old face and laughing. General Li has a keen eye. Ning Yi had a golden evolution option on the day of his awakening ceremony. I want to hide it from everyone here. On that day, his ability evolved from a water ball to a millennium ice. Zhui exclaimed. Millennium Ice, isn't that an S-level ability? The principals of number 2 and number 3 high schools were also astonished. An S-level ability, especially such a young one, is rare across the entire country, let alone in their small cloud city. Moreover, it evolved directly from an E-level ability. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Lin Mushue's beautiful eyes sparkled with amazement, thinking to herself that Ning Yi had actually reversed his fate from an E-level ability to an S-level ability in the blink of an eye. No wonder his power was so terrifying. Li Yuanwu was also greatly surprised by Su Jiangwo's words. What a good boy. A promising talent. Who is his homeroom teacher? They must be quite capable to teach such a student. Su Jiangwo laughed heartily. Xiao Yi generally is talking about you. Hearing this, Yi Jian stood up. His face flushed as if he were drunk. In front of his students, he was a composed homeroom teacher. But here, he was just a little karaoke star. Look at the people present. The lowest ranking among them is a homeroom teacher, and above that are principals and vice principals. Even higher are senior agents from the Ability Bureau, core members of Jingshan Pharmaceutical, and their S also Zhao Zheng, the director of the Cloud City Administrative Bureau, Li Yuanwu, the deputy commander of the Southeast Military Region, 3-star general. It was no surprise that he reacted this way after being praised by Li Yuanwu in front of everyone. Li Yuanwu nodded with a smile. Indeed. I look forward to you training more good seedlings like Ning Yi. Feeling the envious gazes of his colleagues, Yi Jian felt invigorated, nodding vigorously. I will definitely meet the general's expectations. Ning Yi strolled casually in the Abyss Zone, heading towards the deepest part. What he sought was not the first place in Jiang City, but the first place in the entire Hannan Province. The top scholar of Hannan Province. Therefore, he needed to eliminate all the second-tier beasts within his sight to gather enough points. The examination for all 25 cities in Hannan Province was completely the same. After all, this was an online virtual exam. These beasts were simulated through data, making them entirely consistent. In years where there were no geniuses and students were evenly matched, a score of 6,000 points could secure a spot in the top 10 of the province, while 8,000 points could guarantee first place. But this year was clearly different. It was said that a genius with an S-level ability had emerged from Linchong City. Once such a genius appeared, most of the points would end up in their pockets. Achieving 8,000 points for first place in the province was absolutely impossible. Ning Yi estimated that at least 10,000 points would be needed. Therefore, he planned to sweep through all the second-tier beasts in the Abyss Zone before challenging the level 29 Purple Flame Tiger at the bottom. This way, he would surely reach 10,000 points. Ning Yi pointed and shot an ice spear, piercing a nimble blood-sucking bat, adding another 50 points to his score. At that moment, a surprised voice suddenly came from beside him. Ning Yi, is it you? Ning Yi looked up to see a petite and adorable girl. It was the wealthy young lady Lu Ziyu. Ning Yi, you're amazing. You've rushed to 4th place so quickly. I said you could never be nameless. But some people didn't believe me. Lu Ziyu ran over excitedly, her face flushed with excitement. Ning Yi just smiled. This was part of his plan. By the way, Ning Yi, I just came from over there and found a group of iron arm flying apes. You haven't cleared that direction yet, have you? Lu Ziyu said cheerfully. Ning Yi's eyes lit up. Where? Take me there. He had been looking for a lair of these gregarious beasts. It would be much easier to kill them, and the points would come in faster. Unfortunately, he and T found one until now. He didn't expect Lu Ziyu to bring him good news as soon as she appeared. Lu Ziyu waved her little hand excitedly. Ning Yi, follow me. The two immediately headed in that direction, one in front and the other behind. Before long, they stopped in front of a shopping mall. Ning Yi looked up and saw the sign hanging at the entrance of the mall, Little Ruin Fa. Even without getting closer, he could already hear the sounds of howler monkeys echoing inside. Clearly, these iron arm flying apes were competing to decide a new leader. Chapter 22. In the future, he will be the pillar of the nation. Ning Yi saw the situation and immediately used ice to silently seal off all the entrances and exits of the mall. Lu Ziyu blinked her big eyes and said, Ning Yi, are you going to close the door and beat the dog? That's right. Ning Yi smiled and nodded. The iron arm flying apes could fly briefly, and once given the chance, they would definitely escape. Lu Ziyu's eyes sparkled. Ning Yi, you are so thoughtful. No wonder you're the top student at number 1 high school. Soon, Ning Yi had completely sealed all the entrances and exits with ice, leaving only one entrance open. Miss Lu, you just stay here and watch, Ning Yi smiled. Lu Ziyu pouted. Ning Yi call me Ziyu. Okay, Ziyu, Ning Yi chuklet. He then leaped directly into the mall. This sudden figure shocked the iron-arm flying apes that were in combat. After a brief shock, they all turned to look at this unexpected guest and let out a thunderous roar. Ning Yi squinted his eyes, counting 1, 2, 20. Great. 1,000 points in the bag. He laughed heartily, rubbed his hands together, and began to conjure an ice storm. The iron-arm flying apes immediately charged at him. However, once they got close to Ning Yi, their blood flow slowed down due to the chilling aura, and their movement speed also significantly decreased. Even when they got close enough to strike with their massive fists, they would be immediately blocked by the ice shields floating around Ning Yi. There were as many as 10 ice shields, and upon closer inspection, they were actually 3 layers thick. It looked like 10 ice shields, but in reality, there were 30. After finally smashing one ice shield, it would quickly regenerate in the blink of an eye. The iron-arm flying apes were in despair, realizing that this human was not simple, and immediately tried to escape. However, all the entrances and exits of the mall had already been sealed off by ice. No matter how they scrambled around, anxiously pulling their hair, they could not escape even a single one. At this moment, a terrifying ice flake storm was swirling rapidly around Ning Yi. Every second, the temperature in the mall dropped a few degrees, until a certain moment, Ning Yi suddenly stomped his foot. Ice storm. In an instant, the terrifying ice flakes howled out, sweeping across the entire mall. Lu Ziyu, who was far away, was also frozen to the point of shivering all over. She looked down and couldn't even see what was happening inside. All she could see were the iron-arm flying apes running around like headless flies. Then one by one, they fell. Moments later, the ice storm subsided. Inside the mall, there were ice shards everywhere, and the ground was covered in frost. The 20 iron-arm flying apes had now become lifelike ice sculptures. A light tap would shatter them into a pile of ice chips. Points 1,024. Ning Yi looked at the leaderboard and smiled. With a wave of his hand, the ice sealing the exit immediately dissipated. Lu Ziyu hurried to his side, excitedly saying, Ning Yi, you are amazing. What do you call that move? Ice storm? Ning Yi smiled and nodded. Wow. Lu Ziyu exclaimed happily. There are still several beast nests over there. Let us go, let me take you. She had completely become Ning Yi's little fan, only thinking about helping him score points quickly. As for herself, she was just here for fun during the college entrance examination. As the daughter of Jinshan Pharmaceutical, did she really need a high ranking? In front of the big screen, the higher-ups who had witnessed Ning Yi kill the iron-arm flying apes were stunned at this moment. After a while, the principal of number 4 high school, Zhu Ji, sighed. Indeed, elemental abilities have such a wide range of lethality. It's truly formidable. Not only that, Su Jiangwo said, his face radiant. Did you notice those ice shields? There were a full 10 of them, and even under the continuous attacks of the iron-arm flying apes, they didn't shatter quickly. This means Ning Yi's defensive abilities are also very strong. He is truly well-rounded, unlike most elemental abilities that are high attack but low defense. Lin Muxue coughed lightly and whispered, Old Zhang, that young lady from the Liu family. Zhang He smiled wryly. Let her do as she pleases. I'm too old to manage her. Li Yuanwu did not hide his admiration for Ning Yi. What a Ning Yi. He will surely be the pillar of a nation in the future. Muxue, I think he is no less than you were back then. Lin Muxue smiled and nodded. Generally, you are flattering me. I didn't have Ning Yi's strength back then. Li Yuanwu laughed heartily. You are too modest, child. We from the Southeast Military Region want him. After the college entrance examination, I will arrange for Ning Yi to become a reserve member of the Dragon Tooth Special Forces. Upon hearing this, Lin Muxue immediately panicked. Dragon Tooth. That was the most elite Special Forces team in the Southeast Military Region. Only the best soldiers selected from various units were qualified to enter the Dragon Tooth team. Li Yuanwu actually wanted to give Ning Yi the identity of a reserve member of Dragon Tooth. Wasn't this clearly grabbing talent from the Ability Bureau? She immediately wanted to speak. Li Yuanwu directly said, Shh, just watch quietly, don't say anything. Lin Muxue, filled with words, was choked back, her fair face turning red. She felt helpless. Truly, rank has its privileges. It seems that such matters should be left to Director Bai and General Li to discuss. Su Ziangu, upon hearing Li Yuanwu's words, exchanged glances with Yi Jian, their faces filled with pride. Ning Yi, both the Ability Bureau and the Military District value him. He is our number 1 high school student. Our pride. Abandoned city. Unbeknownst to him, night quietly fell. Li Mingzhi slid past the earth-shaking bear at an extremely tricky angle. The sharp gale sword instantly sliced through the bear's soft belly. In an instant, its innards spilled everywhere. The earth-shaking bear roared in despair, desperately trying to take the human boy down with it. At this moment, Li Mingzhi activated his ability. Feathers of the gale eagle appearing at various points, such as the corners of his eyes, his cheeks, and elbows. His speed instantly soared. He narrowly dodged the earth-shaking bear's desperate strike. The massive claw, still smeared with blood and flesh, almost swept past his face. He could even smell the stench from that claw. Bang! The earth-shaking bear's massive body crashed to the ground with a dull thud, completely lifeless. Li Mingzhi agjalat, feeling drenched in sweat, his front and back sticking together. Looking at the earth-shaking bear's corpse, he revealed a satisfied smile. A level 22 earth-shaking bear, after several rounds of combat, was still defeated under his gale sword. Second-tier beasts are not that difficult. A second-tier beast is worth at least 50 points. If he takes it down, he can have a good night's sleep, and his ranking certainly won't be surpassed by anyone else. Li Mingzhi smiled confidently. Ever since entering the abandoned city and officially starting the college entrance examination, he had steadily held the first place. The others, whether it was Gao Huidong, He Yunji, or Jiang Ming, could only pull each other down and could never surpass him. They couldn't do it at the beginning, they couldn't do it now, and they definitely won't be able to do it in the future. The first place in the Jiang City College entrance examination must belong to him, Li Mingzhi. Chapter 23, the Purple Flame Tiger was very likely about to advance to Tier 3. With this thought in mind, Li Mingzhi casually sat down, took out the rations and mineral water from his backpack, and began to eat. Fighting consumed a lot of physical energy, and he needed to replenish it as soon as possible. At that moment, a mocking voice came from not far away. "Oh, you took down a tremor bear, impressive." Li Mingzhi looked up to see a beautiful girl in denim shorts, her two fair and sturdy legs swinging casually. He recognized her. It was Jiang Ming from No. 4 Middle School, whose ability was B grade, White Rod Umbrella Resonance, capable of silently infecting targets with deadly spores. Li Mingzhi casually asked, "What? Are you trying to steal my kill?" Jiang Ming tilted her head and looked at him for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. "Looks like you haven't been paying attention to the leaderboard." Li Mingzhi frowned. "What's wrong with the leaderboard?" Jiang Ming replied, "Your first place has long been surpassed by someone, and the score gap is huge. I ran into Gao Huidong and He Yunji, and they all agree that Ning Yi has already entered the Abyss Zone and killed a lot of Tier 2 beasts. Otherwise, his score couldn't be so terrifying." Li Mingzhi was taken aback. Abyss Zone? Someone has already gone to the Abyss Zone? Who is Ning Yi? I've never heard of him. He quickly opened the leaderboard. First place, Ning Yi, Yunqing number 1 High School, 4,048 points. Second place, Li Mingzhi, Yunqing number 4 High School, 467 points. At that moment, Li Mingzhi felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. 4,000? 4,000. Did I read that wrong? At this moment, Li Mingzhi was nearly driven mad. Is this really the college entrance examination? That guy seems to be using a cheat. Jiang Ming shrugged. "Sorry, but it's true. It really is 4,000. Unless something goes wrong, he should be the top scorer in this college entrance examination in Yunqing. Not you." Li Mingzhi's face turned ashen. He couldn't accept this situation at all. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the Swift Wind sword and continued hunting beasts. There is still a chance. If I can single-handedly take down that 29-level Purple Flame Tiger, I can score a full 5,000 points. The first place is mine. It has to be mine. Jiang Ming couldn't help but facepalm. This kid has gone crazy. Abyss Zone. Qin Teng and Lu Cece were quietly moving through the abandoned buildings. They had just arrived in the Abyss Zone not long ago and were quite on edge. After all, this area was teeming with Tier 2 beasts. If they encountered an exceptionally strong one, or a pack of beasts, it would be disastrous. Getting eliminated on the first day of the college entrance examination would definitely mean a low rank. "Cece, don't be afraid. I'm here," Qin Teng said proudly, holding Lu Cece's small hand. Lu Cece nodded repeatedly. As they walked for a while, they felt puzzled. Shouldn't this Abyss Zone be filled with strong Tier 2 beasts? Tier 2 beasts typically compete for territory. Even at night, there should be nocturnal beasts roaming around. But they had walked for so long, and not only had they not seen a beast, but they hadn't even heard the roar of one. It was eerily quiet around them. Just then, they turned a corner and came across an overturned abandoned bus, their breath suddenly hitching. In front of them lay a long-dead giant turtle. They recognized it as a Tier 2 iron-armored turtle, known for its incredible defense. A 29-level purple flame tiger might not even be able to quickly pierce through the defense of a 20-level iron-armored turtle. However, the turtle's hard shell had been easily pierced by 4 ice spears over 2 meters long, pinned to the ground. The ice spears were still emanating a chilling aura, and the ground around them had even frozen over with frost. Ice spears. Lu Cici's expression changed slightly. She recalled Ning Yi's methods. This couldn't be a beast killed by Ning Yi, could it? Qin Ting suddenly had a bad premonition. He leaped onto the abandoned bus and gazed into the distance. Sure enough, he saw corpses of Tier 2 beasts everywhere. Their only common trait was that they had all been pierced by ice spears. Lu Cici's voice trembled. Qin Xiao, look at the first place on the leaderboard. Qin Tung was momentarily stunned. First place? Isn't it still Li Mingzhi? What's there to see? Even so, he instinctively opened the leaderboard and looked at the first place. Upon seeing that familiar name and the terrifying score gap with the second place, he was shocked. Shocked to the extreme. After a while, he bitterly smiled and said, I see, these beasts were all taken down by Ning Yi. No wonder his score is so terrifying. Lu Cici fell silent. Seeing this scene, she regretted even more. How could there be such a foolish person in this world? If she had another chance, she would never have so decisively broken up with Ning Yi. In this world where abilities are constantly evolving, anyone could achieve extraordinary feats. Never underestimate those with low-level abilities. June 7th, afternoon. After a day of bloodshed, Ning Yi had already cleared most of the Tier 2 beasts. As for those hiding, he didn't spend time searching for them. Right now, he needed to quickly take down the 29-level purple flame tiger. Otherwise, someone else might steal the kill. At this moment, Ning Yi and Lu Ziyu stood on the rooftop of a 6-story residential building. In the open space ahead, a massive creature over 5 meters long was dozing. Its body was covered in purplish-red fur with black patterns. Purple flames burned quietly on its head, cheeks, elbows, knees, and back. Around it lay numerous corpses and remains of other beasts. It was the final boss of this college entrance examination, the 29-level purple flame tiger. A powerful beast just one step away from advancing to Tier 3. Even from a distance, Lu Ziyu was intimidated by its terrifying aura and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Ning Yi, are you really going to challenge this final boss beast now? Ning Yi nodded, noticing that the purple flame tiger was slightly trembling, just about to speak when he saw a figure approaching from afar. That's Lu Ziyu also noticed the person and exclaimed, That's Li Mingzhi from our number 4 high school. Is he going to challenge the purple flame tiger? Ning Yi frowned slightly. Is he trying to steal the kill? Li Mingzhi indeed had some strength. After all, he had an A-grade ability and a purple specialized weapon. Moreover, his family background was decent. Even if he directly bought crystals, his own level and the weapon level were definitely at least 19. However, the points gained from killing beasts were always fluctuating. Even if Li Mingzhi couldn't take down the purple flame tiger, just inflicting some damage would reduce the points he would earn from killing it later. Just as he was about to take action, his gaze sharpened as he noticed something off with the purple flame tiger. Ning Yi, why aren't you moving? Lu Ziyu asked in confusion. Ning Yi said with interest, This purple flame tiger is very likely about to advance to Tier 3. Huh? Lu Ziyu was shocked. In a virtual college entrance examination, it can suddenly advance? Ning Yi smiled and nodded. Of course it can. This purple flame tiger is data registered, so all its traits will be recorded. It's on the verge of leveling up. It just needs an opportunity. The beasts in the abandoned city are much denser than in the wilderness, giving it the chance to devour a large number of beasts. If I'm not mistaken, Li Mingzhi's fate will be very tragic. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Li Mingzhi silently approaching within 10 meters of the purple flame tiger. The next moment, Li Mingzhi unleashed all his abilities, raising the swift wind sword high and stabbing towards the purple flame tiger's eyes. At that instant, the purple flame tiger suddenly opened its gigantic eyes, its body swelling up significantly, and purple flames erupted wildly around it, resembling a god of fire descending to the earth. Boom! It advanced directly to Tier 3. It opened its mouth and spewed out a blazing purple flame, which instantly engulfed Li Mingzhi. 3 seconds later, all that remained in the spot was a pile of black ash, with no trace of Li Mingzhi left. Chapter 24. Am I avoiding its sharpness? This sudden and terrifying scene made Lu Ziyu cover her mouth in fright, fearing that she might scream and alert the purple flame tiger. Ning Yi glanced at her with some appreciation. The The psychological quality of this wealthy young lady was quite good. Ziyu, stay here. I'll go meet it. Lu Ziyu was startled at his words. Ning Yi, don't go. The level 29 beast suddenly upgraded to level 30. This is already an accident. We are both first-tier ability users, and dealing with a second-tier beast is already difficult, let alone a third-tier beast. After saying that, she grabbed Ning Yi's arm. Refusing to let him go, Ning Yi chuckled and shook his head. I've already killed a third-tier ability user in the Witheredwood Marsh. Lu Ziyu still shook her head. Grandfather Butler said that the ability of that third-tier ability user was termite resonance, and its strength lay in controlling termites, not in its physical prowess. But that is a purple flame tiger. The tiger is the king of beasts, with top-notch attack and defense capabilities, especially with its protective purple flames. You can't defeat it. Ning Yi, you're definitely the top scorer in this college entrance examination. Avoid its sharpness and hunt other second-tier beasts. It's the same. Ning Yi smilet likely. Avoid its sharpness? You're mistaken. It should be at avoiding my sharpness. His words were filled with powerful confidence, almost as if they possessed an indescribable charm. Lu Ziyu was momentarily stunned and subconsciously released her grip. Ning Yi smilet leaped into the air like a falling leaf and landed lightly. The purple flame tiger, initially intending to return to its nap, squinted its eyes at this suddenly appearing human figure, sizing up this audacious human. Meanwhile, in front of the big screen, everyone witnessed the horrifying scene from before. Li Yiwanu, Lin Muxiue, and Zhang He had little reaction. They had seen even more terrifying sights in battle. However, the head teachers like Yi Jian all trembled in unison. Although this was a virtual college entrance examination and no one would truly die, the feeling of being burned alive by flames must be quite unpleasant. President Zhu Ji of the 4th High School had red eyes. Li Mingzhe was burned to death. How could this purple flame tiger suddenly become level 30? General Li, I demand that the college entrance examination be stopped. We must get to the bottom of this. To actually include such beast data in the college entrance examination is simply absurd. Li Yuanwu replied calmly. This purple flame tiger was captured and recorded by me personally. He paused and continued. When I caught it, it was already on the verge of breaking through. I purposely left it alive to test these candidates. This time, all 200,000 candidates in Henan province will face this level 30 purple flame tiger, treating them equally, fair and just. President Zhu, do you have any objections? Zhu Ji broke out in a cold sweat, awkwardly smiling. No objections. General Li has good intentions and is doing the right thing. Li Yuanwu said calmly. Li Mingzhe was a good seedling, but too impulsive. If he had observed carefully, he would have noticed the anomalies of this purple flame tiger. His death in the current virtual college entrance examination is a good thing. If it were 10 years ago, he would have lost his precious life due to this impulsiveness. Zhu Ji quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What General Li said is right. At this moment, Yi Jian suddenly exclaimed, everyone. Ning Yi is going to challenge that purple flame tiger. This statement captured everyone's attention. On the big screen, in the scene representing the top scorer, a black-clothed youth stood tall like a green pine. In front of him was the purple flame tiger, more than 3 meters tall and nearly 6 meters long. It was engulfed in purple flames, with long bone blades growing from its limbs. Its powerful tail swung back and forth like a venomous snake ready to strike. Su Jiangwo became anxious. This kid, why is he so impulsive? That is a third-tier beast. Zhu Ji, on the other hand, felt secretly pleased. This foolish child went up. If he perishes just like that, the other students from our 4th high school will have hope. Li Yuanwu crossed his arms and smiled. Zhang Lao Muxiue, do you think Ning Yi can win? Zhang He's expression was somewhat serious. It's probably very difficult. The purple flame tiger has almost no weaknesses and has protective purple flames. It's not the type with high attack and low defense. However, Lin Muxiue firmly declared. He can, Li Yuanwu said with interest. You think so highly of him? Lin Muxiue confidently smiled. I value him. Director Bai values him even more. Otherwise, why would he give him the identity of an intern at the Ability Bureau? After saying that, she specifically glanced at Li Yuanwu. Li Yuanwu smilat bairli. This girl, clearly saying it for him to hear. Ning Yi has long been valued by our director Bai. Things should be prioritized. Don't you dare snatch him away. In the Abyss District, at the Purple Flame Tiger's lair, Ning Yi narrowed his eyes, staring at the level 30 Purple Flame Tiger. The tiger, truly the king of beasts, emanated a threat far greater than that of the third-tier ability user in the Withered Wood Marsh. Just moments ago, it had incinerated the top genius of the 4th high school, Ning Yi, with a single breath of purple flame. Its strength was self-evident. The purple flame tiger was also sizing up this young man. For some reason, it felt an extremely terrifying threat emanating from him as well. As time passed, its unease grew. The purple flame tiger became inexplicably irritable and let out a roar that could shake the soul. Then it began to accumulate energy in its throat. The next moment, a massive purple fireball suddenly hurled toward Ning Yi. Ning Yi was already prepared. 10 ice shields quickly appeared around him. Boom! The purple flame collided with the ice shields. In an instant, the surface of one ice shield was covered in cracks and quickly melted away. It should be noted that this was an ice shield that had been stacked 3 times, much harder than a single layer of ice shield. Yet, it still fell before the burning purple flames. Ning Yi noted inwardly. As expected of a third-tier beast, its strength has undergone a qualitative leap. Since entering the abandoned city, I finally have a decent opponent. As the purple flames dissipated, the purple flame tiger saw that Ning Yi was unharmed and without a word launched 3 more fireballs. Finally, it unleashed a blazing pillar of fire, pouring down madly. Although Ning Yi stood at nearly 1.8 meters, which was outstanding among humans, he was almost instantly engulfed by the surging purple flames. The next moment, the ice wall formed by the 10 ice shields quickly resisted the frenzied burning of the purple flames. Ning Yi, braving the overwhelming flames, stepped forward, progressing steadily but slowly. Seeing this, the purple flame tiger intensified its firepower. Ning Yi's steps suddenly quickened. A cold voice suddenly emerged from within the flames. Have you had enough fun? The next moment, 20 ice spears abruptly appeared, forcefully stuffing themselves into the purple flame tiger's massive mouth. Bang! The chilling air immediately stimulated the fire sac in the purple flame tiger's throat. 2 streams of black smoke emerged from its nostrils. The purple flames were instantly extinguished. Along with the protective purple flames on its body, they abruptly went out at that moment. This colossal creature was clearly taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Since its birth, it had never encountered such a situation. Flames had actually been defeated by ice. The fire sac in its throat had temporarily stopped functioning. Ning Yi did not hesitate. More than 10 ice spears reappeared around him, continuously hurled at the purple flame tiger. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the purple flame tiger was riddled with several fist-sized holes. Blood gushed out, and in the blink of an eye, a pool of blood formed on the ground. Chapter 25. Congratulations in advance for teaching a top scholar from Hannan Province. The huge commotion here attracted the attention of other students. Students rushed over, standing on high ground to watch this astonishing battle. Gao Huidong, Hyunji, Jiang Ming, Qin Teng, Lu Sisi, and others. All students brave enough to come to the Abyss Zone gathered here. Moreover, because Ning Yi had almost wiped out 90 of the second-tier beasts in the Abyss Zone, many students found it particularly easy to explore and ended up here. Everyone gazed at the scene from a distance, feeling exceptionally shocked. Ning Yi was fighting the purple flame tiger alone and had even gained the upper hand. Jiang Ming spotted Lu Ziyu, who had been here for a while, but couldn't see Li Mingzhi's figure. He immediately asked curiously, Ziyu, have you seen Li Mingzhi? How is he? Lu Ziyu showed a strange expression. He is already gone. Jiang Ming was taken aback. No way. Even if this purple flame tiger is strong, Li Mingzhi shouldn't be dead, right? Lu Ziyu shook his head. This purple flame tiger is already tier 3. Didn't you notice? Upon hearing this, the others finally reacted. No wonder it felt a bit off. This purple flame tiger, in terms of size and the purple flames burning on its body, was far stronger than a second-tier purple flame tiger. Realizing this, they felt even more shocked. Ning Yi could actually suppress even a third-tier beast. That was a bit outrageous. At this moment, the purple flame tiger, which had taken several hits, stumbled backward, letting out a painful howl. The intense pain stimulated its nerves, snapping it out of its daze. Seeing 3 more ice spears shooting toward it, it immediately raised its forearm to block. Bone blades protruded from its forearm, and the protective purple flames rose again. Clang! The ice spears were deflected. However, a chilling aura still lingered, suppressing the reignited purple flames. Your fire can't block my ice. Ning Yi strode forward, waving his hand, and 3 ice soul hounds suddenly appeared beside him. These massive dogs, entirely formed from ice, each measured nearly 2 meters in length, looking fierce and baring their teeth. As soon as they appeared, they pounced on the purple flame tiger from 3 directions. The sudden situation left the purple flame tiger somewhat at a loss. In an instant, it was torn apart by the ice soul hounds, letting out several pained howls. However, the purple flame tiger was, after all, the king of beasts. Seizing the opportunity, it slammed its giant claw down, accurately catching one ice soul hound's movement trajectory, instantly crushing its skull. The latter shattered into ice shards. Then it spewed a burst of purple flames, blasting another ice soul hound into pieces. It swung its massive tail, ready to smash the third ice soul hound. Yet, a much colder and more menacing aura quietly emerged. The threat of death intensified. The purple flame tiger disregarded the last ice soul hound's bite, forcibly turned around, facing the human boy. Sure enough, the boy's palm suddenly revealed a frost spear, already thrusting forward. This spear was entirely ice blue, resembling white jade, as if it had been crafted by the snow goddess herself. It was completely different from the previous ice spears. The 3 ice soul hounds were merely a distraction. The real killing move was this massive spear aimed straight at its face. The shadow of death loomed over the Tier 3 beast. Without hesitation, it fully activated its throat pouch, unleashing the most powerful purple flame it had ever produced. Roar! The purple flame clashed with the spear. However, this time it was pushed back inch by inch. Seconds later, the boy in black tightly gripped the spear, his cold eyes locking onto the giant tiger's gaze. The boy opened his mouth, coldly saying it's time to go. With that, he unleashed immense strength in his arms, thrusting the spear violently. Bang! The frost soul spear plunged into the purple flame tiger's massive mouth. The fire pouch ruptured. The purple flames abruptly ceased. In its place was a strong sensation of resistance from blood and flesh. Ning Yi didn't hesitate, roaring in anger and exerted force again. Puffed. The frost soul spear pierced through the skull, emerging from the tiger's neck. The giant tiger's eyes bulged at that moment. Its pupils suddenly contracted and then quickly dispersed. Bang! The massive body of the purple flame tiger slowly fell to the ground, producing a dull sound and kicking up a cloud of dust. At this moment, everything fell silent. The onlooking students didn't even dare to breathe heavily, until Lu Ziyu's cheer broke the dead silence. Ning Yi won. Ning Yi is amazing. This petite girl had a flushed face, excited as if she had personally taken down that level 30 purple flame tiger. Jiang Ming murmured, "He is truly the #1 in Jiang City. No, the #1 in all of Henan Province." Gao Huidong and He Yunji were amazed, exclaiming how impressive he was. At this moment, Lu Cece bit her lip, a bitter feeling filling her mouth. Ning Yi exhaled a breath of turbid air, looking at the leaderboard. Killing the level 30 purple flame tiger. Points 5,300. Rank 1, Ning Yi, Yunqing #1 High School. 11,458 points. Rank 2, Li Mingjie, Yunqing #4 High School. 467 points. He smiled slightly. Being the first in Henan Province should be secured. In a virtual hall, in front of the big screen. Because of the transmission delay, what they saw was still the scene from a minute ago. Therefore, they had just seen the ice soul hounds forming. Ning Yi's ice ability, it turned out, also had the means to condense ice beings, which made them very pleasantly surprised. However, this surprise didn't last long before it was shattered by the purple flame tiger's overwhelming power. The ice soul hounds could inflict some damage, but after all, they were elemental beings condensed by a first-tier ability user, and compared to the third-tier beast purple flame tiger, they were still vastly inferior. At this rate, Ning Yi was likely to end up failing and dying. Li Yuanwu smiled. Mu Shui, do you still hold on to your previous thoughts? Lin Mu Shui remained resolute. Generally, don't be anxious. He hasn't revealed his specialized weapon yet. Upon hearing this, the others in the room nodded. The previous battle had been so intense that they nearly overlooked it. A first-tier ability user already had a specialized weapon. The strength of a specialized weapon could completely determine the outcome of a battle. Everyone was filled with anticipation at that moment. Ning Yi, what exactly is his specialized weapon? The moment the giant spear appeared, Li Yuanwu suddenly stood up. Typically calm, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise at this moment. Frost Soul Spear. I didn't see it wrong. That's the Frost Soul Spear? He laughed 3 times, feeling an indescribable exhilaration in his heart. Lin Mu Shui was also shocked. Golden specialized weapon. This guy Ning Yi is truly favored by the heavens. Zhang He's eyes lit up. This kid has limitless potential. Su Jiangwo, Yi Jian, and other principals and teachers from the first high school were even more excited and proud. S-level ability, golden, specialized weapon. This is our first high school's super genius. Ning Yi. The moment the Frost Soul Spear was revealed, the battle lost all suspense. With these two trump cards, a first-tier ability user could kill a third-tier beast. Bang! The moment the purple flame tiger fell, everyone in the room stood up. Yi Jian couldn't help but clap enthusiastically. Then, everyone began to applaud. Lin Mushui smiled. Old Zhang, I won. Zhang nodded with a smile. Yeah, who would have thought he actually has a golden specialized weapon? Li Yuanwu looked at Yi Jian and smiled. Teacher Yi, congratulations in advance for teaching a top scholar from Hannan Province. He then turned to Su Jiangwo. Principal Su, the first high school is fortunate. Ha 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 ha. General Li, you flatter me. It's not that impressive. Ha ha ha. Su Jiangwo laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth, his lips almost stretching to his ears. Chapter 26, the end of the college entrance examination. Winning first place. Abandoned city. Lu Ziyu rushed down in a single leap, coming to Ning Yi's side, her face flushed. Ning Yi, get. You won. My gosh, you took down the third-tier beast, the purple flame tiger. Jiang Ming and the others also jumped down from above to join Ning Yi. Each of their gazes was filled with awe. With Ning Yi's score, he had probably already secured the top spot in Hannan Province. They had thought they would be competing with someone of the same level, or at least someone close. Unexpectedly, on just the second day of the college entrance examination, Ning Yi's score had already surpassed theirs by 2 orders of magnitude. Gao Weidong was both crying and laughing. Our Yun City has produced a top scholar. That's great. Now we have to divide up the leftovers. Hyun's also shrugged. Their scores were bound to be low. However, college admissions would not solely look at scores. They would also comprehensively assess their abilities and performances. Scores only held the greatest weight. Of course, in a situation like Ning Yi's, it was different. Every top university would be fighting to recruit him. He could go wherever he wanted, and he might even receive a full scholarship. It was estimated that after the college entrance examination ended, admission offices from top universities would continuously call Ning Yi. By then, he would probably have to pay quite a bit in phone bills. As for Yin University and Long University, those were top-tier institutions, and it was different. One needed to pass the pinnacle exam and achieve a top 20 rank and qualify, but it wasn't a matter of just wanting to go anywhere. They would be selected by Yin University and Long University. Gao Huidong smiled and said, Our Yin City has produced a top scholar. We should be happy. Hyun's also smiled, right? In the future, when we go out, we can say we are from Yun City, the place that produced the top scholar of Hannan Province. We used to chat with the top scholar back in the day. He suggested, Ning Yi, how about we get together and have a meal after the college entrance exam? Lu Ziyu's eyes lit up. Great. Let's go to the Imperial Hotel. I'll take care of the bill. Everyone can eat whatever they want. No need to be polite. Jiang Ming chuckled. I've been waiting for you, little rich girl, to say that. She looked at Ning Yi curiously. Ning Yi, I heard that when you first awakened your abilities, your then-girlfriend broke up with you? She must be regretting it now. Who would have thought that you, with an E-level ability, could score over 10,000 points in the college entrance exam and snag the top spot in Hannan Province? Ning Yi chuckled lightly. Maybe, but I have no relationship with her anymore. Lu Cece stood outside the crowd, gazing at Ning Yi, who was surrounded by the geniuses of 4 high schools, feeling an endless regret in her heart. The higher Ning Yi stood, the more it highlighted how ignorant and ridiculous her decision to break up with him was. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, she felt even more embarrassed, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Standing next to her, Qin Tang's face was burning red. Before the exams, he had brazenly bet with Ning Yi, claiming his score would definitely be higher. And now, he was utterly crushed. If it weren't for Ning Yi nearly clearing out the second-tier beasts in the Abyss Zone, he wouldn't even have been able to enter the Abyss Zone. In the crowd, listening to the chatter of Yun City's talented students, Ning Yi smiled slightly, revealing a look of enjoyment. Although it was still the second day of the college entrance examination. This examination had clearly ended ahead of time. On the afternoon of June 8th, the college entrance examination concluded. Ning Yi was striding out of the examination hall when he heard Principal Su Jiangwo's voice nearby. Ning Yi. He looked up and saw the flushed Su Jiangwo calling him from around the corner. Principal, what's the matter? Ning Yi walked over, puzzled. Su Jiangwu, my Bo Li. General Li and Director Zhao want to see you. Come with me. Ning Yi was quite surprised and immediately followed. Soon they arrived in a room. He glanced around and was greatly astonished. Li Yuanwu, Zhao Zheng, Lin Muxue, Zhang He, Principal Zhu Ji of the 4th High School, and others. These were all prominent figures. You are Ning Yi? What a talented young man. Zhao Zheng stood up, excitedly saying, You've really brought great honor to us in Yin City. This time, the top scholar of Hannan Province is as good as ours. Ning Yi also happily asked, Does that mean there will be more funding in the future? Can we get more for our school? Yes, of course. The province will definitely allocate more funding to us in Yin City. And I will also direct more funding to your school. Zhao Zheng nodded with a laugh. Su Jiangwo's eyes turned red upon hearing this. This kid is really thoughtful. He immediately thought of the school. Li Yuanwu suddenly smiled and asked, Are you interested in coming to the Southeast Military District? I've reserved a position for you in the Dragon Tooth Reserve. Ning Yi blinked at the mention of Dragon Tooth. He had heard of this name. It was said to be a special forces unit that only the most elite warriors could enter after rigorous selection. He didn't expect General Li to invite him to join Dragon Tooth right away. Lin Muxue became anxious upon hearing this and quickly said, Ning Yi is already an intern in our ability bureau, General Li. Li Wanu Shuklat, Noraj, Norash. An intern is not a formal agent. They can voluntarily withdraw. Lin Muxue grew even more anxious. No, Ning Yi is already in the ability bureau. Li Yuanwu snorted coldly. Who says he can't? Even if Bai Dingbang came, I would still bring Ning Yi into the Southeast Military District. Just as he finished speaking, a deep, powerful voice sounded from outside the door. Generally, I'm really here. After saying that, a figure walked into the room. The person had an average build, a thin frame, a resolute face, and gray hair at the temples. Lin Muxue showed a joyful expression. Director Bai. Li Yuanwu was taken aback, but he didn't show any embarrassment or awkwardness. Instead, he acted as if nothing was wrong. Ha ha ha. Director Bai, weren't you in the provincial capital? Why did you come to Yin City? Bai Dingbang said lightly. Could I not come? If I don't come soon, this kid will be forcibly taken away by you. Muxue, you did well to inform me immediately. Lin Muxue smiled and nodded yes. Bai Dingbang looked at Li Yuanwu, and the two locked eyes as if they were sparring from a distance. Zhao Jian, Su Ziangu, Zhu Ji, and others all shrank their necks and fell silent. Ning Yi blinked again, although both Bai Dingbang and Zhao Zheng were directors. Bai Dingbang was the director of the Ability Bureau of Hannan Province, while Zhao Zheng was the director of Yun City's Political Affairs Bureau. They were not on the same level at all. At this moment, with the two strong figures at odds, the atmosphere was tense. In such a situation, it was better for him to remain silent. Li Yuanwu was relatively younger and weaker, and soon he was at a disadvantage, helplessly saying, All right, let us each take a step back. This matter ultimately depends on Ning Yi's personal wishes. Ning Yi, what do you say? Ning Yi was slightly startled. Oh no, they're coming for me. As expected, all eyes were on him at that moment. Ning Yi cleared his throat softly. Thank you, Director Bai, and generally for your kindness. But I currently have no other thoughts. I just want to pass the pinnacle exam and get into a top university. After saying this, the room fell silent as if a pin could be heard dropping. After a long while, Bai Dingbang suddenly burst into laughter. Ning Yi, feel free to move forward. No matter which side you choose, you'll be serving the country. He patted Ning Yi on the shoulder. Muxue, I have urgent matters to attend to. I'll be leaving first. Lin Muxue quickly stepped forward. I'll see you off. Li Yuanwu patted Ning Yi on the other shoulder and smiled. I look forward to your performance in the pinnacle exam. I've boasted in front of the commander of the military district that you will definitely make it into the top 10 of the pinnacle exam. This time, there are several outstanding talents from Yinjing, Longjing, Handong, and Mabei. If you can compete with them evenly, I can continue to boast in front of the commander. Ning Yi chuckled in silence, determined not to let you down. Chapter 27, The Rising Tide. The Secret Blood Society's Plot. In the corner, Bai Dingbang and Lin Muxue stood facing each other. Lin Muxue whispered, Your brow is furrowed deeply. Is there something serious going on? Bai Dingbang replied solemnly. There are internal reports that the Secret Blood Society is preparing to disrupt the peak exam in a month. This year's talents are too many, and they can't hold back any longer. Lin Muxue's expression changed drastically. Where did this news come from? Is it reliable? Bai Dingbang nodded. Wu Yaoan captured a senior steward from the Secret Blood Society, and pride opened his mouth. Our colleagues in the Northern Desert have also reported that members of the Secret Blood Society in the North are moving south in an organized manner. but the specific target is unclear. Lin Mushua's expression grew even more serious. It seems this news is likely reliable. Should we consider advancing or postponing the peak exam for the sake of these students? She said gravely. The peak exam has always been held a month after the college entrance examination, on July 6th, without any changes. Bai Dingbang shook his head. If we postpone because of the possible disruption by the secret blood society, it would make us seem too cowardly. Mushua, the peak exam has always been held near Yanjing. We caught this senior steward from the secret blood society, and we need to follow this through. You and Wu Yaoan should go to Yanjing and supervise this matter with our colleague from the Yanjing Ability Bureau. I've already informed them. Lin Mushue replied solemnly. Understood. At the entrance of Yuncheng No. 1 High School, a large group of parents anxiously waited. Ning Wengyue was among them. Hey, I heard that Li Mingzhe from No. 4 High School seems to have died during the college entrance exam. Do you know anything about it? Not just him. I've heard that many top students have died. It said that a level 29 beast at the final stage suddenly mutated and surged to level 40. Level 40? My goodness. Isn't that a 4th-tier beast? This counts as an exam accident, right? How come those people up top don't do anything about it? Who knows? Maybe there's a mole from the secret blood society inside, just trying to harm the students. The parents around began to chatter, and their voices reached Ning Wenyue's ears. She had initially been unconcerned, but upon hearing this, her heart tightened. Although she knew that dying in the virtual college entrance exam didn't mean real death, she had experienced the real exam before and couldn't help but empathize with the situation. She worried that Ning Yi might also be among the casualties. Just then, a series of large buses drove in from the distance and parked in the playground. Guided by the teachers, the students began to get off the buses. It's over. This year's produced a monster. My score is so low. Dad, woo! I can't get into a top university. Mom, I want to repeat a year. Ha! I'm in the top 100 this time. A top university is secure. The students returned to their parents. The playground was filled with noise. Some families were gloomy, while others were jubilant. Ning Wenyue heard many students crying that it was too difficult and that they didn't score much, which made her heart sink. She was a naturally anxious person, and her thoughts began to spiral. In this brief moment, she started worrying about how to arrange a good job for Ning, if he could only get into a 2nd-tier university. Her elder brother was far away in the northern desert, and, as his aunt, she had to ensure her nephew was well taken care of. At this moment, Ning Yi also got off the bus. He looked around and quickly spotted Ning Wenyue, walking over briskly. Aunt, he was about to speak. Ning Wenyue, seeing him safe and sound, immediately sighed in relief and gave him a big hug. Let's go home. Don't talk about the results yet. No matter how good or bad they are, your aunt will support you for life. After saying that, she pulled him away, not giving him a chance to speak. Ning Yi was both amused and helpless. Okay. In Xinyue community, as soon as they got home, they saw Jiang Jiqiang and Jiang Yifan already there. Jiang Jiqiang was busy in the kitchen, while Jiang Yifan sat in front of the TV, seemingly lost in thought. Ning Wenyue's expression was serious as she hurried to Jiang Jiqiang's side and quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Jiqiang forced a smile. He was like this when I picked him up. I don't know what he's thinking. Maybe he didn't do well on the exam. Ning Wenyue sidestepped. Xiao, he might not have done well either. As parents, we must remain calm and act as if nothing has happened. I understand. You go rest. I'll cook today. Jiang Jiqiang nodded. Ning Yi sat down next to Jiang Yifan. His cousin's body stiffened slightly. How many? He casually asked. Jiang Yifan replied, 96th. Ning Yi raised an eyebrow. Not bad. Top 100 in Jiang City. At least in the top 2,000 in the province, you can get into a top university. Why aren't you happy? Jiang Yifan lowered his head awkwardly. I saw you got first place and felt what I said before was really stupid. That's why I'm lost in thought. I even wanted to surpass you. Ning Yi chuckled. Mom and Dad don't seem to know you got first place. Jiang Yifan said quietly. Aren't you going to say anything? Ning Yi shrugged. No chance to say it. Your mom said to come home first regardless of scores, which shut me up. Jiang Yifan couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, there was a knock on the door. As Ning Yi was about to get up, Jiang Yifan held him back. I'll go. Cousin. After saying that, he went to open the door. Ning Yi chuckled. He remembered that this kid rarely called him cousin. Now he clearly seemed completely convinced. Finally calling him cousin. Standing at the door was a girl about 165 meters tall, wearing a tight short-sleeve shirt and denim shorts, looking quite pretty. Is this Ning Yi's house? Huh? You are? The girl was taken aback. Jiang Yifan recognized her. This is Jiang Ming, a well-known top student from No. 4 high school. He shrugged. This is my house. Ning Yi is my cousin. Jiang Ming was very surprised. Oh, I see. Ziyu, Gao, Huidong, Yunji, and the others have already gone to the Dihao Hotel, and I came to invite your cousin to join us. Ning Yi slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting about that. They had been very enthusiastic in inviting him to dinner, and it would be too disrespectful not to go. Yifan, let's go together. Aunt, uncle, we're going out for dinner. Ning Yi called out, taking Jiang Yifan with him. Jiang Yifan was taken aback. Huh? Am I going to? This is your top students gathering. Jiang Ming laughed. You're the cousin of the top student. Of course you can go. Let's go. The three of them turned and left, leaving Jiang Jiqiang and Ning Wenyue in the kitchen, completely bewildered. I didn't hear that wrong, did I? Cousin of the top student? What is going on? Jiang Jiqiang asked in confusion. Ning Wenyue thought for a moment and said, I'll call Principal Su to ask about the situation. She picked up her phone and dialed Su Jiangwo's number, feeling a bit nervous. After a while, the call was connected. Hello, is this Principal Su? I want to ask how Ning Yi did in the college entrance exam. Does he qualify for a top university? On the other end, Su Jiangwo's strange voice came through. Ms. Ning, I don't quite understand what you're saying. If the top scorer from Hannan Province with over 10,000 points doesn't qualify for a top university, I don't know who else would. Ms. Ning, I have many calls from various top universities looking for Ning Yi. I'm really sorry, but I have to hang up now. I will personally visit in a few days. The call ended abruptly. Ning Wenyue put down her phone and exchanged bewildered glances with her husband. Over 10,000 points? Top scorer from Hannan Province? Huh. Chapter 28, Great Harvest. 3,000 ability crystals. At the Imperial Grand Hotel, in a private room on the 18th floor. When Ning Yi, Jiang Yifan, and Jiang Ming arrived, the round table in the room was already filled with various dishes, rich in color, flavor, and aroma. Just the smell was enough to make one's appetite surge. Gao Huidong's eyes lit up. Come, top scholar brother, the seat of honor is yours. He immediately stood up, pulled out a sofa chair, and gestured for Ning Yi to sit down. Ning Yi did not refuse. After all, he was the core figure of this gathering. If he didn't take the seat of honor, the others wouldn't dare to sit down either. This is the cousin of the top scholar brother, and also our classmate from the 4th middle school. I brought him along, Jiang Ming said with a smile. Lu Ziyu happily said, It's Yifan, come sit. Enjoy the meal. Jiang Yifan then awkwardly took a seat. Looking around, they were all top students, and almost all came from well-off families. If it weren't for Lu Ziyu letting him sit down and having Ning Yi as his cousin, he really wouldn't have dared to do so. Li Mingzhi's father was a top teacher at a key high school in Linchong City, and his mother was the deputy director of the Hannan Abilities Bureau in charge of logistics. Gao Huidong's parents both worked in the military district, and it was said they were at least officers. Yunji's grandfather was a key member of the Pioneers Association, and he had a high-achieving sister studying at Longting University. Jiang Ming, although his parents were just ordinary clerks in the Abilities Bureau, his uncle was quite capable and had opened a large company specializing in the business of abilities warriors' combat suits and boots, even exporting overseas. Lu Ziyu was even more impressive. She was the only daughter of the president of Jingshan Pharmaceutical, the cherished granddaughter of the Lu family's elder, making her the most prominent person in the room. At this moment, Lu Ziyu happily introduced, All these dishes are made by 5-star chefs. If you think they're not good, I'll have them redo them. Jiang Ming laughed heartily. The little rich girl speaks so grandly. Come, let's toast first, not for anything else, but to celebrate Ning Yi for being the top scholar of the province. Li Mingzhi was the first to stand up, saying seriously, Ning Yi, when you scored over 4,000 points, I was thinking of challenging the Purple Flame Tiger, hoping to surpass you. I didn't expect you to take down the 3-tiered beast, the Purple Flame Tiger, all by yourself. I admire you, truly admire you. Everyone stood up in unison, raising their glasses to Ning Yi. Ning Yi smiled and nodded, raising his glass and downing in one go. Thank you all. After one beer went down, everyone seemed to open up, and the room was filled with laughter and joy. After a few rounds of drinks, Li Mingzhi suddenly said, Ning Yi, with your college entrance exam results, you will definitely go to Yinjing for the peak exam. You must be careful of a few people. Ning Yi pondered for a moment, eager to hear more. The others also cast curious glances his way. Li Mingzhi then said, in Yinjing, Longjing, Handong, Mabei, and don't forget that fierce girl from Linchong City. There are a total of 5 people you need to take very seriously. The peak exam allows candidates to battle, and the winner can take half of the loser's points. So, if you can avoid them throughout, it should be no problem to survive into the top 20. Let us talk about that girl from Linchong City, first night time. Liu Ziyu arranged for bodyguards to take Ning Yi and Jiang Yifan back to Xinyue community. Jiang Yifan had drunk too much, his face flushed, and he could hardly stand. Though Ning Yi's face was slightly red, he was not drunk. He disliked getting drunk or to the point of blackout, as it would cause him to lose his basic judgment. It was enough to just drink moderately. He still needed to focus on advancing to Tier 2. The upper limit of energy levels for the peak exam was 25 levels. Therefore, before July 6th arrived, he needed to quickly raise his own energy level and the levels of his 2 special weapons to 25. As soon as they returned, Jiang Jiqiang and Ning Wengyue, who had been sitting on the sofa in the living room, stood up abruptly. Xiaoyi, tell your aunt the truth. Did you really score 10,000 points in the college entrance exam? Ning Wenyue's eyes sparkled, as if she was seeing Ning Yi for the first time. Ning Yi nodded, yes. Then why didn't you say so? Ning Yi helplessly replied, I wanted to say it right after getting off the school bus, but aunt, you asked me to wait. Ning Wenyue. It seems to be true. Jiang Jiqiang was already grinning from ear to ear, although he had already received concrete news from Su Jiangwo. Hearing Ning Yi say it himself made him feel more assured. Jiang Jiqiang quickly said, by the way, Xiao Yi, when you were out dining, some people from the Abilities Bureau came and delivered a large box for you. It should be filled with ability crystals. We've already placed it in your room. Ning Yi's eyes lit up. Great, I've been waiting for these crystals. The beasts killed in a virtual college entrance exam would be uniformly converted into ability crystals and delivered to the candidates after the exam ended. Yifan is with us. Xiao Yi, you go rest, Ning Wenyue said with a smile. Ning Yi nodded and immediately went into his room. Inside the room, there was indeed a white metal box. This was a lead bismuth alloy, capable of isolating ability conduction. The containers used by the Abilities Bureau, military, and private companies for long-term storage of ability crystals were all made from lead bismuth alloy. However, today's lead bismuth alloy was still not sufficient to completely isolate ability conduction. Over time, there would always be some depletion. Ning Yi opened the box, and a rich energy immediately rushed towards him. He took his watch from the Abilities Bureau on his wrist to check, and a number quickly appeared. 3,649. That's about 1,000 more than I expected. What's going on? Ning Yi was somewhat surprised. 0-tier beasts, which are 1 to 9 level beasts, have an average of 4 units of energy contained in their brain crystals. 1-tier beasts have an average of 8 units. 2-tier beasts have an average of 20 units. 3-tier beasts average 50 units. He had killed at least 100 2-tier beasts in the abandoned city, plus numerous 1-tier and 0-tier beasts. He estimated he could harvest around 500 units of ability crystals. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a new message on his Abilities Bureau watch. Upon opening it, it was a notification from the Abilities Bureau system. Dear intern Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior, you have achieved outstanding results in the college entrance exam in Jiang City. The Hanan Abilities Bureau has specially approved 1,000 units of ability crystals as a reward. Please pay attention to receive them. Ning Yi's eyes lit up. Great. This unexpected windfall comes at a perfect time. On the way back, he had been contemplating how to advance to Tier 2 and had already learned the specific conditions for doing so through the Abilities Bureau watch. Advancing to Tier 2 required 2,000 ability crystals, which he had imagined was sufficient. However, the value of the remaining advancement materials was not low either. Rough estimates showed it would also require 600,000. He had planned to ask his aunt to lend him 600,000 and pay it back later. With his current potential, as long as he reached Tier 3, he would be able to quickly repay the 600,000. Now it seemed he wouldn't need to. The extra 1,000 units of ability crystals could be sold for money. This was something that anyone would want more of. If he posted it online, there would always be someone willing to buy. 1 unit of ability crystal could sell for 500 to 700 yuan, and in some years, it could even soar to 1,000 yuan. He glanced at the current market price. It was 560 yuan per unit. This meant that just the extra 1,000 units of ability crystals could get him around 560,000 yuan. If he ran short on cash, he could go to Shiomu Marsh or other areas to farm some more. He should be able to gather quite a bit. While he might not gather a lot, his pocket money would definitely be sufficient. Moreover, in a few days, when the results were announced, the cash rewards from Yun City no. One middle school and the Yun City government would also come to him. It certainly wouldn't be a small amount. His long-standing sense of financial embarrassment can indeed be alleviated for a while. Chapter 29. Promotion to Second Tier. Golden Special Weapon. Ice Vein Totem. The next day, the package arrived on time. Ning Yi wasted no time and immediately brought the items into his room to prepare for promotion. The SS level ability, Eternal Frozen Domain, required 2,000 units of energy, 10 kilograms of Ice Prism, 5 kilograms of Frostbud, and 1 second-tier Cold Flood Dragon Core for the promotion. This information was obtained from the data in the Ability Bureau. He was quite curious about how the Ability Bureau knew that these materials were needed for promotion. Among these promotion materials, the Cold Flood Dragon Core was the most expensive. This type of beast generally only exists in high-risk abyssal areas. It is at least second tier upon birth, with adult Cold Flood Dragons easily reaching 8th tier. Therefore, to obtain a second-tier Cold Flood Dragon Core, one must venture deep into the Cold Flood Dragon's lair. The danger is evident. The high price is also understandable. Ning Yi closed his eyes and fully released his ability, enveloping all the items on the ground. As time passed, these external objects gradually transformed into pure energy, continuously merging into his body. After a full 4 hours, the promotion was finally completed. Buzz. At the moment of promotion to second tier, Ning Yi felt as if his body had become light and somewhat ethereal. It felt as if he could attract the energy that filled the world with just a beckoning gesture. This was one of the manifestations of promotion. With each advancement, an ability user's affinity for energy would increase. At this moment, 2 pieces of information appeared in Ning Yi's mind. Ability, Eternal Frozen Domain, SS level. Energy level, level 20. Evolution Option 1. Golden, greatly increases the attack power of the Frostbone Dragon. Evolution Option 2. Golden, increases the number of Frostbone Dragons to 2. Evolution Option 3. Golden, greatly increases the range of Ice Spear. Evolution Option 4. Golden, greatly reduces the energy consumption for summoning Frostbone Dragons. Evolution Option 5. Golden, increases the number of Ice Shields to 20. Evolution Option 6. Golden, greatly increases the defense power of Ice Armor. Evolution Option 7. Golden, Ice Armor can stack 3 times. Evolution Option 8. Golden, greatly reduces the time required to chant Ice Storm. Evolution Option 9. Golden, can release Ice Mist, which can heal injuries. Especially effective against bleeding. Evolution Option 10. Golden, Ice Armor includes a counterattack effect, rebounding 50 of damage. No need to choose. All have merged into the ability. Previously, he had received the Frostbone Dragon Core sent by Zhang He, and after merging it into his body, he had obtained the corresponding evolution options. When dealing with the Purple Flame Tiger, he originally planned to use it as a trump card. Unexpectedly, just revealing the Frost Soul Cold Spear was enough to directly slay it. This method was naturally not used. He steadied his mind and looked at the special weapon he awakened this time. Special Weapon 1. Green, Thorn Gauntlets. Special Weapon 2. Blue, Unyielding Belt. Special Weapon 3. Golden, Ice Vein Totem. Special Weapon 4. Blue, Ice Crystal Spellbook. Special Weapon 5. White, Cast Iron Greatsword. Special Weapon 6. Purple, Morningstar Longsword. Special Weapon 7. Purple, Slaughter, Giant Blade. Special Weapon 8. Blue, Invasion Long Spear. Special Weapon 9. Blue, Wailing Blood Whip. Special Weapon 10. Purple, Solar Longbow. Special Weapon Unique. Error. Highest quality special weapon has been selected. Reacquired. This piece of information indeed underwent the same change as before. First, there was confusion, then reorganization. Ability, Eternal Frozen Domain, SS level. Energy level, level 20. Special weapon, Frost Soul Cold Spear 9, Ice Vein Totem 9. Ning Yi revealed a satisfied expression. The Ice Vein Totem, this golden special weapon, had no attack power at all. However, as long as it was planted in the ground, it could continuously amplify all Ice-type beings nearby. This included but was not limited to their health, attack power, defense power, movement speed, attack speed, and so on. Moreover, the Ice Vein Totem 0 could only amplify by 1 time, but at Ice Vein Totem 9, it could amplify by 3 times directly. He now had 2 types of Ice-type beings, Ice Soul Hound and Frostbone Dragon. There would surely be situations in the future where he would find himself outnumbered. The exotic beasts would never talk about martial ethics. Once a large group of exotic beasts attacked, they would swarm in. At that time, this ice vein totem could play a powerful role. With his current combat power, effortlessly defeating the purple flame tiger that had just promoted to 3rd tier in the abandoned city was completely within his capabilities. Not to mention 1/3 tier purple flame tiger. Even if 3 of the same level purple flame tigers attacked together, they would not be his match. Ning Yi felt his own strength and let out a long breath. In another day, the college entrance examination results would be announced, and the rewards from the school and municipal government will be coming soon, right? He lay on his bed, smiling slightly. Henan Province Capital, Linchong City Government Office. Government affairs are the lifeblood of the people. The city level is the government bureau, while the provincial level is the government office. A middle-aged man hurried over and said in a deep voice, "The data from all 25 cities in the province is complete. Hurry up, everyone. We need to determine the rankings as soon as possible." "Yes, Deputy Director Su. Hey, who do you think will be the top scorer in our province this time?" "It must be Chao Qingji from our Linchong City. An A-level ability plus a golden special weapon. Are you kidding me?" "Yeah, she resonates with the Blade Phoenix. And the golden special weapon is the Death Blade, which I heard scored a full 10,000 points in the examination. Yeah, if she can't take the provincial top score, I'll eat my hat." "Wow, look, a student from Yunqing scored 100 points. My goodness, what is going on?" Everyone gathered together, staring at that line of text, dumbfounded. First place, Ning Yi, Yunqing, 458 points. Second place, Chao Qingji, Linchong City, 239 points. Third place, what are you doing? Hurry up and format the rankings, then send notifications to the students about their college entrance examination results. Why are you all gathered here? Deputy Director Su came out of the office to get some water and saw everyone huddled together slacking off, immediately knocking on the table in dissatisfaction. A female clerk quickly said, "Deputy Director Su, come and take a look. The provincial top scorer is not from our Linchong City, but from Yunqing, and he scored over 1,000 points higher than the second place, Chao Qingji. In this first place, Ning Yi has registered an E-level ability, Water Ball, in the government system. Look, could it be a data error?" Deputy Director Su was stunned. What? He immediately leaned closer to the screen. These 2 lines of text instantly shocked him. Yunqing, located in the southernmost part of Henan Province, is close to the border, and beyond that lies vast wilderness. Since the abyssal invasion and the Earth's transformation, the entire planet has expanded significantly, suddenly revealing many lands unsuitable for human habitation. Where the abyssal aura is pervasive and terrifying exotic beasts are everywhere. Yunqing, being on the border, is naturally more susceptible to exotic beast attacks. In such circumstances, the permanent population of Yunqing is already low, and its economic development is not great. In previous years, if a few students ranked in the top 100 in the province, the director of Yunqing's government bureau, Zhao Zheng, would be overjoyed. This time, unexpectedly, a provincial top scorer emerged. Moreover, it was achieved with an E-level ability. How could this be possible? Deputy Director Su said sternly, "The virtual college entrance examination system has been operating stably for 10 years. There are bound to be some minor glitches. However, there are video data archives for each region's college entrance examination. Let us pull up this Ning Yi's video data. It will be clear at a glance." Chapter 30, Chao Qingji, Double Golden Specialized Weapons. Deputy Director Su's staff were about to pull up the video data. However, after several attempts, their expressions changed slightly. "What's wrong?" Deputy Director Su frowned again. "You should come and take a look yourself." Deputy Director Su leaned closer to the screen and saw the big words "top secret," instantly stunned. "Log in with my credentials and check it out," he said in a deep voice. The staff nodded and immediately tried again, but still couldn't access it. Deputy Director Su was even more astonished. Why would the video data of a candidate be classified as top secret to the extent that even he, the deputy director of a provincial government office, wasn't qualified to view it? He glanced at the bottom right corner of the top secret label. There were 2 lines of small print from the Henan Provincial Ability Bureau and the Southeast Military Region. This meant that the college entrance examination video data of Ning Yi from Yunqing was jointly classified as top secret by the Henan Provincial Ability Bureau and the Southeast Military Region, prohibiting outsiders from viewing it. He began to understand. In recent years, many emerging talents had unexpectedly fallen, most of which were related to the Secret Blood Society. Ning Yi's true ability was definitely not E-level. Otherwise, it would be impossible to score over 11,000 points, even surpassing Chao Qingji. The actions of the Hannan Provincial Ability Bureau and the Southeast Military Region were precisely to protect Ning Yi. Deputy Director Su waved his hand, saying that there was no problem with the data and instructed to notify all candidates according to this ranking. The staff were stunned for a moment, and an older staff member couldn't help but say, "But Deputy Director Su, Chao Qingji is your niece. Do you really think she would be pushed to second place by some unknown kid? Little Chao grew up under our watch. I don't believe it." Deputy Director Su smiled, saying there are always people better than you and mountains beyond mountains. Everyone, let the data speak for itself and notify all candidates. After saying that, he went straight back to his office. A young staff member sighed, saying Deputy Director Su is really calm. He doesn't question this at all. What calmness? He just went out to get hot water. Look, he even forgot his teacup. The older staff member said slowly. Maybe he's in the office right now, calling others to inquire about this. In the office, Deputy Director Su took out his phone, dialed a number, and smiled, saying, "Director Bai, hello, it's me, Xiao Su. I want to ask about Ning." In Linchong City, at the Mad Blade Martial Arts School, dozens of ability users were honing their sword techniques. The sword is the easiest weapon to learn, and there are many experiences from predecessors to study. Once proficient in the sword techniques, the subsequent evolution options will also relate to sword techniques, further accelerating the improvement of sword skills, thus forming a positive cycle. On the third floor of the martial arts school, a strong man stood facing a girl in green training attire. "Qingji, use your ability and specialized weapons, and attack me with all your strength," the strong man said in a deep voice. "Gao Qingji not that." The next moment, an extremely sharp aura surged from within her. Two swords, one black and one white, floated beside her. The black sword was named Death Deciding Demon Blade, and the white sword was called Life Sacrificing Divine Blade. Both were golden specialized weapons. Slash. Chao Qingji lightly spoke a word, and the dual blades slashed down violently. The black and white sword lights almost filling the entire training room. Boom! The sword lights collided with the strong man, creating a sound like metal clashing. If it weren't for the soundproof materials lining the walls of the training room, this strike would have shaken the entire Mad Blade Martial Arts School. Chao Qingji looked up at him. The strong man smiled, saying, "Very good. Very strong. Qingji, after awakening 2 golden specialized weapons, your combat power is much stronger than before. If my specialized weapon weren't a shield, I really might not be able to block you. When you advance to a 3rd-tier ability user, I, as a 4th tier, might not even be your match." Chao Qingji nodded, not saying much. The strong man laughed heartily, saying, "Qingji, you always keep to yourself. This habit isn't good and needs to change." Chao Qingji didn't want to change. The strong man shrugged, saying, "By the way, the specific rankings for the college entrance examination should be out by now, right? Qingji, you have to let me take a picture to post on my social media. Then I can say I taught the provincial top scorer." Chao Qingji nodded, saying, "Okay, it's here." She felt her phone vibrate, took it out of her pocket, and opened it to find a text notification from the Hannan Provincial Government Office sent to every candidate. "Hello, Gao Qingji. Congratulations on achieving 2nd place in Hannan Province." Chao Qingji's expression froze. She had a beautiful face, but usually showed little emotion, so even when her face stiffened, no one could tell. The director chuckled, saying, "You got the top score, right? Let me see." Chao Qingji hesitated but ultimately shook her head, saying, "2nd place." The director was dumbfounded, saying, "Huh? Didn't you score over 11,000 points? How can that be 2nd place? Impossible." Chao Qingji immediately began to pack her things to leave. The director was taken aback, saying, "Hey, where are you going?" Chao Qingji nodded, saying, "To hunt exotic beasts." Watching the girl in green disappear in the blink of an eye, the director helplessly smiled, muttering, "Who on earth could have pushed Chao Qingji down?" In Yunqing, Ning Yi was downstairs eating beef noodles when he suddenly received a text message. Opening it, he found it was the notification from the provincial government office. "Dear Ning Yi, congratulations on achieving 1st place in Hannan Province." He smiled, feeling a surge of excitement. A provincial top scorer. How glorious. Something he couldn't achieve, no matter how hard he tried before, was now easily accomplished. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was Su Jiangwo calling. As soon as he answered, Su Jiangwo's jubilant voice came through, saying, "Ning Yi, congratulations. You have brought glory to our Yunqing and our #1 high school." Although they had long believed Ning Yi was destined to be the provincial top scorer, They were finally receiving the confirmed news, and their anxious hearts finally settled. Su Jiangwo continued, saying, "Tomorrow the municipal government office will hold an award ceremony on our #1 high school playground. The top 100 of the Yunqing College entrance examination will attend, and you, as the provincial top scorer, must come." Ning Yi's eyes lit up, saying, "Don't worry, principal. I will definitely be there." The next day, Ning Yi arrived at #1 high school, as usual. The place was decorated with lights and banners, celebrating that Ning Yi had scored 458 points to become the provincial top scorer. As soon as he appeared, sharp-eyed students recognized him. Ning Yi is here. The provincial top scorer is here, wow. So handsome. I'm in the same class as Ning Yi. I sit right behind him. Enthusiastic students and parents crowded around Ning Yi, making him feel both amused and overwhelmed. At this moment, four burly men pushed through the crowd, clearing a path. Ning Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Yi, congratulations. The leader, laughing heartily, asked, "Do you remember me?" Ning Yi's eyes brightened, saying, "You're Captain Feng Yuan from the Haifeng Security Company." Feng Yuan was filled with excitement, his eyes full of respect, saying, "I never expected to have been saved by the future provincial top scorer back then. I heard from Principal Su that you were the provincial top scorer. I told my son about it, and he didn't believe me, insisting it must be a namesake. Come on, we'll escort you to the podium." "Thank you, Captain Feng." Ning Yi smiled and nodded. Chapter 31 Award of 4 million yuan. Off to Yinjing. Shortly after, the award ceremony began on time. The first to speak was Su Jiangwo, the principal of Yunchang #1 Middle School. This elderly man, now in his 60s, had a radiant face, reminiscent of his youthful days. He stepped to the microphone and declared, "Today, our student Ning Yi from class 1 to senior 3 at Yuncheng No. 1 Middle School has achieved an outstanding score of 458 points in the college entrance examination, claiming the title of provincial champion. All the teachers and students at Yuncheng #1 are proud of Ning Yi. On behalf of Yuncheng #1, I have decided to award Ning Yi 1 million yuan." After Su Jiangwo finished speaking, he stepped back a few paces and returned to his seat. Zhao Zheng, the director of the Yuncheng Municipal Bureau, stepped forward and announced loudly, "In the past 20 years, Yuncheng has not seen a provincial champion, and very few students have even entered the top 100 in the province. Ning Yi from #1 Middle School has broken this situation, and he is someone all students in Yuncheng should look up to. The Yuncheng Municipal Bureau has decided to award Ning Yi an additional 2 million yuan, along with a property in the city center exceeding 300 square meters. Furthermore, Jinshan Pharmaceuticals' Yuncheng branch recognized that Ning Yi has brought fame to Yuncheng and has also decided to award him 1 million yuan. Let us look forward to Ning Yi achieving even better results in the peak examination and entering a top university." Applause erupted from the audience. Zhao Zheng smiled and said, "Ning Yi, come up to receive your award." Ning Yi strode forward, surrounded by Zhao Zheng and others in the center. At that moment, fireworks exploded, and flashes from cameras kept going off. That day, countless news articles emerged like snowflakes. Yuncheng's dark horse captures provincial champion. Genius Lin Chong is taken down. Shocking. E-class abilities can actually reach the top of the province. New provincial champion was dumped by his ex-girlfriend due to awakening E-class abilities. Exclusive notes from Ning. The provincial champion, limited time discount price of 2,980 yuan, while supplies last. Hurry to buy. Yuncheng, Ning Yi. This name quickly became known throughout Henan province. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In 3 days, the much-anticipated peak assessment will take place. During this month, Ning Yi went to Xiaomu daily to level up and obtain ability crystals to continuously enhance his level. Additionally, he kept purchasing relatively cheap ability crystals available on the market. After all, he had received a reward of 4 million yuan. Money sitting in his pocket is just money, but if it circulates, it can be transformed into resources, continuously improving himself. Xiaoyi, be careful on your way, and be sure to call me when you arrive in Yinjing. Ning when you looked at Ning Yi with a worried expression from downstairs at the Xinyue community. Jiang Jiqiang and Jiang Yifan stood nearby, with the uncle smiling broadly, holding Ning when Yu's hand. All right, Xiao Yi is going to compete with geniuses from various provinces. As a provincial champion, he will be fine. Jiang Yifan could not say much, only saying, "Cousin, good luck. Make sure to get into the top 20. Ning Yi nodded with a smile. Once the pleasantries were over, the class teacher Yi Jian immediately took over the suitcase, smiling. You two should head back. I will stay with Ning Yi the whole time and ensure nothing goes wrong. Go back now. Ning Yi waved his hand and then got into the car with Yi Jian. In the car, the old principal Su Jiangwo had been waiting for a long time. Additionally, there were Senior Agent Song Tai from the Ability Bureau who came specifically from Yinjing and Sun Yu, the deputy director of the Yunchang Municipal Bureau. They were responsible for escorting Ning Yi safely to the hotel in Yinjing. Song Tai was a middle-aged man in a suit with a friendly demeanor. He said with a smile, Ning Yi, we will land at Yinjing Airport at 1 p.m. this afternoon, and you will be staying at the Yinjing Grand Hotel for rest. Over the next 2 days, you can freely move within 5 kilometers of the Yinjing Grand Hotel. The location of the peak assessment will be announced at 7 a.m. on July 6th. Ning Yi nodded in understanding. The peak assessment is different from the college entrance examination. It is an offline exam with real stakes. Each peak assessment venue is completely different, and candidates usually only find out where to go on July 6th itself. On the plane, Ning Yi found his window seat, where a girl in a green dress was already seated. Hello, I'm inside, he smiled. The girl glanced at her phone and silently stood up, allowing Ning Yi to enter while she sat on the outside. Once settled, Ning Yi gazed at the layers of clouds outside, feeling a sense of wonder. In this world, strange beasts abound. For instance, in the land of Yanhan where he was located, there were even dragons, phoenixes, and chilants, creatures that only exist in myths. Other countries had also seen the emergence of legendary beasts. In this land of Yanhan, powerful beasts gathered in their territories, and some powerful 9th-tier beasts were not even provoked by the Ability Bureau. As long as they did not leave their territory, they coexisted peacefully by default. He had heard that a phoenix had made an agreement with the high-ranking officials of Yanhan, where Yanhan acknowledged the southern sky as its territory, and in return, the phoenix would ensure the safety of all planes, preventing attacks from flying beasts. Over the years, no plane in Yanhan's sky had ever crashed due to attacks from flying beasts. Unlike other countries, many skies were occupied by powerful flying beasts, forcing planes to detour around their airspace, greatly increasing travel time. Every takeoff was a risk. One careless move could lead to disaster. At that moment, he suddenly spotted some black dots in his line of sight, and they were getting larger. Upon closer inspection, they were flocks of dog-headed vultures. These beasts evolved from vultures, measuring over 2 meters in length, with a wingspan exceeding 4 meters. Their bodies were covered in gray-brown feathers, with white feather clusters around the neck, while their heads were bare. Dog-headed vultures are notoriously known for attacking human children. With a dive, they can snatch a child away. He never expected they would dare to attack a plane. However, the dog-headed vultures were getting closer to the airplane. Yet the phoenix that should have appeared was nowhere to be seen. The other passengers by the window also noticed the unusual sight and panicked. Yi Jian and Sun Yu immediately spoke up to calm the surrounding passengers. Song Tai quickly stood up to find the flight attendants. Soon, a voice came over the intercom. Dear passengers, I'm the captain of this flight. Please do not worry. This flight is equipped with ability weapons. Even if the phoenix does not appear, we have the capability to defend against all dangers. Ning Yi looked outside through the window and indeed saw beams of light shooting from beneath the wings, targeting the approaching dog-headed vultures. Once hit, the dog-headed vultures let out a mournful cry and plummeted to the ground. However, there were still too many dog-headed vultures. A sound akin to nails scraping on a blackboard suddenly rang out. Ning Yi's expression changed. This was the sound of the dog-headed vulture's claws scraping against the aircraft. He suddenly noticed that the girl in the green dress next to him had a sharp aura, like a blade ready to be unsheathed. A female passenger in front suddenly screamed. Chapter 32. The Phoenix Appears. A glimpse of the stunning. Ning Yi turned to look in the direction of the sound and discovered a claw, resembling a curved knife, had pierced through the aluminum-magnesium alloy shell and into the cabin. Then came more claws. A fierce, icy airflow rushed into the cabin immediately. The passengers were thrown into a panic. At this rate, the fuselage would be riddled with holes, and it might not be able to sustain itself until landing. As he watched the fuselage already in tatters, it seemed it could be torn apart at any moment. If that happened, the passengers in the cabin would likely be sucked out by the pressure difference. Song Tai from the Yinjing Abilities Bureau anxiously asked flight attendants, "Don't you have any ability users who can repair the fuselage?" Each flight usually had an ability user related to metal on board. Before taking on this role, They needed to learn a lot about aircraft structure, metal materials, and other relevant knowledge, so they could make repairs at the first sign of trouble. These ability users often went unused, but having them was better than not. The flight attendant looked embarrassed. There had been one. But he suddenly fell ill and did not board this flight. Step aside. Without saying a word, Ning Yi slammed his hand against the damaged fuselage. An icy chill erupted, freezing the area filled with holes. More cold air surged from Ning Yi's hands. Outside the cabin, the wails of the dog-headed vultures echoed. His ability had evolved, and now the cold air he released reached temperatures of at least minus 200 degrees. The general level of the dog-headed vultures was around level 20 to 30. They could not withstand such a frigid assault. In no time, the few dog-headed vultures attacking the fuselage were frozen solid outside. Over here. There's one over here, too. A male passenger shouted, pointing in another direction. Sure enough, another dog-headed vulture claw had pierced through the fuselage. Ning Yi rushed over, using his powerful cold air to fill the hole, and similarly froze the claw and the vulture itself. The passengers looked at Ning Yi in surprise. If it weren't for this young man, they might have faced a disastrous fate today. You're really strong. Ning Yi heard the voice of a girl in green behind him. He turned to see the girl staring at him intently. You continuously released your abilities for at least 8 minutes, and still seemed unfazed, showing no signs of exhaustion. Your cold air is extremely frigid, at least minus 200 degrees. The girl spoke rapidly before finally asking, "What's your name?" "Ning Yi." The girl paused, lowered her head, and murmured, "So it's him." Ning Yi was about to ask for her name when he noticed more groups of dog-headed vultures appearing outside the window. Some had even started to attack the aircraft engines. He frowned. If they were only attacking the fuselage, he could continue to patch it up. But the engines were too delicate. If they were destroyed, he wouldn't be able to do anything. At that moment, a massive shadow suddenly appeared outside. The crowd looked out to see a giant bird engulfed in ice-blue flames appearing above the aircraft. The Phoenix. The Phoenix has finally appeared. Oh my God, it's the Phoenix. We're saved. Ning Yi focused his gaze and saw the Phoenix spewing ice-blue flames, instantly freezing the remaining dog-headed vultures into ice sculptures. Then, with a powerful flap of its enormous wings, it created a whirlwind that shattered all the ice sculptures into fragments. The Phoenix elegantly turned in midair, casting a glance into the cabin with its ice-blue eyes before soaring off into the distance, quickly disappearing. Ning Yi's gaze sharpened. Was it just his illusion? Or did the Phoenix's glance seem to be directed at him? He also noticed a large, still bleeding wound on the right wing of the Phoenix, with surrounding feathers looking bare. Clearly, it was this wound that had delayed the Phoenix's arrival. The captain's voice came over the intercom again, stating that the crisis had been averted, thanking Ning Yi and the Phoenix, and asking all passengers to remain seated, with an estimated arrival at Yanjing International Airport in 30 minutes. The passengers sighed in relief and returned to their seats. Some nearby passengers expressed their gratitude to Ning Yi. He smiled and nodded, returning to his seat. He wanted to ask the girl in green for her name, as her fierce aura indicated she was definitely not an ordinary person. But she had already put on headphones and closed her eyes. Feeling somewhat helpless, he continued to watch the scenery outside. Half an hour later, the aircraft arrived at Yanjing International Airport. Ground staff immediately came to repair the plane. It was clear that the aircraft wouldn't be able to take off in a short time. Song Tai received a phone call and then came over to Ning, saying in a serious tone, "Ning Yi, your suspicion was correct. The maintenance technician for this aircraft is missing." Ning Yi raised an eyebrow. He indeed felt something was off. The technician had fallen ill and hadn't boarded this flight. Coincidentally, the plane was attacked by dog-headed vultures during the flight, and most importantly, the Phoenix had not arrived in time. He informed Song Tai to investigate further. To his surprise, some discrepancies were indeed uncovered. The Blood Secret Society did this? He said casually. Song Tai nodded, uncertain but reasonably sure it was them. Ning Yi asked curiously, "How did they injure the Phoenix?" Song Tai smiled helplessly. "I'm just a senior operative with limited authority and knowledge, but I suspect the Blood Secret Society might also have a 9th-tier trump card. Otherwise, we would have eliminated them long ago." Ning Yi nodded. That made sense. "Let's go, Ning Yi. There are also Teacher Yi and Deputy Director Sunday. I'll take you to the hotel." Okay. A moment later, the group arrived at the hotel. Ning Yi was in room 502, while Yi Jian and Sun Yu were in 504. As he opened the door and was about to enter, he saw the girl in green approaching, stopping in front of room 512 diagonally across from him. "You really came to participate in the peak assessment?" Ning Yi smiled. The girl in green nodded. I will defeat you. After saying that, she entered her room. Ning Yi chuckled and went into his own room. He had a rough idea of who she was. That day at the Dihao Hotel dinner, Li Mingzhi had mentioned someone to watch out for, including a fierce girl from Linchong City named Chao Qingji. This girl had sharp eyes, liked wearing green clothes, and preferred silence. The girl in green matched all these traits. The peak assessment, huh? I really look forward to battling with some kind of genius. Ning Yi smiled and sat down. In room 512, an adult woman sat down beside Chao Qingji. She was Chao Qingji's instructor, He Xiang. Qingji, the Yanjing Abilities Bureau, sent news that the incident on this flight was not coincidental. It is very likely a scheme by the Blood Secret Society, and their target is you. Chao Qingji nodded. What about Ning Yi? He Xiang shrugged. Ning Yi's ticket was purchased by someone else, and the information is classified. They couldn't find anything out. We owe him a lot this time. Gao Qingzi not debt. Indeed, we should thank him, but we can't hold back in the peak assessment, He Xiang said with a smile. Chao Qingji shook her head. I will give it my all because I might not necessarily win against him. He Xiang was surprised. This was the first time she had seen Chao Qingji readily admit that someone was stronger than herself. Chapter 33 Hostility. Longjing Zhoumengrong. The next day, Ning Yi got up early and went to the second floor of the hotel. This was the breakfast area. He had heard that the Cantonese dim sum at this hotel was very authentic, so he specifically came to try it. Before long, a large bowl of beef congee, 2 baskets of steamed shumai, a plate of crystal shrimp dumplings, a plate of golden cake, a plate of fried spring rolls, and 5 char siu buns were placed on the small round table in front of him. After advancing to a second-tier ability user, he found that his appetite had also increased. This was just breakfast. By lunchtime and dinner, he would eat even more. While enjoying his meal, several figures entered the restaurant. Taking advantage of the wait for their food, they sat down and started to chat. During this time, Ning Yi saw that Chao Qingji had also arrived, and the other party noticed him too. However, the two did not speak, merely nodding as a greeting. The sticky rice chicken is ready. At this moment, a voice came from the direction of the kitchen. Ning Yi's eyes lit up, and he quickly went to the counter to get it. He had wanted to try this sticky rice chicken for a long time, but had never had the chance. Now it was finally ready. Just as he rushed to the counter, he saw a tall girl with short hair already grabbing the sticky rice chicken and turning to leave. The short-haired girl had a wheat-colored complexion, dressed refreshingly, exposing her flat and firm abdomen. Her arms and thighs were much sturdier than those of girls her age, indicating her strong physical fitness. That's mine. Ning Yi frowned immediately. The short-haired girl glanced at him and laughed. Let me eat first. I'll get you one next. Ning Yi shook his head. No, this is what I ordered. If you want to eat, wait behind. The smile on the short-haired girl's face stiffened. Just let me have it. You can wait a bit longer. It's only 10 more minutes. What loss can you suffer? Ning Yi said calmly. I want you to put down. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the other diners in the restaurant. The short-haired girl became furious. Kid, do you know who I am? Longjing Zhoumengrong. Are you really going to go against me now? Ning Yi looked her up and down. He had heard this name from Li Mingzhi during their last gathering. As expected, this person was the top scholar of Longjing City. Although Longjing was just a city, it was a direct-controlled municipality and had once been the capital of Yanhans. Even now, it remained the political and economic center of southern Yanhans. Yanhans had a total of 2 capitals and 41 provinces, with Yanjing and Longjing being the 2 direct-controlled municipalities, producing many talents and strong individuals. Zhoumengrong thought Ning Yi was intimidated and sneered. If you give me some face, I'll give you some face during the peak assessment and let you off the hook. After saying that, she was about to walk away with the sticky rice chicken. Ning Yi reached out and grabbed her arm. I just didn't expect the top scholar of Longjing City to be such a shameless person. Zhoumengrong became even angrier and slapped towards Ning Yi's chest. Her ability was the resonance of the terror bear, and a level commonly referred to privately as a muscle woman. The terror bear as a beast could reach the 6th tier when fully grown, standing over 6 meters tall, equivalent to a 2-story building, and weighing over 3 tons. One slap could easily crush a small car. Its defense was equally formidable, with every hair like a steel needle, closing together like iron armor. The abilities of the resonators of the terror bear naturally enhanced their strength and defense, just like the bear itself. Zhoumengrong's slap, even if not fully powered, could easily injure an ordinary person's internal organs and make them cough up blood on the spot. Seeing this scene, several Ability Bureau agents couldn't help but stand up to mediate. However, Zhou Mengrong's hand did not come down. Instead, it was frozen in mid-air by a chilling aura. The terrifying cold made Zhou Mengrong scream and instinctively retract her hand. You. She was both shocked and angry, immediately preparing to fully use her abilities. A girl in a green dress suddenly stood up, and a gleam of cold light appeared instantly. Ning Yi focused and saw that it was Chao Qingji, who had drawn out the golden specialized weapon, the Death Demon Blade, and was now holding the blade directly against Zhou Mengrong's neck. Stimulated by this, Zhou Mengrong's body began to exhibit characteristics of the terror bear, especially her arms, which were nearly transforming into the bear's front limbs, imbued with immense terrifying power. She glared at Chao Qingji, her forehead veins bulging. I know you, Chao Qingji from Hanan. Are you going to stop me too? Chao Qingji replied expressionlessly, move, and I'll cut you. Damn. Including Song Tai, 3 Ability Bureau agents secretly felt a headache and quickly stepped in to intervene. After all, they were at a higher level of ability, all at least Tier 3, with Song Tai being a Tier 4 ability user. In just a few moments, they separated Chao Qingji and Zhou Mengrong. Ning Yi said solemnly, she started first, and she is also in the wrong. If I don't fight back, once I get hurt, I will have no chance at the peak assessment. Chao Qingji just acted out of righteousness. This matter has nothing to do with her. You 3 from the Ability Bureau should understand this. The 3 agents of the Ability Bureau exchanged bitter smiles and nodded. They could see it clearly. However, Zhou Mengrong's family was also very influential. If the two hadn't reached the point of nearly fighting, they wouldn't have wanted to intervene. Quickly take her back to rest. Deal with the frostbite on her arm, Song Tai instructed his 2 colleagues. After some persuasion, they managed to take Zhou Mengrong away. Thank you, Ning Yi smiled. It's nothing. Chao Qingji nodded. This incident could only be considered a minor episode. Ning Yi returned to his seat and continued to enjoy his meal, unaffected at all. However, the others were now frequently glancing at him, seemingly guessing his identity. Who is that? He actually dared to stand up to Zhou Mengrong. Could he be Yin Jing's top scholar Yin Xuezhou? I've seen Yin Xuezhou. He doesn't look like this. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the top scholar from Hanan province. That Ning Yi from a remote small town. I heard that even the director of the Hanan Ability Bureau and the deputy commander of the Southeast Military Region were shocked. This Ning Yi's ability seems very impressive. No wonder he dares to stand up to Zhou Mengrong. Turns out he has someone with a solid background. A slightly thin and dark-skinned boy approached with a grin. Bro, let us get to know each other. I'm Mo Huan, the 3rd place in Longjing. Ning Yi, 1st in Hanan. Ning Yi shook hands with him and smiled. Why do you want to get to know me? Mo Huan whispered. That Zhou Mengrong has bullied me many times. I've always disliked her, but my strength is lacking. Iga, I think you're awesome, so I want to know someone as fierce as you. But Iga, I need to remind you, Zhou Mengrong's family is very powerful, and she has a strong older brother who is a sophomore at Longting University. You need to be careful in the future. Ning Yi nodded. Thanks for the reminder. After finishing breakfast, Ning Yi didn't wander around and went straight back to his room. Talents were emerging in Yanhan's, and the Blood Secret Society had already been restless. The previous tampering with the passenger plane was a sign. So, he simply stayed put to avoid any trouble. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. When he opened it, it was Song Tai. Song Tai smiled wryly. Ning Yi, you shouldn't have provoked Zhou Mengrong. Her family is too powerful. Song Tai's implication was that he should be bullied by her. Ning Yi took it. Song Tai quickly shook his head. No, that's not what I meant. He sighed. You're all talents of Yanhan's, the future pillars. You'll have to cooperate in the future. We don't want to see such a big conflict between you. Ning Yi replied calmly. So, Officer Song, what brings you here this time? Song Tai sighed, originally wanting the 2 of you to sit together and have a good talk. Ning Yi directly said, please leave. Song Tai had no choice but to leave. Ning Yi lay on the bed with his hands crossed behind his head, his expression unchanged. How could one possibly cooperate with such a person? In this world, there are always some who like to bully the weak. The only language they understand is fists. Fists that are bigger and stronger than theirs. Chapter 34, Ability Cultivation Method. The peak exam begins. Soon, 3 days passed. Today is July 6th, the day of the peak exam. Over the past 2 days, Ning Yi didn't do anything else but used his identity as an Ability Bureau intern to spend 1 contribution point to exchange for a very basic ability cultivation method that circulates within the Ability Bureau. After obtaining this cultivation method, he stayed in his room, trying to quickly enhance his understanding of the ability cultivation method. The grades of ability cultivation methods are divided into 4 levels: A, B, C, and D. The one he exchanged for is a D-level method called Elemental Cultivation Method. It is the most universal and can be easily compatible. This makes it convenient for him to switch to other higher-level cultivation methods in the future. The grading of ability cultivation methods is not categorized as S, B, C, D, because these methods are newly developed and promoted by Yin Han. Thus, they are graded according to Yin Han standards. On the other hand, the grading of abilities was first established by other countries who set their own standards. The elemental cultivation method that Ning Yi exchanged for can enhance the efficiency of the body in absorbing free energy particles from the air. Additionally, it can improve the efficiency of actively absorbing ability crystals. A D-level cultivation method can increase this efficiency by 20. Although it may seem like only a 20 improvement, over time, it allows for a 20 greater accumulation of energy compared to others, leading to faster progress. He plans to use this method for now, and once he enters university, he can naturally exchange for a higher-level cultivation method for free. It is said that above the A-level cultivation methods, there exists a so-called Super A-level, which is only available at the top 2 universities, Yanjing University and Longtung University. Moreover, it is only provided to the top 3 students of the peak exam. While thinking about these things, Ning Yi brushed his teeth and washed his face. Just after finishing his morning routine, he heard a knock on the door. "Ning Yi, I'm Song Tai. The specific location for the peak exam has been notified." He opened the door to see a round-faced ability bureau officer with a serious expression. "Ning Yi, the venue for this year's peak exam is located in Death Town." Ning Yi raised an eyebrow. Death Town is a town located in the southeast direction of Yanjing, by the Jin River. Less than 50 kilometers down the Jin River is the vast East Sea. 50 years ago, during the Abyss invasion, the local flora and fauna of Blue Star underwent constant mutations, including those in the ocean. Death Town is one of the landing sites for a large number of aquatic mutant beasts. At that time, it was around 2 or 3 in the middle of the night, and only a small portion of the town's residents managed to escape, while the rest perished in the mouths of the mutant beasts. Subsequently, the military engaged in a back-and-forth tug-of-war with the beasts in Death Town before finally regaining control. However, such a town had lost its value for reconstruction and could only be abandoned, occasionally used as a training ground for the military. To think that this time they would use Death Town as the venue for the peak exam, while the usual examination sites were not used at all. Is there some deeper meaning behind this? Song Tai sighed. "Ning Yi, let's go. This is probably the most challenging peak exam in the past decade." Ning Yi noted, grabbed his backpack, and followed Song Tai. In the van, 2 people were already waiting. One was Chao Qingji, and the other was a tall boy named Chi Tuo, who also hailed from Linchong City. Together with Ning Yi, the 3 of them were the top 3 students of the college entrance examination in Henan Province. Chao Qingji simply nodded and said nothing. Chi Tuo smiled at him. "Ning Yi, nice to see you." "Me too," Ning Yi replied with a smile. Once they were seated, Song Tai drove, accompanied by another vehicle from the Ability Bureau for escort, and they headed straight for Death Town. The van stopped in an open area outside Death Town. The doors opened, and the 3 of them got out one after the other. Ning Yi looked around and found that there were armed soldiers every 3 meters around the open area, each one meticulous in their duty. It was easy to imagine that if someone approached stealthily, they would face a terrifying hail of bullets. In front of Ning Yi and the others was a nearly 5-meter-high electric fence. Inside the fence was Death Town, covering an area of 40 square kilometers. The roars of mutant beasts echoed, seemingly declaring their existence. If this were during the college entrance examination, just the sounds of these roars would be enough to scare some of the more timid students. But the youth present were all top talents from various provinces. They were already accustomed to such scenes, and not only were they not afraid, but began analyzing the types of mutant beasts based on the roars. Behind this open area, a high platform had been erected. On the platform were the dignitaries observing this peak exam, all of whom held high positions. Ning Yi recognized Ai Dingbang, but the others were unfamiliar to him. The others clearly noticed him as well, and from a distance, Bai Dingbang waved slightly at him. Seeing Bai Dingbang's demeanor, the others on the platform were somewhat surprised and couldn't help but look at Ning Yi a few more times. "Yige, hello, hello." Mo Yihuan cheerfully squeezed over to stand beside Ning Yi and then lowered his voice. "Zhou Mingron will do everything possible to keep you if she finds your trace in Death Town. She will rush over immediately." Ning Yi smiled and nodded. "Thanks for the reminder." At this moment, a deep voice came from the broadcast, Dear students, welcome to the examination venue for the peak exam. I am Juan Rengia, the supervisor for this exam. The candidates were somewhat surprised. Juan Rengia? Isn't he the director of the Ability Bureau in Yinjing? He actually came personally to supervise the exam. In the past, the supervisor was usually the deputy director. This year is indeed an exception. Juan Rengia smiled and said, for this peak exam, Death Town will serve as the examination site, with mutant beasts ranging from level 25 to level 40. Candidates are allowed to engage in combat with each other, and the victors can take away half of the opponent's points. By the way, your points do not start from 0. Instead, they are based on the points you earned during the college entrance examination and will continue to increase. So, remember to hunt candidates with a lot of points. As he finished speaking, a team of soldiers stepped forward, handing out black backpacks to each candidate. Juan Rengia continued. Inside the backpack, there is enough food and water for one day, a map, a high-pressure electric ball, and a watch. All the mutant beasts in Death Town have pheromones on them, and by killing them, your watch will accumulate points. Additionally, you may occasionally find personnel wearing Ability Bureau uniforms. Don't worry, there are agents patrolling the exam site. If you encounter a life-threatening situation, use the high-pressure electric ball immediately and wait in place. Nearby Ability Bureau agents will come to rescue you swiftly. With that said, candidates, enter. With his command, the electrified gate briefly powered down before slowly opening. The students, unhurried and composed, strode inside. Then, the gate closed and powered back up. From the 2 capitals and 41 provinces, a total of 129 candidates entered Death Town, disappearing like a drop of water, merging into the sea in an instant. Hundreds of small drones equipped with high-definition cameras quickly flew into Death Town, following each candidate closely. On the large screen of the high platform, 129 images slowly appeared, each candidate exploring this dilapidated and terrifying town in their own way. Chapter 35, A Bet. Ning Yi's plan. Director Bai, which talented individual have you set your sights on this year? Is it that young man just now? Juan Rengia looked at Bai Dingbang and smiled slightly. Bai Dingbang nodded with a smile. Yes, his name is Ning Yi, the top scorer from Hannan Province. Juan Rengia understood. He had already reviewed the information on all 129 candidates and was aware of Ning Yi's situation. Although he awakened an E-grade ability, his evolution options were quite impressive, even surpassing the Hannan Province's Chao Qingji, securing the title of provincial top scorer. He estimated that Ning Yi's E-grade ability should have evolved to A-grade, and the specialized weapon he awakened was at least golden. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to achieve the provincial top scorer. Juan Rengia smiled and said, Director Bai, the old rules apply. Let's make a bet. The others perked up their ears to listen. These two always gathered during the peak examination period every year and would place bets, which was one of the few pleasures for people of their status. Bai Dingbang sighed. No more bets, no more bets. I can't afford to keep losing to you every year. Director Jiang of the Yinjing City Administrative Hall laughed. Director Juan, that's where you're wrong. Every time you win, who want to bet with you? A hint of pride flashed in Juan Rengia's eyes, but he feigned humility. Not at all. I'm just lucky. However, are you really not going to bet this year? I plan to use the blood of the Thunder Dragon as a wager. Old Bai, your ability is resonance with Thunderstorm Winged Wolf. This Thunder Dragon's blood is very valuable to you. Are you really not going to bet? The people around also looked at the 2 directors of the Ability Bureau. Hearing the mention of Thunder Dragon's blood, they were even more astonished. It was said that not long ago, Director Juan had taken down an 8th-tier Thunder Dragon in the EC. That Thunder Dragon was a treasure trove, especially suitable for Thunder-type ability users. Multiple 8th-tier powerhouses had come seeking treasures, but Juan Rengia had refused to sell. Now he was actually willing to use it as a wager. Bai Dingbang was also surprised, but quickly realized, you're eyeing the treasures I have. Juan Rengia laughed heartily. Of course. I want that dragon horse horn you've collected for many years. Director Jiang and the others were once again astonished. The dragon horse horn was taken from the 8th-tier beast, the Furious Wind Dragon Horse. It was the king of beasts that had roared in the Lightning Mountain 5 years ago. It was this creature that triggered a terrifying beast tide. At that time, Bai Dingbang personally dealt with the Furious Wind Dragon Horse and slayed it. The dragon horse horn was the most precious item on it. It contained extremely strong wind attribute energy, making it ideal for 8th-tier wind-type ability users to absorb, thus allowing for specific golden evolution options on their next upgrade. Juan Rengia was indeed a wind-type ability user and had long coveted this dragon horse horn. Ha ha, of course. Just say whether you want to bet or not. Upon hearing Bai Dingbang's words, Wan Renjia immediately burst into laughter. Bai Dingbang squinted his eyes. What's the bet? Wan Renjia smiled and said, the person I'm interested in is Yin Shuezhou from our Yanjing. The betting terms would be the same as in previous years. Whoever's chosen candidate scores higher would win. Bai Dingbang immediately shook his head. No way, no way. Yin Shuezhou is an S-grade ability user and has awakened a golden specialized weapon. How can the kid I'm interested in compare? Wan Renjia quickly replied, then I'll raise the stakes. 10 pounds of Thunder Dragon's blood. You don't need to raise yours. How about that? Bai Dingbang still shook his head. No way, no way. That kid Ning Yi really can't compare to Yin Shuezhou. Director Jiang followed up. That's true. Yin Shuezhou is a rare, exceptional genius. He has fought alongside the military since he was young. How could Ning Yi possibly surpass him? In my opinion, this year's peak first place will definitely be Yin Shuezhou. Director Wan, you should stop trying to take advantage of Director by S. Dragon Horsehorn. The others also chuckled in good humor. Wan Renjia thought for a moment and said, how about this? It doesn't need to be that Ning Yi places higher than Yin Shuezhou. As long as Ning Yi's rank doesn't fall behind Yin Shuezhou by more than 5 places, you win. How about that? This should be acceptable, right? His tone was filled with strong confidence, particularly towards Yin Shuezhou. Director Jiang and the others nodded. Saying things like this sounds reasonable. Bai Dingbang gritted his teeth. Since everyone is saying this, then I'll bet. He cupped his hands toward an elderly man with silver hair. I trouble you, Director Jing, to be a witness. Jing Fu, the director of the Ability Bureau in Longjing City, was the most senior and respected among all the directors of the Ability Bureaus in Yanhan, as well as the 41 provinces. Even the current director of the Yanhan Ability General Bureau was a protege taught by Jing Fu himself. The old director chuckled. All right, you two have been competing for so many years. Very well, I will be the witness for your wager this time. Wan Renjia smiled. Old Jing, won't you place a bet with us? I think that Zhou Mengrong from Longjing is quite good too. Upon hearing this, Jing Fu immediately shook his head. Zhou Mengrong. This child has good talent, but her mind is too narrow, and her character needs refinement. She has been spoiled by her mother, and I can't say anything. Forget it. Let's not talk about that child. Let us see how things go in the examination hall. The blood of the secret society has been quiet until now, and I always feel a bit uneasy. The others nodded with concern. The secret society's plot regarding the peak examination had already spread among the higher-ups. That was why there were temporary changes to the examination venue, increased security, and the addition of patrolling officers inside the examination area, among other measures. However, the secret society remained silent, which was what worried them the most. As the saying goes, when the girlfriend is quiet, she must be up to something. The secret society was not Yin and Han's girlfriend, but an enemy, even a deadly foe. Their silence was even more terrifying. They must be brewing an extremely dreadful conspiracy. Inside Death Town, as soon as Ning Yi entered, he quickly separated from the others and vanished in the blink of an eye. Moments later, on the rooftop of an abandoned 3-story building, Ning Yi took out the map from his backpack and spread it out to study carefully. This year's examination venue was Death Town, and all his previous knowledge about the peak examination had become invalid. He now had to rely on this very limited information to quickly gain a comprehensive understanding of Death Town. Death Town was divided into 4 areas: East, West, South, and North, each containing a level 44th tier beast. The 3rd tier, 2nd tier, and 1st tier beasts were distributed near the territories of these 4th tier beasts, creating a complex web. Given my current strength, challenging a 4th tier beast might be a bit too much. If I get interrupted halfway and someone else takes the spoils, that would be even worse, and I might even lose half my points. After pondering for a moment, Ning Yi quickly made a choice. First, he would sweep through those 3rd-tier beasts. Once he raises his level to 29, he could probably attempt to deal with the 4th-tier beasts. After all, he had 10 evolution opportunities for every level up, and each upgrade brought him significant improvements. At this stage, level 29 was his endpoint. Chapter 36, Trap. Ning Yi Talingus Sop Mengrong. Boom! A gigantic bear, entirely covered in white fur, fell to the ground, its body covered in frost and frostbite. 4-Eye Spirit Hounds returned to Ning Yi's side, ready to follow his commands. Ning Yi nodded in satisfaction. In the month leading up to the peak examination, he had been training in the decayed wood marsh and increased the number of Ice Spirit Hounds to 4. Now, with all 4 present, Even this level 33 snow bear was no match. After a few exchanges, it fell to the ground, battered and unwilling to accept defeat. He accurately struck, extracting a crystal of special ability the size of a pigeon egg. Using the Ability Bureau's watch to measure it, he found that this crystal contained a solid 56 units of energy, quite impressive. He casually stored it away, just as he was about to seek out trouble with the third-tier beasts. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead, stumbling towards him. After focusing his gaze, he realized it was Cheetah, who was covered in claw marks and, like him, hailed from Hannan Province. Ning Yi, I finally found you. Cheetah seemed to grasp a lifeline. You have to help. Chao Qingji is surrounded by 5 third-tier beasts and is in grave danger. Ning Yi's expression brightened. 5 third-tier beasts? Where? Cheetah was momentarily stunned by Ning Yi's sudden reaction. Logically, he should have been scared first, but this guy was actually excited. After a while, he stammered, over there, that way. Ning Yi raised an eyebrow. Something seemed off about Cheetah. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the claw marks on Cheetah's body appear to be too small. They look more like wounds inflicted by an ability user. With this thought, he contemplated and nodded. Lead the way. Let's go there now. Good. Cheetah nodded repeatedly, as if he had just received a pardon. The two of them quickly navigated through the overgrown streets and finally arrived at a small park where flowers and grass were wildly growing. This small park was surrounded by residential buildings that were 5 or 6 stories tall. Ning Yi, I was forced into this, so don't blame me. Cheetah's voice came from beside him, filled with shame. Ning Yi turned around to see that Cheetah had already run off without a trace. This person had an ability classified as B-grade, Flying Leg Sheep Resonance, excelling particularly in speed. In terms of pure speed, he definitely couldn't catch up to that guy. At that moment, 3 figures emerged from the shadows of the buildings. The leader was tall, standing at about 1.75 meters. With short hair and a wheat-colored complexion, it was Zhou Mengrong. The other 2 were Zhao Quan from Longjing City and Mo Yi Huan, whom he had already met. The latter winked at him at that moment. Zhou Mengrong sneered, Ning Yi, you ran so fast after entering the examination, and now you've walked right into my trap. Ning Yi smilet. So it turns out the claw marks on Cheetah were left by you, right? Exactly. Zhou Mengrong replied with a sinister smile. I took away his points twice. I told him I could take his points a 3rd time, but I could also choose not to. In exchange, I wanted him to lure you over. At first, he refused, but eventually, he obediently complied. Ning Yi frowned slightly. The rule of point theft in the peak examination itself had flaws. Although taking half of someone's points had a cooldown period, where they couldn't be taken again within 3 hours, as long as one could trap a person for 3 hours. They could continue to take points until the victim's points dwindled to a single digit. However, the rules of the peak examination had never changed. This flaw had always existed. Perhaps the examiners wanted to see the character and integrity of the candidates through this rule. Ning Yi smilet knovingli. So, you plan to deal with me in the same way? Zhou Mengrong gently rubbed her right arm and replied with a sinister smile. Of course. You froze my arm that day. The pain that penetrated to the bone is still fresh in my memory. If it weren't for that nosy Chao Qingji, I would have crushed your chest with a single palm. You would probably still be lying in a hospital bed recovering. Don't worry, once I take all your points, I'll go after that damn Chao Qingji and take all her points too. At that moment, the short-haired girl's face was filled with rage. Her originally beautiful features now appeared twisted. Ning Yi shook his head. He had indeed judged correctly. There was no reasoning with such a person. As the saying goes, if you don't open with a punch, you'll invite 100 punches in return. Not making this girl suffer back then had led her to believe she could act recklessly. Zhou Mengrong rubbed her wrist and stepped forward confidently. You two stay aside and don't interfere. I want to defeat him myself. Yes, Sister Zhou, Zhao Quan, and Mo Yi Huan nodded repeatedly. Zhou Mengrong sneered, come on. Let me see what kind of power a kid from the border town has. With that, her abilities surged, and armor began to grow on her arms, quickly covering them completely. This was one of the characteristics of the fearsome violent bear. Once the fearsome violent bear matured, it could turn its entire body as hair into armor, making it incredibly strong in both offense and defense. She slammed down onto the ground with great force, creating 2 deep craters. The cracks spread out like a spider web in all directions. The explosive and aggressive power surprised even Ning Yi. Truly, the fearsome violent bear was renowned for its high offense and defense. Ning Yi waved his hand, and the 4 ice spirit hounds appeared beside him. each the size of a calf, fierce and menacing, exuding a chilling aura. Zhou Mingrong was taken aback, but quickly revealed a strange smile. "So you're going for the summoning route. Ning Yi, you better not let me get close. Otherwise, I might just smash your head with one punch." It was well known that most summoning ability users relied heavily on their summoned creatures for strength, having little offensive or defensive capability themselves. They depended entirely on the slight enhancement of their physical attributes provided by their abilities. After all, there were only so many evolution options. If all were given to the summoned creatures, there would be nothing left for themselves. Ning Yi crossed his arms and smiled lightly. "You can try." On the high platform, the bigwigs watched this scene and frowned slightly, especially when they saw Zhou Mingrong teaming up with others to trap Chi Ta and repeatedly take his points, forcing him to set a trap for Ning Yi. Many people frowned deeply in unison. Zhou Mingrong was truly too arrogant and overbearing. This Mingrong. Jing Fu's face turned pale, but he could only sigh. He was Zhou Mingrong's grandfather. He understood very well how spoiled his daughter was with Zhou Mingrong. Because of this, he felt deep sorrow. This child was truly spoiled. If this couldn't be corrected in time, it would all be over. Old Jing, we've long considered the loophole in this rule. "The reason we kept it is to see the character and integrity of these kids," Wan Renjia said with a slight smile. He then looked at Bai Ding Bang and teased. "But old Bai, it seems your Ning Yi may face an early defeat." P.S. Facing Zhou Mingrong on the very first day of the peak examination. You have to know that Zhou Mingrong's strength is not weak. She is a strong contender for the top spot in the peak examination. Even if Ning Yi managed to escape by luck, he would definitely be heavily injured, which would affect his efficiency in hunting beasts to gain points. By Ding Bang's side, alas, I was blinded by that 10 pounds of Thunder Dragon blood. I shouldn't have gambled this time. Ning Yi is no match for Zhou Mingrong. Hearing this, Wan Renjia was even more pleased with himself. Look, those 4 ice spirit hounds seem a bit troublesome. Zhou Mingrong is actually having difficulty getting rid of them. Director Zhang's surprised voice drew everyone's attention. Wan Renjia cast her gaze, seemingly deep in thought. It appeared she had to use her specialized weapon. I remember that her awakened specialized weapon is the Golden Angry Bear Belt. Chapter 37, Great Victory, capturing Zhou Mingrong alive. In the park of an old residential building, bystanders Mo Huan and Zhao Quan were both astonished. The 4 ice spirit hounds, each the size of a calf, were surprisingly agile. Whenever Zhou Mingrong's massive fists came crashing down, they would dodge with remarkable speed, narrowly escaping every time. However, each bite from these ice spirit hounds left varying degrees of frostbite on Zhou Mingrong's body. At one point, one of the hounds seized an opportunity and tore a large chunk of flesh from Zhou Mingrong's leg. In pain, Zhou Mingrong let out a scream. Her eyes now filled with rage as she looked at Ning Yi, especially seeing Ning Yi so relaxed, as if watching an animal performance, made her even angrier. "Raging Bear Belt," she shouted angrily, and suddenly a massive leather belt appeared at her waist. At the center of the belt was a shrunk-down roaring bear head, as if it had just been skinned from a giant bear. It exuded a primal and savage wildness. The moment she equipped the Raging Bear Belt, Zhou Mingrong's body instantly swelled up, and her entire aura changed dramatically. She still looked human, but now resembled a powerful giant bear. Brutal, fierce, as if she were ready to devour someone. Mo Huan and Zhao Quan instinctively took a few steps back. They had seen the terrifying form Zhou Mingrong took on when using the Raging Bear Belt. This was a golden specialized weapon. Once activated, her attack speed and power would significantly increase. Most troublingly, the agility that had been Zhou Mingrong's weakness was now greatly enhanced by the Raging Bear Belt. In other words, she had no weaknesses left. As expected, the next moment Zhou Mingrong surged forward, her massive fist smashing out at incredible speed. One Eye Spirit Hound, caught off guard by her sudden burst of speed, was struck squarely in the back. Its body flew like it had been hit by a giant elephant, crashing to the ground and unable to rise. It quickly transformed into cold air and dissipated. The other 3 ice spirit hounds grew even more cautious, facing Zhou Mingrong. Nevertheless, she quickly sent them flying one by one. With a cold smile, Zhou Mingrong stomped the ground and charged at Ning Yi. A gigantic axe appeared in her palm. The axe was over 2 meters long, and its handle was made from single vertebra. The blade was embedded with 2 massive canine teeth, radiating a primal sense of power. "Bear battle axe," Zhou Mingrong shouted, bringing the axe down. In her view, once she closed the distance to Ning Yi, A summoning-type ability user, victory was certain. Ning Yi narrowed his eyes. No wonder Zhou Mingrong had the audacity to be so arrogant. Not only did she possess an A-level ability, roaring bear resonance, but the two awakened specialized weapons also match her ability perfectly. Moreover, the Raging Bear Belt was a golden specialized weapon, while the Bear Battle Axe was a purple specialized weapon. With such enhancements, Zhou Mingrong's strength was undoubtedly among the top tier of the 129 candidates. As the battle axe descended upon him, Ning Yi smiled slightly and reached out, a specialized weapon appearing in his palm as well. A specialized weapon for an ability user could be stored within their body, requiring only a thought to summon without taking up space. In Ning Yi's palm was a giant spear radiating a chilling aura. Frigid, piercing, and exuding a murderous intent that warned others to stay away. Feeling the cold, Zhou Mingrong was shocked to find her blood circulation hindered. The once surging hot blood in her veins felt as if it had been mixed with icy water. The fiery momentum she had was starting to dissipate. Realizing something was wrong, she did not retreat, but gritted her teeth and swung the axe down with all her might. In my dictionary, there is no word for failure. 20 ice shields appeared beside Ning Yi. Clang! The giant axe clashed with the ice shields, producing a deafening sound of metal meeting metal. Clang! Only 3 shields shattered. Zhou Mingrong's pupils constricted. Elemental abilities are supposed to be weak, yet the defense of these ice shields was terrifyingly strong, far exceeding her expectations. In her ears, she heard Ning Yi's cold voice. Are you done? Then it's my turn. As he spoke, the Frost Spirit Cold Spear shot through the air. Zhou Mingrong's face changed drastically as she sensed the terrifying cold emanating from the spear, far surpassing that of the ice spirit hounds. Clearly, Ning Yi had been holding back. With no other choice, Zhou Mingrong quickly raised the giant axe to block. Roar! A soul-shaking tiger's roar suddenly erupted. Zhou Mingrong's bear battle axe hadn't even been able to block in time before she froze momentarily, leaving her wide open. The next moment, the Frost Spirit Cold Spear struck her abdomen solidly. Bang! Zhou Mingrong was sent flying several dozen meters, smashing through 3 flower beds and scattering dirt and stones everywhere. She finally came to a stop after crashing into a large tree. For a long time, Zhou Mingrong struggled to get up, instinctively spitting out a mouthful of blood, which was filled with chilling shards of ice. Upon landing, she froze nearby flowers and grass. Zhou Mingrong felt as if her mind had been struck by a massive hammer, and countless long needles were stabbing into her. The immense pain on a mental level made it difficult for her to control her body. Struggling to stand, she barely took a step before collapsing again with a loud thud. Mo Yihuan and Zhao Quan certainly wouldn't rush over to help. Instead, they watched from a distance, dumbfounded. The Zhou Mingrong they had thought was incredibly powerful was utterly helpless before Ning Yi. She hadn't even touched the hem of Ning Yi's clothes before she found herself in such a sorry state. Was the gap in their strength really that large? Ning Yi held the Frost Spirit Cold Spear in one hand and strode overconfidently. The spear's tip dragged along the ground, leaving a line of ice, freezing everything in its path, which would turn to snowflakes with a gentle breath. Now, the words failure have entered the picture, and I'll add them for you. Ning Yi raised the spear, its tip aimed at Zhou Mingrong's face, his tone calm and unyielding. Zhou Mingrong was both shocked and enraged. She still couldn't stand, and even activating her abilities was difficult. Yet she refused to accept her failure. Zhao Quan, Mo Yihuan, you two, get over here, she shouted. Hearing this, the two of them changed color and retreated repeatedly. Mo Yihuan forced a smile. Sister Zhou, you think too highly of us. You're not even his match. We definitely can't be. Zhao Quan echoed. Yes, Sister Zhou, don't push us. Zhou Mingrong shook her head vigorously, trying to clear her mind. Are you going to come or not? If you don't, after the peak exam, I'll call my mom and have your parents' jobs terminated. She threatened through gritted teeth. Both of them stiffened. This was their tragic reality. Their parents worked under Zhou Mingrong's family, and they dared not disobey. Ning Yi, I'm sorry. Mo Yihuan gritted her teeth, her skin quickly turning a gray-brown, and a pair of iron gauntlets appeared on her fists, striking out fiercely. Zhao Quan also forced a smile, a wooden staff appearing in his palm as he began to gather light energy. The two of them possessed B-level enhancement abilities, Petrified Skin, and B-level abilities, Lightblade. Both were considered above-average abilities. Coupled with their awakened specialized weapons, they managed to secure second and third place in Longjing City. Twepter, Golmikimindakadiksan, seek his throat. Chao Qingji comes to the rescue. However, Ning Yi's speed is even faster than theirs. Before Mo Huan's fist could land, the light at the tip of Zhao Quan's staff was only the size of a thumb. More than 20 ice spears had already in front of Ning Yi. He pointed with his hand, and the more than 20 ice spears he shot out, Mo Huan and Zhao Quan's pupils instantly contracted. The former retracted his fist mid-air and rolled toward the nearby fire hydrant. Zhao Quan forcibly interrupted the gathering of light energy and immediately hid behind a nearby dead tree. Boom! 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 The ice spears crashed down. The ground where the two had stood was completely covered in frost. The ground froze, and the flowers and grass turned into ice sculptures. From several meters away, the two were frozen, their teeth chattering and their bodies trembling. Ning Yi remained expressionless and walked straight towards Zhou Mengrong. Seeing this scene, Zhou Mengrong felt despair. She had hoped the two would help delay time, so she could recover from her mental trauma as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, these two couldn't even hold off for a moment. As Ning Yi got closer, Zhou Mengrong's expression completely changed. What are you going to do? Don't come over. The little witch of Longjing City screamed in terror. Ning Yi sneered, of course. I'm going to take your points. 3 hours at a time, right? I will make your points drop to 1. I keep my word. After saying this, he suddenly stepped forward, and the cold frost quickly froze Zhou Mengrong's entire body. He then threw her onto an ice spirit dog and turned to leave. Mo Huan instinctively shouted, Ning Yi, you should let her go. You can't afford to offend her family. Ning Yi calmly replied, I, Ning Yi, will never be bullied by anyone. After saying this, he strode away without any hesitation. Zhao Quan and Mo Huan exchanged glances, looking at each other. You know, watching Zhou Mengrong get beaten makes me quite happy, Zhao Quan said with a light cough. Mo Huan shrugged. Who wouldn't feel that way? Let's split up to hunt exotic beasts and pretend we don't know anything. After all, we did what Zhou Mengrong said. That makes sense. Zhao Quan nodded in agreement. On the rooftop of a building, Ning Yi checked his watch. 11th place, Ning Yi, Henan Province, 17,482 points. Looking at the skyrocketing score of 17,482, he immediately revealed a satisfied smile. Zhou Mengrong, on the other hand, felt nothing but despair. Throughout her life, she had only bullied others. She never expected to be bullied by someone else this time, and in such a humiliating way. How she treated Chi Tuo before is now being returned to her by Ning Yi. She felt a deep sense of humiliation. Meanwhile, the stands outside Death Town were also silent. After a long time, someone murmured, he actually defeated Zhou Mengrong so easily. Another person was equally astonished. You didn't see it wrong, and he even tied up Zhou Mengrong, preparing to clear her points. Someone else asked, what grade of specialized weapon did Ning Yi reveal? That gun looks unfamiliar. I've never seen it before. Wan Renjia said solemnly, that's the golden specialized weapon Frost Soul Cold Gun, very suitable for close combat ice ability users. He glanced at Bai Dingbang and coldly snorted, Old Bai, you knew about this long ago, didn't you? You sent me up here. Bai Dingbang looked innocent. I don't know. This kid's college entrance exam video data was sealed by the Southeast Military District. I haven't seen it. You should ask the commander of the Southeast Military District. Our old leader would know the situation of Ning. Wan Renjia. I don't believe you. Elder Jing, Director Jiang of the Yanjing Government Affairs Office, cautiously looked at Jing Fu. Bai Dingbang and Wan Renjia both fell silent, looking at Jing Fu's reaction. Jing Fu suddenly smiled and said, that kid Ning did well. Mengrong's arrogance is too rampant. It's just because there's no one who can restrain her. I hope after this peak assessment, she can calm down a bit. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Jing is indeed a reasonable person. Bai Dingbang suddenly said, but this way, your daughter and Zhou Mengrong will probably hold a grudge against Ning Yi in the future. Jing Fu said seriously, I will tell them what can and cannot be done. That's good, Bai Dingbang sighed in relief. Competition is fine, but it must not be malicious competition. Jing Fu clearly understood what to do. Inside Death Town, Chao Qingji wielded her black and white blades, and a giant python was cut into 3 segments on the spot, falling to the ground. Crimson blood sprayed like a fountain, quickly forming a pool of blood. She decisively struck, casually extracting the crystal of the exotic ability, wiping the blood clean, and immediately storing it in her waist pouch. At this moment, she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. She immediately drew her death blade and coldly looked at the newcomer. It's me, Chi Tuo. Chi Tuo hurriedly said. Chao Qingji noticed the injuries on him, but she didn't ask, putting away her black blade and slowly wiping it. Although specialized weapons are manifestations of abilities and don't get damaged, she had been practicing with knives since childhood and had developed the habit of maintaining her weapon after battles. Chi Tuo quickly said, Sister Chao, you must go help. Ning, you might leave the peak exam early. Chao Qingji immediately raised her head, her sharp eyes gazing into Chi Tuo's eyes. Why? Chi Tuo then recounted how he had been threatened by Zhou Mongrong, which led him to draw Ning Yi into a trap. After finishing, he showed a look of guilt. I'm sorry, I didn't want this to happen. Before he could finish, a gust of wind swept past him. Chao Qingji had already rushed over. Zulfust. Chi Tuo was shocked, gritting his teeth, and followed suit. However, when they arrived at the park in the middle of the residential area, they saw no one. There were only traces left from the battle. Chi Tuo was stunned. Is it already over? Zulfust. It's over. I'm the sinner. He couldn't help but want to cry. If Ning Yi, the top student from Hannan province, was eliminated early because of him, he would definitely be pointed at by thousands upon returning. After Chao Qingji checked all the battle traces, she calmly said, Don't worry, he is fine. Chi Tuo was taken aback. Huh? He's fine. Chao Qingji glanced at the peak exam leaderboard and then said, Ning Yi won decisively. There's no need to worry. After saying this, she turned and left without any hesitation. Chi Tuo looked at the leaderboard several times and immediately noticed something was off. First place, Yin Shuezhou, Yin Jing City, 19,678 points. Second place, Wu Yinfeng, Handong Province, 18,925 points. Third place, Yin Pengcheng, Mabei Province, 18,920 points. Fourth place, Shun Miaoyu, Yin Jing City, 18,888 points. Fifth place, Chao Qingji, Hannan Province, 18,031 points. 11th place, Ning Yi, Hannan Province, 17,482 points. 101st place, Zhou Mongrong, Longjing City, 5,892 points. Ning Yi's points had skyrocketed so much. In contrast, Zhou Mongrong's points had fallen below 100. This was only the first day of the peak exam. It was clear that Ning Yi couldn't have been continuously hunting exotic beasts. Obviously, Ning Yi had defeated Zhou Mongrong and seized her points. My goodness. Ning Yi defeated Zhou Mongrong while fighting 3 opponents? Chi Tuo slapped his face, feeling as if he was dreaming. Chapter 39, Level 27. Excellent Ability Evolution. July 7th. The second day of the peak examination. Ning Yi sat confidently on the rooftop of a small building. This place had a good view, allowing him to quickly see the surrounding situation. To his north was a slaughterhouse, which was the lair of a 4th-tier exotic beast in the eastern district of Deathtown. It was a fire-scaled, 2-headed python, capable of inflicting significant damage. It spewed toxic oil from its left head and flames from its right. If both hit, even a 5th-tier exotic beast could be burned or injured to death. Moreover, the fire-scaled, 2-headed python would actively modify its lair environment. The temperature nearby was extremely high, with the Ability Bureau's watch indicating it had already exceeded 41 degrees Celsius. Clearly, the temperature inside the lair would further increase, possibly reaching 50 degrees Celsius. Therefore, aside from him, no other examinees had approached this lair so far. However, because of this, the points for the fire-scaled, 2-headed python were the highest. It was marked on the map that defeating it would directly grant 10,000 points. In comparison, the other 3 4th-tier exotic beasts only had points of 6,000, 7,000, and 8,000. At this moment, a message came through the watch equipped for the peak examination. The 4th-tier exotic beast Frost Giant Ape in the southern district has been killed. The killer is Yin Shuezhou. First place, Yin Shuezhou, Yinjing City, 26,035 points. Ning Yi raised his eyebrows. Quite fast. It was only the second day of the peak examination, and 3 of the 4 4th-tier exotic beasts had already been taken down. The killers were Yin Shuezhou, Wu Yinfeng, and Yin Pengcheng. Their points were all at least over 24,000, far ahead. The 4th place, Shun Miaoyu, only had 19,345 points. Now only the fire-scaled, 2-headed python remained among the 4th-tier exotic beasts. If nothing unexpected happened, these people should have already started heading this way. Everyone knew that the ownership of the fire-scaled, 2-headed python would determine who would be first. While observing the surrounding movements, Ning Yi casually took out some compressed biscuits and water to eat. He had already finished his food, so now he was eating the rations from Zhou Mingrong's backpack. After finishing the rations, he summoned 4 ice spirit hounds to guard him and tightly held a crystal of ability, beginning to absorb the energy within it. Last night, he had absorbed several ability crystals, raising his level to 26. If all went well, he would level up again. Sure enough, within half an hour, a message appeared in his mind. Ability, Eternal Frost Domain, SS level. Energy level, level 27. Evolution Option 1. Purple greatly increased the reconnaissance range of Ice Spirit Hounds. Evolution Option 2. Gold, Ice Spirit Hound can remain by your side indefinitely. Total number increased to 5. Evolution Option 3. Blue, Ice Spear damage moderately increased. Evolution Option 4. Green, Ice Shield defense slightly increased. Evolution Option 5. Purple, Ice Storm damage greatly increased. Evolution Option 6. Gold, fire abilities within the Eternal Frost domain are greatly weakened. Evolution Option 7. Green, Ice Shield area slightly increased. Evolution Option 8. Purple, Ice Mist healing effect greatly increased. Evolution Option 9. Purple, Ice Mist can heal poisoning. Evolution Option 10. Blue, Ice Mist cooldown time moderately reduced. No need to choose. All have been integrated into the ability. Ning Yi looked at this evolution option and was instantly pleasantly surprised. Fire abilities would be greatly weakened within the Eternal Frost domain. Ice Mist could even heal poisoning. These 2 points were undoubtedly great news for him. He had originally planned to hunt 3rd-tier exotic beasts around the fire-scaled 2-headed python, waiting to level up to 29 before dealing with his 4th-tier beast. But these 2 evolution options gave him strong confidence. Now, he could completely challenge the fire-scaled 2-headed python. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the watch emitted an alarm sound. Ning Yi smiled. 3 hours of cooldown had passed. He looked at Zhou Mingrong, who was shivering from the cold, stepped forward, and easily took half of her points. Now Zhou Mingrong only had over 300 points left, having dropped to the last place. Ning Yi snapped his fingers and casually removed the ice binding her hands and legs. He said nonchalantly, "Waiting for that little bit of points for another 3 hours is a waste of time. You should leave now." Zhou Mingrong suddenly sneered. "You want to challenge the fire-scaled 2-headed python? You're looking for death." Ning Yi smiled faintly. "Oh, then what is your high opinion?" Zhou Mingrong scoffed. "All the other 3 4th-tier exotic beasts have people challenging them, but no one dares to approach the fire-scaled 2-headed python. Don't you understand? Even Yin Xuezhou and Wu Yanfeng dare not rashly confront it. What they're thinking is to let other ignorant fools go up and test the waters, reaping the benefits afterward. Anyone entering this peak examination is not weak. With all cards on the table, at least they can leave some injuries on that fire-scaled 2-headed python. If you go challenge it now, you're just creating opportunities for them." Ning Yi smiled lightly. "Oh, are you kindly reminding me?" Zhou Mingrong gritted her teeth. "I don't want to see you eliminated so hastily. I want to personally take back my points." Ning Yi scoffed, mounted an ice spirit hound, and headed toward the fire-scaled 2-headed python's lair. Not far away, another figure was observing the slaughterhouse. She stood at about 1.7 meters tall, all wrapped in a black uniform, showcasing her graceful curves. She was Lin Muxue, a senior agent of the Hanan Ability Bureau. After several months, her level had reached 39. She spoke softly into her earpiece. "There are no abnormalities near the fire-scaled 2-headed python's lair." Repeat, "There are no abnormalities near the fire-scaled 2-headed python's lair." Received. Received. Several voices came from the temporary channel. They were the Ability Bureau agents hidden in other positions of Death Town. A young female voice sounded in the channel. "Why is the Secret Blood Society still silent? Could it be false information?" Wu Yaowen said seriously, "Impossible. This is intelligence I pried directly from a senior steward of the Secret Blood Society. Members of the Secret Blood Society in the Mabei province are also moving towards Yanjing. Further confirming this intelligence, it cannot be wrong." Lin Muxue said solemnly, "If the Secret Blood Society cancels this operation, and we're just alarmed for nothing, that would also be a good thing. Next, all examinees will probably move towards the fire-scaled 2-headed python's lair. If the Secret Blood Society truly has designs, they should take action at this time. Shaowan, stay calm and hold your position. There's only a day and a half left." "Got it, Sister Shui. No need for you to teach me." The young female voice came again. At this moment, Lin Muxue noticed a black-clad youth riding on an ice frost giant dog, heading towards a slaughterhouse. That figure looked very familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the genius youth Ning Yi she had met in Yunqing. She already knew that Ning Yi had come to Yinjing for the peak examination and had planned to meet him. Unfortunately, her duties prevented her from doing so. Noticing Ning Yi's direction, she couldn't help but be slightly shocked. This guy actually headed towards the fire-scaled, two-headed python's lair? How reckless! She had not yet seen Yin Xuezhou, Wu Yinfeng, Yin Pengcheng, or others approaching the lair, yet this guy went first. It was somewhat unexpected. Chapter 40. Overreaching? No, it's confidence. In the abandoned buildings near the slaughterhouse, a middle-aged man was hiding. His name was Sui Zhao, a third-tier ability user and a senior member of the Blood Secret Society, directly under the jurisdiction of the Elder from the Northern Desert Province. His ability was B-level color-changing ape resonance, although his combat ability was not strong. His skills in concealment and disguise were among the best. After receiving orders from above, he and his companion Sun Shuang came from the Northern Desert Province. Both dispatched to Death Town to lie in wait for the start of the peak examination. At this moment, his body was completely transparent, perfectly blending into the surrounding environment. Because of this, he had avoided the thorough searches by the Ability Bureau agents in Death Town a total of 10 times. At that moment, he noticed a young boy in black, riding a frost giant dog, rapidly approaching the slaughterhouse. The voice of his companion Sun Shuang came through the communicator. A boy riding a dog is approaching the lair. Should we stop him? Sui Zhao scoffed. Stop him? Can he single-handedly take on the fire scale, two-headed python? He's just a nameless pawn. Yin Xuezhou, Wu Yinfeng, especially that Yin Pengcheng, are our targets. We need to take out all three of them to consider our mission a success. If we can take down some other gifted talents on top of that, it will be a huge bonus. Got it, Sun Shuang nodded. On the roof of an abandoned mall, two young men stood one in front of the other. The one in front was tall, around 1.8 meters, handsome, and dressed in silver battle attire. He was currently meditating, tightly gripping an ability crystal and slowly absorbing its energy. The other was slightly shorter, about 1.75 meters, with a less robust build, dressed in deep blue battle attire. They were the first and second ranked in Yinjing City, Yin Xuezhou and Zheng Yuantao. Zheng Yuantao exclaimed, "Brother Yin, someone is heading towards the slaughterhouse." Yin Xuezhou didn't lift his head and calmly replied, "Is it Wu Yinfeng or Yin Pengcheng?" "Neither, it's a boy riding a dog," Zheng Yuantao said with a strange expression. Yin Xuezhou, who usually didn't show his emotions, was taken aback by this, instinctively looking up to see. It really was a boy riding a dog. I don't remember this person. Let him be. If Wu Yinfeng and Yin Pengcheng go in, let me know. The only opponents I consider worthy are them. Maybe I could also add Chao Qingji from Hannan. Yin Xuezhou opened his palm, shaking off the white residue onto the ground, then took another ability crystal from his backpack and continued to absorb it. He planned to raise his level as much as possible before truly challenging the fire scale, two-headed python. Ideally, he wanted to reach level 29. That way, he could be at his best. Zheng Yuantao shrugged, losing interest. That boy riding the dog probably thinks he's gone crazy. The fire scale, two-headed python is clearly at its peak state, and he dares to approach it. However, if the top three remain idle, it will surely lead to a stalemate. If a reckless person jumps in to break this deadlock, it could be a good thing. Perhaps it would draw in Wu Yinfeng and Yin Pengcheng as well. High above the slaughterhouse, Wu Yinfeng and Yin Pengcheng stood apart, eyeing each other, eager to move. The former had shoulder-length red hair and a well-proportioned build, looking wild and free. His hair was originally black, but had turned red due to excessive use of his abilities. The latter was even more robust, nearly 2 meters tall, resembling an iron tower. His skin was slightly dark and rough from prolonged sun exposure. They were currently ranked second and third. If they could defeat each other and take points, they would surely rise to first place, enough to crush Yin Xuezhou. But they were afraid of losing and ending up in a mutually destructive situation. At that point, they would become the clams in a fight, with the hidden fisherman reaping the benefits. That would be a loss they couldn't afford. At this moment, they both noticed the boy riding the dog breaking into their line of sight. Someone's come to break the stalemate. Wu Yinfeng suddenly laughed out loud. Yin Pengcheng casually asked, "Your ability is better suited for dealing with a fire scale, two-headed python. Why aren't you going first? Instead, you're letting someone else take the lead." Wu Yinfeng laughed heartily. "You're thinking too much. I'm just resistant to high temperatures, but my methods are mostly fire-related. They won't break through the fire scale, two-headed python's defenses." Yin Pengcheng nodded slightly. Then let's just watch for now and not engage. We don't want a fire scale two-headed python to be snatched away by someone else. Wu Yanfeng wholeheartedly agreed with this suggestion. They both sat down, gazing towards the slaughterhouse. On the high platform outside Death Town, Director Jiang was surprised. Ning Yi is actually heading straight for the fire scale two-headed python's lair. It seems he's planning to challenge for a place in the top 3. He's already stabilized himself in the top 20, but if he gets injured while challenging the most powerful 4th-tier beast, it might not end well. The peak examination allows for point stealing. The higher-ranked individuals need to protect themselves. They must not get injured. Even if they do get hurt, they must not let anyone find out. In Ning Yi's case, there's a high probability that someone will stab him in the back and steal his points. If that happens, he won't just miss the top 3. He might not even stay in the top 20. If he can't enter a top-tier academy, he'll have no time to cry. Hearing this, Wan Qianjia immediately glanced at Bai Dingbang. Seeing that the latter also showed an anxious expression, he felt a sense of satisfaction. You old man, you misjudged again. You picked a reckless kid. At the slaughterhouse, the 2 large iron doors were already rusted, and a light push would cause large flakes of reddish-brown rust to fall off. Standing there, the hot wind mixed with a stench rushed towards him. Ning Yi looked down and saw that the ice spirit dog beside him was already panting heavily, its body frost slowly turning into droplets of water. Before they hit the ground, they transformed into steam and dissipated. He looked inside the slaughterhouse. There lay a giant python covered in fiery red scales, estimated to be over 20 meters long. Its large head was dozing off, while its smaller head pretended to be asleep, flicking its fiery red tongue. Around this 4th-tier beast, there were remains of other beasts everywhere. Some had already turned into stark white bones, while others, though not completely consumed, were rapidly dehydrating in high temperature, becoming mummified corpses. Ning Yi did not waste any time and directly strode into the lair of this 4th-tier beast. With each step he took, a large amount of frost spread out beneath his feet, and fist-sized ice crystals appeared in the air. The scorching heat waves vanished completely in his wake. This sudden chill immediately caught the attention of the small head. Recognizing a human boy, the small head nudged the large head. The large head, impatient, shook it off. Continuing to sleep, the small head, clearly annoyed, bit down on the neck of the large head. In pain, the large head suddenly woke up. It then saw an uninvited guest had entered its lair. At that moment, this 4th-tier beast erupted in fury, both heads raised to the sky, emitting a piercing and terrifying shriek. Chapter 41: The Might of the Frostbone Dragon. Ning Yi rises to first place. What does the fire-scaled, 2-headed python like the most? Many people do not know, but what it hates the most is undoubtedly ice and water. Therefore, when it discovered Ning Yi, this 4th-tier exotic beast went into a rage. Coming to my lair and causing such destruction, making it so cold, I see you're done for. The small head of the fire-scaled, 2-headed python opened wide, immediately spitting out a large amount of dark green, viscous liquid. This is poison oil. It has a certain corrosive toxicity and is highly flammable. Ning Yi smiled faintly, and around him floated 20 ice shields that rotated continuously. At the same time, ice spears were constantly being shot from his palms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice spears whistled out incredibly fast. Before the poison oil could fall, it was frozen by the ice spears, turning into an ice lump that dropped to the ground. 10 blobs of poison oil, 8 or 9 of them were intercepted. Only 1 or 2 could approach Ning Yi. However, they would also be blocked by the ice shields. Seeing this situation, the fire-scaled, 2-headed python was furious, and the large head immediately spewed flames. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery red flames quickly burned towards him. Wherever they passed, the poison oil was instantly ignited. In the blink of an eye, the entire slaughterhouse was engulfed in flames. However, amidst this raging inferno, a frost-covered area stood firm, seeming eternal and unchanging. It was the eternal freeze domain. Ning Yi continued to walk towards the fire-scaled, 2-headed python step by step. Coldness accompanied, frost and snow guarded. The range of the eternal freeze domain rapidly expanded at a visible speed. Wherever it went, the flames continuously retreated as if encountering a natural enemy. The air temperature dropped rapidly, reaching the freezing point in no time. The fire-scaled, 2-headed python looked up in terror, realizing that snowflakes were forming out of thin air. The snowflakes fell onto its fiery scales, although they would melt in the blink of an eye. But this scene was something it had never seen in its life. After a brief moment of astonishment, the fire-scaled two-headed python became even angrier. Both heads spat out fire. Oil fueled the flames. Fire borrowed the power of oil. In an instant, it melted the frost along the way. However, as the flames rushed into the eternal freeze domain, it was as if they had touched eternal ice. They weakened and diminished at a visible speed. In just a few seconds, the fire column shrank from the thickness of a water barrel to that of a thumb. Such flames falling on the ice shield were not even enough to melt the first layer of the ice shield. Ning Yi looked at the increasingly astonished fire-scaled two-headed python and suddenly stepped forward, declaring, "This is the domain I command." Crack, crack! The frost spread rapidly, turning the entire slaughterhouse into a gigantic ice sculpture. The heat vanished completely. What replaced it was an extreme and terrifying coldness. The fire-scaled two-headed python felt boundless fear rising in its heart and turned to flee. As an exotic beast, seeing the other party's level was an innate ability. Because whether it was an exotic beast or an ability user, the level was linked to the amount of energy contained within themselves. But now, it chose to retreat and fear in front of a second-tier ability user. Run? Too late. Ning Yi waved his hand, and a huge, ancient ice pillar appeared out of thin air before him. Countless ice-based beings were carved on the ice pillar. From the weakest ice sprite to slightly stronger ice butterfly, then to the more powerful ice-maned wolf, and even ice phantom dog, frostwind tiger, snow phoenix, cold flood dragon. And at the very top, the frostbone dragon, the true ice dragon, and so on. This was the golden specialized weapon, the ice pulse totem. Once the ice pulse totem landed, it instantly froze the ground, merging with the earth as if they were one. Ning Yi waved his hand, and 5 ice phantom dogs immediately appeared. Under the enhancement of the ice pulse totem, their size swelled significantly, now as large as bulls. But that wasn't enough. Energy surged out from Ning Yi's body, and a gigantic creature appeared. With bones of ice and flesh of frost, its white bones were jagged, emanating a chilling aura. It was the top-tier ice-based creature, the frostbone dragon. Under the enhancement of the ice pulse totem, this frostbone dragon was a massive 15 meters long. This was still due to the limited space in the slaughterhouse. If fully spread, the wingspan of the frostbone dragon could even approach 30 meters. A breath of icy dragon breath could easily freeze a beast of the same tier. The moment the frostbone dragon appeared, the fear in the eyes of the fire-scaled two-headed python reached its peak. It actually crawled down, exposing its belly to the sky. It surrendered. Ning Yi was slightly surprised, then shook his head. Surrendering is the most foolish decision you made. He ordered, "Kill it." Roar. The frostbone dragon raised its head and let out a deafening dragon roar. The next moment, the giant dragon opened its mouth and unleashed an extremely fierce, icy dragon breath. Boom, boom, boom. The raging, icy dragon breath instantly completely froze the fire-scaled two-headed python, until it was completely frozen to death. Why does it feel cooler? Yin Pengcheng scratched his head, feeling puzzled. They were relatively close to the slaughterhouse, and he had always felt the heat radiating from the lair of the fire-scaled two-headed python. He had originally been wearing battle attire, but later simply took it off, wearing only a white elastic vest that revealed his strong, muscular body. Wu Yanfeng was more sensitive to heat. He looked towards the slaughterhouse, deep in thought, as if the fire-scaled two-headed python had undergone some change. The two widened their eyes, just wanted to take a closer look. They saw the slaughterhouse being covered by frost at a visible speed. Then it directly formed an ice sculpture. The two were instantly dumbfounded. Who has such a powerful ability to actually withstand the environment near the lair and forcibly transform the heat into cold, turning the entire lair into a chilling ice sculpture? Could it be that Ning Yi who just went in? Yin Pengcheng exclaimed in surprise. Wu Yanfeng was puzzled. Do you know that person? Yin Pengcheng nodded, having a bit of an impression. That day I saw him having a conflict with Zhou Mingrong while having breakfast on the second floor of the hotel. Wu Yanfeng suddenly realized so it was him. I heard about that incident too. He exclaimed in delight. It seems this guy is quite strong. Moreover, like Yin Xuezhou, he is also ice-based. I can look for them to spar in the future. Wu Yanfeng wanted to say more, but felt his watch vibrate slightly, a message coming through. Yin Pengcheng also looked at his watch. The 4th-tier exotic beast fire-scaled two-headed python in the East District has been killed. Guilder, Ning Yi. First place, Ning Yi, Henan Province. 28, 335 points. Second place, Yin Xuezhou, Yinjing City. 26, for 101 points. Wei Yanfeng and Yin Pengsheng were dumbfounded. Yin Shuizhou was absorbing the crystal of exotic ability when he heard this announcement and lost his composure on the spot, his power erupting, instantly crushing the crystal in his palm. "Quick, go to the slaughterhouse immediately," he said in a deep voice. Chao Qing swung a black blade in front of her, and the bamboo leaf snake in front of her was instantly cut in half. Hearing this announcement, a hint of surprise appeared at the corner of her mouth. Ning Yi is stronger than I imagined. Chapter 42, Geniuses Gather. The Secret Blood Society's Plot. Ning Yi, you are truly surprising. Although Lin Muxue did not witness the entire situation in the nest, she could see the changes happening in that slaughterhouse. From the initial sweltering heat, it turned cool and pleasant, eventually transforming into an ice sculpture. Finally, there was the report of the fire-scaled two-headed python being killed by Ning Yi. It's not hard to imagine that there must have been a fierce battle in this abandoned slaughterhouse. A young girl's voice came through. "Sister Shui, you seem to think highly of that Ning Yi. Is he your little boyfriend? Is he handsome?" Lin Muxue was taken aback upon hearing this. And then she laughed in anger. "Lin Ningwan, can you think about something else? Is it only about love?" "Immediately admire Ning Yi." Wu Yao nodded. "Ning Yi is from Yun City, and Muxue met him because of a fugitive from Baisher City. But I can attest that the kid is indeed quite handsome. Standing at 1.80 meters, quite the figure like I was in my prime." Li Ningwan immediately burst into laughter. "Uncle, you are too narcissistic. However, this Ning Yi is indeed very strong. My uncle has mentioned many times that Yin Shuizhou would definitely take the top spot this time. But I didn't expect it to be snatched by this Ning Yi. TSK, TSK, TSK. Once I get back, I'll have to tease my uncle." Outside Death Town on the high platform, the big screen faithfully recorded the entire battle between Ning Yi and the fire-scaled two-headed python. As they saw the area around Ning Yi, frost and flames clashed, the latter being easily dispelled by the former, and some people already felt something was off. The moment the golden specialized weapon, the Ice Vein Totem, appeared, Wan Rinjia's expression changed dramatically, while Bai Dingbang showed a look of surprise. When the Frostbone Dragon leapt out, even Jing Fu displayed shock. As the fire-scaled two-headed python was killed by Ning Yi, his score soared to the top spot. Everyone was left in astonishment. He killed the fire-scaled two-headed python so easily. He surpassed Yin Shuizhou and the other three geniuses to become the top scorer. Could it be that this Ning Yi, just because his name is Yi, finds everything so easy? After a long while, Jiang Hall, master of the Yin Jing Municipal Affairs Office, murmured, "What a Ning Yi! What a Ning Yi!" Wan Rinjia suddenly glared at Bai Dingbang, gritting his teeth. "Old Bai, tell me the truth. Did you already know he awakened 2 golden specialized weapons? And that Frostbone Dragon, did you know about that too? His ability, that definitely ISN T and E grade ability. It looks at least S grade. You old bastard, you've been preparing to ambush me all along. Haven to you." Bai Dingbang shook his head seriously. "You know, I have always been an honest person. If I say I don't know, then I truly don't know." Wan Rinjia felt frustrated enough to spit blood. That was 10 kilograms of Thunder Jiao blood. Just like that, it was given away to this guy. Jing Fu chuckled. "Having a genius like Ning Yi is a blessing for us Yan Han. You two stop bickering." After that, he sighed, "That is the Ice Vein Totem, right? It's most suitable for amplifying ice-type beings." Bai Dingbang nodded with a smile. "Yes, it's said to have the ability to communicate with beings, but only vague communication. Not direct like Director Kong. Speaking of which, where has Director Kong gone? He should be in Yinjing. Why hasn't he come to observe?" Director Kong, also known as Kong Yinha, is one of the deputy directors of the Yinhan Ability Bureau, a brain enhancer. Most of the ability cultivation methods currently popular in Yinhan are derived from Kong Yinha's own insights and compilations. Jing Fu said solemnly. "The old dragon in the East China Sea has encountered some problems, nearly flooding several coastal cities in Handong Province. Director Kong left a few days ago to go appease the situation." Bai Dingbang immediately nodded. "I see." Jing Fu looked worried and sighed. "What I'm still worried about is the Secret Blood Society. Although the peak assessment is only on the 2nd day, with the death of the fire-scaled two-headed python, the peak assessment is actually nearing its end. If the Secret Blood Society really has actions, they must be unable to hold back now." Bai Dingbang and Wan Rinjia both nodded in agreement. Bai Dingbang immediately said, "I will have my subordinates keep an eye out." Wan Rinjia also said solemnly, "I've already made arrangements. If anything unusual is detected, it will be reported immediately, in a hidden area near the slaughterhouse." Sui Zhao also had a watch on his wrist, but his was not the candidate version. It was the audience version like by Ding Bongs and Juan Rengies. It only had the function to check the leaderboard and report key messages. The audience version watch could be obtained easily with a little money. He also saw the news of the fire-scaled two-headed python's death. At this moment, he was extremely silent. Just a moment ago, he had been so confident. Now he felt utterly slapped in the face. Ning Yi truly took down the fire-scaled two-headed python all by himself. Sun Shuang's voice timely came through the channel, Brother Sui. This might not be bad for us. With Ning Yi killing the fire-scaled two-headed python and rising to the top, what will the others think? They will definitely come to snatch points. It's still the second day of the peak assessment. There is a whole day left. Yin Xuezhou and the others will definitely not let Ning Yi smoothly pass the remaining time. Sui Zhao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. And then he said, right. Sun Shuang said in a deep voice, Ning Yi just killed the fire-scaled two-headed python. He must have exhausted his power. I'm sure Yin Xuezhou and the others are heading to the slaughterhouse now. Brother Sui, Ning Yi's actions not only didn't ruin our plans, but rather achieved our intentions. Sui Zhao nodded in agreement. Good. Be ready at any moment. We will eradicate this generation of Yinhan geniuses in one fell swoop. Yes. At the entrance of the slaughterhouse, Yin Xuezhou, Wu Yanfeng, and Yin Pengcheng arrived quickly, almost simultaneously. The three of them exchanged glances without speaking. Zheng Yuantao, Chao Qing, and others arrived one after another. Seeing so many talented individuals gathered here, geniuses from all over the country instinctively spread out, staying alert to everyone around them. At this moment, the ice sealing the great door melted, revealing a figure in black. It was Ning Yi. Ning Yi looked around and, seeing so many people present, couldn't help but show a look of surprise. So many people are here to welcome me? I feel a bit embarrassed. Wu Yanfeng shook his head. This isn't a welcome. Yin Pengcheng nodded. We're here to snatch points. Yin Xuezhou looked at Ning Yi seriously for a few moments. You are very strong. I underestimated you. Ning Yi spread his hands. Since that's the case, do you want to go? I'll go first. Wu Yanfeng was eager to make the first move. Ning Yi smiled, since he dared to challenge the fire-scaled two-headed python. He was naturally prepared to become the target of everyone. However, a huge explosion suddenly erupted from not far away. A ball the size of a human head shot straight into the sky above Death Town. Chapter 43. The Ice Phoenix Goes Berserk. Everyone looked up in astonishment. Chao Qing furrowed her brow but didn't raise her head. Instead, she looked towards the source of the explosive sound. She drew her black and white knives and rushed over. In the next moment, the sphere in midair suddenly exploded. Countless white fragments fell like snowflakes. Wu Yanfeng raised an eyebrow, wondering if there was a celebration for the peak exam. This doesn't look like fireworks, though. Many people were puzzled and reached out to touch it, but there was no icy sensation. It seemed to be just a very ordinary white powder. Yin Xuezhou instinctively dodged, not wanting to touch the powder. Ning Yi frowned and took a step back, also unwilling to get contaminated by it. Yin Pengcheng licked a piece and said in confusion, it tastes like eggshell. In other parts of Death Town, Lin Muxue, Wu Yaowen, and others also noticed the falling white powder. It has a lot of calcium carbonate, Lin Muxue murmured. Li Ningguan suddenly said, Sister Shui, Uncle Wu, the air temperature seems to be dropping again. Do you feel it? Wu Yaowen scoffed. It's because the fire-scale, two-headed python was taken down by Ning Yi. You girl, before he could finish, his voice suddenly stiffened. No, it's dropping very fast. Too fast, and it's still dropping in the blink of an eye. A bone-chilling cold enveloped them. This was definitely not something Ning Yi's ability could create. Look up at the sky. Li Ningguan exclaimed in alarm, her voice trembling. Lin Muxue and Wu Yaowen looked up at the sky in unison. There, a gigantic figure with a wingspan of over 100 meters was clearly visible. Upon closer inspection, it was an ice-blue phoenix. It was the ruler of the southern sky, Yinhan. The ice phoenix. This terrifying chill was clearly brought by it. It was only at this moment that Lin Muxue suddenly realized. Quick, report to Director Bai. This white powder is the egg that was stolen from the ice phoenix a while back. It's going berserk. Hurry and rescue the candidates. What? Okay, I got it. Bai Dingbang's expression changed drastically upon receiving the news, and he immediately shared Lin Muxue's speculation with everyone. Jingfu, Van Range, Director Zhang, and others also changed their expressions dramatically. Connecting the Ice Phoenix's recent agitation with the sudden appearance of this unknown action, everything was confirmed. Jing Fu shouted. The peak exam is suspended. Immediately rescue the candidates. The examination hall's doors opened, and including Jing Fu, Bai Dingbang, and Wan Renjia. A group of people rushed into Death Town. Their levels were all very high, with the weakest being 6-tier ability users. The most powerful among them were Bai Dingbang and Wan Renjia, both 8-tier ability users. On their way to the center of Death Town, Jing Fu immediately said, "Do not engage the Ice Phoenix directly. It has been agitated for days due to its egg being stolen, and now it's probably on the verge of going berserk. Our goal is to protect the candidates and safely escort them out of the exam site. Immediately contact Director Kong and inform him of the situation here, asking how to communicate with the Ice Phoenix, at least to calm it down." Understood. Bai Dingbang, Wan Renjia, and others responded in a deep voice. At this moment, the air was already filled with intense cold. The ground and walls were covered with frost. Many candidates wanted to escape, but their feet were frozen to the ground, unable to move. Ning Yi and Yin Shuizhou were the two in the best condition. Ning Yi's ability was SS tier, Eternal Frozen Domain. Yin Shuizhou's ability was S tier, Mysterious Ice Cold Flood Resonance. Both could be considered ice-type abilities, allowing them to barely adapt to such a cold environment. However, the terrifying pressure from the Ice Phoenix still made them extremely uncomfortable. After all, it was the ruler of the sky, the king of 8-tier beasts. A single glance was enough to scare the timid into a panic. However, Ning Yi noticed that besides anger and madness, there was also deep sorrow in the Ice Phoenix's eyes. Connecting this to Yin Pengcheng's earlier words, he already had a guess in his heart. Wu Yanfeng was shaking from the cold, his teeth chattering. "What's going on here? Can someone explain?" Yin Pengcheng also trembled as he spoke. "The situation is very cold." Ning Yi said solemnly, "This white powder is the phoenix egg. The Ice Phoenix has gone berserk." Yin Shuizhou looked at him a few more times. He had guessed it so quickly, and it seemed to fit the current situation very well. It seemed that Ning Yi was not only powerful, but also had a very quick mind. At this moment, nearby Ability Bureau personnel had already arrived. Lin Muxue anxiously said, "Don't move. The Ice Phoenix is already crazed, and anyone who touches the eggshell powder could become his target." Upon hearing this, all the candidates dared not act rashly and could only stand in place, watching the Ice Phoenix approach them. At this moment, 3 figures rushed over. It was the 3 Invigilators, Jing Fu, Bai Dingbang, and Wan Renjia. They were the strongest and had arrived the fastest. Wan Renjia shouted at the sky, "Ice Phoenix, we are not your enemies. This is the plot of the secret blood society." The Ice Phoenix did not speak, but began to gather frost in its mouth, preparing to spray. Bai Dingbang rolled his eyes. It couldn't he understand. Jing Fu shouted angrily, and energy surged out, instantly transforming into a phantom of a giant turtle, appearing above everyone. This giant turtle phantom was massive and majestic, carrying an iron mountain on its back, giving a strong sense of security. This was his ability, C-tier, Iron Armored Turtle Resonance, known for its defense. As a 7-tier ability user, once he fully unleashed his power, he could provide protection for those around him. Boom! The frost poured down, but was completely blocked by the giant turtle phantom. However, the chill beneath the phantom immediately intensified. The candidates, who were initially only frozen in their feet, soon found the frost covering their waists. Wan Renjia saw that things were not looking good and immediately released his ability. A rolling heat spread out, barely suppressing the frost to knee level. Jing Fu gritted his teeth, and 2 specialized weapons immediately appeared beside him. "It's too strong. I can't hold on for long. Next, I'll have to use the Abyss Relic." Ability users can refine Abyss Relics after reaching Tier 4. These items come from the Abyss and are formed from the deaths of high-level beings, providing a powerful enhancement to ability users. Bai Dingbang said solemnly, "You've been injured once, and the Abyss Relic already has cracks. Let me take over." Jing Fu smiled, "Old man, you won't last long. You're still young. So leave this to me." Seeing Bai Dingbang wanting to say more, he asked, "Has there been any news from Director Kong?" Bai Dingbang shook his head, "No." At this time, Director Jiang and others had also arrived. Jing Fu immediately said, "Xiao Jiang, isn't your ability to communicate with beasts? Why don't you give it a try?" Director Jiang nodded seriously. "Okay, I'll give it a shot." His ability was language enhancement, allowing him to master various languages easily, including cat and dog languages. Although he couldn't understand the Ice Phoenix's words, with a few exchanges, he should be able to grasp the gist of it. Chapter 44. persuading the king of beasts. The entire scene was shocked. He took a deep breath and shouted to the sky, "Ice Phoenix, hello." The Ice Phoenix let out a deep roar, and its frosty breath momentarily slowed. Director Jiang saw this and quickly continued, "We are not your enemies. This is the conspiracy of the Blood Secret Society. We will help you find the egg thief. Trust us." The Ice Phoenix emitted a sharp, long cry. Director Jiang was instantly knocked back. What did it say? Bai Dingbang hurriedly helped him up. Director Jiang felt dizzy, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. After a while, he barely managed to say, "It said I was farting." That's probably the gist. The insult was too dirty. Bai Dingbang frowned deeply. At this moment, Jing Fu suddenly knelt down on one knee with a thud. The giant turtle shadow also let out a mournful cry and knelt down on its front limbs. Although it was still resisting the frost, the penetrating cold was evidently increasing. Affected by this, Wan Jianjia let out a muffled groan but gritted his teeth, instead enhancing his ability output. Bai Dingbang and the others felt anxious, but they couldn't think of any solution. A frail girl couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Muxue quickly went to support her, and along with Li Ningwan, they carried her in between, barely maintaining the frail girl's body temperature through their warmth. But this was only a temporary fix. If this continued, no one could hold on. Many candidates present showed despair on their faces. What to do? Are we really going to be frozen to death here? Such a situation had never occurred in previous peak exams. Ning Yi suddenly said solemnly, "Director Bai, I'll try to communicate with it." Bai Dingbang was taken aback and directly shook his head, "No. Even Director Jiang couldn't communicate with it, you." Wan Jianjia gritted his teeth and said, "Let him try. The Ice Vein Totem does have the ability to communicate with ice-type creatures. Although the communication is very vague, it's better than nothing." Jing Fu said solemnly, "Child, don't force yourself." Ning Yi nodded seriously and immediately walked toward the giant turtle shadow. When he reached the edge of the giant turtle shadow, he took out the Ice Vein Totem. Bang! The totem struck the ground, and coldness spread out. Yan Shuizhou and the others' pupils constricted. The golden special weapon Ice Vein Totem. No wonder Ning Yi could easily defeat the fire-scale, two-headed python. Ning Yi looked at the Ice Phoenix in midair, his expression solemn. He had long known that the Ice Vein Totem had such capabilities. However, the other party was, after all, the King of Beasts at the 8th rank. No one knew what the outcome would be if he rashly communicated with it. However, seeing that Director Jiang had at least communicated with the Ice Phoenix a couple of times, he felt slightly relieved. This meant that the Ice Phoenix had not completely gone mad. At least, it could still communicate. There was one thing that Jing Fu Bai Dingbang and the others had gotten wrong. The Ice Vein Totem indeed had the ability to vaguely communicate with ice-type creatures. But this golden special weapon was Ice Vein Totem 9. Ning Yi took a deep breath and pressed his palm on the Ice Vein Totem. In an instant, he felt as if he had entered a strange space. Here, there was only him and another will. This will was crazily furious, yet extremely sorrowful. Ning Yi spoke. "Ice Phoenix, is that you? I want to talk to you." A furious female voice rang out, "Get lost." "I don't want." "Who is talking to me?" "Ning Yi. I am the boy in black under the totem." "Do you see me?" "A second-rank ability user." "Ice Phoenix, it's you. I remember you. I saw you on the plane a few days ago." Its tone noticeably softened. Ning Yi curiously asked, "Why did you take a second look at me back then?" "Ice Phoenix, you are very special. Your ability essence is stronger than many Beast Kings I've seen, and you're also Ice-type, which makes me feel very comfortable. Human, do you have anything else to say? If not, I will continue to attack, but I can spare your life." "Ning Yi, your egg was stolen, right?" The Ice Phoenix's tone became furious again. "Yes. Stolen by you humans. I smell the egg scent here. I want to kill everyone here. Those shameful egg thieves. I was also attacked by those egg thieves, and I'm very angry." Ning Yi shook his head. "We humans are divided into many factions. We are the Yin Han, and the ones who stole your egg belong to the Blood Secret Society. The Blood Secret Society deliberately scattered the eggshell powder here, hoping you would attack us, leading to mutual slaughter. You have been used." The Ice Phoenix was taken aback. "Used? What is that?" "Ning Yi, it means being treated as a tool. A tool for the Blood Secret Society to achieve its goals." "Ice Phoenix, I see, I understand now." Ning Yi continued. "I also suspect that you were secretly injected with a mutated potion by the Blood Secret Society." The Ice Phoenix was startled again. "Mutated potion? What is that?" Ning Yi briefly recounted his encounter with a mutated striped tiger in the tiger leopard forest. The Ice Phoenix suddenly realized, I understand now. It sounds something that can drive beasts mad, right? No wonder I've been so irritable these days. After saying this, it added, you speak very clearly, and I understand. The previous one who often communicated with me, Kong, also mentioned factions and things like that, but he spoke too much and too mixed, and I couldn't understand it well. Ning Yi immediately said, we are in the same faction as that Kong. He knew that the Ice Phoenix's Kong referred to Kong Yin, one of the deputy directors of the General Bureau, a legendary brain enhancer. The Ice Phoenix was shocked. So you were in the same faction? Sorry. I harmed you. Human, I believe you, but I need a guarantee. You and Han must help me find the egg thieves. Ning nodded seriously. I promise you. The Ice Phoenix's voice calmed down significantly again. Human, what is your name? Ning Yi. The Ice Phoenix nodded. I also have a name. I am called Fengjiu. Thank you, Ning Yi. I am friends with you. If you hadn't calmed me down, I would have made a huge mistake. Ning Yi. I will find you a small gift when I go back and deliver it to you in some time. Ning Yi chuckled. Then I thank you too. Buzz. He withdrew his hand from the ice vein totem and looked around. The coldness had completely disappeared. The giant turtle's shadow was still floating in the air, protecting the candidates below. But the Ice Phoenix no longer spewed frost. Its previously furious and chaotic gaze had also become much clearer. The Ice Phoenix let out a friendly long cry, flapping its wings fiercely, soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared beyond the horizon. Ning Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Ice Vein Totem 9 really is useful. How did you do that? Wu Yanfeng had a ghostly expression. Yin Pengcheng exclaimed in shock. You can communicate with the King of Beasts? Just like Director Kong? Yin Shuezhou marveled in his heart. Ning Yi, thank you. Lin Muxue hurriedly walked over, excitedly saying, Ning Yi, you saved us. You also saved the Ice Phoenix. You are so amazing. Quickly tell us how you did it. Chapter 45, Maximum Bonus. A surge of 10,000 points. Bai Dingbang looked at Ning Yi, his eyes equally filled with surprise. Upon hearing Lin Muxue's words, he couldn't help but chuckle. All right. Many candidates are injured and need immediate treatment. Lin Muxue then realized she had spoken out of turn and quickly smiled awkwardly. Yes. Bai Dingbang said solemnly, Elder Jing, shall we announce the early termination of the peak exam? Jing Fu nodded. It can be terminated. However, as one of the invigilators, considering Ning Yi's outstanding performance, I would like to give him some extra points. He paused, then said in a deep voice, Ning Yi advised the 8-tier Beast King, the Ice Phoenix, to retreat, saving all candidates and triggering the maximum bonus rule. I have decided to award him 10,000 points. Bai Dingbang smiled and said agreed. The two then looked at Wan Renjia, smiling. What does the chief examiner say? Wan Renjia helplessly replied, what else can I say? Of course I can only agree. In the next moment, the leaderboard refreshed. First place, Ning Yi, Henan Province, 335 points. Second place, Yin Shuezhou, Yanjing City, 401 points. Third place, the entire venue was in shock, 10,000 points. Ning Yi's current peak score had reached a staggering 38,000 points, surpassing the highest score in the history of the peak exam. A new record. Some candidates felt a bit dissatisfied, even if Ning Yi had contributed. Directly giving him the maximum bonus seemed excessive. But when they thought about how their lives had been indirectly saved by Ning Yi, such thoughts quickly vanished. They couldn't offend their lifesaver. How would they get by in the future? Moreover, with Ning Yi's achievements and potential, his future was undoubtedly limitless. Since even Yin Shuezhou and others had no objections, it was certainly not their place to speak. Lin Muxue raised her hands and was the first to applaud. Soon after, Qi Tuo, Yin Pengcheng, Wu Yanfeng, Yin Shuezhou, and others joined in. In just a short while, the applause thundered. Everyone was cheering for Ning Yi. Ning Yi pointed in one direction and said, Director Bai, Chao Qingji went that way. That direction is very likely where the members of the Blood Secret Society infiltrated Death Town. Bai Dingbang nodded seriously. Muxue, you go there right away to help. He then added, the other candidates should leave quickly. Healing-type ability users are waiting outside. Yes. Jing Fu said kindly, Ning Yi, please stay for a moment. Ning Yi noted. After most candidates had left, Bai Dingbang smiled and said, Old Wan, you lost. Wan Renjia replied irritably, All right, I won't go back on my word. By tomorrow at the latest, 10 pounds of Thunder Jiao blood will be delivered to your room. Bai Dingbang laughed heartily. Sounds good. Ning Yi blinked. This is... Jing Fu smiled kindly. They made a bet to see who would rank higher, you or Yin Shuizhou. I lost for many years. But this year, he finally has the chance to show off. Bai Dingbang laughed heartily, patting Ning Yi's shoulder. You, kid, are really promising. You also get a share of my 10 pounds of Thunder Jiao blood. Ning Yi tuklet, tunder yao. That level is too high for me, Director Bai. Absorbing high-level materials carelessly as a low-level ability user would likely lead to a catastrophic explosion. Wan Rinja across his arms casually. Just let him cash it out. He continued. You're about to break into the 3rd tier. Preparing various materials will cost at least 2 to 3 million. Now is the time when you need ability crystals. This old fellow has really hit the jackpot this time. Wan Rinja said fiercely. Ning Yi, don't be polite with him. You must take it down a notch this time. Ning Yi was amused and felt a bit strange. He never expected the high-ranking director of the Ability Bureau would be so approachable in private. At that moment, Wu Yaoan came over with Zhou Mingrong. As soon as Zhou Mingrong saw Jing Fu, she rushed over, hugging his arm and shaking it. Grandpa, he bullied me. He took all my points. Look, I'm not even in the top 20 anymore. And look at all the marks he left on me. See here, it's all frostbite. At this point, she glared at Ning Yi fiercely. But her expression was quite complicated. She had seen the situation from a distance. Ning Yi single-handedly slaying the fire-scaled two-headed python was shocking enough. The fact that his specialized weapon could calm the Ice Phoenix and prevent a terrible battle was even more astonishing. After all, that was the king of 8-tier beasts. Although there were 2 8-tier ability users present, they couldn't protect everyone. At that moment, the candidates affected by the aftermath, including her, would surely be injured or worse. Ning Yi was startled. Grandpa? No wonder they said Zhou Mingrong's family was very powerful. Her grandfather was actually the old director of the Ability Bureau in Longjing City. He had heard that this old director had trained many experts, including the current director of the Yanhan Ability Bureau. Jing Fu ignored Zhou Mingrong's complaints and looked at Ning Yi kindly. Ning Yi, you don't need to worry. I think you did the right thing. Mingrong has been spoiled and needs to be taught a lesson. Zhou Mingrong was anxious when she heard this. Grandpa, Jing Fu scolded, shut up. Do you think we don't know what you did in Death Town? Let me tell you, we see everything clearly. You've been spoiled by your mother. Go back and reflect. Zhou Mingrong shivered all over, lowering her head and daring not to speak anymore. Hearing this, Ning Yi felt relieved. It seemed this old director was indeed a reasonable person. 3 directors, Chao Qingji has returned and even captured those 2 members of the Blood Secret Society. Lin Mushue's voice came. Everyone looked over and saw several figures appearing. Leading them were Lin Mushue and Chao Qingji, followed by the Blood Secret Society members Sui Zhao and Sun Shuang. Chao Qingji nodded at Ning Yi from a distance but didn't say much. On the way, she had already learned the situation from Lin Mushue. She was surprised but didn't say much. She had sensed Ning Yi was strong for a long time, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. The fact that he could even persuade the Beast King to back down and avoid a tragic situation was remarkable. The ruthlessness of the Blood Secret Society's strategy lay in inciting conflict between Yanhan and the Ice Phoenix. For many years, due to their alliance with the Ice Phoenix, there had almost been no accidents in the skies over southern Yanhan. However, once the relationship soured, Yanhan would have to take action against the Ice Phoenix. Regardless of the outcome, Yanhan skies would be thrown into chaos, making it impossible to guarantee absolute safety for the air routes. Chao, you did very well. Bai Dingbang nodded in satisfaction. Elder Jing, she captured these 2 members of the Blood Secret Society. I think she should also receive bonus points. Jing Gufu nodded, indeed. Then let us add 5,000 points. How about that? Bai Dingbang and Wan Rinjia both nodded in agreement. There were already bonus point rules for the peak exam, and it would just need to be sent for final approval. With the outstanding contributions of Ning Yi and Chao Qingji, no one would question it. Who would dare to question it? They could just play the live footage right in front of him. Chapter 46. Was Ning Yi expelled from the exam? Yanjing International Airport. Wan Rinjia was waiting here. At this moment, a small passenger plane slowly landed. A man jumped off the plane. He was dressed in loose clothes that had faded, barely showing their original blue color. With thick eyebrows and big eyes, he had a square face. His appearance could only be described as ordinary, belonging to the type that would quickly blend into a crowd. However, the surrounding agents from the Abilities Bureau looked at him with awe. That was genuine admiration. After the man got off the plane, he immediately instructed to go to Death Town. Wan Rinjia let out a hearty laugh nearby, saying there was no need to go. Kang Inha raised an eyebrow upon seeing his relaxed smile and asked if it was resolved, suggesting that old Zhang's abilities had played a role at a critical moment. Wan Rinjie gave a quirky smile and replied, no, he was scolded by Ice Phoenix, and it was quite harsh. Kang Inha pondered, how was it resolved then? Wan Rinjie laughed heartily. You definitely wouldn't guess. It was resolved by a candidate named Ning Yi. He briefly recounted the situation in Death Town, finally mentioning the extra points awarded to Ning Yi and Chao Qingji. I specifically rushed to the airport just to expedite the approval, he said as he took out the documents, adding helplessly, old Bai is too lazy to come, and old Jing is too old, so I had to come myself. Kang Inha chuckled lightly and signed his name on the document, saying, you three did very well. Extra points should be awarded, even if it's the maximum. He smiled thoughtfully. Ning Yi. I remember this name. Wan Rinjie asked, so, do you think we should immediately sync the peak exam data with Yin University and Long University? Kang Inha shook his head. Some data is classified and cannot be easily shared. Although Yin University and Long University are top institutions, they are mixed with spies from various countries and members of secret organizations. Cut off the footage of Ning Yi communicating with the Ice Phoenix and inform all candidates who witnessed it to strictly keep it confidential. In exchange, they can receive some rare resources. Wan Rinjie nodded in understanding. Don't worry. We had already prepared for this, just waiting for your final decision. Kang Inha smiled and nodded. Good. In the hotel, Ning Yi returned to his room and happened to see Principal Su Jiangwo, class teacher Yi Jian, and Deputy Director of the Yun City Administrative Bureau, Sun Yu, quietly discussing something in a small bar around the corner. They seemed to be guessing the rankings of this peak exam. Ning Yi smiled and greeted the three before heading straight to his room. The three were momentarily stunned. Sun Yu asked in confusion, is that Ning Yi? Isn't today the second day of the peak exam? Why is he back? Yi Jian was equally baffled. Could it be? It ended early? That couldn't be possible. If it ended early, the others should have returned too. It wouldn't just be Ning Yi. Could it be? Both Sun Yu and Yi Jian's expressions changed dramatically. Expelled from the peak exam. This had happened before. 3 years ago, a genius from the Mo Bay province was expelled from the peak exam for suspected cheating. His score was also reset to 0. This incident caused a huge uproar that year. That genius subsequently disappeared without a trace. If Ning Yi were in a similar situation, Shu Jianggu interjected decisively, impossible. What kind of person is Ning Yi? Teacher Yi, you know better than I do. Before the awakening ceremony, he was always a model student, consistently in the top 3, and even returned lost items. How could someone like that cheat? Yi Jian nodded in agreement. I also believe Ning Yi wouldn't cheat, but he did leave the peak exam early. Principal, should I ask him? Su Jiangwo thought for a moment and shook his head. I'll go myself. Okay. Yi Jian and Sun Yu both nodded. They still didn't know what had happened, and seeing this made them even more worried. Knock, knock, knock. Ning Yi heard a knock on the door, opened it, and asked, Principal Su, is there something you need? Su Jianggu hestita. I have a small matter I'd like to ask you. Can I come in to talk? Of course. The two sat opposite each other on the sofa. Su Jiangwo then spoke seriously. Ning Yi, did you encounter something? If you have any issues, you must tell us. After coming to Yinjing, you are unfamiliar with the place, and we are your strongest support. Don't worry about anything hard to say. Just speak out, and we will face it together. Don't be fooled by my nearly 70 years. I am actually in good health and can handle whatever you say. Ning Yi suddenly realized. No one of these three looked so worried. They were concerned about him. Indeed, it was the second day of the peak exam, and he returned early. Who wouldn't be shocked? They must think he was expelled. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Principal, I must say, you need to brace yourself. Su Jiangwo took a deep breath. Wait, let me call them in too. Moments later, Su Jiangwo, Yi Jian, and Sun Yu all sat in front of Ning Yi. The three's hearts were in their throats. Ning Yi smiled and said, the peak exam ended early, and I got first place. The three were nearly knocked off their feet. Upon hearing this, they almost choked. Huh? The three stared wide-eyed. Yi Jian stammered, no. Ning Yi, don't make stuff up. Please tell us. Why did you leave the exam early? Sun Yu organized his words and gently said, Ning, you might have faced a setback, but don't worry. Just tell us directly. Su Jiangwo was even more resolute, raising his hand to cast a healing light spell on Ning Yi. Ning Yi was speechless. There was an unexpected situation during the peak exam, which really ended early, and I truly got first place. Yi Jian couldn't help but say, that's impossible. The other candidates haven't returned. We've been drinking in the bar all morning and didn't see any candidates. Ning Yi shrugged. They were injured. Quite seriously? They should have all been sent for treatment. The three had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. They were all severely injured, yet he returned unscathed. This made even less sense. Are you stronger than Yin Shuezhou, Wu Yinfeng, and Yin Pengcheng? Don't joke around. If you can make it into the top 20, we would be grateful. At this moment, there was another knock on the door. Yi Jian jogged over to open it, and standing at the door was Lin Muxue. Oh, why are you all gathered here? Celebrating Ning Yi's first place? Lin Muxue smiled brightly. She was in a good mood today, so her usual indifferent demeanor had changed. Yi Jian was instantly startled. What first place? Ning Yi got first place? Huh. Him. Chapter 47. The admissions office of Yin University is shocked. Personal recruitment. Su Jiangwo exclaimed in shock. Agent Lin, are you serious? Ning Yi is the top of the peak. Lin Muxue nodded. There was an unexpected situation in Death Town, and the peak exam ended early. Ning Yi secured the first place, and by the way, the second place is Chao Qingji, surpassing Yin Shuezhou from Yanjing City. Su Jiangwo and the others felt as if they had been struck by a bolt from the blue, dizzy and disoriented. After a while, Su Jiangwo finally blushed and asked, Agent Lin, what brings you to us? Lin Muxue chuckled lightly. 3 days from now, we will hold a celebration ceremony for the top 20 students. Yin University and Longting University will select students during the event. I came specifically to inform you three to prepare. As the principal, homeroom teacher, and deputy director of the Local Government Affairs Bureau of Ning Yi, you will need to speak on stage. All right. We understand. Yi Jian was so excited that his face turned red. In 3 days, they would be speaking in front of many important figures. All of this was because of Ning Yi. After Lin Muxue left, the three looked at Ning Yi and shouted excitedly in unison. Ning Yi, you are the pride of Class 1 of Senior 3. You are the pride of Yunqing No. 1 High School. No. You are the pride of our entire Yunqing. The three surrounded Ning Yi, overjoyed. Come on, tell us how you secured the first place. Ning Yi chuckled. Well, that's a long story. Yi Jian excitedly said, wait a moment, I'll go get some snacks and drinks. Let's talk while we eat. Soon, the room was filled with laughter and joy. At the admissions office of Yin University, the first-hand data of the top 20 students had arrived. We don't have much time. Let's start analyzing the specific situations of these students immediately, said Zhao Gang, the director of the admissions office. A young teacher whispered, the 20th place, Helan, from Handong Province, has an ability of type B, tree resonance. Zhao Gang replied, take him, budget 3 million for a war tree heart. Another teacher immediately said, 19th place, Su Zhao, from Guiyang Province, has an ability of type A, mountain puppet. Shou Gong responded, the development potential of the mountain puppet is not high, budget 1 million. If we can't attract this candidate, raise it to 2 million, and anything over that we can give up. Another person continued, 4th place is Wu Yinfeng from Handong Province. The teacher continued, 3rd place, Yin Shuezhou from Yanjing City. Zhao Gang showed a look of astonishment. Yin Shuezhou is only 3rd? Then who is 2nd? Chao Qingji from Hannan Province. Zhao Gang was even more shocked. Then who is the top student? Ning Yi. Zhao Gang and all the teachers were dumbfounded. Ning Yi. Who is Ning Yi? I've never heard of him. Is he also a contender for the top? One teacher pulled up Ning Yi's basic information and, after a glance, exclaimed in shock, top student, Ning Yi from Hannan Province. Has an ability of type E, water ball, and a peak score of 38,335. My God, he broke the record for the highest score at the peak. Triggered the maximum bonus. Wait, he added 10,000 points? How is that possible? Did he defeat a 5th-level beast? Or saved all the candidates? Wait, this doesn't make sense. How can a top student, the national champion, have an E-level ability? The other teachers were also taken aback. You must be joking. Shou Gong Fronet. This young man, he actually had no prior knowledge of him. He didn't expect that such a dark horse would emerge in this peak exam. Even a genius like Yin Shuezhou was surpassed. Zhao Gang, being experienced, spoke solemnly. The data reflects his ability grade at the time of awakening. This Ning, he should have undergone several ability evolutions. I suspect he is at least a level now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to compete with Yin Shuezhou and the others. The other teachers in the office nodded seriously. Zhao Gang said, immediately pull up all of Ning Yi's information and compile a report for me. Moments later, all known data about Ning Yi was laid out before him. He frowned after looking for a while. Why is part of the video data from the college entrance exam and peak exam missing? The teacher responsible for compiling the data smiled awkwardly. Director, that part of the video data is classified and requires joint authorization from the Ability Bureau and the military. Zhao Gang was astonished. Not even my identity is enough? No. Zhao Gang lightly tapped the table, deep in thought, and after a long while said, this Ning Yi, his ability is very likely to be the S-level ability, Millennial Profound Ice. This ability has appeared before. But that genius was assassinated by the Blood Secret Society at just over 20 years old. I have already recognized his first special weapon. It's the Golden Quality Frost Soul Cold Spear. His second special weapon was not revealed in the video. I suspect it is at least blue and very likely purple. Upon hearing Zhao Gang's assessment, the teachers in the office felt it was unbelievable. What a genius. Not at all inferior to Yin Shuezhou. Zhao Gang said sternly. Regardless of what conditions we offer, Ning Yi must join our Yin University. One teacher stood up and said, Director, I'll go recruit him. Zhao Gang shook his head. I will go personally. As the director of the admissions office, my personal recruitment will show respect. Given time, Ning Yi will definitely become a powerful figure in Yanhan. The respect we show now is an investment in his future. The teachers felt a sense of admiration for Zhao Gang upon hearing this. Zhao Gang had been the director of the admissions office for over 10 years, trusted by the principal, and held significant power. He was undoubtedly a well-known figure in Yanjing City. Many people offered him money and resources, hoping to secretly place their children into Yin University. Unexpectedly, this prominent figure was willing to personally recruit Ning Yi. Chapter 48, Celebration Ceremony. For grand rewards. In Yanjing City, at a CAF. In a window seat, an elderly man with graying hair, dressed in a suit, sat leisurely stirring his coffee with a brass spoon. After a while, a beautiful woman with long black hair, down to her waist, wearing a gray coat, walked briskly to him and sat down opposite him. Waiter, a latte please. The two sat facing each other. The woman lowered her voice and said, the operation failed. The top exam's 129 candidates are all safe. No one died. The old man's hand holding the spoon suddenly stiffened, staring at the middle-aged woman. What happened? The woman said in a deep voice, my people just received intel. We haven't obtained the video data from the top exam yet, but we can roughly conclude that a student named Ning Yi disrupted the operation, preventing that Ice Phoenix from going berserk. The old man asked, how did you deduce that? The woman took a sip of coffee and replied calmly. Ning Yi is the top scorer this time, with over 38,000 points, triggering the maximum bonus rule, which adds an additional 10,000 points. The old man's pupils constricted. In such a scenario as the top exam, a maximum bonus of 10,000 points is definitely not a small matter. The elder's speculation was entirely reasonable. If this Ning Yi grows up, he will undoubtedly be a top-tier powerhouse. But now is not a good time for assassination. Countless eyes in Yanhan are watching him. The woman said in a deep voice, I'll arrange the assassination, but I need your help. The old man replied, creating chaos in Yanhan is the primary task assigned to us by the leader. What help do you need? Just say it. The woman smiled charmingly and said, I wanted to go back to Mo Bay and create chaos in Junbaiguan. The attention you attract there will allow my assassination to proceed smoothly. The old man pondered for a few seconds, then nodded, I agree. The two clasped hands and simultaneously said in a low voice, everything for the great goal. 3 days later, the celebration ceremony for the top exam was held at the Yanjing Cultural and Sports Center. Su Jiangwo personally drove Ning Yi and Chao Qingji to the venue. As soon as Ning Yi got out of the car, he was met by countless reporters carrying cameras and microphones. Before he could speak, recording pens and microphones were already thrust in front of him. Ning Yi, how did you achieve the top score in the national exam? Can you share your success experience with high school seniors nationwide? Ning Yi, what are your thoughts on defeating the favorite Yin Shuezhou? Ning Yi, can you explain why you triggered the maximum bonus? Ning Yi, I heard your ex-girlfriend broke up with you because you awakened E-level abilities. Do you have anything to say to her? Ning Yi. Voices rang out one after another. The reporters all wanted to extract some big news from this invincible dark horse, but they were destined to be disappointed. Ning Yi only said a few formal words and then entered the Cultural and Sports Center under the escort of Ability Bureau agents. Seeing Ning Yi's reticence, the reporters could only turn their focus to Chao Qingji. However, Chao Qingji remained silent throughout. Even with a microphone placed near his mouth, he still said nothing. Helpless, the reporters could only look to Su Jiangwo, Yi Jian, and others. Principal Su, You are the principal of Yinqing No. 1 High School, where Ning Yi studies. What would you like to say about Ning Yi's achievements today? Su Jiangwo adjusted his meticulously tied tie, smiled at the camera, and said, Ning Yi's achievements today are inseparable from his hard work and our school's guidance. He is the pride of us Yincheng people. I have 3 points to make. The first point. Inside the Cultural and Sports Center, the environment was noticeably quieter than outside. The media invited to this celebration ceremony were mostly prominent outlets. They wouldn't be like those smaller media outlets, only thinking about digging out sensational news. At this moment, most attendees had arrived. In the second row of seats sat the teachers from Yin University and Long University S admissions offices. Long University admissions office director Cheng Feng chuckled. Old Zhao, you actually came in person. Yin University admissions office director Zhao Gang smiled. Aren't you here for Ning Yi too? Of course. Cheng Feng exclaimed. Even Yin Xuezhou has been overshadowed by him. With such a super dark horse, Long University must have him. To be honest, the principal has already instructed that regardless of the cost, we must secure Ning Yi. Zhao Gang confidently replied, Our principal has fully authorized me, and I can offer Ning Yi any conditions. Just make sure the conditions you offer don't get overshadowed by mine. The two exchanged glances and laughed heartily. They were both competitors and old classmates. They came to compete for Ning Yi, but it did not affect their past friendship. Ning Yi is here, someone shouted, and the entire venue fell silent. Everyone's gaze turned to the young man in black walking through the entrance of the Cultural and Sports Center. Tall and distinguished, he walked with confidence and poise. This was the super dark horse who had defeated the 3 great talents in the top exam. Hanang, Ning Yi, come sit here. Wu Yanfeng waved from a distance. Ning Yi smiled and sat down next to Yin Xuezhou, Wu Yanfeng, and Yin Pengsheng. This was a central seat in the front row, intentionally left empty for him. Chao Qingji sat beside Ning Yi, remaining calm and indifferent, uninterested in engaging with anyone. The celebration ceremony had little to say. The main speakers were Ning Yi's homeroom teacher, principal, and the local government bureau director or deputy director. This was an old tradition. No matter who took the top score, there was always this process. After these 3 spoke, Ning Yi received an additional 6 million in rewards. Among them, 1 million came from Yinqing No. 1 High School, 2 million from the Yunqing government, and 3 million from the Hannan provincial government. After all, he achieved the top score in the national exam as the provincial top scorer of Hannan. The Hannan provincial government naturally had to make a statement. After these 3 spoke, it was the turn of the representative from the Ability Bureau to address the audience. The person stepping up was none other than the director of the Longjing City Ability Bureau, Jingfu. Due to Ning Yi's outstanding contributions in this top exam, after internal discussions at the Ability General Bureau, we have decided to award Ning Yi the following rewards. Reward 1, 3 million cash. Reward 2, 5,000 units of Ability Crystal. Reward 3, 1 Ice Fog Jellyfish Core. Reward 4, honorary senior agent status from the Ability Bureau. As the voice fell, the entire venue shook. Reward 1 and Reward 2 were indeed somewhat ordinary. But considering the current market price of 600 yuan per unit of Ability Crystal, 5,000 units of Ability Crystal amounted to 3 million. As for the Ice Fog Jellyfish, it is a rare beast that lives in the East China Sea, and although it is only Tier 3, it is difficult to kill. The core of 1 Ice Fog Jellyfish has already been speculated to reach a high price of 1 million in the current market. However, it has always been a case of high price, but no market, and this price is still climbing. The final honorary senior agent status from the Ability Bureau is even more priceless. It cannot be measured with money. With this status, Ning Yi can enjoy the treatment of a senior agent without fulfilling the obligations of a senior agent. Since the establishment of the Ability Bureau, such honorary status has only been awarded to fewer than 30 people. Each of them has made significant contributions to the Ability Bureau. The bewildered attendees became even more curious about what Ning Yi had done in Death Town that warranted such a grand treatment from the Special Abilities Bureau. Chapter 49, Super A-Class Cultivation Method. Please welcome Ning Yi to the stage to receive the award. Jing Fuchao smiled at Ning Yi. Ning Yi stood up, walked to the front of the stage, and picked up the medal that symbolized the 4 major awards of the Ability Bureau. After he stepped down, the awarding ceremony for the others began. From a second place Chao Qingji to the 20th place Helan, everyone received corresponding rewards. However, compared to Ning Yi's reward, there seemed somewhat insignificant. After the celebration ceremony, it was time for the two top universities to select students. Zhao Gang and Cheng Feng approached Ning Yi without saying a word. The other students could take their time. Only Ning Yi, this year's super dark horse, must not fall into the hands of the rival school. Yin University and Long University had always been in competition. If Yin University had more educational funding, Long University's funding would decrease. If Yin University had more influence, Long University's influence would weaken, and vice versa. Zhan Suivu, Gao Qingdi, and others cast curious glances in this direction. They were also very curious about what kind of offers these two admission directors would make to Ning Yi. Cheng Feng, the admission director of Longting University, spoke first. Ning Yi, come to our Long University, and we will give you 10 million in cash with an annual grant of 3,000 units of ability crystals. You can also choose one from 3 types of A-class ability cultivation methods. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around gasped in shock. 10 million in cash. 3,000 units of crystals each year for 4 years. Plus 1 type of A-class ability cultivation method. The offer was too generous. Is this the treatment enjoyed by the top scorer, the national champion? Even someone like Chao Qingji, who usually had a blank expression, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Ning Yi did not respond immediately. Then he heard Zhao Gang speak in a deep voice. The conditions given by Longting University are also available from Yanjing University. The only difference is that we are willing to offer a super A-class ability cultivation method. As long as Ning Yi is willing to become a member of Yanjing University, the super A-class ability cultivation method will be provided immediately, without delay. At this moment, the people who were shocked by Longting University's offer were even more astonished. Super A-class ability cultivation method. Such a thing really exists. Moreover, Yanjing University is actually willing to offer it. Ning Yi showed a look of surprise. May I ask, what is the name of that super A-class ability cultivation method? Zhao Gang glanced at the flustered Cheng Feng, smiled slightly. It's the Cold Abyss cultivation method. The crowd showed a puzzled expression. Cold Abyss cultivation method? I haven't heard of it. Cheng Feng suddenly said. Ning Yi, don't listen to him. That Cold Abyss cultivation method is said to be super A-class, but in reality, no one can say for sure if it actually has super A-class quality. It's called a cultivation method, but it's actually a visualization method that requires one to visualize an ice-cold abyss out of nothing, continuously enhancing one's abilities. Our Longting University has 3 types of A-class ability cultivation methods: Cold Flood Dragon cultivation method, Frost Warrior cultivation method, and Glacier cultivation method, all of which are very suitable for you. Do not rashly try the visualization method. Jingfu pondered and said, I have some impression of it. Isn't it the visualization method created by Director Kong? Yes. Cheng Feng immediately nodded. Most ability cultivation methods are insights from Director Kong, and other ability users have continually innovated to reach today's level. But only the visualization method is understood by Director Kong alone. Up to now, he has only comprehended that one visualization method. Many Ice-type geniuses have attempted to learn that Cold Abyss visualization method, but have unfortunately failed, wasting not only time, but also their youth. After this was said, Wan Jianjia and Bai Dingbang also pondered. They had also heard of the name of that visualization method. They didn't expect it to be collected by Yanjing University. Cheng Feng looked at Zhao Gang and said seriously, Zhao Gang, if Ning Yi progresses slowly because of this so-called Cold Abyss visualization method, you, the admission director of Yin University, will be held responsible. Zhao Gang said solemnly. This will depend on Ning Yi's own choice. Ning Yi saw that the two held their respective opinions and couldn't help but ponder. So the super A-class ability cultivation method is actually the so-called visualization method. Even the top universities are unsure of who can apply this imaginative cultivation method. No wonder so few people practice this so-called super A-class cultivation method. Seeing Ning Yi's hesitant expression, Bai Dingbang also advised, Ning Yi, we shouldn't meddle in this matter. But ability cultivation methods will to some extent affect your ability evolution options. Moreover, the deeper the level of comprehension of the ability cultivation method, the stronger this influence will be. Therefore, it is essential to choose an ability cultivation method that suits you. The higher the compatibility, the better. Ning Yi noted. Thank you for the reminder, Director Bai. He looked at Cheng Feng and Zhao Gang. Gentlemen, I would like to explore these 4 ability cultivation methods before making a decision. Is that okay? Cheng Feng and Zhao Gang exchanged glances and nodded. Yes, but it can only be us 3, and no outsiders can be present. Good. Jingfu also immediately said, I will arrange a room for you. As the three left, Cheng Feng and Zhao Gang's entourage immediately stepped up to recruit the remaining 19 students, including Chao Qingji and Yan Xuezhou. The Cultural and Sports Center was still bustling with activity. However, many people's thoughts had flown to that room. Everyone wanted to know what choice Ning Yi would make. Would he choose one of the 3 A-class ability cultivation methods from Longting University for safety, or would he take the risk and choose the super A-class ability cultivation method from Yanjing University? In the room, Ning Yi sat at the table, waiting quietly. After a while, Cheng Feng brought in the 3 ability cultivation methods. The 3 cultivation methods were laid out in order: Cold Flood Dragon Cultivation Method, Frost Warrior Cultivation Method, and Glacier Cultivation Method. Cheng Feng said in a deep voice, since you have not agreed to join our Longting University, these 3 cultivation methods are only at the first level. However, after you look at the first level, you should be able to feel the compatibility. Ning Yi nodded, picked up the 3 cultivation methods, and began to flip through them. Soon, he closed his eyes, and a vague feeling began to emerge in his heart. The Cold Flood Dragon Cultivation Method was clearly suitable for Ice-type mutated ability users. The various attack and defense techniques recorded in this cultivation method were very similar to the techniques of the Cold Flood Dragon. The Frost Warrior Cultivation Method was suitable for Ice-type close compatibility users, but it lacked long-range techniques. As for the Glacier Cultivation Method, it felt more like an advanced version of the Ice Element Cultivation Method he had obtained before. Compared to the first 2, it was more mediocre, but this also meant it was more balanced and had no shortcomings. Seeing Ning Yi retract his gaze, Cheng Feng immediately put away the 3 cultivation methods and left the room. Zhao Gang had been waiting for a long time. Seeing this, he entered the room and placed the Cold Abyss Cultivation Method on the table. Chapter 50, Make a Choice. The Cold Abyss Cultivation Method is not filled with dense text like the previous 3 methods. It is a thick metal plate. Carved on it is a rough landscape. With just a few strokes, it depicts a cold and desolate abyss. The moment Ning Yi saw it, he felt as if he had immersed himself in it. He seemed to become an ordinary stone at the bottom of the cold abyss. There were no living beings here, only the howling cold wind in his ears. Whoosh! A strong wind blew past. His fragile consciousness was almost instantly extinguished. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his senses from the deep cold abyss. Looking down, he saw that he was still standing in the room. The cold abyss on the metal plate remained rough and primitive, but as long as he focused on it, that soul-stirring feeling came over him again. Ning Yi, why are you sweating so much? Zhao Gang asked, puzzled. Ning Yi looked up and asked, how long has it been? How long? You've only been staring at it for 3 seconds. So, have you made your choice? Zhao Gang asked. Ning Yi said decisively, I choose it. Zhao Gang was overjoyed, really? Great, great. Cultural Center. The top 20 had basically made their choices. This time, Yanjing University only recruited 4 students. The rest were taken by Longting University. The reason is simple. Most of the recruitment budget was spent on Ning Yi, so there wasn't much left for the other candidates. Chao Qingji, you haven't made a decision yet. Would you like to come to Longting University? Cheng Feng's assistant asked kindly. Chao Qingji lowered his eyes and calmly replied, wait a bit longer. At this moment, the door was pushed open from the inside. Ning Yi walked out accompanied by Zhao Gang. Cheng Feng quickly stepped forward to inquire about Ning Yi's choice. The others also cast their gazes, wanting to know what choice he would ultimately make. Facing everyone's attention, Ning Yi firmly declared, I choose Yanjing University. Zhao Gang laughed loudly. The national top scholar is ours at Yenda. Quick, report the good news to the principal. Yes, yes, yes. The assistant was overjoyed. Cheng Feng sighed and couldn't help but say, Ning Yi, once the ability cultivation method is chosen, it's hard to change. Are you sure you've made your choice? Ning Yi firmly stated, I can feel that it resonates with me more. In that case, I want to persuade you. Cheng Feng said helplessly, walking towards Chao Qingji. Chao Qingji. Chao Qingji calmly replied, I also want to go to Yenda. Zhao Gang was first stunned. Then overjoyed, ha ha ha. Good. Now the second place in the top is also ours at Yenda. Cheng Feng was speechless. Wait, why? Chao Qingji pointed at Ning Yi. I want to surpass him. Ning Yi blinked. What grudge do you have? Why do you have to take me as your target? Cheng Feng held his forehead. All right. Let us call it a day. It's time to head back. He looked at Zhao Gang and sneered. Old Zhao, don't be too happy too early. In a while, there will be a national college freshman competition with both individual and team events. Now that so many resources are spent on Ning Yi, I hope you at Yin Duh can still be happy then. After saying this, he took his entourage and left immediately. Zhao Gang's smile slightly faded. This was also a headache for him. This time, among the top 20 talents, including Ning Yi and Chao Qingji, Jing University only managed to recruit 6 students. The remaining 14 were all taken by Longting University. This means that Jing University has to pick 4 more students from the remaining candidates to have at least 10 people. Otherwise, they want to even qualify for the team competition, as it is strictly required to have 10 freshmen. As Ning Yi made his choice, the audience gradually left, and the celebration ceremony came to an end. Ning Yi, the start date for Yinda is September 1st. Here's my business card. Just call me when the time comes. Zhao Gang handed over a business card with a smile. However, you can also enroll early. After all, you are the national top scholar, so it's normal to have some special treatment. Ning Yi smiled and nodded. He had this intention. It was only early July, and there were still 2 full months until school started. Staying in Yun City would feel too idle. It would be better to enroll early. He immediately said, I'll go home first, pack my things, say goodbye to my family, and then I'll return to Yinjing to handle the early enrollment. Great. Be sure to call me when the time comes. I'll personally pick you up at the airport. Zhao Gang smiled and nodded. Although he was the director of the Yinda admissions office, the other party was the national top scholar. He had to maintain the right attitude. Yun City, Piyun Villa. This is the top luxury villa area in Yun City. It is also the villa awarded to Ning Yi by the Yun City government. Of course, Ning Yi couldn't live alone in such a large villa, so he called to have his aunt and uncle move in. After all, his father had left home for so many years, and it was his aunt's family that had been taking care of him. It's not too much to let them enjoy a little. Xiaoyi. His aunt Ning Wenyue gave Ning Yi a big hug. Beside her stood Jiang Jiqiang and his son Jiang Yifan. Ning Wenyue was so excited that tears streamed down her face. Xiaoyi, you're amazing. We saw the news. You are the top of the peak, the national top scholar, and you've been admitted to Jing University. Oh my God, if your dad knew this news, he would definitely be over the moon. Jiang Jiqiang's face was also flushed. Xiaoyi, do you know? There are people in the company asking me every day if the national top scholar Ning Yi is my family S. Ning Yi. Also, the company has promoted me to the general manager of the Yun City branch. This is all because old Master Lu appreciates you, which led to my promotion. Xiaoyi, you are the pride of our family. Jiang Yifan was even more unable to hide his excitement. Cousin, you don't know? When I told them the national top scholar is my cousin, they didn't believe me. Damn, even Gao Huidong and He Yunji, those guys who are always calling me brother, are trying to find out about you. Ning Yi smiled slightly. This was all expected. It was nothing new. All right. Let's go in and talk. This villa belongs to Xiaoyi. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have the chance to live in such a nice place. The 4 entered the villa. Ning Yi casually sat on the sofa in the living room and took out various gifts from a suitcase to give to his aunt's family. Such expensive things? Xiaoyi, I can't accept this. Ning Wenyue exclaimed in shock when she saw the luxurious cosmetics. Jiang Jiqiang laughed. You're too easily shocked. Just accept Xiaoyi's goodwill. What the hell? Yuhuan Maotai, that's 10 times more expensive than flying Maotai. Xiaoyi, is this a gift for me? Ning Yi smiled. I know you love wine the most. This is from Director Zhao of the Yinda admissions office. I specially brought it back for you. Jiang Jiqiang's face turned red with excitement. Great. Cousin, what about mine? Jiang Yifan asked excitedly. Yes, these are all for you, Ning Yi laughed. Jiang Yifan's eyes lit up, excited to the point he couldn't close his mouth. Ning Yi looked at this scene, smiling. His aunt's family had treated him well over the years, and even if his uncle and cousin had some small schemes, they had all vanished now. Many people work hard just to make their families live better. He is no exception. Ning Yi suddenly asked, Aunt, have you still not been able to contact my dad? Chapter 51. Father's Disappearance. Returning to Yinjing. A hint of gloom flashed in Ning Wenyue's eyes, but she still forced a helpless smile on her face. Your dad. I contacted him once last year. He said he was on a particularly important mission, and it wasn't convenient to communicate with the outside world. Ning Yi keenly noticed the unusual expression in his aunt's eyes. He asked in a deep voice, did something happen to my dad? Ning Wenyue and Jiang Jiqiang both stiffened. Jiang Yifan looked confused, not understanding what was going on. Ning Yi said seriously, Aunt, I've already been accepted into university. There are some things you don't need to hide from me anymore. Ning Wenyue sighed and forced a bitter smile. I didn't tell you earlier because I was worried it would affect your awakening ceremony and college entrance examination. I planned to tell you after the exams, but your results were so outstanding that you even made it to the peak test. It just kept getting delayed until now. She repeatedly wiped the water droplets off her hands with her apron, even though they were already dry. Her expression was hesitant, but in the end, she still pulled Ning Yi to sit down on the sofa and sighed. Your father went missing a year ago. Ning Yi's expression turned astonished. Missing? Ning Yi spoke softly. Since 10 years ago, the northern desert has been under constant attacks from alien beasts, both in number and frequency, far exceeding those in the southern border. Your father responded to the call back then and formed a hunting team with a few old friends to head to the northern desert. You know about this, so I won't go into details. A year ago, the Northern Army called to report that the Kanglan hunting team your father formed was completely wiped out, and team leader Ning Zhan went missing. Ning Yi bit her lip, unable to continue. Missing. In the harsh wilderness environment of the northern desert where alien beasts ran rampant. It was almost equivalent to death. Ning Yi took a deep breath. I understand now. Ning Yi patted his shoulder. Don't be afraid, Xiao Yi. No matter if your brother is alive or dead, our home is your home. Okay, thank you, Aunt. Ning Yi nodded and smiled. I want to eat the braised pork you make. Ning Yi also smiled. All right, and we'll make it for you. Just wait a moment. Ning Yi then returned to his room. He raised his wrist and sent a message to Lin Muxua using the Special Ability Bureau's watch. Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. Are you there? Can you help me look up someone? Snow Woman sleeping. Who to check? Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. Ning Zhan, my dad. Snow Woman sleeping. Wait a moment. I'll give you a reply within a day. Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. Thanks. Putting down the communicator, Ning Yi exhaled slowly. Since he could remember in this body, his father Ning Zhan had been working hard outside. The father and son rarely met, and their bond wasn't particularly deep. But even so, he intended to find out the truth. A day later, Ning Yi and Jiang Yifan boarded the plane under the watchful eyes of his aunt and Jiang Jiqiang, heading to Yanjing. As the capital of the Yanhan, Yanjing naturally had many universities. Jiang Yifan's abilities weren't bad, and he also got into a university in Yanjing. He was accepted into the top-tier Yanjing Thunderfire University, which specialized in teaching students with thunder and fire abilities. Not long after the plane took off, Ning Yi received a message from Lin Muxua. Snow Woman sleeping. Are you on the plane? From now on, I'll book your tickets. It's safer for you that way. The matter you asked me about has been brought to the attention of Director Bai, who personally called a deputy commander in the Northern Military District to inquire about your father's situation. I will send you the details in a document. Ning Yi thanked her and carefully reviewed the document. The content was very detailed, but the conclusion was generally the same as what Ning Yi had said. The person was missing, but no body had been found. He also noted the highlighted points in the document. In the same battle, there were also other hunters and ability users who went missing. Ning Zhan was not an isolated case. If there's a chance in the future, I'll go see for myself. If no body was found, there's still a possibility of survival. He closed the document and closed his eyes to rest. Not long after, a woman's incessant voice interrupted him. Xiao Tong, CC, you're right to come to Yanjing to broaden your horizons. Don't stay cooped up in a poor place like Yin City all day. Both of you have strong abilities and got into Yanjing Martial University. Your future is definitely bright. As your sister, I have some connections in Yanjing. Once we land, I'll take you to visit the top university. Reservations? Are you kidding? That's not necessary. My husband, your brother-in-law, is a teacher in the admissions office of Yanjing Martial University and is very familiar with the directors of Yin University and Long University. A simple introduction will get us in. This woman kept talking, and her voice was quite loud. The surrounding passengers frowned. However, when they heard her mention having connections in Yanjing and being able to get into Yin University and Long University with just a greeting, they immediately fell silent. It was better to avoid trouble. They didn't dare to provoke someone like her. Jiang Yifan whispered, Cousin, that's Qin Teng and Lu Cc. Ning Yi looked over and realized it was indeed those two. As for the woman who was talking nonstop, she was undoubtedly Qin Teng's older sister, Qin Jin. Ning Yi said indifferently, Could you keep your voice down? This isn't your home. Qin Jin's voice suddenly paused, and she turned to look at him, displeased. Is it wrong to speak a little louder? Qin Teng and Lu Cc noticed Ning Yi and their expressions changed. It's you. The two had seen the news earlier and knew that Ning Yi had directly taken first place in the peak test, becoming the national champion, even breaking the historical record with over 38,000 points. They didn't expect to run into him on this trip. What's wrong, Xiao Tong? Do you know him? Qin Jin frowned. Qin Tang's expression was complicated as he lowered his voice. He is Ning Yi, the top scorer in our Nan province's college entrance examination. He even went to Yanjing to participate in the peak test not long ago. Qin Jin clearly didn't think much of it. Hearing this, she directly interrupted him. Top scorer from Nan province? Oomph. A top scorer from such a remote place is nothing compared to those from direct control municipalities like Yanjing and Longjing. Even the top scorers from Mo Bay province and Handong province are better. Qin Tang wanted to continue, but felt embarrassed hearing his sister's words. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Lu Cixi looked even more awkward. After all, this was something they couldn't be proud of. Jiang Yifan was so angry he nearly twisted his mouth. A poor place? Looking down on the top scorer from Henan province? Doesn't she know she is sitting in front of someone who broke the historical record for the national champion? He was about to speak up when Ning Yi pulled him back, shaking his head slightly. Don't mind her. Just call the flight attendant to handle it. Soon, the flight attendant arrived and managed to persuade Qin Jin to lower her voice after much effort. Before leaving, the woman shot Ning Yi several glares. Threatening in a low voice, I see you also got into a university in Yanjing. You better not be a student at Yanjing Martial University. Otherwise, you'll know my power. Ning Yi scoffed, too lazy to respond to her. Before long, the plane arrived at Yanjing International Airport. Brother, can I go with you to visit Yin University? Jiang Yifan grinned. That's a top-tier university. I've always wanted to see it. Of course, let's go. Director Zhao is already waiting for us. Ning Yi smiled. Oh, you even know Director Zhao? Director Zhao Gang from Yin University's admissions office. I know him better than you. Qin Jin sneered upon hearing this. Chapter 52, a 400 square meter villa dormitory. Hearing that Qin Jin also knew Zhao Gang, Ning Yi smiled slightly and said, It seems your husband is quite familiar with Director Zhao. Huh? Qin Jin sneered, of course. My husband is a teacher in the admissions office of Yanjing Martial Arts University. He knows all the directors and deputy directors of admissions offices in Yanjing's universities. They often have meals together. Last time, Director Zhao even took the initiative to give us a few tickets for visiting Yinda. We couldn't even use them all. But what about you? What kind of person are you that Director Zhao personally came to pick you up? You didn't say that after you got off the plane. Director Zhao was temporarily unavailable to pick you up, did you? Qin Tang and Lu Cixi looked awkward and wanted to interrupt Qin Jin, but felt embarrassed to speak up. However, they also thought Ning Yi was bragging. After all, what kind of person is the director of the admissions office at Yinda? How could he personally come to the airport to pick someone up? At that moment, the announcement sounded and the cabin door opened. Passengers grabbed their bags and exited the cabin in order. Qin Jin rushed ahead of Ning Yi to get off the plane. Husband. Qin Jin hugged a middle-aged man and, out of the corner of her eye, saw the man beside her and exclaimed in surprise, Director Zhao, you're here too. Zhao Gang slightly nodded. I'm here to pick someone up. Qin Jin looked astonished. There are important figures on this flight. It's so considerate of Director Zhao to come pick them up. Zhao Gang smiled and nodded. Yes, it's an important figure. The top scorer who broke the historical record, the national champion, and he was personally recruited by Yanjing University, so he certainly qualifies as an important figure. At this point, Ning Yi and Jiang Yifan also got off the plane. Zhao Gang's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward, waving his hand. Ning Yi, my student. Qin Jin's expression froze. Wait, Director Zhao must be here to pick up Ning Yi, right? Her husband smiled and nodded. Yes, Ning Yi is the top scorer who broke the historical record and the national champion. He has already joined Yanjing University, and Director Zhao came personally to pick him up. Don't you know such big news? By the way, I just asked Director Zhao for 2 tickets to visit Yinda, just in time to give to your brother and his girlfriend. Qin Jin awkwardly smiled. Husband, let us hurry. Aren't we here to pick up your brother and his girlfriend? Let them take a taxi. Let us go quickly. It's so embarrassing. Huh? What's going on? The two jumped into the car and sped away. Zhao Gang looked confused. What is up with those two? Ning Yi smiled and greeted, Director Zhao. This is my cousin Jiang Yifan. I want to take him to visit our Yinda. Is that okay? Of course. Zhao Gang smiled and nodded, get in the car. Not far behind. Qin Tang and Lu Cixi watched as Ning Yi and the others drove away, feeling ashamed. They had underestimated Ning Yi. The director of the admissions office at Yinda really did come to pick him up. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of Yanjing University. The gate is about 100 meters wide, and on both sides are not stone lions, but the heads of 2 exotic beasts, fierce, and each over 10 meters tall. Wow, is this Yin Jing University? Jiang Yifan got out of the car, gazing at the grand entrance with sparkling eyes. If the gate is so imposing, what must the campus be like? I can't even imagine. Director Zhao, what kind of exotic beasts are those skulls? He couldn't help but ask. Zhao Gang smiled. Those are the skulls of two 8th-tier beast kings. One is the Fury Wind Dragon Horse from the Jilei Mountain in the southern frontier, and the other is the Phantom Wing Wolf from the Wolf Residence Mountain in the northern desert. Yifan, you're from Yin City. You should have heard of the Fury Wind Dragon Horse. Jiang Yifan nodded repeatedly. I've heard of it. It seems it was killed by Director Bai. Exactly, Zhao Gang smiled. After Director Bai killed the Fury Wind Dragon Horse, he donated its skull to our Yinda because he graduated from Yinda. Jiang Yifan's eyes widened. So that is how it is. Zhao Gang continued. As for the Phantom Wing Wolf, it rose to power in the Northern Desert 3 years ago and was killed by that Director Su of the Northern Desert Ability Bureau. Jiang Yifan exclaimed, Director Su? Is that the Su Chiyue from the Ability Bureau? She is my goddess. Zhao Gang chuckled. That's her. She's the youngest among the 43 Ability Bureau directors in the country and gained much attention for killing the Phantom Wing Wolf. She also graduated from Yin Jing University. Wow. Jiang Yifan was astonished. It turns out so many famous experts came from Yin Jing University. He couldn't help but ask again, if the gate of Yin Jing University is this big, how large must the campus be? Zhao Gang smiled proudly. Yin Jing University covers an area of 30 square kilometers, which is a bit larger than Longting University. 30 square kilometers. Jiang Yifan's eyes nearly popped out. The Yin Jing Thunderfire University I got into is only about 430,000 square meters. Shougong Chuklet Loitli, Thunderfire University. That's pretty good too. Not far from our Yin Jing University, just a short walk away. Yifan, I'll greet the security guard. From now on, just give your name, and you can come over anytime. Jiang Yifan looked excited. Really? Of course. You are Ning Yi's cousin. Zhao Gang nodded with a smile. But now I can't accompany you. I need to help Ning Yi with his early enrollment. Jiang Yifan nodded understandingly. It's okay. I can wander around by myself. Ning Yi and Zhao Gang headed toward the office building. With Zhao Gang, the admissions office director, everything went smoothly. In less than half an hour, all the procedures were completed. Zhao Gang smiled. Let's go, we'll head to the dormitory first. The two took the school bus, and after a few minutes, arrived at the dormitory area. Ning Yi raised his eyebrows. This isn't a dormitory. These are clearly individual villas. The villas were built next to a huge artificial lake, with beautiful scenery. Standing there, one could feel a gentle breeze. Zhao Gang chuckled. This is the treatment for the national champion individual villas. The top 20 also have villas, but they're shared between 2 people. The area is not very large, only 400 square meters. Ning Yi laughed in disbelief. Only 400 square meters isn't large? Zhao Gang continued. The dormitory has dedicated staff for cleaning. If you need anything, just a phone call can solve it. Basic meals are free. You can eat as much as you want, as long as you don't waste it. If you want extra meals, like high-tier beast meat, there will be a charge. But instead of money, it's charged in credits. Ning Yi raised his eyebrows. Credits? Zhao Gang nodded, taking out a gold card. This is your campus card, also called a one-card system. As long as you're on campus, this card works everywhere. You are the national champion, so it already has 500 credits loaded onto it. 1 credit is roughly equivalent to 10,000 yuan. Of course, we do not support the exchange of credits for cash. Meals require credits. Classes require credits. Purchasing training resources requires credits. In short, credits are everything. Zhao Gang smiled. Of course, there are many ways to earn credits. You can check the detailed regulations on the Academic Affairs website. Ning Yi nodded slightly. Zhao Gang then said seriously, next is the most important mentor system. Chapter 53. Choosing a mentor. Youth Martial Arts Competition. Mentor system? Ning Yi pondered. Exactly. Every new student must have a mentor to guide them. And, unless something unexpected happens, this mentor will accompany you throughout your 4 years of university. Zhao Gang smiled and said, you can liken it to a sect. Ning Yi nodded in understanding. Zhao Gang continued, theoretically, it should be the mentor who selects the new students, but you are different. You are the national champion. For you, it is you who will choose the mentor, not the other way around. To exaggerate a bit, some mentors might even beg you to become their student. After all, mentors also need to evaluate their professional titles and climb the ranks. Having an outstanding student like you means that if you achieve even a little success, your mentor could rise rapidly, and a few years later, becoming an academician of 2 academies would be a piece of cake. He chuckled softly. The night you decided to join our Yin University, 8 professors contacted me, asking me to give them your contact information. Ning Yi touched his nose and chuckled. He hadn't expected to be in such high demand. Don't worry, I didn't give it to any of them. Zhao Gang laughed heartily. Those professors are all excellent, but to be your mentor requires not just excellence, but also resources and a strong background. Ning Yi caught the hint in his words. Director, Zhao has recommendations? Zhao Gang smiled, of course. I have drafted a list for you, with a total of 3 names, all very suitable for you. But my top recommendation is, of course, the first one, Director Lu Jinghua. He handed Ning Yi a document. The top entry was the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy of Yanjing University, Lu Jinghua, an 8th-level ability user, with an A-level ability, Solar Gun. Besides being the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy, he is also the President of the National Ability User Association. The Ability Bureau even invited him to take up the important position of Director of the Ability Bureau in the Northern Desert Province. But Lu Jinghua politely declined the request. It is said that the Northern Desert is a place of sorrow for him, which is why he is unwilling to go there again. Ning Yi glanced over the other 2 names, each with their own specialties. The director of the Summoning Academy, Wan Qing, is proficient in elemental summoning, making him very suitable for Ning Yi to further develop his Ice Spirit Dog and Frostbone Dragon. The director of the Energy Academy, Gao Ling, specializes in the long-range and area application of abilities. As for how to choose, I want to interfere too much, Zhao Gang laughed. Ning Yi, there are still nearly 2 months until the start of school. What are your plans? Ning Yi said solemnly, I want to go train in the abyss near Yanjing. Zhao Gang said seriously, for your safety, Ning Yi, I don't want you to take risks in the abyss. You are too conspicuous and have already attracted the attention of the Blood Secret Society. I don't know much, but the Yanjing Ability Bureau has already started working busily, secretly hunting down members of the Blood Secret Society throughout the city. The abyss is outside the city, and even if the Ability Bureau intends to protect you, they may not be able to guarantee your safety. Ning Yi nodded in understanding. Then do you have any suggestions? Zhao Gang blinked and said quietly, in half a month, the Yanjing Youth Martial Art Competition will be held, which takes place every 3 years. Organized by the 3 major martial arts schools in Yanjing, and is limited to ability users below the 4th level. As long as you make it into the top 10, you will receive at least 1,000 ability crystals, and if you take first place, you will get a whopping 5,000 ability crystals. It's both safe and quick, and the rewards are substantial. Plus, there will be a national youth martial arts competition afterward, with even richer prizes. Ning Yi raised an eyebrow. This is indeed a good opportunity for him. However, such a good opportunity must come with conditions. Zhao Gang smiled slightly. It seems I can't hide anything from you, Ning Yi. Since the youth martial arts competition is jointly hosted by martial arts schools, participants must be members of any martial arts school in Yanjing. My brother-in-law runs a small martial arts school, but it can't compete with those big schools, and it has been rated D-level for almost 5 years now. If it remains D-level this year, it will be shut down. If you need it, here is his contact information. Don't worry, he won't take a single cent of the prize and will even give you a considerable amount of cash. He only hopes that when you're interviewed, you will acknowledge that you are a member of his martial arts school. Ning Yi nodded with a smile. I understand. Thank you, Director Zhao. Zhao Gang didn't say much more and waved goodbye to Ning Yi as he left the luxurious dormitory. Ning Yi casually sat down on the sofa. Feeling hungry, he tried to order a luxurious dinner using his campus card, costing him 5 credits. In less than half an hour, the luxurious dinner arrived. It consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, all made from exotic beast materials. Even the rice was a mutant fragrant rice influenced by abilities. It was plump and sweet, leaving a lingering fragrance. Ning Yi smelled the aroma and couldn't help but feel his appetite grow. In no time, he devoured the entire luxurious meal like a whirlwind. Just thinking about how he spent 50,000 yuan on one meal made him chuckle. After resting for a moment, he took out the business card. Shinji Martial Arts School owner, Pei Qian. No wonder your martial arts school is almost going out of business. With a name like that, how can it not lose money? Ning Yi laughed and dialed the number. Hello, who is this? Is this Director Pei? Ning Yi. And Director Zhao introduced me to your martial arts school. There was a loud crash on the other end. After a moment of silence, Director Pei excitedly said, Ning Yi, Are you really willing to become a member of our martial arts school? Of course. Great. My martial arts school is... No. I'm coming to find you right now. About 40 minutes later, a middle-aged man arrived at Ning Yi's dormitory. The middle-aged man was dressed in loose training clothes. But even so, his strong muscles were visible. His face showed obvious signs of fatigue, with dark circles under his eyes, likely a result of working day and night for the martial arts school. Hello, Ning Yi. I'm Pei Qian from Shinji Martial Arts School. Pei Qian quickly walked over, tightly shook Ning Yi's hand, clearly very excited. I just casually mentioned it to my brother-in-law, and I didn't expect you to actually be willing. I'm really thrilled. Ning Yi, as long as you can secure a spot in the top 10 of the Yanjing Youth Martial Arts Competition, my martial arts school can survive and one TB shut down. Ning Yi, you are my savior. Here, S1 million as a token of sincerity. Please make sure to accept it. Ning Yi smiled and nodded. No rush. Let us sit down first. Please explain the specific process of this youth martial arts competition to me, Director Pei. Great. Pei Qian nodded repeatedly. After a while, Pei Qian explained the rules of the martial arts competition in detail, then left with a beaming smile. Ning Yi returned to the training room, preparing to master the first layer of the cold abyss cultivation method before the martial arts competition officially began. He also aimed to reach level 30. Half a month should be enough time. During this period, he also planned to meet his mentor. Walking into the training room, he was quite surprised. The walls, floor, and ceiling of the training room were made of metal materials mixed with lead bismuth alloy. Absorbing ability crystals in this training room had a very low loss rate. Such a training room would definitely cost at least 5 million. Now, it was merely one of the basic conditions of Ning Yi's dormitory. Let us begin. Ning Yi took out that metal plate, focused, and soon immersed himself in it. Chapter 54 Martial Arts Academy, King Lu. He chose the cold abyss cultivation method. What a bold young man. In the Superpower Bureau, Kong Yin smiled faintly after hearing Wan Renji's words. Wan Renji couldn't help but ask Director Kong, is the cold abyss cultivation method really suitable for Ning Yi? I'm worried. Kong Yin smiled. I believe one of the important means to elevate the overall combat power of superpowers in the future is the visualization method. However, aside from the cold abyss cultivation method, I still have no clues about other visualization methods. Wan Renji was instantly helpless. Then how did you come up with this cold abyss cultivation method back then? Kong Yin shrugged, took a nap, had a dreamed of a cold abyss, and when I woke up, I hurriedly drew it down. It was that simple. Wan Renji looked confused. No wonder many geniuses who tried this cultivation method fail. Who can even master this thing? I'm really worried that Ning Yi's bright future will be delayed by this cold abyss cultivation method. Kong Yin smiled slightly. I actually think Ning Yi might be the one who is truly suitable for the cold abyss cultivation method. Let us wait and see. Don't believe it? Want to bet? Wan Renji shook his head rapidly, as if shaking a rattle drum. I've lost every bet I've made with you. I want to fall for it again. Kong Yin smiled slightly. 3 days later, Ning Yi's palm, crystallized with superpower, shattered into ashes. At the same time, a message appeared in his mind. Superpower, Eternal Freeze Domain, SS level. Energy level, level 28. Evolution Option 1. Blue, Ice Spirit Dog's attack power significantly increased. Evolution Option 2. Gold, under the protection of ice armor, ignore mental attacks. Evolution Option 3. Purple, Ice Mist cooldown time significantly reduced. Evolution Option 4. Green, Ice Spear's paralysis effect slightly increased. Evolution Option 5. Purple, Ice Mist healing effect on elemental beings significantly increased. Evolution Option 6. Blue, Ice Spirit Dog's movement speed significantly increased. Evolution Option 7. Purple, Frostbone Dragon's defense significantly increased. Evolution Option 8. Purple, Frostbone Dragon comes with a pressure halo, capable of intimidating beasts smaller than itself. Evolution Option 9. Gold, after any Ice Spirit Dog dies, the remaining Ice Spirit Dogs enter a berserk state, significantly increasing attack, defense, attack speed, and movement speed. Evolution Option 10. Purple, Ice Spirit Dog is less detectable during stealth actions, and its movement speed is faster. No need to choose. All have been integrated into the superpower. Ning Yi nodded in satisfaction. 2 gold options appeared this time. Moreover, their effects were quite significant, especially the immunity to mental attacks while under the protection of the full-body ice armor. This is simply a divine skill. With surprise, he closed his eyes to meditate. A block of ice appeared in his consciousness. This was the sign of mastering the first layer of the cold abyss cultivation method. He was originally an ice-type superpower user, and his eternal freeze domain was also SS level. Mastering this first layer didn't take much effort. It was easily achieved during the leisure time of absorbing the superpower crystal with just a bit of visualization. However, the second layer required him to construct an ice pit by himself. Mastering the second layer would be much more difficult. He tried to estimate that without a month of persistent visualization, it would basically be impossible. So he temporarily gave up. First, he would go to his tutor. He pushed the door open and recalled the map of Yanjing University, heading straight towards the martial arts academy. The 3 mentors recommended by Zhao Gang were all quite good. However, during his meals in the past few days, he had thoroughly reviewed the information of these 3 deans. Just as Zhao Gang said, regardless of strength, resources, or background from any aspect, he also tended to choose Dean Lu Zhenghua. Dean Lu Zhenghua did not live at the school and would only be there during classes. He was a person who liked to follow rules. Therefore, at this time, he was most likely in the office of the martial arts academy. After taking the school bus for more than 10 minutes, Ning Yi arrived at the martial arts academy and, with the help of others, found the dean's office. The office door was tightly closed, and a young man was waiting outside. Hearing the footsteps, the young man immediately opened his eyes and looked Ning Yi up and down. "Who are you?" the young man asked. Ning Yi smiled lightly. "I'm here to find Dean Lu to recognize him as my mentor." The young man was taken aback. "Apprenticing? Isn't that something that happens after the freshman competition? What is the use of coming over now?" Dean Lu rarely accepted students before the freshman competition. Ning Yi pondered. "So that is how it is." The young man immediately assumed Ning Yi was a naive freshman, and his expression showed a bit of arrogance. Wang Zhenyu, a junior. Ning Yi was surprised. "So you're a junior. Do you know what is going on inside?" Wang Zhenyu shrugged. "Dean Lu is currently checking student grades, dismissing those who don't meet the standards and assigning them to other teachers." "So strict? I heard that other teachers sometimes let things slide, and some would even help." Wang Zhenyu said seriously, "Dean Lu is different from them. The situations you mentioned don't exist here at all." He lowered his voice. "So, junior, I advise you to change your mentor. The teachers in the Summoning Academy are quite good, very laid back. When I enrolled, I thought I must achieve great things and ignore the advice of seniors, stubbornly apprenticing under Dean Lu. Now it's quite difficult." Wang Zhenyu lamented. "Last semester, I got a 69 in one course, which was actually well above the passing line, but Dean Lu was very dissatisfied and insisted that I retake it, requiring me to score above 75. Just as he was speaking, the office door opened. A tall man in white, about 1.8 meters tall, stood at the door with his hands behind his back. He had a square face and thick black eyebrows, with a light beard that made him look quite refined. "Lu. Teacher Lu." Wang Zhenyu almost fainted for shock. Lu Zhenghua nodded at him, then turned to Ning Yi with a warm smile. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come in." "Sorry, Dean Lu. I've been in the training room, contemplating the superpower cultivation method these past few days." "How was the contemplation?" "I barely grasped the first layer." "I heard you're practicing that visualization method, and you've already reached the first layer so quickly?" Good. Follow me." Lu Zhenghua and Ning Yi walked towards the training room inside the office. Wang Zhenyu's eyes widened in shock. Wasn't he Dean Lu known for being stern and unsmiling? Some students even called him the king of Lu in private. At least he had never seen Dean Lu smile when interacting with him. Why was he so friendly with this new junior? A young man in blue walked over and smiled. "Wang Jr., what are you thinking about?" Wang Zhenyu couldn't help but ask. "Zhao Sr. Who is that junior? Why is teacher Lu so friendly with him?" Chapter 55. Apprenticing under Lu Zhenghua. The young man in blue, Zhao Buying, laughed and said, "You don't know? This year, a peak prodigy broke historical records and became the national champion." Wang Zhenyu was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed dramatically. "You mean that Ning Yi who pushed Yin Shuezhou out of the way?" "Yes, that's him." Zhao Buying nodded. "He'll be my junior from now on." Wang Zhenyu recalled what he had just said to Ning Yi, feeling embarrassed. He had actually advised Ning Yi to seek out those laid-back teachers at the Summoning Academy for an easier graduation. But this person was the national champion. How could he be as fallen as Wang Zhenyu? Zhao Buying casually said, "Teacher Lu doesn't have time to assess your grades now. I'll be the one to evaluate you this time. You've already been warned once. If you don't score at least 75 this time, you'll be handed over to other teachers in the academy. This isn't a glorious matter, and you know it yourself." Don't harbor any false hopes. Because I won't go easy on you either. If Lu teacher finds out I let you off the hook, I'll be in trouble too. Wang Xuedi, give it your all. All right. Wang Jinyu gritted his teeth and followed Zhao Buying to the training ground. On the other side, Ning Yi followed Lu Zhenghua to the training room. The two sat opposite each other on the meditation cushions. As soon as he sat down, Ning Yi let out a soft gasp. He felt his mind unusually clear, as if even the speed of his thoughts had increased. Lu Zhenghua smiled and said, "This is a spirit-nourishing meditation cushion, made from the skin of an 8th-level beast king, evil eye tyrant. If you like it, I'll give it to you." Ning Yi was taken aback. To give away something made from the materials of an 8th-level beast king, just like that? Lu Yuan, with his impeccable strength, resources, and background, truly lived up to his reputation. He didn't stand on ceremony and directly nodded, "Thank you, Teacher Lu." Lu Zhenghua smiled. "Ning Yi, I don't like to waste words. Are you willing to become my student? But don't rush. I have quite a few enemies, both domestically and internationally. Sometimes the troubles my students cause will also be counted against me. Moreover, because my students tend to be quite capable, the Secret Blood Association sees me as a thorn in their side. Even so, do you still wish to become my disciple? Greetings, teacher." Ning Yi respectfully stood up and bowed. "Ha, good." Lu Zhenghua was overjoyed. "I was originally going to have you change your ability training method, but Wanju called me and said Director Kong suggested you continue practicing for now. If there is still no reaction within a month, he has a method to help you change your ability training method without any loss. Since you say you've comprehended the first layer of the Cold Abyss training method, it seems this training method suits you well, so continue with it." Ning Yi noted it, feeling a bit surprised. He hadn't expected to have caught the attention of Director Kong. Moreover, Director Kong actually had a method to change ability training methods without loss. It was known that once one practiced an ability training method, it was nearly impossible to change it. If practiced for too long, changing it would feel like cutting off one's own limbs. Lu Zhenghua smiled. "You should be an S-class elemental ability user. Eternal Ice, right? That ability is quite impressive. I've seen your college entrance exam and peak exam video data. Except for the confidential parts, I've reviewed the rest. I have some understanding of you, but not too much. What level are you now?" Ning Yi replied, "Level 28. Lu Zhenghua nodded. "Good. Then I will also suppress my strength to level 28 and attack me with all your might. I want to see your full strength." After saying that, he slowly stood up, his aura continuously retracting. In no time, he had lowered it to level 28. Seeing this, Ning Yi did not hesitate and immediately called forth all his abilities. In an instant, ice armor covered his entire body, and 20 ice shields surrounded him. In his palm, the golden specialized weapon, Frost Spirit Cold Spear, appeared. "Kill!" Ning Yi shouted, muscles bulging, and he thrust the spear with all his strength. Roar! The roar of the King of Beasts suddenly erupted in the training room. The spear tip was surrounded by a tangible wave of wind, surging forth. Lu Zhenghua's expression froze for an instant, but in less than a tenth of a second, he quickly regained his composure. At that moment, the Frost Spirit Cold Spear had just descended. Lu Zhenghua immediately raised his hand, directly meeting the icy spear with his palm. Clang! The collision of flesh and spear produced a sound like metal striking metal, resonating throughout the training room, echoing endlessly. Lu Zhenghua felt a sharp pain in his mind. It was a pain originating from the soul level. In this moment, he nearly lost control of his body, instinctively unleashing the aura of an 8th-level ability user. However, this aura came quickly and left just as fast. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhenghua suppressed his strength back to level 28. He looked at his palm in shock. There was a tiny wound on his palm, and a drop of blood was slowly seeping out. At that moment, 2 ice frost ants, the size of human heads, materialized out of thin air and launched a sneak attack on Lu Zhenghua from behind. Sensing the danger from behind, Lu Zhenghua's body reacted faster than his brain. A huge shield glowing with golden light appeared out of nowhere, instantly blocking the ice frost ants' attack. Blazing light erupted, vaporizing them on the spot, turning them to ashes. Ning Yi was taken aback. So this is Lu Zhenghua's specialized weapon. It seemed to be a golden specialized weapon as well. He sheathed the Frost Spirit Cold Spear and respectfully said, "The student has lost." Liu Fengwo chuckled helplessly. "No, I lost. I knew the Frost Spirit Cold Spear has the effect of directly striking the soul, but I didn't expect it to hurt so much. My body instinctively restored itself to 8th level to resist the danger, and then, Sensing the sneak attack from behind, it automatically called upon the 8th level specialized weapon. Winning with the strength of an 8th level ability, user, means I lost. Ning Yi scratched his nose. Perhaps others' Frost Spirit Cold Spear's wound T have such a significant impact on the soul. But his was different. It was Frost Spirit Cold Spear 9. Lu Zhenghua said with interest. If I'm not mistaken, your Frost Spirit Cold Spear has already been embedded with 2 golden crystals, right? Ning Yi nodded, yes. He immediately explained the origin of the 2 golden crystals. I see. Lu Zhenghua said with a smile. They suit you very well. Later, go find Zhao Buying to receive 3 golden crystals. He's the kid in blue outside. He took out paper and pen, quickly wrote a note, and handed it to Ning Yi. Choose carefully. Pick 3 golden crystals that are suitable for your Frost Spirit Cold Spear. Ning Yi accepted it, greatly surprised. Thank you. Teacher Lu. You're welcome. Lu Zhenghua smiled heartily. By the way, you also have the ability to summon elemental beings, right? Let me see. Ning Yi thought for a moment and said softly, it's too small here. It won't fit. Lu Zhenghua raised an eyebrow. There's a bigger training room inside. Follow me. The two entered a larger training room. It was filled with many of Lu Zhenghua's personal items, clearly his daily training space. Seeing this, Ning Yi focused his mind, and a huge ice totem, capable of being embraced by 3 people, appeared in front of him. Alongside it, 5 ice spirit dogs and 2 icebone dragons emerged. Under the enhancement of the ice vein totem, the ice spirit dogs and icebone dragons had grown a whole size larger, looking even more ferocious. Chapter 56, Golden Crystals. Breaking through to Tier 3. Lu Zhenghua showed an expression of amazement. What a powerful aura. The Ice Spirit Hound is indeed an excellent elemental creature, with strong individual strength and capabilities in group tactics and stealth operations. The Frostbone Dragon is even more formidable, being a top-tier ice creature, making it an excellent choice for both attack and defense. Ning Yi, your talent in the summoning aspect is also very good. At this point, he stroked his beard in regret. It's a pity that I don't understand summoning and can't provide you with much guidance. However, I see that your Ice Vein Totem is still using blue crystals. I can help you with that. Ning Yi blinked. Do you mean? Lu Zhenghua laughed boldly. I'll go find Wan Qing from the Summoning Academy. Let her part with some blood. Will Dean Wan be willing? Ning Yi blinked again. Lu Zhenghua waved his hand. No worries. She's been eyeing what I have for a long time. It shouldn't be too difficult to get a couple of golden crystals and 3 or 4 purple ones from her pocket. That's too much. Ning Yi Decisive. Lu Zhenghua smiled. It's fine. If there are too many, you can rotate their use. After saying that, he strode out of the office and casually said, Ning Yi, you can go back and rest first. I'll notify you once I've settled things with Wan Qing. Ning Yi scratched his head. He came this time and picked up 3 golden crystals. In a while, there will be even more suitable golden and purple crystals for the Ice Vein Totem. This is really a huge profit. He took a deep breath and walked out as well. Zhao Buying was in the office outside, reviewing the assessment video of Wang Jinyu, while Wang Jinyu waited nervously beside him. Junior brother, you're leaving already? Ning Yi nodded. Senior brother. Teacher Lu asked me to come here to collect 3 golden crystals. Zhao Buying smiled and nodded. This is our tradition. Every junior brother or sister who just became an apprentice does this, collecting a few crystals. Wait, what did you say? His eyes widened suddenly. Wang Jinyu beside him was also dumbfounded. 3 golden crystals? Teacher Lu said to take a good look. Ning Yi repeated and even took out the note. This is a note written by Teacher Lu himself. Zhao Buying took it, and with a serious expression, said, This is indeed the teacher's handwriting. I understand now, follow me. Junior brother Wang, you wait here for a moment. All right. Wang Jinyu was already unable to comprehend what had just happened. He remembered that when he became an apprentice to Lu Zhenghua, he only received 2 blue crystals. Why does Ning Yi get 3 golden crystals? The disparity in treatment is too great. It's really infuriating. He could only smile bitterly. On the side of the office, there was a small storage room. Inside were many rare materials from exotic beasts. At the very back of the small storage room were 3 safes. Zhao Buying opened them and took out more than 60 golden crystals. Junior brother, feel free to pick. These are golden crystals that the teacher doesn't need, and their quality is relatively low, so they were just left here. Ning Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to select. In no time, he found the golden crystals suitable for himself. The first one, taken from the Gunhorn Rhinoceros, can make the Frost Spirit Cold Spear longer and the spear tip less prone to wear. The second one, taken from a Sawtooth Crocodile, can make the Frost Spirit Cold Spear cause a notable bleeding effect with each attack. The third one, taken from the Roaring Tiger, will produce a tiger roar before the attack, which can stack with the roar of the mutated Spotted Tiger. This way, it will almost certainly have a first mover advantage. Just these three will do, he smiled. Good. Zhao Buying nodded, closed the safe in the storage room, looked Ning Yi up and down a few times, and sighed. Junior brother, I'm going out for an internship this year, and I can't stay at school often. But there are still quite a few students from the second and third years in the other two academies. In a while, our Yin University's 4 academy competition might be a bit challenging. Ning Yi asked in confusion. For academy competition? Zhao Bai nodded yes. The 4 academies are the Martial Arts Academy, the Summoning Academy, the Energy Academy, and the Logistics Academy. There's an annual 4 academy competition. Students from 1st to 4th year can participate. The 4 academy competition will determine the resource allocation for the next year. As for the Logistics Academy, it goes without saying that they're always at the bottom every year. That is unavoidable, as their resource share is fixed each year. So, although it's called a 4 academy competition, it's actually a 3 academy competition. Ning Yi pondered, when is the next one? Zhao Buying. Right after the National College Freshman Competition. Ning Yi nodded, understood, I'll do my best. Zhao Buying smiled, and don't feel too much pressure. Your future is limitless. If these competitions conflict with your training or future plans, make your own choices. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Ning Yi smiled and nodded, said goodbye to Zhao Buying, and returned to his dormitory. There are still about 10 days before the youth martial arts competition begins. He plans to promote himself to a Tier 3 ability user before that. After all, he is already at level 28. The ability crystals he has are quite abundant. It's about time to break through to Tier 3. More than 10 days later, at the Shinwei Martial Arts Hall. Dad, how could you be so foolish? That's $1 million. It's our martial hall's only remaining operating funds, and you just gave it away without a second thought. What if he doesn't place well? A young girl with long hair and youthful beauty was scolding Pei Qian. Standing beside her was a mature-looking young man. The girl's name is Pei Yuzhu, the daughter of Pei Qian and a junior at Yanjing Leihua University. As for the mature-looking young man, named Dong Hong, he is Pei Yuzhu's classmate. Hearing this, Pei Qian became anxious. He is the national champion, with great potential. How could he not place well? Pei Yuzhu said helplessly, yes, his potential is great, but does potential equal strength? If I remember correctly, he is only at Tier 2 right now. Dad, tell me, how can a Tier 2 ability user compete with a Tier 3 ability user? Dong Hong beside him also advised, yes, Hall Master Pei, you know that the hallmark of a Tier 3 ability user is energy armor. The energy within them will be released to form armor for self-protection. With energy armor, it's like having an extra layer of defense. A Tier 3 ability user can easily withstand the attacks of a Tier 2 ability user and defeat them effortlessly. Pei Yuzhu worriedly said, and that Ning Yi has come this far through college entrance exams and peak assessments, without much practical combat experience against ability users. I'm very worried he won't be able to adapt to the high-intensity competition of the youth martial arts competition. Dad, how about this? Let my classmate Dong Hong participate in the martial arts competition as a member of the Shinwei Martial Arts Hall as well. The more people, the more assurance. She said seriously, as for that $1 million, I'll go talk to Ning Yi and at least get some back. Dong Hong should help us secure a place, so we should at least show some appreciation. Chapter 57, Golden Special Weapon, Indestructible Frost Armor. Pei Qian was anxious upon seeing this. Absurd. How can the money that has been sent out be retrieved? You are not allowed to go. As for Dong Hong, let me think of a way. Selling the old house at home should help gather some more money. It's settled. Pei Yuzhu frowned. That won't do. That is the place where I grew up. There are many relics left by my mother inside. You can't sell it. How about this? I will find a way. I have saved quite a few ability crystals. The market is good now. Selling them can fetch a good price. Additionally, I can borrow some money. Sigh. Pei Qian sighed. Pei Yuzhu and Dong Hong immediately went out. Sister, have you eaten? Can you lend me some money? What's going on? Wang Jie, it's me, Xiao Pei. The last time we teamed up to go to the abyss, it's me. Yes. I'm in a bit of trouble now. Hello, Wang Jie? Pei Yuzhu made several calls to borrow money, but there was no response. She was so angry that she almost threw her phone. Usually, they were good sisters, but when it came to difficulties, they all disappeared. Pei Yuzhu's cheeks turned red with anger. Dong Hong rolled his eyes and pretended to be helpless. If it's not $1 million, it will be difficult to deal with. Other martial arts schools have contacted me, and the lowest price is $1 million. However, since we have a good relationship, I can give you a discount. How about 600,000? Peiyuju was surprised. Really? Thank you so much. Dongheng looked her up and down, smiling. I particularly like girls with long legs. How about you be my girlfriend? What do you think? Peiyuju's expression stiffened. Then let us skip the discount. Dongheng chuckled. Then it's still $1 million, not a penny less. My time is limited. If the money isn't on my car by midnight today, this matter will be off. After saying that, he turned to leave. Peiyuju gritted her teeth and pulled him back. Let us go find Ning Yi to get the money back. Dongheng laughed. He's the top student in the country, with a boundless future. Aren't you afraid of offending him? Peiyuju said seriously. If I offend him, then so be it. At this point, I can't care about that anymore. Yenjing University, Ning Yi's dormitory. Feeling his strong physique, Ning Yi's eyes sparkled. Level 30. He sensed the information in his mind. Ability, Eternal Frost Domain, SS level. Energy level, level 30. Evolution Option 1. Gold, increase the number of Ice Spirit Hounds to 10. Evolution Option 2. Gold, after the Ice Spear hits, it can freeze the opponent's ability operation for 1 second. Evolution Option 3. Gold, when the Ice Shield is shattered, it will significantly enhance the defense of the remaining Ice Shields for a short time. Evolution Option 4. Gold, within the range of the Eternal Frost Domain, all ability flying objects will be frozen, and their speed will significantly decrease. Evolution Option 5. Gold, within the Eternal Frost Domain, his special weapon will be slowly repaired. Evolution Option 6. Gold, an Ice Spear Hound will give birth to a Hound King, possessing intermediate intelligence, capable of independently commanding other Ice Spirit Hounds. Evolution Option 7. Gold, actions under the protection of the Ice Armor will be less detectable and faster. Evolution Option 8. Gold, the Ice Shield can merge and enlarge, greatly enhancing its defense, but the energy consumption will also significantly increase. Evolution Option 9. Gold, Ice Spirit Hound mutates into Frost Soul Wolf, inheriting all previous enhancements. Evolution Option 10. Gold, Frostbone Dragon can be enhanced by absorbing the bones of powerful alien beasts. No need to choose. All have been integrated into the ability. Ning Yi looked at these evolution options and nodded in satisfaction. Among them, the mutation of Ice Spirit Hound into Frost Soul Wolf is noteworthy. Frost Soul Wolf far exceeds Ice Spirit Hound in terms of size, lethality, and stealth. More importantly, Frost Soul Wolf is a beast that attacks the soul directly. After advancing to the 3rd tier, it naturally manifests as a special weapon. Ning Yi looked at another piece of information. Special Weapon 1. Purple, Book of God Slaying. Special Weapon 2. Purple, Gravity Armor. Special Weapon 3. Blue, Whip of Despair. Special Weapon 4. Blue, Sword of Pain. Special Weapon 5. Green, Rejuvenation Medicine Bag. Special Weapon 6. White, Black Iron Dagger. Special Weapon 7. Gold, Indestructible Frost Armor. Special Weapon 8. Green, Life Bracers. Special Weapon 9. Blue, Extreme Cold Chest Armor. Special Weapon 10. Purple, Blazing Sun Cloak. Special Weapon Unique. Error. Highest quality, Special Weapon selected. Reacquired. Indestructible Frost Armor 9. Gold, attacks received will rebound with frost. When activated, attack, defense, speed, and attack range will be greatly enhanced. Ning Yi nodded slightly. With this, he now has 3 golden special weapons. The Frost Spirit Gun can injure the soul. The Ice Vein Totem greatly enhances Ice-type beings. And with the Indestructible Frost Armor, dealing with 4th-tier ability users and alien beasts will be easy. Right, the sign of a 3rd-tier ability user is Energy Armor. I should be able to condense Energy Armor too. Ning Yi carefully sensed it. Sure enough, he felt a layer of energy gauze as thin as a cicada's wing appear on his surface. If not inspected closely, it was almost imperceptible. When he fully exerted his ability to resist an attack, this layer of energy armor would fully manifest. He tested it and found that the defense of the energy armor was quite impressive. Attacks below the 3rd tier could almost be ignored. As for 3rd-tier attacks, it would depend on the opponent's strength. After all, even among the same tier, there are differences. Ability grades, special weapon grades, embedded crystal grades, evolution option grades, etc. all affect an ability user strength. With the Indestructible Frost Armor plus Energy Armor, my defense might be difficult for even 4th-tier ability users to break through. Ning Yi smiled slightly. Suddenly, he heard the doorbell ring. Ning Yi, I am Jiangya, introduced by Dean Wan, from the Tianfo Martial Arts School. Can we meet? Tianfeng Martial Arts School? Dean 1? Ning Yi raised an eyebrow. Sure, come in. Moments later, a beautiful woman in her 20s walked briskly into the villa. This Jiang Yu was nearly 7 meters tall, dressed in formal attire, with a white shirt tucked into high-waisted jeans, accentuating her slim waist and ample bosom. The two sat across from each other on the sofa. Jiang Yu raised 3 fingers and smiled. I don't like beating around the bush. Let us get straight to the point. 3 million. We just need you to help our martial arts school score 8B grade in the youth martial arts competition. Ning Yi chuckled. So that's what this is about, Miss Jiang. You can go back. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Why? Is it because the price is not right? Ning Yi, I can fully represent the schoolmaster. You can name your price. Chapter 58. I prioritize commitment in my dealings. Ning Yi felt helpless. The reason I'm not accepting your Tianfeng Martial Arts School's commission is that I already have commitments with other martial arts schools, not because of the price. I prioritize commitment in my dealings. Miss Jiang, please return. Jiang Yu felt helpless and had to get up. However, she left behind a business card, saying that if Ning Yi changed his mind, he could contact her anytime, and she would be at his service. Ning Yi nodded slightly. At that moment, the doorbell suddenly rang again. The security guard's voice came through the intercom. Ning Yi, someone claiming to be from Shunwei Martial Arts School wants to see you. Ning Yi nodded, letting them in. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. Shunwei Martial Arts School. Do you know them? Ning Yi was surprised. Kind of, Ning Yi. I'll take my leave now. Hian Desmaiv. After saying that, she walked out of the villa, just in time to bump into Pei Yuzhu and Dong Heng, who were coming in. Hianda, what are you doing here? Pei Yuzhu showed hostility. Hian Desmaiv, saying that the national champion is quite sought after, so why shouldn't I come? Little girl, see you later. She waved and turned to leave. Dong Heng watched the beautiful figure disappear, swallowing hard. Pei Yuzhu glared at him, asking if it was good-looking. Dong Heng laughed awkwardly, asking if they had enmity. Pei Yuzhu gritted her teeth, saying that Tianfeng Martial Arts School stepped on Shunwei Martial Arts School to rise. The only C-level promotion slot back then was snatched away by them. This Ning Yi, accepting our Shunwei commission, is actually getting close to Tianfeng people. It seems I came at the right time. She strode into the villa. Ning Yi looked up and saw that the incoming person was not Pei Qian, but a young and beautiful girl, immediately feeling puzzled, asking who she was. Pei Yuzhu couldn't help but look at him a few more times. He was tall and remarkable in appearance. Walking on the road, he would definitely attract the attention of girls. Who would have thought that the national champion turned out to be such a handsome guy? However, a handsome guy who looks good but is useless is not acceptable. This is a life and death situation for Shunwei Martial Arts School. It absolutely cannot afford to lose. It would be more appropriate to have Dong Heng, who is already a level 39 ability user, represent Shunwei Martial Arts School at the youth martial arts competition. Pei Yuzhu sat down in front of him and said, Ning Yi, hello. I'm Pei Yuzhu. Pei Qian is my father. This is Dong Heng, my classmate, a level 39 ability user. Ning Yi nodded and smiled, asking if Pei Schoolmaster had any matters to relate to him. Pei Yuzhu said seriously, our martial arts school has decided to take back that 1 million and will no longer invite you to participate in the youth martial arts competition. Ning Yi raised an eyebrow, asking what she meant. Pei Yuzhu calmly explained, that's what it means. We believe you won't achieve a good ranking in the youth martial art competition, and it's not worth the 1 million investment. Additionally, you are actually in contact with Tianfeng Martial Arts School. Don't you know that Tianfeng and our Shunwei have been enemies for many years? Ning Yi shook his head, saying he didn't know. Is this also the meaning of Pei Schoolmaster? Yes, I can represent my father. Ning Yi placed the bank card on the table and pushed it over, saying that this is the bank card given to me by Pei Schoolmaster. You can take it back, and also remember to cancel my membership status at Shunwei Martial Arts School. You two can leave now. I hope you won't regret it. Pei Yuzhu did not expect his expression to be so calm, as if he didn't take this matter to heart at all. Hearing Ning Yi's last sentence, she felt a slight wavering in her heart, but quickly firmed up, saying she wouldn't regret it. The national champion represents potential, but what our Shunwei Martial Arts School needs this time is strength, real hard strength. She didn't say much more, took Dong Heng, and turned to leave. Ning Yi casually picked up the business card left by Jiang Yu, sneering, saying that I keep my promises, but they do not. It's truly laughable. Since that's the case, then of course the 3 million business is more cost-effective. He immediately dialed Jiang Yu's number, saying, Miss Jiang, I've changed my mind. Jiang Yu's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone, saying to wait a moment, and she would rush back. Moments later, Jianya appeared again, sitting in front of Ning Yi, saying that it seems Ning Yi and Pei Xiaojia's interaction wasn't very pleasant. Ning Yi chuckled, saying it seems you already know without me saying it, that my previous commission was indeed from Shunwei Martial Arts School. Jianya smiled, saying that since that's the case, it seems we can delve into the details of this cooperation. Of course. Moments later, Ning Yi sent Viang Ye Eve. The account had already increased by 3 million, plus 1,000 units of ability crystals. What he needed to do was simply achieve a B-level rating for Tianfeng Martial Arts School at tomorrow's Youth Martial Art Competition in Yanjing City. This requirement was not difficult for him. He just needed to enter the top 10. On the other side, after Jianya left Yanjing University, she opened her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Annie, I signed a contract with Ning Yi. What kind of person is he? Jianya covered her mouth and smiled, saying that if it were before, I would say he was unappreciative of the situation. But now I would say he is a person who keeps his promises. A puzzled voice came from the receiver, asking what she meant. Jianya then recounted the situation. After hearing it, Wan Qing was somewhat surprised, saying that this child indeed values commitment. He accepted Xinwei's 1 million commission and then directly rejected your 3 million commission. Jianya smiled, saying that there are not many people with such qualities nowadays. By the way, how is your relationship with Dean Liu? Wan Qing replied unhappily, asking how it could be. They had a fight. I lost and gave away 2 golden crystals and 4 purple crystals. My heart is bleeding. Xianya left, saying that she didn't think he was such a stingy person. Wan Qing was even more dissatisfied, saying that she was heartbroken because Ning Yi didn't acknowledge her as a master. If that kid was willing to recognize me as a mentor, I would give him 5 golden crystals. Jianya immediately covered her mouth and chuckled. The next day, at 6 in the morning, it was summer now, and even though it was only 6 o'clock, the heat already enveloped the earth. Tianfeng Martial Arts School. Ning Yi strode in. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of many female members in the martial arts school. There are not many handsome guys who are so masculine and charming. Hey, Ning Yi, what are you doing here? A surprised voice came from the side. Ning Yi looked up and saw a tall woman. She was wearing a neat white training outfit, with a black belt tightly cinching her waist, making her slender waist even more prominent. Her long, rounded legs were wrapped in tight pants. This person was none other than Lin Muxue. Sister Xue, you're here too? Ning Yi was also surprised. Lin Muxue laughed heartily, saying that the school master here is my sister, and I just happen to have a few days off to come here to train. The surrounding members looked astonished. Lin Muxue usually had a cold expression, like a living iceberg. Every day, there were people who couldn't help but approach her because of her beauty and figure, including many handsome guys. But with just a glance from her eternally icy gaze, they could only respectfully close their mouths. How come she is looking at this handsome guy differently today? Chapter 59. The Youth Martial Arts Competition officially begins. At this moment, a surprise voice came from not far away. Ning, you arrived just in time. Ning Yi looked over to see that it was Jianya, still dressed as she was yesterday. In terms of appearance and figure, she was not inferior to Lin Muxue. He smiled and said, Miss Jiang, please take me to meet your master. Lin Muxue's expression was strange. Master? Jianya, what did you tell him? Viang Ye Chocolate, Ning Yi. I am the master of the Tianfeng Martial Arts School. Upon hearing this, Ning Yi immediately understood. She opened a martial arts school at such a young age, and it seemed her strength wasn't very impressive. It was likely just for fun. No wonder she spent money to hire someone to rate the competition. However, he didn't care about that. Participating in the martial art competition was both a way for him to earn money and to hone his combat skills. It was a win-win situation. He had initially wanted Mu Xue to help him, but she had just advanced to the 4th rank a few days ago and did not meet the requirement for the youth martial arts competition. So, Ning Yi noted, Ise, congratulations, sister Pue. Lin Muxue smiled and nodded. Let's go. I'll drive you to the sports center. This time, the martial arts competition is held at the sports center, which is not far from here. Jianya grinned. Let's grab some front row seats. Okay. Ning Yi and Lin Muxue both nodded. At the Yanjing City Sports Center, when Ning Yi and the other two arrived, the crowd was not very large. After passing through security at the entrance, the 3 successfully entered the venue. Jianya smiled. I'll go buy 2 bottles of drinks. You 2 stay here and don't wander off. Lin Muxue rolled her eyes. Is it fair for you to take advantage like this? Jianya chuckled and quickly walked to a nearby vending machine. Ning Yi, Has Jianya explained the competition rules to you? Lin Mu Shui casually asked. Ning Yi nodded. I have a rough understanding. Lin Mu Shui appeared thoughtful. This youth martial art competition might be a bit challenging. When you participate in the college entrance examination, you face peers. But the participants in the youth martial arts competition include many ability users who have been fighting for years in the abyss. They may not have high awaken ability grades or poor test scores, which is why they didn't enter top universities, or they may have directly entered society. But that doesn't mean their strength is necessarily weak. Lin Mu Shui said seriously, as far as I know, some young experts from the Northern Wilderness hunting teams are also participating in this martial arts competition. Everyone knows that the Yanjing City Youth Martial Arts Competition is actually the prelude to the National Youth Martial Arts Competition. As long as you get into the top 3 in this competition, your ranking in the national competition will definitely not be low. Ning Yi became interested upon hearing this. The hunting teams are made up of ability users who hunt exotic beasts. The hunting teams in the Northern Wilderness are particularly well known for their strength. His father, Ning Zhan, established the Azure Blue hunting team in Northern Wilderness. And according to his aunt Ning Wenyue, the Azure Blue hunting team has an impressive track record, ranking among the best in the country. What kind of experts are there? Ning Yi asked curiously. Lin Mu Shui smiled. I knew you would be interested. Here, I've sent you the basic information about all the experts. However, you can't fully trust the information on this document. After all, when I asked you what grade your ability was, you didn't tell the truth. Ning Yi chuckled. He had always claimed to be an E-grade ability user. He didn't expect Lin Mu Shui to hold a grudge over it. She still remembered that incident clearly. He quickly received the document through the Ability Bureau watch on his wrist and skimmed through it. So many at level 39? He was quite surprised. Most of the individuals had over 10 years of experience fighting exotic beasts. Some even had records of defeating ability users from enemy countries. Ning Yi was amazed. He considered himself an academic type, a proper student cultivated through training. But it was undeniable that those civil ability users, through constant fighting and repeatedly walking on the edge of death, also had opportunities to rise quickly. The saying experts are among the people was indeed true. At that moment, Jianya returned with 2 bottles of Coke. Here, your toilet cleaner. It doesn't have any taste. Lin Mu Shui sighed. Fine, Pepsi will do. Ning Yi accepted the drink while flipping through the information. Thank you, I don't mind the brand. On the other side, Pei Qian, Pei Yuzhu, and Dong Heng also entered the sports center. Strange, why is Ning Yi at Tianfeng Martial Arts School? Pei Qian quickly spotted Ning Yi sitting between the 2 beautiful women, Jianya and Lin Mu Shui, and was quite puzzled. Isn't he a member of our Shenwei Martial Arts School? I'll go ask him. Dad, don't go. Pei Yuzhu was about to pull him back, but she saw her father already walking quickly towards Ning Yi. At this time, Pei Qian had reached Ning Yi's side and couldn't help but speak. Ning Yi, do you remember me? I'm Pei Qian. Didn't you promise to help our Shenwei Martial Arts School with the ratings? Ning Yi was taken aback. Master Pei, you don't know? Pei Qian was even more confused. Know what? Jianya interjected with a smile. Your daughter took the initiative to ask Ning Yi for that 1 million back. He is no longer a member of Shenwei Martial Arts School, but a member of our Tianfeng Martial Arts School now. What? Pei Qian felt as if struck by lightning. Pei Yuzhu, who had hurried over, said helplessly, Dad, let's go back. Pei Qian took a deep breath and returned to his seat with Pei Yuzhu, gritting his teeth. Did I not tell you to trust Ning Yi? Why? Why did you do such a thing? Dad, he can't do it. He has no practical experience, and his level isn't high. Although his potential is strong, his hard power cannot compete with those experts. Pei Yuzhu said seriously. Dong Heng is different. He is already at level 39, and his mother is the deputy leader of an A-level hunting team in the Northern Wilderness. He has been training with her since he was young. His practical experience is very rich. Dad, trust me, in this youth martial arts competition, Dong Heng's ranking will definitely be much higher than Ning Yi's. My decision this time is right. Pei Qian sighed deeply and said after a long time, I hope so. Beside Ning Yi, Lin Mu Shui whispered. That Master Pei seems quite regretful. Jianya chuckled. Having such a foolish daughter, how could he not regret it? Look, Director Ouyang from the Yanjing City government and Chairman Song from the Martial Arts Association are already on stage preparing to speak. Now, I announce that the 48th Yanjing City Youth Martial Arts Competition has begun. Please, competitors, enter the arena according to your numbers. With the sound of a broadcast, the competitors with sequential numbers stepped onto the stage. The sports center was quite large, with 5 arenas set up at the same time. Each arena had a 5th-tier ability, user serving as a referee to ensure that the matches wouldn't endanger the competitors' lives. Ning Yi drew number 9, and his opponent was number 10. It's you? When Ning Yi stepped onto the stage and saw his opponent, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The opponent was none other than Dong Heng. Chapter 60. Battling Dong Heng, easily securing victory. At the sports center in the stands, Jiang saw the two people on ring number 5 and couldn't help but cover her mouth, showing a look of surprise. As soon as Ning Yi went up, he encountered Dong Heng. Although Dong Heng couldn't be considered a top expert among the 3rd tier, he was still of first-rate level. Hey, Xiao Xue, do you think Ning Yi can win? Lin Muxue chuckled. Are you really asking me this? If you think he'll be eliminated in the first round and don't trust him, then why spend 3 million to hire him for the score? Xianda immediately poted. So boring. I just wanted to play around. You think Ning Yi might lose, but I'm quite confident he can win. It's so interesting that we can't persuade each other. And in the end, Ning Yi wins decisively. Lin Muxue was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Hakia, you guy. On the other side, Pei Qian and Pei Yuzhu noticed that Dong Heng's opponent in the first round was actually Ning Yi, and their expressions slightly changed. Pei Yuzhu crossed her arms confidently. Dad, just watch. Ning Yi will definitely lose to Dong Heng. I will prove with facts that getting that 1 million back was the right choice. Pei Qian could only smile wryly. Well, let's hope so. On ring number 5, Dong Heng obviously didn't expect that his first-round opponent would be Ning Yi. Ning Yi, I know you are the national champion and have broken historical records, but you are still 2nd tier, while I am already 3rd tier and at level 39. You can still admit defeat. He smiled confidently, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. To openly defeat the national champion. How many times can one experience such a thing in a lifetime? Even if he wins by overpowering someone weaker, the fact remains. Maybe this event could even make the news the next day, and he would truly become famous. Ning Yi merely chuckled at his words and then looked at the referee. Referee, can we start? The referee was a middle-aged woman with long hair and a gentle smile. She had also seen Ning Yi in the news. She smiled slightly. All right. Then I announced that the match on ring number 5 officially begins. As her voice fell, Dong Heng took the initiative. A thin layer of energy gauze appeared around him, as he donned a shiny suit of armor. In his palm floated a thick, heavy book, and above his head was a mesmerizing giant eyeball. These 3 items were his specialized weapons. The blue specialized weapon magic energy heavy armor, the purple specialized weapon book of thick earth, and the purple specialized weapon soul-devouring evil eye. Earth spike! Dong Heng shouted, and an earth spike, enhanced by the book of thick earth, suddenly appeared beneath Ning Yi. Clang! A metallic clashing sound rang out. Dong Heng focused and saw that Ning Yi had also manifested a layer of energy gauze. It was this layer of energy gauze that blocked his earth spike attack. Dong Heng was momentarily stunned. You're also a 3rd-tier ability user? Ning Yi smiled. Just recently promoted. However, your strength is weaker than I imagined. Show me your full power. I'm curious to see how strong earth powers really are. The information Lin Muxue sent earlier also contained details about Dong Heng. His ability was 8B level Sandstone Puppet. The earth spike was clearly a secondary attack method evolved through his ability, and most of his evolution options must have focused on the Sandstone Puppet. Such arrogance? Do you think there isn't much difference between level 30 and level 39 among 3rd-tier users? That's a difference of 9 evolution options. Unfortunately for you, I just happened to get a golden option among those 9 evolutions. Dong Heng chuckled oddly, flipping through the book of thick earth. A sandstone puppet over 2 meters tall crawled out from the ground, standing between Dong Heng and Ning Yi. The sand flowed from the bottom to the top of the puppet. With a casual punch, it created a deep pit in the ground. However, these rings were made of special memory alloy. As long as the attack power did not exceed 5th tier, they would quickly recover. Even if it exceeded 5th tier, as long as it was below 7th tier, they could fully recover over time. This is the sandstone puppet? Disappointing. Ning Yi shook his head. He didn't even feel a hint of threat from this sandstone puppet. Clearly, there might be a 39 level ability user who could threaten him. But this person before him obviously wasn't one of them. It's my turn now. He snapped his fingers, and 6 Frost Soul Wolves appeared out of thin air. The leading Frost Soul Wolf was larger than the others, with a deeper ice blue color, and its teeth and claws were sharper. This was the Frost Soul Wolf King. It possessed the intermediate intelligence to command the wolf pack in battle. With a roar, the Wolf King led the other 5 Frost Soul Wolves to surround the Sandstone Puppet. The punches from the Sandstone Puppet were heavy, but they only grazed past the bodies of the Frost Soul Wolves. Although the momentum was strong, it was completely useless. In the blink of an eye, the wolf pack easily bypassed the Sandstone Puppet and charged towards Dong Heng. Dong Heng's expression changed slightly, and he immediately urged his ability to release Earth Spikes again. Thud! The Earth Spikes shot up, piercing a Frost Soul Wolf that had no time to evade, pinning it to the ground. However, the remaining Frost Soul Wolves, under the leadership of the Wolf King, easily jumped nearly 3 meters high to avoid the Earth Spikes, baring their fangs and lunging straight at Dong Heng's face. Bang! Dong Heng was immediately knocked down by the wolf pack, which began to tear at him. The energy gauze quickly became dim, and the magic energy armor started to become severely damaged under the continuous attacks of the wolves. Dong Heng's face changed dramatically, and he shouted, "Sandstone Assassin!" His ability, through the Book of Thick Earth, summoned another Sandstone Puppet. This puppet was smaller, wielding a sharp blade, and was obviously much more agile. The moment it appeared, it charged forward with its knife. Dong Heng shouted again, soul-devouring evil eye. That giant eyeball immediately shot out a ghostly light, aimed straight at Ning Yi's head. Seeing this, Ning Yi immediately covered himself with ice armor. The ghostly light, which could greatly intimidate the mind, was easily blocked by the ice armor. Dong Heng was left speechless. This move of his had always been unbeatable. How could it be easily blocked by the opponent? At that moment, the magic energy armor exploded into dust. Specialized weapons, much like the life treasures of cultivators in fantasy novels, could be nurtured within the body through abilities after being damaged. Even if completely destroyed, they could be restored, but would take a lot of time. The higher the level of the specialized weapon, the longer it took to repair after total destruction. For Dong Heng, it would take at least 3 to 4 days to repair this magic energy armor. Dong Heng let out a miserable scream as a Frost Soul Wolf bit into his thigh. The dual pain of body and soul was unbearable, and he couldn't help but let out a wail. When the Wolf King opened its massive jaws, aiming for his throat, the external aid invited by the divine Might Martial Arts Hall finally couldn't hold on any longer. He hurriedly shouted, "Stop, stop, stop. I concede. Quickly recall these wolves." Ning Yi snapped his fingers, and the Wolf King, along with the wolf pack, returned to his side, disappearing in an instant. The referee cast an appreciative glance at Ning Yi and immediately announced, "Match on ring number 5. Ning Yi from Tianfeng Martial Arts Hall wins." Chapter 61, Chun Zai Yuan. Ability, Shadow Leopard. The national champion. Indeed impressive. I am in awe. Dong Heng gritted his teeth and stood up, cupping his fist towards Ning Yi. He had thought he would have the opportunity to defeat the national champion in front of a large audience. Who would have thought? One can only say that he truly deserves to be the national champion. His strength is overwhelmingly strong. I concede. Ning Yi also smiled. The battle on Arena No. 5 ended the fastest. Therefore, when the referee announced the result of this battle, it immediately attracted the attention of many spectators. It was 1-2 easily. Ning Yi probably didn't even exert his full strength. Lin Muxue smiled slightly. Jiangya happily said, "This guy is really impressive. It's been such a short time since the peak examination ended, and he's already at the 3rd tier. Moreover, he just advanced to the 3rd tier, only at level 30, and he can defeat an opponent at level 39. Lin Muxue lowered her voice and said, "And he didn't even use a specialized weapon, while the opponent had already used 3 specialized weapons." Jiangya nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What a strong man. On the other side, Pei Yuzhu felt as if she had been doused with a bucket of ice water. Her beautiful face was extremely stiff. The words she had just said echoed in her ears. She truly could not have imagined that Dong Heng would lose, and lose so easily. Pei Qian patted her shoulder. "Let us go." "Go where?" Pei Yuzhu looked confused. "Leave the Youth Martial Arts Association, cancel the martial arts school, and completely give up this industry." Pei Qian's expression was calm. "Dad, I was wrong." Pei Yuzhu's eyes were filled with tears, almost bursting into tears. Pei Qian gently patted his daughter's head. Knowing that realizing the mistake is not too late, consider it a lesson learned. The father and daughter did not linger and quietly left. Lin Muxue noticed their backs and sighed softly. It's a pity for the head of the Pei family. Jiangya chuckled. "Do you think the head of the Pei family is good? That's simple. I'll invite him to be the vice head. Then I can play around as the head of the family." Lin Muxue rolled her eyes. What is the point of paying to have Ning Yi score points? Jianya stretched lazily, her graceful curves fully displayed, and she giggled. Of course, it's to avoid a family marriage. My family is already helpless with me and doesn't want to manage me anymore. I can let go of the martial arts career. Hey. Ning Yi is off the stage. She grabbed a towel and a drink, striding forward in a flash. Ning was quite helpless. Miss Jiang, I'm not sweating, nor am I thirsty. Jianya giggled. Other martial arts schools do this, so I have to do it too. Otherwise, it would seem that Tianfeng Martial Arts School is not considerate of its members. Ning Yi was even more helpless. They all drink electrolyte water. And you want to drink cola? Jianya was surprised. This is ice cola. 1 sip refreshes the mind. 2 sips energize you. It's much better than electrolyte water. The two returned to their seats. Not long after, the second round began. This time, Ning Yi's opponent was a level 37 ability user. He once again summoned the Frost Soul Wolf and defeated this ability user in the same manner. The subsequent third and fourth rounds were similar. There was no need for Ning Yi to take action or use specialized weapons. Even if the opponent used all their specialized weapons, they would have to concede within 3 minutes. Soon, the Youth Martial Arts Association reached the 5th round. The 5th round was also the quarterfinals. As long as they reached the quarterfinals, they would at least be in the top 8, which would stabilize the B-level rating for Tianfeng Martial Arts School. If they win, they would be in the top 4, making it easy to achieve an A-level rating. Contestants number 3 and 4, please take the stage on arena number 2. The announcement rang out. Ning Yi stepped onto the arena, seeing that the opponent was already standing there. This person appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, dressed in black athletic gear, with bandages on his limbs. His eyes were sharp and fierce. There was a long scar on his left cheek, looking like a claw mark, likely left by a beast. If he guessed correctly, this person was named Chen Ziyuan, a member of the A-level Demon Slayer hunting team from the Northern Desert. I've noticed you in the previous rounds, Chen Ziyuan said with a grin, the scar on his cheek twisting into a rather sinister expression. Ning Yi, the national champion this time, right? Ning Yi replied calmly. I also know you, Chen Ziyuan, a member of the Demon Slayer hunting team. Chen Ziyuan smiled. You were well prepared, as expected. You're not the arrogant type some people imagine. Ning Yi chuckled. Who imagines that? Chen Ziyuan shrugged. My few companions, one of whom you defeated with your own hands in the 4th round. The referee smiled and said, please wait for a moment. The match will begin in 3 minutes. In the audience, Lin Muxue exclaimed, they've encountered each other already. I thought it would at least be in the semifinals. Is this Chen Ziyuan very strong? Jianya asked. Very strong. Among the young generation of the Northern Desert hunting teams I've seen, he is definitely the strongest, Lin Muxue said seriously. He hunts beasts before leveling up to maximize the chance of obtaining golden options, using the precious beast materials for absorption. This way, even without a golden option, he would at least have a purple option. Therefore, his leveling up is particularly slow, and just because he hasn't reached the 4th tier, he has the opportunity to participate in this Youth Martial Arts Association in Yanjing City. It's not an exaggeration to say that if it weren't for Ning Yi, he would definitely be the champion of this Youth Martial Arts Association. Jianya nodded with interest. So you still think Ning Yi will win? Yes. But it won't be easy, Lin Muxue said firmly. If he gets seriously injured, it could affect the subsequent matches, and it might even allow weaker opponents to take advantage. On arena number 2, the referee announced in a deep voice, the battle begins. The moment the voice fell, 2 specialized weapons quickly appeared in front of Chen Ziyuan, and his speed surged at that moment, rapidly closing the distance towards Ning Yi. Ning Yi skutses harpenet. Chen Ziyuan, 26 years old, level 39, ability B-class, Shadow Leopard. Excels in speed. His 3 specialized weapons. Only the first 2 are recorded in the data. The purple specialized weapon Bloodblade and the blue specialized weapon Silent Boots. This person's specialized weapons are quite compatible with his ability. So, even though they are only purple and blue, his strength is still very formidable. The Northern Desert not only has beasts, but also sometimes has ability users from enemy countries infiltrating. Chen Ziyuan's most eye-catching achievement was ambushing and assassinating 2 level 40 ability users from enemy countries who intended to disrupt the Northern Desert's Jinbei Pass. At that time, Chen Ziyuan was only level 37, not the current level 39. After 2 level-ups, his strength is bound to be even greater. Ning Yi did not underestimate him. Energy robes immediately emerged around him. With a grasp of his hand, he took hold of the Frost Soul Cold gun. A towering, icy totem pillar suddenly plunged into the ground. 10 Frost Soul Wolves appeared out of thin air, led by the Wolf King, charging toward Chun Ziyuan from various tricky angles. Chapter 62. Win the championship. Promised to fight again another day. Chun Ziyuan saw this scene, his expression serious. And in an instant, his figure vanished without a trace, as if he had disappeared into thin air. The wolf pack immediately became headless flies, anxiously calling out and attacking aimlessly, trying to force Chun Ziyuan out. Ning Yi raised an eyebrow. Chun Ziyuan's strength was indeed stronger than what was recorded in the data. Not to mention anything else, this ability to become invisible was completely unrecorded in the information. It was probably an evolution Chun Ziyuan had achieved during this period. After evolving to a high level, the Shadow Leopard gained the ability to become invisible. The evolution of different abilities generally corresponds to the respective exotic beasts. Seeing this, Ning Yi did not panic. Instead, he immediately activated his abilities, expanding the frozen domain. In an instant, the entire arena was enveloped. A faint chill drifted across every inch of the arena surface. Chun Ziyuan immediately felt a chill enveloping his body. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Found you. Ning Yi smiled calmly as the Frost Soul Cold Spear pierced forward. The Wolf King immediately led the Frost Soul Wolves to pounce as well. Under simultaneous attacks from the Wolf Pack and the Spear, Chun Ziyuan's expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, he abandoned his invisibility and instead utilized the Shadow Leopard's super speed, attempting to dodge the attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He narrowly escaped the claws of 3 Frost Soul Wolves. However, he ultimately could not evade the Wolf King's attack. The Wolf King's massive mouth clamped down, biting into Chun Ziyuan's ankle. The dual damage to both body and soul made Chun Ziyuan involuntarily grunt, and his speed greatly decreased. Taking advantage of this moment, Ning Yi's Frost Soul Cold Spear was already at hand, aiming straight for Chun Ziyuan's throat. The referee stared intently at this scene, ready to intervene at any moment. It was at this moment that Chun Ziyuan instinctively activated his third specialized weapon. The Frost Soul Cold Spear pierced Chun Ziyuan, but it felt as though it had struck cotton rather than flesh. The next moment, Ning Yi felt a sharp sensation coming from behind him. A sharp, blood-colored dagger was already aimed at his back. In that moment, time seemed to slow to a crawl. Only the blood-colored dagger was steadily approaching Ning Yi. However, before the dagger could land, ice armor began to cover Ning Yi's body inch by inch, first the chest plate, then the arm and leg armor, ultimately enveloping him completely. Though this all seemed slow to describe, it actually occurred in just a second. When the dagger fell, it was immediately deflected by the hard ice armor, sending sparks flying. At this moment, Ning Yi had already angled the Frost Soul Cold Spear, pointing it directly at Chun Ziyuan's throat. Golden Specialized Weapon Virtual Reality Clone. Ning Yi's Milet. Using the virtual reality clone allows him to switch once between his main body and the clone. The cooldown time is 1 day. I think you shouldn't be able to switch again now. Feeling the intense cold at his neck, Chun Ziyuan smiled helplessly. You recognized my specialized weapon at a glance, and its defensive power is so astonishing. It seems I have lost without any regrets this time. He looked at the referee. I concede. Ning Yi's Milet. The space on the arena was not large, so if the battle scene were changed to a more complex wilderness environment, you probably wouldn't have been discovered by me so quickly, nor would you have used your third specialized weapon so early. This golden specialized weapon, the virtual reality clone, was clearly regarded as a trump card by Chun Ziyuan. Such a powerful trump card, if not used, is fine, but once used, it must kill. Now, it was obviously of little use. Chun Ziyuan shook his head. Losing is losing. There's no need to find excuses. The champion of this youth martial arts competition belongs to you alone. Ning Yi smiled slightly. He had thoroughly reviewed the data given by Lin Muxua, and among the most threatening individuals was Chun Ziyuan. Now that this person had been defeated, he remained in peak condition. The subsequent semifinals and finals would be easy wins. However, Chun Ziyuan, with such strength, stopped at the top 8. It was indeed a bit unlucky. Chun Ziyuan smiled. I heard that this year's National College Freshman Competition will be held in the Northern Desert Province. By then, I should have reached the 4th stage. Ning Yi, with the support of the Abyss Relic and my 4th specialized weapon, let's have a match again. Ning Yi smiled and nodded. Okay, I look forward to that day. The referee immediately announced, Arena 2, Tianfeng Martial Arts Academy, Ning Yi wins. The subsequent semifinals and finals, just as Ning Yi expected, presented no difficulty. As a level 30 ability user, he easily won the championship of the Yin City Youth Martial Arts Competition. Jiangya and Lin Muxue rushed over. "You are amazing. You won against Chen Ziyuan so easily," Jiangya exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Xue was still worried that even if you could win, it would be a narrow victory, and the subsequent semifinals and finals might allow others to take advantage. "It seems she underestimated you." Lin Muxue laughed heartily. "I didn't expect Ning Yi's defense to be so astonishing." The ice armor formed from 10,000-year-old profound ice, combined with the energy silk clothing's defense, actually managed to block Shan Ziyuan's full-force strike. Ning Yi. Many elemental ability users are strong in attack, but weak in self-defense, heavily relying on others for protection. You are very different from others. Ning Yi smilet. At this moment, Jiangya exclaimed, "The awards are being presented." She linked her arm with Ning Yi's and headed toward the podium. Director Ouyang from the Yinjing City Administrative Hall and President Song from the Yinjing City Martial Arts Association looked at Ning Yi with smiles on their faces. "Congratulations. Ning Yi, you have won the championship of this Yinjing City Youth Martial Arts Competition." Director Ouyang was a middle-aged man with a hearty appearance. He patted Ning Yi on the shoulder and laughed. "I've heard about your achievements in the peak examination. Our department has been discussing you these days. A genius like Yin Shuezhou was actually defeated by you." Jiangya giggled. "Uncle Ouyang, let's get straight to the point." Director Ouyang slapped his forehead, finally having the chance to talk to Ning Yi, and he got carried away. "Look at my memory." He cleared his throat and said in a loud voice, "I announced that Ning Yi has won this youth martial arts competition, and the reward is 5,000 units of ability crystals. In addition, in the upcoming National Youth Martial Arts Competition, Ning Yi will directly enter the quarterfinals. Tianfeng Martial Arts Academy's rating this year is A. Hian laughed excitedly, high-fiving Ning Yi in celebration. "Oh yeah." At the entrance of Yinjing University, a sports car came to a stop. Ning Yi got out of the car, while Jiangya stayed inside. "Ning Yi, I'll just drop you off here. See you next time." Ning Yi smiled and nodded. "Miss Jiang, see you next time." Jiangya clicked her tongue. "Why can you call Lin Muxue Ju but not Miyajia?" "Forget it. I'm not much older than you. It sounds weird. Just call me Jiangya." "Okay." Ning Yi smilet. "Hey, that little girl seems to be staring at you. TSK, TSK, TSK. Looks like Ning Yi has quite a bit of romantic luck. I'll be leaving first." Jiangya chuckled, stepped on the gas, and sped away. Ning Yi was taken aback for a moment, then turned around to see a petite girl in a white and blue long dress standing at the entrance, accompanied by a silver-haired old man in a suit. It was Lu Ziyu, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, along with the Lu family's butler, Zhang He. "Ning Yi go. Who is that woman? What is your relationship with her?" Lu Ziyu quickly approached, hugging his arm, blinking her big eyes with an innocent expression. Ning Yi smiled helplessly and looked at Zhang He. The old man shrugged and said, "The young lady got accepted into Yinjing Martial Arts University. I heard you've already enrolled early at Yin University, so I came ahead as well, and no one could stop me." Chapter 63. Large-scale beast tide in the North Desert. Ning Yi looked at the rich young lady with helplessness. He immediately pulled his arm out of Lu Ziyu's embrace. "Then we can meet up when we have time. My cousin is at Leihua University, which is very close," he said with a polite smile. "The teacher has something to call me for, so I'll leave first." Lu Ziyu lowered her head. "All right then. Miss, you should go back to the car. The old man has something to tell Ning Zhang," he said with a smile. After seeing Lu Ziyu leave, Zhang He showed a serious expression. "Ning Yi, do you have a girlfriend?" Ning Yi was taken aback with a question mark. Zhang He smiled. "Old Master Lu wants to matchmake you too. Of course, if you don't get along with Miss Ziyu." Zhang He continued. "Old Master Lu has two other granddaughters, Miss Ziqiong and Miss Zixian." Ning Yi was speechless. "I thought if we don't get along, that would be it." He felt a headache coming on and immediately said, "Zhang Lao, my ambitions lie elsewhere." Zhang He was stunned. "What do you mean?" Ning Yi said seriously. "With the abyss unbroken, what is home to me?" Zhang He was taken aback and couldn't help but feel greatly comforted. "Good boy. Your aspirations are truly lofty. However," he added, "but while the abyss can be fought slowly, a family still needs to be built. Here are the photos of Miss Ziqiong and Miss Zixian. Take a look." Ning Yi had to persuade Zhang He to back off from this topic. In the car, Lu Ziyu had her hands on her hips, glaring. "Butler Grandpa, don't think I didn't see you slipping my two sisters' photos to him." Zhang He's old face showed a hint of embarrassment. "This is all the old man's orders." Lu Ziyu's eyes dimmed. Then what about me? Zhang He patted her shoulder, comforting her. On the day of the college entrance exam, I could see that Ning Yi is not an ordinary person. Anyone who walks alongside him must also be a genius among geniuses. If you want to keep up with him, the road will be tough. Lu Ziyu remained silent. Martial Arts Academy. Teacher, it's Ning Yi. Ning Yi knocked on the door of Lu Jinggua's office. Ning Yi, come in. Lu Jinggua's deep voice came from inside. Ning Yi pushed the door open. Inside, besides Lu Jinggua, there was also a middle-aged, beautiful woman dressed in green, her figure graceful, hair elegantly pinned up. Although there were some wrinkles on her face, it was evident that she must have been a beauty in her youth. Lu Jinggua laughed heartily and introduced. This is Dean Wan Qing from the Summoning Academy. Ning Yi slightly bowed. Hello, Dean Wan. Wan Qing praised, with some time left before the official school opening. You quietly won the championship at the Qingwu Conference in Yanjing City. That's impressive. Ning Yi knew he couldn't hide this from them, so he humbly nodded. It's all thanks to teacher Lu's guidance. Lu Jinggua laughed. I haven't had the chance to teach you anything yet. However, I did bring you something. He stepped forward and handed a small bag to Ning Yi. 2 golden crystals and 4 purple crystals for you to embed into that golden specialized weapon. The Ice Vein Totem. Wan Qing suddenly said, Ning Yi is already at the 3rd tier now. What is your 3rd specialized weapon? Ning Yi didn't hide it and directly revealed the unbreakable frost armor. In the blink of an eye, a chilling aura filled the office. This is the golden specialized weapon, unbreakable frost armor. Lu Jinggua and Wan Qing exchanged glances, their expressions changing, and then both showed surprise. Another golden specialized weapon. This kid is really impressive. Now, he has 3 golden specialized weapons. His future is truly limitless. Wan Qing thought for a moment and took out another golden crystal. This one should be very suitable for your unbreakable frost armor. Consider it a meeting gift for me. Ning Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately accepted it. Thank you, Dean Wan. Wan Qing pouted, and I brought another one. Shouldn't someone as Ning Yi's mentor take out 2 more? Lu Jinggua smiled awkwardly. I currently don't have any suitable golden crystal for this specialized weapon, but I'll go to the North Desert soon to see if I can get some. Wan Qing scoffed. You're a miser. You might as well let Ning Yi recognize me as his mentor. Lu Jinggua was displeased. How can I compare with you? Your husband's family is loaded. Seeing that the 2 deans seemed to be bickering, Ning Yi blinked and quickly stepped back. It was better not to get involved in such matters. Teacher Lu, Teacher Wan, I'll head back to the dorm now. After saying that, he quickly slipped away. This kid, Wan Qing chuckled lightly, but her expression quickly turned serious. Last night, the carnivorous vines I deployed around the school caught a spy from the Secret Blood Society. Unfortunately, he committed suicide before we could interrogate him. Lu Jinggua said solemnly. He must have come for Ning Yi. These crazy cultists are hell-bent on eliminating the young talents of Yanhan. Director Wan has also communicated with me. They have captured a lot of spies, but either they are of too low status to know any secrets, or they commit suicide upon capture. So far, we haven't found the location of the Secret Blood Society's Yanjing branch, nor do we have any information on that elder. All we know is her code name, Puppet Master. Puppet Master, the Stone King is ready. Puppet Master received, the hunting plan begins. 5 days later, Ning Yi walked out of the training room with his upper body exposed, steam rising from his body, drenched in sweat. He had just finished his daily firearm training. Although ability users have their powers, they still need to practice their skills. Swordsmanship, marksmanship, knife skills, etc., if mastered, can significantly enhance one's strength. Right now, when facing ability users of the same level, he hardly needs technique, relying solely on overwhelming strength. However, when facing equally strong geniuses, mere strength isn't enough. Skills are also important. After comparing the resources from Yanjing University and the Ability Bureau, he exchanged 1 point of contribution for a basic marksmanship from the Ability Bureau. This was adapted from ancient martial arts marksmanship before the Abyss descended. Compared to those marksmanship techniques that integrate abilities, it is indeed more basic, but is cheap and practical. Right now, he only needs such marksmanship skills. As for more powerful marksmanship techniques, he can always acquire them later. At that moment, he suddenly noticed his Ability Bureau watch vibrating. Upon closer inspection, a notice appeared. A beast tide has appeared in the North Desert, initially assessed to be large-scale. We are calling on available agents from the Ability Bureau to support the North Desert. His current identity is an honorary senior agent of the Ability Bureau. Most internal notices he can see. Ning Yi was somewhat surprised. The North Desert often has beast tides, but they are mostly small-scale. Occasionally, medium-scale beast tides occur. With the stronghold of the North Gate and the local military, Ability Bureau, and hunting teams, they have always managed to keep the beast tides at bay. Now, a large-scale beast tide has actually appeared. This is quite rare. At this time, his phone rang. Ning Yi answered, and Lu Jinghua's voice came through. Ning Yi, I need to go to the North Desert. Stay at school these days and don't wander around. Dean Wan will stay at school. She will ensure your safety. Ning Yi nodded, I understand. Chapter 64. Luring the tiger away from the mountain. The assassin appears. 2 days later, a taxi stopped at the entrance of Yanjing University. Chao Qingji got out with her suitcase. Waiting to pick her up was Yu En, a teacher from the university's admissions office. Chao Qingji noticed 2 buses filled with students heading towards the airport and couldn't help but show a look of confusion. Yuan smiled and said that they were going to support the team in Mo Bay. The buses were filled with 3rd and 4th year students who volunteered to participate. Among them were students from Yinda, Wudao University, and Leihu University. He continued, even 3 deans had gone. This time, a large-scale beast tide had appeared in Mo Bay, almost without any warning, so the situation was very urgent. Gao Qingdi note that. Yuan smiled and said, Little Chao, let's go. I'll take you to your dorm. As per your request, we arranged your dormitory near Ning Yi's dorm. Thank you, Chao Qingji said, rarely speaking. The 2 walked through the campus of Yinda, and Chao Qingji quickly noticed the strange plants clinging to the walls, rockeries, and crawling in the flower beds. These plants were dangerous. This thought suddenly arose in her mind. Yuan looked at her appreciatively, saying that little Chao's perception was strong. These vines were carnivorous vines cultivated by Dean Wan of the Summoning Academy. Normally harmless to humans and animals, they would attack intruders who entered the campus. They were especially fierce at night. Gao Qingdi note that. Soon, they arrived at the dormitory area. Yuan pointed to one of the villas and said, This is Ning Yi's dorm. There were particularly many defense facilities installed nearby. Little Chao, please don't approach recklessly. Chao Qingji nodded and suddenly asked, Aren't you a teacher from the admissions office, you? How do you know so much? Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, This is also part of my job. Chao Qingji didn't say anything further. That night, he stepped out of the bathroom naked and put on loose pajamas. He had been practicing in the training room all day and was ready to rest after a shower. He casually picked up his phone from the sofa, glanced at it, and was greatly astonished. A beast tide has appeared outside the capital. There's even an 8th-level beast king. A fire broke out on campus. He clicked in to check the details, and his brows furrowed deeply. Every city has large areas of wilderness outside, and Yanjing was no exception. However, the Supernatural Bureau clears the nearby beasts every month or 2. After all, this is the capital. They need to maintain their image. How could a horde of beasts led by a beast king suddenly attack Yanjing? Not to mention the fire that suddenly broke out on campus. A sense of alarm rose in his heart, luring the tiger away from the mountain. Meanwhile, outside the villa, Wu Yaoan, hidden in the shadows of the flower bed, yawned and murmured, Strange, why am I so sleepy today? At that moment, he suddenly caught sight of a figure moving quickly along the road in the dormitory area. With the help of the streetlight, he clearly saw the person's face. Teacher Yu from the admissions office? What is he doing here at this time? As he frowned in thought, he suddenly saw Yu in shadow, slowly standing up under the streetlight. That shadow was heading straight for the villa where Chao Qingji was. Yuan then took out a staff, and the next moment, he looked in Wu Yaoan's direction. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately reported it. A ghostly light flew out from the staff, enveloping his head. A heavy drowsiness quickly swept over his mind. The next second, he was dragged into a dream. Though there was a look of struggle on his face, it was like an insect caught in a spider's web. The more it struggled, the deeper it sank. After doing this, Yuan still maintained a calm expression. He skillfully avoided the carnivorous vines hidden in the flower beds and clinging to the walls. He directly arrived at the villa door and gently knocked. Ning Yi, I'm teacher Yu from the admissions office. Director Zhao asked me to bring you a few messages regarding your national champion treatment. Ning Yi, hearing the voice outside, felt confused. There's a fire suddenly breaking out on campus. The first priority must be to extinguish it. If Zhao Gang had something very important to say, he could call me directly. Why would he send an admissions teacher here so late? Combining the message sent to him by Lu Zhenghua before leaving and the sudden beast tide and fire, he suddenly understood. He did not walk towards the door, but instead spoke from behind it. Teacher Yu, I'm not dressed right now. It's not convenient. If you have something to say, you can tell me directly. Yuan smiled and nodded. Okay, just wait a moment. Director Zhao gave me a piece of paper with a lot of content. I will read it to you slowly. After speaking, a shadow re-emerged within him. The shadow, like a giant spider, quickly crawled along the wall. In no time, it found an open window and squeezed inside. Rustle. The shadow spider made almost no sound. However, the extremely faint rustling noise still alerted Ning Yi. Ever since he learned that he had been targeted by the Blood Secret Society, he had become very alert to unusual sound around him. Now, a strange teacher was visiting late at night, and his vigilance had reached its peak. Without hesitation, he immediately donned a layer of energy gauze and summoned 4 frost soul wolves, keeping watch around him. The indestructible frost armor quickly appeared, gradually covering his entire body. Just at the moment when this armor was put on, the giant shadow spider had already crawled from the second floor to the living room on the first floor. It pounced towards him silently, and suddenly, the Frost Soul Wolf King perked up its ears and immediately sensed this sudden danger. Without any hesitation, it charged forward. Bang! The shadow spider was knocked sideways, crashing into the sofa not far from Ning Yi, one of its legs bitten off. The Frost Soul Wolf King was thrown to the ground, its ice blue body riddled with holes and patches. It was clearly heavily injured by the shadow spider mid-air. Ning Yi watched this scene, his expression stern. Such a strong attack. The opponent is at least a 4th level ability user, and definitely not one who has just recently advanced to level 40 or 41. Most likely, it's at level 49. Otherwise, my Frost Soul Wolf King wouldn't have been so easily injured. Bang! At this moment, the door crashed down. Yuan strode in with a cruel smile. Ning Yi, your vigilance is really strong. I didn't expect that I couldn't trick you into opening the door like this. I had to force my way in. After speaking, he waved his hand, and several black lights fell onto the shadow spider. In the blink of an eye, the shadow spider's broken leg had fully restored. Not only that, the shadow spider raised its rear and continuously produced many small spiders. In just a few seconds, dozens of fist-sized shadow spiders appeared in the living room. These shadow creatures all turned their 8 compound eyes, staring intently at Ning Yi, as if looking at their prey. You are a shadow from the Blood Secret Society. Ning Yi's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Yuan was surprised. Ning Yi, you know so much. You guessed my identity so quickly. Ning Yi knew his identity because he had frequently browsed the bounty list on the internal network of the Supernatural Bureau. Chapter 65. The Puppeteer Appears. An 8th Order battle. Meiju, a 4th Order ability user, codenamed Shadow, is an elder of the Secret Blood Association's northern branch, with an A-grade ability called Shadow Demon Resonance. Shadow demons are powerful abyssal native beasts, not mutated from the flora and fauna of Blue Star. They are like shadows, lurking in the darkness, always ready to deliver a fatal blow to the ignorant. Shadow demons have various forms, and they can switch between multiple forms. However, the switching process is not easy or casual. It consumes a portion of their body and energy. Therefore, there will be a period of weakness after switching. But Meiju is not a shadow demon. He is a human. After multiple evolutions of his ability, he can switch between multiple forms at will. It is precisely because of the Shadow Demon Resonance ability that this shadow has quickly grown into an outstanding hunter. His level is not high, making him difficult to detect with energy detectors, which is suitable for lurking in schools, hospitals, and other places to carry out assassinations. Over the years, he has never failed in his assassinations. To date, 5 geniuses and many powerful members of hunting teams have died at his hands. Meiju licked the black knife in his hand, grinning. I know what you're thinking. You want to buy time and wait for rescue, right? To tell you the truth, Wan Qing is currently overwhelmed. The entire Yin University campus is in chaos. No one has the time to save you. Ning Yi, I'm always quick with my knife. Let us send you on your way. The next moment, all the shadow spiders surged forward, pouncing on Ning Yi. Meiju also gripped the black short knife tightly, his figure moving like a ghost, quickly approaching Ning Yi. Ning Yi remained calm, immediately taking out the ice vein totem and summoning all the frost soul wolves. Buzz! The cold air immediately spread out, filling every inch of the living room. Under the enhancement of the ice vein totem, the 10 frost soul wolves instantly grew in size. The injuries on the Wolf King's body rapidly healed under the protection of the cold air. With a long howl, the Wolf King led the pack to battle the spiders. The Frost Soul Wolves, being ice-type beings, were at the same level as Ning Yi. Naturally, they were weaker than the Shadow Spiders. However, with the dual enhancements of the Everfrost Domain and Ice Vein Totem, they could barely match the Shadow Spiders. As Meiju approached with the knife aimed at his throat, Ning Yi quickly retreated, and 20 ice shields rapidly materialized around him. He reached out to grasp the Frost Soul Spear, which appeared in his palm, ready to meet the fierce black knife. Clang! The ice spear and the black knife collided violently. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the living room. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Yin University, a seductive woman with long hair down to her waist stepped forward toward the gate. Who goes there? Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering Yin University. A stern voice rang out from the security booth. The seductive woman chuckled lightly, and with a wave of her hand, the heads of 2 beast kings at the gate suddenly transformed. Hundreds of bone spikes, several meters long, erupted from them. Then, they detached from the heads of the beast kings and floated behind her. Go! The seductive woman pointed her hand. Hundreds of thick bone spikes slammed toward the heavy gates of Yin University. Bang! 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 In less than 3 seconds, the gates were blown open. The security guards in the booth, along with the teachers and students rushing to put out the fire, all showed extreme fear and quickly scattered. The seductive woman sneered. Yin University, a top institution, and this is the quality of it? Truly disappointing. At that moment, several dark green vines suddenly shot out from a nearby flower bed. Resembling pythons, lunging at the woman, the seductive woman laughed lightly, and without any visible movement, the bone spikes behind her fell sharply. They pierced the vines to the ground. More vines surged from all directions, continuously attacking the woman. However, not a single vine could come within 10 meters of her. Director Wan, do you only hide in the shadows and use your abilities? The seductive woman smiled slightly. After saying this, she seemed to sense something, covering her mouth with a smile. Found you. 3 thick bone spikes suddenly crashed toward a room on the 2nd floor. Boom! Brick shattered. A figure fell to the ground. It was Wan Qing. A massive hole appeared on her shoulder, with her right arm and shoulder barely connected by a bit of flesh. Beside her was a huge dark green plant, with several thick, bucket-sized, resilient vines. In the center of those vines were deep red flowers filled with sharp teeth. The other 2 bone spikes had been blocked by these vines. This was the creation derived from her ability. When her ability first awakened, it was a D-grade thorn flower resonance. After all, the thorn flower was just a flower about 10 centimeters tall, surviving by trapping small insects. Such a type of ability has limited potential for growth and is rated very low. But she steadily progressed step by step to become today's 8th order ability user. The D-grade thorn flower resonance gradually evolved into an A-grade devouring thorn flower resonance. Wan Qing reached out to conjure a thin vine from thin air. Tightly binding her right arm to her torso, she looked directly at the woman and said in a deep voice, "So you're the elder of the Yin branch of the Secret Blood Association, the 8th order ability user codenamed Puppeteer." The seductive woman covered her mouth with a smile. "That's me. I didn't expect that I hid so deeply, yet you still managed to uncover some information." Wan Qing calmly replied, "Is it worth making such a big fuss just to assassinate a Ning Yi?" The puppeteer chuckled. "Of course it's worth it. If such a promising genius is allowed to grow, he could very well become the next Shen Yifeng. Due to the previous elder's mistake, we could only watch as the current director of the Ability Bureau rises like a scorching sun. Now, we certainly cannot just stand by and watch Ning Yi thrive. Of course, if I could also eliminate you, Director Wan, I would be even happier." Saying this, she smiled slightly. "Director Wan, you saying so much is just to buy time, hoping that the 8th order users left in other universities will come to support you. I'm sorry, you won't wait for them. You are buying time, and so am I," replied Wan Qing, her expression changing slightly. The next moment, an unexpected change occurred. The bones in her right shoulder suddenly grew wildly, forming a sharp bone spike that pierced toward her heart. Wan Qing was caught off guard. Although she forcibly turned to evade, she was still pierced through the heart by the bone spike. In an instant, blood gushed out. She let out a muffled groan, her body falling backward, creating a pool of blood beneath her, as if she had already died on the spot. The puppeteer chuckled lightly. "The puppeteer is a false title. My ability is not to control puppets, but to control bones." She lamented, "I didn't expect that this time I could eliminate Ning Yi and kill an 8th order user. Your Yin University is really too overrated." Just as she was about to deliver a finishing blow, a sharp blade of light suddenly slashed from behind. It was as swift as the wind and as fast as lightning. The sound barely appeared before it effortlessly severed half of the woman's shoulder and her entire right arm. The woman immediately let out a scream. "Puppeteer, you finally made your move." A deep voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 66. Ning Yi is definitely doomed. At this moment, a tall figure dressed in white swiftly approached. Hearing this voice, the puppet master's expression changed dramatically. "Shenifeng, weren't you supposed to be at the Northern Town Pass? How come you're here?" Without hesitation, she turned and fled. The harsh words she had just spoken felt like nothing now. The tall figure did not pursue her, but casually slashed to the left. The blade's light cut through the air, only to suddenly disappear 3 meters away. At the same time, numerous vines suddenly emerged from all directions around the enchanting woman. These vines had quietly spread throughout the area beforehand. Now that they had erupted, they immediately slowed the enchanting woman's speed drastically. Just then, a blade of light suddenly appeared directly in front of the puppet master, slashing towards her. Faced with this sudden blade of light, the enchanting woman had no room to dodge or evade. Even attempting to forcefully evade, she was still struck in the neck. Her body instantly lost balance and crashed to the ground. Her head and torso were nearly severed, as she used her powers to stitch her neck together with fine bone spines and barely got back on her feet. The tall figure had already appeared in front of her. Moonlight pierced through the dark clouds, illuminating the figure's face. It was a cold and indifferent face, beautiful yet as pale as snow and as cold as ice. There seemed to be no emotion in her eyes, only an unshakable chill. It was the current director of the Ability Bureau, Shenifeng. The moment the enchanting woman saw this face, her expression changed dramatically, and she attempted to drive the bone spines into her own heart. Shenifeng's palm turned into a blade and struck the woman's heart. The heart is the central hub for an ability user. A heavy blow to the heart can temporarily render the ability user unable to use their powers. She said lightly, "It's not so easy to commit suicide." At this moment, the fleeing teachers and students surrounded them, orderly and well-trained, completely lacking the panic from moments before. The puppet master struggled to lift her head and, upon seeing this scene, fell silent. After a while, she said, "So is all a disguise. It seems you all evacuated the teachers and students long ago." As she said this, she suddenly sneered, "But to catch me, you sacrificed an 8th tier? Was it worth it?" Wan Qing casually walked up to her, the hole in her chest already filled with vines. The director smiled and said, "My heart is naturally on the right side. Very few people know this. Sorry, this is indeed a trap to catch you." The puppet master's expression turned ugly, but she quickly sneered again. "What about Ning Yi? You must have left someone to protect him, right?" "Unfortunately, I have long since seen through your arrangements. Do you know Shadow? I transferred him from the Northern Desert Division under Shi Wang just to assassinate Ning Yi. He is definitely doomed." Upon hearing this, Wan Qing's pupils contracted sharply. "Shadow?" Shenifeng said nothing, suddenly stomping the ground and heading straight for the villa area. Inside the villa, the battle between Ning Yi and Mei Zhu continued. Mei Zhu, as a deacon of the Secret Blood Society and a dedicated assassin, was a terrifying 49-tier ability user. Moreover, a 4th-tier ability user could refine Abyss Relics, which greatly enhanced an ability user's overall strength. Therefore, after dozens of exchanges, Ning Yi had not gained any advantage and instead had 2 wounds on his body. Fortunately, they were only superficial injuries and not serious. Through these exchanges, he discovered that the 2 specialized weapons in Mei Zhu's possession were quite extraordinary. One was the black short knife. This knife could shoot out from the shadows, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, making it nearly impossible to defend against. The scars on his body were all caused by this black short knife. The second was the ring on his thumb. Whenever the shadow spiders were on the brink of death, the ring would emit a black light. In just a few seconds, the shadow spiders would come back to life, fully restored. According to the information he had accessed in the Ability Bureau's internal network, these 2 specialized weapons were undoubtedly the Shadow Dagger and the Shadow Seal Ring, both Golden's specialized weapons. Moreover, both were highly compatible with his ability, Shadow Demon Resonance. In addition, this person still had 2 specialized weapons that he had not used. This was the most alarming aspect for him. At this moment, Meiju was also feeling desperate. It was really hard to kill. He was clearly just a freshman who had just reached level 30. Why was it so difficult to kill him? Even a 49-tier genius he had killed before had always been a one-hit kill, never requiring a second strike. Why was the situation different with him? As time passed, his anxiety grew more urgent. He knew that the puppet master was stalling Wan Qing to buy him time for the assassination. His golden specialized weapon, the Dark Nightmare Staff, could only trap Wu Yaowen in a nightmare for about 5 minutes. Once that time passed, many people would surely come to protect Ning Yi. By then, even if he wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to. Thinking of this, he clenched his teeth. He suddenly lunged forward with a knife aimed straight ahead. Ning Yi quickly retreated to avoid the strike. Seizing the opportunity, Meiju immediately retreated and ran. At the same time, he commanded all the shadow spiders to rush towards Ning Yi to block his pursuit. This assassination had already failed. If he wanted to save his own life, it was best to get away as soon as possible. Ning Yi did not expect the opponent to so decisively abandon the assassination and turn to flee. Just as he was about to give chase, he saw all the shadow spiders rushing towards him without regard. Even if he could carve a path through them, the assassin had already fled. In that case, Ning Yi slammed his hand on the ice vein totem. One of the golden crystals directly exploded. 10 frost soul wolves grew in size, howling in unison, and charged through the blockade of shadow spiders with Ning Yi. 2 frostbone dragons appeared violently, doubling in size. With a flap of their wings, they dove towards Meiju. That golden crystal was one of the golden crystals Lu Jinghua had won from Wan Qing. It was derived from an exploding ant and was a consumable crystal. Once used, it would explode, greatly enhancing all friendly beings nearby for a short period. Because of this, his frost soul wolves and frostbone dragons had dramatically increased in power. He had not intended to use it so early. But with the opponent trying to escape now, he could not let this person flee. Otherwise, there would surely be a continuous stream of assassinations in the future. So, even if it meant using a precious golden crystal, he had to keep Meiju here. Even if it was just for a moment, it would be enough. Damn it. Looking at the giant dragon diving down, Meiju was horrified. He immediately took out the Dark Nightmare Staff, releasing his control over Wu Yaowen, and aimed it at Ning Yi. Ning Yi's ice-based beings were truly troublesome. He needed to plunge Ning Yi into a nightmare. In doing so, these ice-based beings would instinctively protect their master. This way, he could seize the chance to escape. After a brief incantation, a ghostly light suddenly appeared and effortlessly fell upon Ning Yi. Chapter 67. Slaying the 4th-rank assassin. However, the expected scene did not unfold. Ning Yi, clad in frost armor, rode on the back of the Frost Soul Wolf King, charging forward as if nothing had happened. Ineffective? How could that be? Meiju's expression changed dramatically. This was an attack at the soul level. Low-rank ability users rarely had means to resist soul attacks. The intelligence report did not mention that Ning Yi had such a capability. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Meiju was frantic, because in the time it took to chant for that brief moment, he had wasted 3 seconds in place. In those 3 seconds, the 2 frostbone dragons were already less than 5 meters away from him. He could even feel the frost breath swirling in the mouths of the 2 giant dragons. Once contaminated by frost, his speed would be greatly reduced. At that time, there would be no chance to escape. Just at this moment, a roar echoed. Assassin Brat, your grandpa Wu is here. He looked to the side and saw Wu Yaowen, who was over 5 meters tall, charging over in a single leap. His massive palm slammed down. Meiju's pupils constricted, and he immediately activated his 4th specialized weapon, the flickering battle boots. Boom! The giant palm smashed down at the spot where Meiju stood, obliterating nearby trees and flower beds in an instant. The ground was left with a massive palm imprint. More than 5 meters away, Meiju was gasping for breath, his face pale. That was close. Fortunately, the purple specialized weapon, the flickering battle boots, had a chance to blink once a day. If he had taken that palm head-on, he would have been severely injured even if he didn't die. Can you escape? A cold sneer rang out. Meiju's eyes widened as he prepared to dodge. However, the frost breath had already descended. Boom! 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 The frost swept out, enveloping Meiju completely. The 2 frostbone dragons spewed their breath for a full 10 seconds before stopping. A massive block of ice had formed in place. Meiju, the deacon of the Blood Secret Society, a master assassin, had been frozen solid into an ice sculpture. There was no sign of life. He was frozen to death on the spot. Damn it. I was held down for 4 minutes. Wu Yaoan cursed as he walked over, his body rapidly shrinking. His ability was a C-level enhancement type ability, Giantization. When activated, his whole body would enlarge, greatly boosting his attack and defense. It was precisely for this reason that the Ability Bureau sent him to protect Ning Yi. Once danger approached, he could enlarge himself to withstand attacks. But no one expected that the Blood Secret Society had infiltrated the Ability Bureau so deeply. They had already known his ambush position. Before he could make a move, they had used a specialized weapon's mental control ability to restrain him, creating an opportunity for a one-hit kill on Ning Yi. Ning Yi, how are you doing? Wu Yaoan hurriedly asked. At this moment, Ning Yi had not dispelled the immortal frost armor and ice armor. Hearing the question, he smiled and nodded. Just a bit of skin broken. Wu Yaoan immediately breathed a sigh of relief and then helplessly said, I'm going to get scolded this time. I almost cost you your life. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a shadow heading towards Chao Qingji's direction and suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no! A shadow just went towards Chao Qingji. The two exchanged glances and immediately rushed over in that direction. However, before they reached the door, they saw Chao Qingji stepping out of the villa, holding a black and a white knife. Her hair was disheveled, her face splattered with blood, her clothes torn in multiple places, and her blue dress stained red with blood. But she was not missing any body parts. Seeing this, Ning Yi shot out a stream of ice mist, and the wounds on Chao Qingji's body began to heal at a visibly rapid rate. His ice mist had previously evolved to have healing effects, but he rarely used it. Now, it was just right. Is the injury serious? Wu Yaoan quickly asked. Chao Qingji shook her head, noticing the chaos outside, quickly guessing that the assassin had definitely tried to kill Ning Yi. She looked at Ning Yi and said, Thank you. Ning Yi was puzzled. What are you thanking me for? Chao Qingji pointed to the ice sculpture. The ability user is dead. Of course. The effects of the ability have dissipated. That shadow was very strong. I could only delay as much as possible. Fortunately, it exploded halfway through. Ning Yi smiled and nodded. Just then, a strong wind howled. Ning Yi looked and saw a very tall woman, at least one, 75 meters tall, holding a knife. Her face was as cold as a glacier. Upon seeing that Ning Yi and Chao Qingji were both unharmed, the woman's expression visibly softened. Wu Yaoan, hearing movement behind him, turned around and exclaimed, Why are you only just arriving? Oh crap, Director Shun. He broke out in a sweat and hurriedly saluted. Ning Yi blinked. Director Shun? Could it be? The head of the Ability Bureau, Shun Nifeng, known as the first person in Yanhan. Chao Qingji's eyes lit up upon seeing Shun Nifeng, staring intently at her, especially at the knife in her hand. Shun Nifeng's voice was deep. What happened just now? Ning Yi and Wu Yaoan quickly recounted the situation. At this moment, Wan Qing also arrived. Seeing the two 8th rank ability users, Ning Yi dispelled the immortal frost armor and ice armor. Are you injured? Is it serious? Wan Qing noticed the bloodstains on Ning Yi and Chao Qingji, immediately showing a concerned expression. Thank you, Teacher Wan, for your concern. It's nothing serious, Ning Yi smiled. Chao Qingji shook her head. I'm fine. Shun Nifeng looked at the frozen assassin. Ning Yi, this person is a deacon of the Blood Secret Society, codenamed Shadow. He has at least 5 lives on his hands, all talented individuals who rose from the northern desert province. She turned to Ning Yi again, unable to hide her admiration. I didn't expect you to not only defeat him, but also kill him. Ning Yi pulled Wu Yaoan, quickly saying, if it weren't for Brother Wu's help, it definitely wouldn't have been that easy. Wu Yaoan gave a grateful glance. Yes, that's right. Shun Nifeng nodded. Let's go, back to make a record. Ning Yi, Gao Qingdi, and Wu Yaoan immediately followed, arriving at the school gate. The heavy, massive school gate was now full of holes, lying on the ground, and the fountain had been smashed to pieces, with water gushing out. The colorful flower beds were empty, leaves and flowers scattered everywhere, many trampled underfoot. Huge bone spikes were embedded in the ground, with cracks spreading out like a spider's web in all directions. Teams of ability users were coming and going, assisting the injured, leveling the ground, and cleaning up debris. Many ability users, though not adept in combat, were well suited for logistical work. Ning Yi also noticed a mobile prison. The bars of the prison had a peculiar hue, resembling a lead bismuth alloy, specifically designed for long-term storage of ability crystals. This alloy could also be used to isolate abilities and imprison those heinous ability-using criminals. Inside the mobile prison, There was a woman staring intently at him, as if looking at something unbelievable. Who is that? Ning Yi asked in confusion. Wan Qing said solemnly, the spokesperson of the Yanjing branch of the Blood Secret Society, codenamed Puppet Master. According to the hierarchy of the Blood Secret Society, she is an elder. Impossible. How are you still alive? Shadow couldn't kill you? The incredulous voice of the Puppet Master echoed from the mobile prison. Chapter 68, Flux de Dragon Spear Technique. The battle situation in the North Desert is tough. Shen Nifeng walked up to the mobile prison, her sharp gaze piercing into the eyes of the Puppet Master. She spoke calmly, clearly indicating that they had underestimated his strength. The Puppet Master looked grim. The assassination of Ning Yi had failed, and she had lost herself in the process. This plan was evidently a complete failure. She took a deep breath, but instead of getting discouraged, she looked up at Shen Nifeng and grinned with a strange smile. Director Shen, do you think capturing me means you've won? No, the great goal will eventually be achieved. What you are doing is just a futile struggle. Shen Nifeng stepped forward and struck her down with a palm strike, knocking her unconscious. So much nonsense. Shen Nifeng rubbed her wrist and ordered, take her back to the headquarters. Yes. Shen Nifeng continued. Ning Yi, Chao Qingji, Dean Wan, you all get in the car. We need to make some records back at the bureau. By the way, Ning Yi, you have a bounty to collect. Ning Yi blinked and smiled. Shadow Mei was well known on the bounty board within the Ability Bureau. He could make some money again this time. As the sun rose, Yanjing City welcomed a new day. Ning Yi and Chao Qingji walked to the Yanjing City Ability Bureau together. The two had changed into clean clothes, and their wounds had long since healed. At that moment, a car stopped in front of them, and behind the wheel sat a tall woman in a black uniform from the Ability Bureau. It was Lin Muxue. She smiled and said, I bought you breakfast. Eat up. After you finish, I'll take you back to Yin University. Thank you. Chao Qingji nodded and grabbed a bun to eat. While eating, Ning Yi casually asked, where's Wu Ge? Lin Muxue chuckled lightly. Director Shun said he was slacking off and is currently writing his self-criticism. Hey, 8,000 words, just enough for him to write. Ning Yi couldn't help but laugh. After a moment, the car started and headed towards Yin University. On the road, Ning Yi saw several armored vehicles heading out of the city, along with some ambulances rushing into the city towards the hospital. The streets were bustling, with pedestrians wearing solemn expressions. The usually taciturn Chao Qingji suddenly asked, what's happening outside the city? Lin Muxue shook her head. Not good. Dean Wan, along with the heads of Martial Arts University and Thunderfire University, managed to subdue that 8th-tier Beast King, but there are still quite a number of beasts left. Many ability users have gone to support the North Desert, so there aren't many left in Yanjing City. Even if we call on people from nearby cities, it will take a day or two for them to arrive. The pressure is quite high for the time being. Ning Yi pondered, can I go hunt beasts? Of course you can, but you've been injured. You should rest well instead of pushing yourself, Lin Muxue said in surprise. Ning Yi shook his head. I've fully healed. With more than a month before school starts, I might as well go hunt beasts to sharpen myself. Lin Muxue looked at him appreciatively. All right, but I suggest you team up. Otherwise, Director Shun and Dean Wan probably won't agree. By the way, Jianya is preparing to form a hunting team to go into battle. There are a few 4th and 5th-tier ability users among them, all longtime members of the Tianfeng Martial Arts School, so their identities are fine. With them around, you'll be safer. Sounds good. Ning Yi smiled and nodded. Chao Qingji suddenly said, I've gathered the materials for my 3rd-tier promotion. Once I reach 3rd tier, I also want to join the battle. Of course, Ning Yi chuckled then. Sister Shui, please take us directly to Tianfeng Martial Arts School. No problem. At Tianfeng Martial Arts School, Ning Yi and Chao Qingji entered the school and were greeted by a youthful and beautiful girl. Welcome to Tianfeng Martial Arts School. You too. Huh, it's you? The girl paused when she recognized Ning Yi. Ning Yi was also surprised because the girl was Pei Yuzhu, the daughter of the head of the Shenwei Martial Arts School. During the youth martial arts competition, Pei Yuzhu thought he wouldn't rank well and took back that 1 million. What are you doing here? Ning Yi asked curiously. Pei Yuzhu smiled awkwardly. I'm here with my dad to help at Tianfeng Martial Arts School. Dad was hired by Sister Jianya and is now the head of Tianfeng Martial Arts School. Ning Yi was quite surprised. That rich lady really did become a hands-off manager. Ning Yi, you're here. A delighted voice came. Jianya was wearing a white short top and blue jeans, revealing her flat abdomen and looking youthful and vibrant. When she saw Ning Yi, she quickly rushed over with a concerned look. I heard about what happened at Yin University last night. Are you seriously injured? Ning Yi smiled and shook his head. It's nothing serious. Sister Shui said, "You're planning to form a hunting team to hunt the beasts outside the city. We both want to join your hunting team." Jianya was surprised. "Of course you can, but you're injured. Don't you need a rest?" Ning Yi smiled. "No need a rest. Protecting the capital is more important." Upon hearing this, Jianya couldn't help but look at him with admiration before turning to Chao Qingji. "This must be Chao Qingji, right? I heard from Mushiwe that you ranked second in this peak examination." Chao Qingji nodded without saying much. Jianya happily exclaimed, "Old Pei, our Tianfeng hunting team has 2 new members. Let us prepare a bit, and we'll head out to fight the beasts outside the city." A month passed in the blink of an eye. In the wilderness outside Jing City, Ning Yi wielded his gun like a dragon, moving like thunder. In an instant, he pierced through a demon blade leopard that had pounced at him. What a fast shooting technique. "Ning Yi, I remember you just learned this frost dragon spear technique a month ago, and you're already this skilled?" Jianya, who was behind him holding a healing staff, exclaimed in amazement. Ning Yi smiled and nodded. "I've been fighting beasts every day, so my shooting skills have indeed improved quickly." The day he shot Meiju, he earned a reward of 100 contribution points. This frost dragon spear technique was what he exchanged for with 56 contribution points. This technique was created by an ice-type master over a decade ago, combining the ancient 3 kingdoms long spear technique with insights from ice-type abilities. It was very suitable for ice-type ability users in close combat. Jianya looked to the other side and saw Chao Qingji swiftly drawing her sword, with black, white, and yellow lights flashing simultaneously. In an instant, she sliced a cave multi-headed snake into 7 or 8 pieces and exclaimed, "Little Chao is also very impressive, killing a level 37 beast with just 3 strikes, and she has only been promoted to 3rd tier for less than half a month. You two truly deserve to be the top 2 in this peak examination." Pei Yuju was also in the hunting team, but she didn't dare to get close and could only admire them from a distance. Remembering what she had said to Ning Yi and what she had done back then, she felt her face flush with embarrassment. She had really been short-sighted back then. At this moment, Ning Yi's ability bureau watch beeped. It was a message from Lin Mushiwe. "The beast tide outside Jing City has basically been resolved, but the situation in the North Desert remains dire. To accelerate the growth of students, this year's National College Freshman League has been decided to be held in the North Desert. The Blood Secret Society and even enemy country ability users are secretly watching. The casualty rate is likely to rise significantly. Ning Yi, you must be prepared." Chapter 69, The True Intentions of the Blood Secret Society. Kunlun Ruins. Soon, the day of the new semester arrived. The number of exotic beasts outside Yin City had been hunted down to a relatively low threshold. There would be no risk of a siege in the short term. The Tianfeng Hunting Corps was temporarily disbanded. Ning Yi and Chao Qingji returned to Yin University to start their college lives. The Northern Desert is a vast concept. It is filled with gobi and yellow sand, with very few oases. Due to its vastness and sparse population, combined with the harsh environment, exotic beasts are everywhere in the wilderness. The ability of exotic beasts to adapt to the environment ultimately surpasses that of humans. For this reason, the Northern Desert is also an important area for the activities of the Blood Secret Society. At this moment, in an underground palace in the Northern Desert, an old man with white hair, dressed in a long robe, sat across from a purple-haired youth. The old man, codenamed Stone King, was the spokesperson of the Blood Secret Society's Northern Desert branch. The purple-haired youth, codenamed Messenger, was not responsible for managing any branch and only conveyed the orders of the society leader. Stone King said solemnly, "How should we rescue the puppeteer? Does the society leader have any new instructions?" The messenger smiled and continued to carry out his mission. "What? Continue to carry out the mission?" Stone King's frown deepened. "Not going to rescue the puppeteer? Aren't you afraid she will expose the secret?" The messenger's smile grew even brighter. The large-scale beast hide in the Northern Desert and the assassination incident in Yin City are just part of the plan. Stone King was taken aback. "So the real target is?" The messenger smiled. "Kunlun Ruins." Stone King looked at him deeply. "I understand." The messenger stood up. "I also brought a batch of new mutated potions, enough for you to create a few 8th-tier beast kings. In short, try to delay the powerful forces of Yinhan. I understand, all for the great goal." Stone King's expression was solemn. Watching the figure of the messenger leave, Stone King showed an excited expression. Kunlun Ruins. As a high-ranking member of the Blood Secret Society, he was one of the few who had access to this secret. It was an ultra-dangerous abyss. It was one of the first abysses to appear in the world 50 years ago. This information is actually not much. As long as one's status and strength reach a certain level, everyone will know of Kunlun Ruin's existence. But there was something else imprisoned there, a guest from the abyss. This matter is the real top secret. Until this moment, he finally understood the society leader's intentions. His awe for the society leader deepened. A few days later, Yin University, Martial Arts Academy. When Ning Yi arrived here, he saw a senior looking aggrieved, saying, "Teacher Liu, have you looked at the paper I sent you on gun techniques? Didn't you say you would help me revise it?" This senior looked somewhat familiar. After taking a closer look, he suddenly remembered it was Wang Jinyu, a third-year student who almost got assigned to another teacher because his exam scores didn't meet Liu Jingguo's requirements. It seemed he had passed the retake this time. Liu Jingguo was busy tidying up his desk and replied without looking up, "I've revised it." "Revised what?" Wang Jinyu asked cautiously. "I changed the name of the supervising teacher to Wan Qing." "Ah, this paper poses no threat to my academic career, but it will ruin my reputation in the education field." Liu Jingguo said expressionlessly, "Let Director Wan enjoy such good fortune." Wang Jinyu's face immediately stiffened, showing a bitter expression. Ning, you're here?" Liu Jingguo caught a glimpse of Ning Yi and immediately waved at Wang Jinyu. "Seeing your paper makes me angry. Get lost." Wang Jinyu's expression became awkward as he smiled at Ning Yi and fled in embarrassment. Liu Jingguo asked with concern, "I just returned from the northern desert today. How's your injury?" Ning Yi smiled briefly. "It's a minor injury. I recovered the same day." Liu Jingguo then sighed. "I heard you killed the assassin. Good job. You've really brought me honor." Ning Yi smiled back and then curiously asked, "Teacher Liu, do we have to write papers too?" Liu Jingguo smiled. "Of course we have to write. If you can write down certain things, it proves that your insights have reached a very deep level. Moreover, our Yin University is not just about cultivating brutes who only know how to fight." He lightly coughed. "For example, your mentor, I can fight beasts with a gun and write articles with a pen." Ning Yi immediately applauded. "My mentor is awesome." Enough of this. Liu Jingguo laughed heartily, then closed the door and window, asking solemnly, "Ning Yi, tell me the truth. Is your ability really still S-class? You're only level 30, and that shadow is already level 49. And I've heard he has at least 3 pieces of golden specialized weapons. If it's just an S-class ability, it might not be so easy to kill him." Facing this mentor, Ning Yi did not conceal anything and nodded. "To be honest, my ability has mutated. It is now SS-class Eternal Frozen Domain." SS-class? Liu Jingguo was very shocked. This level rarely appears. Each occurrence causes a sensation in the world. So far, there has only been one SS-class ability user in Yanhan. That is the current director of the Ability Bureau, Shen Nifan, possessing the SS-class exotic ability, Shadow Blade Dragon Resonance. 3 years ago, in the new year 47, he killed the strongest warrior of the Outcloud Nation, who was also an 8th tier with 1 strike. From then on, he became famous. He was called the Blade of Selflessness by the top ability users of several other powerful nations. Director Shen mentioned this to me. She believed you were no longer S-class. And now it seems to be true. Liu Jingguo was extremely emotional. He looked at Ning Yi with a solemn expression. "Ning Yi, you must never mention this to anyone else. If the Blood Secret Society finds out you are S-class, they have already sent a level 49 assassin to kill you, a level 30 ability user. If they discover you are SS-class, they might sacrifice 8th tier ability users to eliminate you." Ning Yi noted. "I understand." He also knew that SS-class abilities were too shocking. Once exposed, they would certainly cause a huge stir. Therefore, it was sufficient to present himself as having an S-class ability, which could attract the attention and resource tilt of the powerful in Yanhan. There was no need to claim he was SS-class. Liu Jingguo sighed in relief. "I was worried that your youthful exuberance might lead you to accidentally reveal your ability, but now I'm much more at ease. Oh, by the way, I came back specifically to see you. The situation in the northern desert is tense, and I have to return tomorrow. After the semester starts, you should study all kinds of knowledge, especially advanced knowledge about the abyss. Soon, the freshman competition will be held in the northern desert. You must be careful." "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Liu." Ning Yi noted seriously. "By the way, I have something for you. If you encounter another assassination attempt, it should help you." After saying that, Liu Jingguo took out an item and handed it to Ning Yi. Chapter 70 Arrival in the Northern Desert. Freshman Competition. This is a palm-sized, gleaming golden shield. Although it is very small, It is covered with mysterious patterns and has a faint warmth. Ning Yi weighed the shield in his hand and felt an extremely powerful force surging within it. He looked puzzled. Lu Zhengwu smiled. This is the Sun Shield. It is a capability I obtained after advancing to the 8th tier, allowing me to extract a portion of my abilities and condense them into a physical object. This Sun Shield can last for a month, and it is closely related to your aura. Once you suffer an attack that threatens your life, the Sun Shield will automatically unfold to protect you from that fatal blow. Ning Yi was astonished and immediately accepted it, thanking him. He knew that 8th tier ability users indeed had such capabilities. However, the energy conversion rate is very low. On average, it takes 10 units of power to condense into one physical form. To create this Sun Shield, Lu Zhengwu had wasted at least 5 years of his cultivation achievements. Abilities do have a slight effect on extending life. But even so, how many 5-year periods does one have in life? A day later, in the East Teaching Building, Ning Yi and Chao Qingji entered a classroom together. 8 people were already waiting inside. A beautiful girl with long black hair, wearing a blue dress, sat quietly on one side, flipping through a book. The others were mostly unfamiliar with each other, sitting in small groups and chatting casually. Among them, there was a tall young man whom Ning Yi recognized at a glance. He was Yin Pengcheng from the Northern Desert Province. When Ning Yi arrived, everyone turned to look at him. One slender young man exclaimed excitedly, "Ika, you finally came. I told them I knew you, but they didn't believe me." Ning Yi focused his gaze and was somewhat surprised. "Mo Yihuan, it's you?" Mo Yihuan, ranked 3rd in the college entrance examination in Longjing City, had once reminded him that Zhou Mengrong intended to harm him. He had always remembered this favor. Mo Yihuan smiled happily. "See, I told you he knows me. Hey. Since the teacher hasn't arrived yet, let's introduce ourselves, shall we? I'll go first. My name is Mo Yihuan from Longjing City, B-grade enhancement ability, petrified skin, ranked 33rd at the peak." Upon hearing this, the others began to introduce themselves one after another. Yin Pengcheng from Northern Desert Province, A-grade exotic ability, phantom resonance, ranked 5th at the peak. I am LV Tsaishio from Yunnan Guizhou Province, A-grade exotic ability, nightmare horse resonance, ranked 9th at the peak. Hello everyone. I am Zhuo Qingyin from Central South Province, B-grade exotic ability, heavenly song resonance, ranked 18th at the peak. My name is Shen Miaoyu from Yanjing City, a great exotic ability, jade chameleon resonance, ranked 6th at the peak. Chao Qingji from Hannan Province, A-grade exotic ability, blade phoenix resonance, ranked 2nd at the peak. Ning Yi smiled and said, "My name is Ning Yi. Everyone should know me." This year's top 20 in the peak examination included Ning Yi and Chao Qingji, with Yin University only admitting 6 students. The remaining talents, including Yin Xuezhou and Wu Yanfeng, were recruited by Longting University. To fill the vacancies, they made an exception and admitted 4 more students from the lower ranks, thus rounding up to 10. The National College Freshman Competition is a significant event, even for top universities like Yin University and Long University, as it determines resource allocation for the next year. At this moment, footsteps approached. A middle-aged, beautiful woman strode into the classroom. It was Dean Wan Qing of the Summoning Academy. Wan Qing glanced at Ning, who was sitting in the front row, and then smiled warmly. "Welcome, students, to Yin University. I am Wan Qing, the Dean of the Summoning Academy, and I will be your instructor for the first class today." She paused before earnestly asking, "What is the Abyss?" In the following days, Ning Yi studied various advanced topics in the teaching building in the morning. The essence of the Abyss, the source of human abilities, the ability systems of various countries, research on native beasts of the Abyss, and more were included in his curriculum. In the afternoons, he would appear in the Martial Arts Academy's training room. Zhao Bing would sometimes be there as well. Whenever this 5th-tier senior was present, he would spar with Ning Yi on gun techniques. Both of them had much to learn and draw from each other in this area. In the evenings, Ning Yi would study late into the night until around 10, continuing to browse various advanced knowledge that was usually hard to access from the Yin University Library and the internal network of the Ability Bureau. This routine continued for about a month. During this month, the preliminary and semi-final rounds of the National College Freshman Competition were held in full swing. As top universities, Yin University and Long University did not require their freshmen to participate in the preliminary rounds and could directly advance to the finals. 2 weeks later, in mid-October, The finals began. Ning Yi and the Yin University students boarded a plane, heading straight for the Northern Desert. At the Northern Desert Airport, as soon as Ning Yi got off the plane, he felt the stark difference from Yanjing. The sky was a dull yellow, strong winds howled, and looking into the distance, one could see vast stretches of barren sand dunes. Only a few twisted poplar trees stubbornly stood tall. Apart from that, almost no buildings or large trees were visible. Surrounding the airport were fully armed military ability users, with sentries every few steps, creating an extremely tight defense. Ning Yi had heard that the Blood Secret Society had attempted to infiltrate this airport twice, aiming to disrupt the continuous support from various regions of Yanhan to the Northern Desert. However, both infiltrations were discovered in advance and crushed in the cradle, without causing significant turmoil. At this moment, several teachers approached to welcome them, all from Yin University. They had arrived early in the Northern Desert with Liu Zhenghua and other deans to resist the sudden large-scale beast tide. The leading teacher was none other than Zhao Gang, the director of the admissions office, who was one of the first Yin University teachers to report for support in the Northern Desert. Ning Yi noticed that Zhao Gang had many scars on his body and walked with a slight limp. Clearly, these were injuries sustained from battle. With the healing abilities of treatment-type ability users, most physical injuries could be healed. Yet, Zhao Gang still appeared this way. It was likely due to an attack that struck at the soul level, preventing him from fully recovering in a short time. Zhao Gang smiled and said, "Welcome, welcome. The hotel is ready. All teachers and students, please follow me." The arrival of Yin University's faculty and students quickly drew the attention of another group. "Oh, Director Zhao, I didn't expect us to meet again." Coming briskly was Cheng Feng, the director of the admissions office of Longting University. Zhao Gang smiled slightly. "You all arrived quite quickly. You were almost on our heels. I assume the hotel you're staying at is the same as ours?" The two of them linked arms and walked forward. Ning Yi noticed the figures among the Longting University crowd. Yan Shuizhou, Wu Yanfeng, and other talents were among them. Noticing his gaze, the two of them turned to look at him. Yan Shuizhou's lips moved slightly, smiling faintly. Ning Yi understood his meaning. Those two words were, "Let's battle again." Chapter 71, The Gift of the Ice Phoenix. 6th rank Crystal Core. The night grew deeper. Ning Yi sat on the balcony of his hotel room, wide awake. He gazed towards the north in the night. There stood a majestic mountain range. At the narrow pass of the mountains, a grand fortress loomed. It was the Northern Defense Pass, which blocked the northern beast from moving south. In the darkness, the Northern Defense Pass stood like a silent giant, towering and unyielding. The Kanglan hunting team, where his father belonged, had vanished in the Gobi Desert north of the Northern Defense Pass. Ning Yi was lost in thought. Although he had arrived in the North Desert, with his current strength, he could not investigate the disappearance of Ning Zhan personally. At that moment, the temperature in the air dropped sharply. Frost began to form on the balcony railing at a visible speed. The howling wind stirred up yellow sand. Ning Yi was taken aback and squinted at the sky. A massive shadow slowly appeared. That chilling aura felt particularly familiar. Ning Yi took out the ice vein totem and happily said, "Feng Jiu?" Feng Jiu emitted a low chirp. "Sorry, my nest is too messy. I searched for a long time. This is a gift for you." Saying that, a huge crystal stone fell from the sky, but did not crash onto the balcony. The frost suddenly gathered and effortlessly supported the crystal. Feng Jiu circled for a moment, and then emitted another low chirp. "Remember to help me find the egg thief. I'm off now." In the blink of an eye, the massive shadow vanished without a trace. Ning Yi focused his gaze and found a head-sized, huge ice-blue crystal stone before him. Within it, a faint sound of Phoenix's cry seemed to resonate. He was astonished. The Ice Phoenix Crystal Core. He took out the Ability Bureau watch to scan it. Immediately, a line of text appeared. 6th rank Crystal Core. Ning Yi was greatly surprised. If he guessed correctly, this should be left by a deceased Ice Phoenix. He never expected that Feng Jiu would gift him this Crystal Core. This was definitely a huge surprise for him. After absorbing this Ice Phoenix Crystal Core, the next evolution option for his upgrade would undoubtedly include an option related to the Ice Phoenix. He wasted no time and immediately stored the Crystal Core to begin absorption. Strange, why did the Phoenix appear in the North Desert? Isn't its territory in the southern skies? Zhao Gang looked puzzled. The low temperature when the Phoenix appeared, along with those two low chirps, made it hard for anyone to miss it. Cheng Feng took a sip of beer. Who knows? The Phoenix is still a communicable beast king, but its patterns of action are still difficult for ordinary people to understand. Anyway, it's probably harmless to us. It just flitted back to the south. He chuckled. Rather than worrying about the Phoenix, you should think about how to win tomorrow's team competition. Just because Ning Yi is strong and scores a lot, can he outscore 10 people? If the other students can't keep up, they'll only be a burden to him. Just wait and see. The champions of this year's freshman competition must be us. Long University. Zhao Gang shrugged. That's hard to say. What if they're really that impressive? He said with a half-smile. He created such a miracle during the peak exam. Do you dare to bet he won't do it again in the freshman competition? Chung Feng scoffed. Miracles are miracles precisely because they almost never happen a second time. Zhao Gang laughed strangely. What if it really happens? Chung Feng coldly replied. If that's the case, I'll take your surname. From now on, I'll be called Zhao Feng. Zhao Gang grinned. All right, that's what you said. The next day, the finals of the freshman competition officially commenced. The finals were held at the Mine Valley. This was a gorge located at the southern foothills of the North Desert Mountain Range, where the iron ore had mutated due to the influence of the abyss, significantly increasing its purity. However, it had been completely mined out by the year 20 of the new calendar, and now only some scraps remained, which were difficult to extract. It had long been abandoned. Now, after re-exploration by the Ability Bureau, it was designated as the venue for the finals of the freshman competition. At 7 in the morning, Master Yin and his students arrived at the entrance of the Mine Valley. From a distance, Ning Yi could see the dark interior of the valley. It looked like the gaping maw of a giant beast, waiting for ignorant travelers to venture in. By the time Master Yin and his students arrived, several other teams were already there. The national freshman competition had gone through preliminary and semi-final rounds, with many teams eliminated. Now, only 10 teams remained in the finals, representing 10 different universities. Most were top-tier and first-class institutions. However, there was also a dark horse. It was Donghai University from Handong Province, which was a second-tier institution but had made it to the finals this time. Look over there, Mo Yihuan whispered beside him. Ning Yi looked in that direction and noticed a gaze directed at him. It was a girl with wheat-colored skin, tall stature, and agile posture. It was none other than Zhou Mengrong. In July's peak exam, Ning Yi had taken all her points, and she did not make it into the top 20. In fact, she didn't even make it into the top 50. Her team seemed to be from Longjing Ability University. Longjing Ability University, abbreviated as Longyi University, was considered quite good among first-class institutions. Zhou Mengrong also noticed his gaze and immediately glared back fiercely. Clearly, she was still resentful about the peak exam. Ning Yi smiled faintly, unconcerned. Zhou Mengrong was not even a hurdle in his growth. At most, she was just a small bump. At his current level, even if 10 Zhou Mengrongs came at him together, they would not be his opponents. Ning Yi looked around. A nearly 5-meter-high wall blocked the entrance to the Mine Valley. Fully armed military ability users were patrolling. It was said that a month before the freshman competition, the area around the Mine Valley had been completely cleared, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. Every day, Ability Bureau personnel inspected the situation. Under such tight security, it was almost impossible for any man-made accidents to occur. At that moment, a broadcast sounded. A deep, magnetic voice came through the loudspeakers. Students should already be familiar with the rules, so I want to elaborate. I announced that the National Freshman Competition Finals, lasting 5 days, will now begin. As the voice fell, the students looked excited and rushed into the Mine Valley. Upon entering, the environment changed dramatically. The light dimmed, and it was damp and chilly. A rusty railway stretched forward, with a dilapidated mining cart parked on it, holding some low-purity ores inside. Next to the cart were a few safety helmets and rusty mining tools. El Saishio curiously poked at one, which crumbled into ashes like tofu with ease. Chapter 72. Coordinating the overall situation. Seizing the large mine, Ning Yi glanced around at everyone and said seriously, everyone, there are 2 rules for obtaining points in this final competition. In case anyone is unclear, I'll say them again. First, the time spent occupying the mine. Second, the number of exotic beasts killed. There are many mines in the valley, distributed in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Of course, the iron mines have already been mostly mined out. However, this does not affect the competition. Any team that enters a mine is considered to have started occupying it. The longer the occupation time, the more it is considered as mining iron ore. Conflicts between countries often arise due to resources. To continuously obtain resources, it is essential to occupy them. This rule in the final is a rehearsal for this situation. Mo Yihuan immediately said, Igu, there are only 7 mines in the entire valley, scattered throughout. Among them, there's 1 large mine, 2 medium mines, and 4 small mines. I think we should head straight for the large mine. If we have the energy, we could try to occupy 1 or 2 nearby medium mines. After all, one cannot be greedy. Ning Yi smiled and nodded. What does everyone think? Decisive said, no problem. Zhuo Qingyin said, I agree. Mo Yihuan said, whatever Igu says. I will do. Yin Pengqing said, sounds good. Chao Qingji didn't speak, but nodded firmly. Ning Yi slightly nodded. Okay, since everyone trusts me so much, let's go with my plan. Xin Miaoyu, you are Jade Qi Resonance, with the ability to illuminate. Come to the center of the team and continuously use this ability to light the way ahead. Zhuo Qingyin, you are Tianlying Resonance. You can use sound waves for positioning, so you also come to the center of the team and use your ability to detect nearby exotic beasts. Mo Yihuan and LV Tsaixio, you are Petrified Skin and Nightmare Horse Resonance, respectively, with good defensive abilities. So take positions on the 2 wings of the team to protect us. Yin Pengqing, you are Ghost Pong Resonance. You will move at the back of the team, allowing you to leave the team to kill any exotic beasts that try to follow us, but be careful not to stray too far or too long. Chao Qingji, you can fight both close and far, so join me at the front of the team to clear the way. Move at full speed, bypass all the mines, exotic beasts, and other teams along the way. Our target is the large mine in the middle of the valley. Ning Yi did not pause, finishing all the arrangements in one breath. Everyone looked at him with surprise. They had only known him for a short time, yet he understood them so well. There were no random arrangements, but rather each person's abilities were perfectly matched with their roles in the team. Either Ning Yi had installed cameras on them, or his thinking was extremely quick and his understanding of abilities was very thorough. The former was unlikely, so it was clearly the latter. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but admire Ning even more. Truly deserving of being the national champion. Just this ability to coordinate the overall situation was not something an ordinary person could match. Outside the valley, in the monitoring room, the large screen displayed 100 images, corresponding to 100 students from 10 teams. Kong Yinhe sat at the front, next to a petite girl with a single ponytail, only about 1.50 meters tall. Behind them were the high-ranking officials of the Ability Bureau, the military, and teachers from 10 universities. Director Su, which team do you favor? Kong Yin smiled. The petite girl took a big gulp of her drink and said nonchalantly, of course, I support the team from our MO-based students. Her voice was quite youthful, like a child who isn't fully grown. Upon hearing her, Chung Feng, the director of the admissions office, was startled. Whose child is in our monitoring room? If it weren't for Zhao Gang stopping him, he would have almost lost his composure. This seemingly petite girl was Su Qiu, the director of the Ability Bureau of Mo Bay Province. When she was still in her mother's womb, her city was suddenly infiltrated by abyssal energy, affecting her as well. Although she possessed S-level abilities, she exhibited this rare condition as she grew up. Now in her 30s, her body still appeared to be that of a 13 or 14-year-old, looking quite unthreatening. Kong Yinhe said with a smile, there are 2 students from Mo Bay Province here. One is Yin Pengqing, part of the Yin team, and the other is Su Mingze, part of the Long Yi team. Su Qiu patted her chest, which was as solid as steel, and said happily, of course. I support Su Mingze. He is my nephew. Kong Yinhe smiled. So you're supporting the Long Yi team then? That exotic Beast King crystal core you recently obtained is quite good. How about we make a bet? Before he could finish, Su Qiu interrupted. Stop. I don't want to bet with you, Director Kong. Don't you know your own nickname? Gambling monster. You love to gamble and always win. Su Qiu said discontentedly. I bet with you a few times, and my Dao heart is about to shatter. Kong Yinhe chuckled. That's just my luck. Su Qiu shook her head. No bets. No bets. Kong Yinhe also shook his head, looking quite regretful. But it seemed that he regretted not being able to get the exotic Beast King crystal core from Su Qiu's pocket. At this moment, a girl hurried over. It was Li Ningwan, an operative from the Yanjing City Ability Bureau. She handed a report to Kong Yinhe. Director Kong, this is the energy response report of the valley. Like before, the changes are within the threshold. Kong Yinhe glanced at it and nodded. Continue monitoring. Yes. Li Ningwan nodded and immediately left. A day later, in a large mine in the middle of the valley, Ning Yi and his group arrived first and immediately started to follow Ning Yi's initial arrangements, each performing their roles. Zhuo Qingyin, who understood cooking, began preparing food using the exotic beasts they hunted along the way. They would stay in a valley for 5 days, and this time only provided enough initial food for one meal. If it didn't solve on the spot, they wouldn't last until the 5th day. Smoke began to rise from the cooking. Before long, the team from Yinjing Leihui University also arrived. Seeing that Yin University had taken the lead, they could only sigh helplessly and turn to occupy a nearby medium-sized mine. After a while, another team arrived at the entrance of a large mine. It was the Long University team, consisting of Yin Xuezhou, Wu Yinfeng, and others. The other side was clearly also aiming to occupy this large mine. Wu Yinfeng grinned and immediately wanted to take action. Ning Yi smiled and said, "You want to go all out right now? Look around you. If our two teams suffer heavy losses, the outcome may not be good. If both Yin University and Long University fail to secure a top 3 position, the news will spread and we will lose face." Wu Yinfeng was taken aback and looked around. He indeed noticed several sneaky figures, all students from other teams. He suddenly realized and awkwardly scratched his head. Everyone wanted to occupy the large mine. If these two strongest teams suffered injuries, it was very likely that the large mine would be snatched by other teams. By then, it would be too late to cry. Yin Xuezhou pressed down on Wu Yinfeng's shoulder, stepped forward, and asked, "Ning Yi, it seems you already have a plan?" Ning Yi smiled. "Let's have 3 from each side compete. The winner occupies the mine, and the loser cannot attack this mine for at least a day. What do you think?" Chapter 73. The True Dragon Ancient Sword. A complete victory over Yin Xuezhou. Upon hearing this, Yin Xuezhou nodded in understanding. "All right, I agree. I heard you've already advanced to the 3rd level. Wu Yinfeng and I have also reached the 3rd level." He said confidently, "You might not necessarily have the advantage." Ning Yi smiled and nodded. "Then let's wait and see." Moments later, the 3 from each side stepped onto the stage. Long Dafa sent out Yin Xuezhou, Wu Yinfeng, and Zheng Yuantao. Yin Xuezhou possesses the S-level variant ability, Resonance of the Xianbing Cold Flood Dragon. Wu Yinfeng has the A-level elemental ability, Indestructible True Flame. Zheng Yuantao has the B-level elemental ability, Thunderstrike. Yin Dafa sent out Ning Yi, Chao Qingji, and Yin Pengcheng. All are the strongest from both sides. Both sides had predicted who would come out. Watching from the sidelines, a student from Yinjing Martial Arts University volunteered to act as the referee. Ning Yi looked at the 2 beside him. "Who will you each deal with?" Yin Pengcheng rubbed his wrist and chuckled. "I'm familiar with Wu Yinfeng. I'll take him on." Chao Qingji didn't speak, drawing the death blade and pointing it at Yin Xuezhou. Ning Yi smiled and held her blade, pointing at Zheng Yuantao. "Leave the one with ice to me." Chao Qingji hesitated for a moment, but nodded. "Prepare, 3, 2, 1, start." With the call to start, both sides immediately took action. Zheng Yuantao conjured a metallic staff in his palm and raised it to quickly gather a ball of thunderous light. Chao Qingji lightly stepped forward, her body floating like a falling leaf for several meters. With the death blade in her left hand and the life-devouring blade in her right, she charged at the adept who was huddled in the back. Wu Yinfeng grinned, his arms and legs engulfed in flames, his speed surging as he rushed toward Chao Qingji. "Your opponent is me." However, Yin Pengcheng was even faster, making a swift advance, with 2 glimmering short swords appearing on the back of his hands, aimed at Wu Yinfeng's vital points, forcing Wu Yinfeng to slow down. Yet, awkwardly, compared to his muscular arms, the 2 short swords seemed pitifully small. On the other side, Ning Yi faced Yin Xuezhou as they slowly approached each other. "During the peak exam, we didn't have the chance to fight. Now I hope you can go all out." Yin Xuezhou, the most outstanding genius of the Yin family in Yin Jing's younger generation, spoke with confidence. Ning Yi smiled. "I hope you can withstand it." In the next moment, Yin Xuezhou drew a sword from thin air. The sword appeared to be forged from cold iron, with dragon scales embedded in the hilt, exuding an aura of antiquity and grandeur, as if it were the king of all weapons. With one swing, all weapons would submit. However, its surface was covered with many blemishes and even rust. Ning Yi recognized this sword. It was the golden, specialized weapon, True Dragon Ancient Sword. It was said that beneath its ancient and modeled exterior lies an even more powerful essence. However, those who had awakened the True Dragon Ancient Sword as their specialized weapon previously had failed to awaken its essence. This True Dragon Ancient Sword was awakened by Yin Xuezhou when he advanced to the 1st level. Moreover, it was the only golden specialized weapon he had displayed so far. This person must have more golden specialized weapons in hand. At least one more, possibly even two. Yan Shuizhou's ability, Resonance of the Xianbing Cold Flood Dragon, was also noteworthy. Cold Flood Resonance is only a level similar to Shun Miaoyu's Jade Qi Resonance, both belonging to the dragon category. However, within the Cold Flood, there exists a rare variant known as the Xianbing Cold Flood Dragon, which is larger and colder. It is precisely because of this unprecedented Xianbing Cold Flood Resonance that it has been rated as S level. As he gazed at the straight sword coming at him, Ning Yi immediately drew his spear. The Frost Soul Cold Spear shot through the air, faster and colder. Clang! The spear and sword collided mid-air. The piercing sound of metal resonated, momentarily freezing the movements of the four around them. Thud, thud, thud. Yan Shuizhou was forced back several steps before halting. Deep footprints appeared on the ground. In contrast, Ning Yi remained unmoved, standing firm like a towering pine tree. Yan Shuizhou focused and noticed the true dragon ancient sword quivering as if it had encountered a formidable opponent, unable to hide his joy. Your strength is greater than before. A visibly happy expression appeared on his face. Ning Yi, I only have this one golden specialized weapon. This is all my strength. Watch this sword closely. Yan Shuizhou laughed heartily, unleashing all the energy within him. In the next moment, horns appeared on his head, dragon scales emerged at his temples, and his hands transformed into dragon claws. Although not very pronounced, all the onlookers could see it clearly. Wow, Yan Shuizhou is truly impressive. A genius cultivated with all efforts by a great family. He just advanced to the 3rd level not long ago, and he can already partially alter his physique. Partial bodily alteration is a sign of advancing to the 5th level. He can do this at just the 3rd level. Yeah, I've heard that if one advances to the 6th level, they can easily control any part of their body's alteration, even switch between human and altered forms to adapt to different environments. Wait a minute, what did Yan Shuizhou just say about only having this one specialized weapon? Does that mean his 2nd and 3rd level weapons were also the true dragon ancient sword? Very likely. This isn't an ordinary true dragon ancient sword, but a true dragon ancient sword too. The onlooking students exclaimed in amazement. A tall figure stood at a distance, quietly observing the scene. It was Zhou Mengrong. She bit her lip, her expression complex. Ning Yi, can you withstand this sword? After all, you are the one who defeated me. You want to be unable to withstand even this sword, right? Facing the overwhelming aura of this sword, Ning Yi did not boast. Ice armor and indestructible frost armor immediately manifested, covering his entire body inch by inch. The Frost Soul Cold Spear he held tightly was also aimed at the descending true dragon ancient sword. In the next moment, spear tip met sword tip again. Clang! The true dragon ancient sword clattered to the ground. Boom! Yan Shuizhou was sent flying, his body reverting from the partially altered state. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet, Ning Yi still stood in place, not retreating half a step under the might of this sword. Yan Shuizhou forced a bitter smile. You, my friend, are a bit too strong. After saying this, he spat out another mouthful of blood, mixed with ice shards, his vision darkening as he fainted. The surrounding students were left in shock, their mouths agape. Wow, a complete victory. Is Ning Yi's strength really that terrifying? Am I dreaming? Yan Shuizhou, using all his means, was so easily defeated by Ning Yi. Let me pinch my thigh to check. Ouch. Why are you pinching my thigh? Ning Yi shrugged. That's a true dragon ancient sword too. Mine isn't bad either. Just a Frost Soul Cold Spear 9. He stepped forward, crouched down, and placed a cloud of icy mist on Yan Shuizhou's chest. Before long, Yan Shuizhou slowly regained consciousness. Seeing this, he exclaimed, You can even heal? Ning Yi smiled. You can't expect to fight without being able to heal yourself. He pointed at the fallen specialized weapon. But your true dragon ancient sword seems to have undergone some unexpected changes. Yan Shuizhou glanced over and showed a delighted expression. The mottled and rusty true dragon ancient sword now had cracks on its surface, revealing the golden essence beneath. I didn't expect that after this clash. It would inadvertently help the true dragon ancient sword evolve. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the true dragon ancient sword could advance further. Thank you. Yan Shuizhou showed a sincere smile. Ning Yi smiled back. No problem. He looked at the other four. Have you all reached a conclusion? Yes. We already have. Zheng Yuantao looked at the black knife across his neck, feeling like crying, but with no tears. Brother E, can you ask her to put the knife down? I'm still so young, I don't want to die yet. Chapter 74, Abyssal Erosion. The competition is terminated. Chao Qingji saw Zheng Yuantao moving restlessly, and a deadly magic knife pressed closer to his neck by another inch. Blood marks were about to appear. Zheng Yuantao was on the verge of tears. He had never seen such a ruthless woman in his life. We, Long University and Yin University, are considered brother institutions. Is this how you treat your classmates? Ning Yi smiled and said, Qingji, let him go. Chao Qingji nodded and casually kicked Zheng Yuantao in the chest, sending him flying. Then she held the black knife upside down, looking toward Wu Yanfeng. Wu Yanfeng raised both hands and helplessly said, Stop, stop. I surrender. I can barely handle old Yin. But with both of you together, I'm really not your match. He looked at Yin Shuizhou, shrugged in resignation, and said, Let's go occupy another mining site. Yin Shuizhou responded with an MM and turned to leave. The team from Long University immediately followed without hesitation. The other universities could only sigh and retreat, realizing they could only fish in troubled waters amid the mutual injuries of Yin University and Long University. The three-person competition proposed by Ning Yi had greatly reduced this possibility. Now, the Yin University team was still unscathed. There was even less chance for them. Ning Yi watched the figures of Yin Shuizhou and the others leaving and couldn't help but admire. Yin Shuizhou clearly possessed strong prestige among the students of Long University. Coupled with the awakening of the true dragon ancient sword in today's battle, it was evident she could go further in the future. Mui Yuan, El Kixu, Zhu Kanjia, and others rushed over, their expressions a mix of excitement and surprise. Iga, you're too fierce. You completely defeated Yin Shuizhou without a scratch. Yeah, that was Yin Shuizhou, the strongest of the younger generation of the Yin family. Hee, no one dares to compete with us for this large mining site. It seems our championship is secure. Ning Yi smiled, don't be complacent. Starting tomorrow, the alien beasts will attack the mining site in succession. If we suffer heavy losses under their assault, we will also attract the covetous eyes of other teams. The mining site had pheromone devices installed to attract alien beasts. These would automatically activate starting the next day. The pheromones released by the large mining site would be more potent compared to medium and small mining sites, naturally attracting more alien beasts. This was intended to simulate the situation of occupying a resource point and being besieged, as large resource points would naturally attract more covetous attention. In the monitoring room, wow, this guy Ning Yi is so powerful. Director Kong, I finally understand what one Rinjin meant when he called me last time to complain about Old Bai. Seeing Ning Yi defeat Yin Shuizhou with a single shot, Su Qiue stood up in shock. During the peak exam, Old Wan and Old Bai bet, and he lost 20 pounds of Thunder Dragon blood and complained to me about it. He said Old Bai was shameless, clearly knowing Ning Yi was strong, yet pretended not to know and acted innocent. Kong Yin chuckled. Old Bai has lost to Old Wan many times. It's only right he wins one back. Su Qiue sat back down, took a big gulp of soda, and sighed, looks like the championship is theirs. There's no doubt about it. It's a pity my nephew Su Mingze is really disappointing. The other teachers in the monitoring room began to whisper among themselves. Some congratulated Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang looked at Cheng Feng with a smile and said, Teacher Cheng, what do you think? Oh no, I should call you Teacher Zhao from now on. Cheng Feng's face darkened, and he was too angry to speak for a moment. It's not that Yin Shuizhou is incompetent. It's that Ning Yi is too strong. At this moment, Li Ningwan hurried over, her face serious. Director Kong, we've detected extremely strong energy fluctuations in the northern desert. At least one alien beast king has emerged. Su Qiu exclaimed, What? We just took down one, and another one comes? I've never seen so many alien beast kings before. Kong Yin calmly replied, According to our intelligence, the Secret Blood Society has mastered the mutated magic potion. It seems they have developed a method to mass mutate 7th-tier alien beasts into 8th-tier alien beast kings. Su Qiue's face grew grave. I'm going to Northern Town Pass right now. Director Kong, you're not good at fighting, so stay here. Kong Yin was aware of his situation and nodded. Su Bureau, be careful. Su Qiue nodded and quickly left with a large group of teachers. In the monitoring room, only a few people remained. Moments later, the ground suddenly trembled slightly, and stones fell from the high peaks of the northern desert, causing a commotion. Gong Yinfoned and the remaining teachers, including Zhao Gang and Cheng Feng, were equally astonished. It seems to be coming from the Northern Town Pass, Zhao Gang whispered. 10 minutes later, Ning Yi rushed in with another report. Director Kong, this is the new energy detection report from the mining valley. The energy fluctuations are rising and have reached the threshold. Just 10 minutes ago, the energy surged significantly again. Look, Kong Yin frowned slightly, closed his eyes to think for a moment, and asked, what alien beast king has emerged in the northern desert? The earthquake rock dragon. The tremor just now was caused by its full-force impact on the northern town pass, and there are noticeable tremors throughout the northern desert. Kong Yin continued, how is the observation point situation? Ning Yi replied seriously. Of the 108 observation points set up at the top of the northern desert mountains, 35 have lost communication, 20 have been restored, and 15 are still unresponsive. The specific situation is unclear. Kong Yin thought for a few seconds and then ordered in a deep voice, immediately terminate the new student competition and evacuate all students, quickly. Ning Yi was startled, but immediately executed the order. Yes. A large number of military superpowers, who had been waiting outside the mining valley, immediately rushed in. However, only a dozen superpowers had just entered when the ground began to shake violently. Subsequently, cracks appeared and rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding walls collapsed, and debris flew everywhere. Moreover, beams of purple light surged from the underground cracks. In places illuminated by the purple light, everything was rapidly undergoing transformation. Cacti suddenly shot out massive spikes, attacking nearby crowds. The roots of the poplar trees flew out of the soil, rushing into the crowd like pythons. Several military superpowers who accidentally got hit by the purple light instantly stiffened, collapsing to the ground and convulsing, as if rapid and unimaginable mutations were occurring within them. Kong Yin quickly exited the monitoring room, and upon seeing this scene, his expression changed drastically. All superpowers immediately evacuate the mining valley. This is abyssal erosion. Abyssal erosion. This phenomenon only occurred between the first year and the 10th year of the new era. At that time, the abyss had just descended, and everything was extremely unstable. Any place could be illuminated by the purple light representing the abyss. Once hit, whether human or object, unimaginable mutations would occur. Even the land began to swell and crack, and the entire Blue Stars area expanded several times out of thin air. Chapter 75, Rescue Mission. The hunting team moves out. Most people could not withstand this transformation, their bodies dying tragically in non-human forms. However, a fortunate few awakened the abilities hidden within their bodies. These are the superpowers. Thus, they soared to new heights. The first batch of superpowered individuals and mutated beasts from various countries emerged at that time. 10 years into the new calendar, Blue Star gradually stabilized. The abyssal light had not directly appeared again. Unexpectedly, today it appeared right under their noses. The mining valley happened to be within the range illuminated by the abyssal light. Chung Feng exclaimed, Director Kong, the cameras have lost the feed. Kong Yin replied solemnly, under the influence of the abyssal aura, the light will be distorted. Our optical knowledge from memory cannot be applied, and the cameras cannot capture normal footage. Zhao Gang became anxious. What about the students inside? Kong Yin said in a deep voice, superpowered individuals of level 4 and above, with some protective measures, can operate normally in areas eroded by the abyss. Then I can go in. Zhao Gang immediately responded. Teacher Zhao, please don't be anxious, Kong Yin said seriously. Even within the abyss-eroded areas, there are some relatively safe places. Those students who made it to the finals are not fools. They will definitely move towards safety upon noticing the situation. But we still need people to go in and help, Zhao Gang urged. However, most of the superpowered individuals have already gone to the North Town Pass. Kong Yin immediately said, Ning Yi, issue a mission to the hunting team, asking them to enter the mining valley to rescue the students. The Superpower Bureau will provide abyss-resistant gear and medicines for free. Each successful rescue of a student will earn 3,000 units of superpower crystals. Yes, Ning Yi nodded firmly. Headquarters of the Hunting Team Association. As an organization that emerged in the Northern Desert, the headquarters of the Hunting Team Association is located in the Northern Desert, not far from the North Town Pass. The hunting team does not belong to the Superpower Bureau or the military. It exists as a civilian force. The official request from Yanhan is a commission, and the hunting team charges a fee for their services. This time, with the reappearance of an 8th-level mutated beast king in the Northern Desert. Many hunting teams have responded to the call and rush to the North Town Pass to confront the enemy. However, some teams remain at their bases due to damage, recovery, and supply issues. After the Superpower Bureau issued this commission, it was immediately distributed to the leaders of major hunting teams through the Hunting Team Association. At the location of the demon-slaying hunting team, several superpowered individuals were playing cards after their meal. A bald uncle was playing with his daughter. A young man in black stood in the corner, exposing his upper body, slowly wiping his battle uniform. A hurried young officer from the Superpower Bureau with a single ponytail rushed in. After explaining the situation in the mining valley, he quickly asked, "Members of the demon-slaying hunting team, can you please go to the mining valley to rescue the students in danger? You will receive 3,000 units of superpower crystals for each successful rescue." Upon hearing this, the card players immediately shook their heads. Abyssal erosion? That's not something that abyss-resistant gear and medicine can block. If something breaks, our lives are at stake. How can we save anyone? Yeah, even if we go 3,000 units of superpower crystals is too little. I think 5,000 would be more reasonable. The ponytail officer quickly explained. The current abyss-resistant gear is vastly different from that of the new calendar year to year 10. It can block 99 of abyssal erosion. Coupled with the medicine that resists abyssal erosion, superpowered individuals of level 4 and above will be virtually unaffected. After this statement, the others still shook their heads repeatedly, deeming it too risky. No, you can find someone else. The ponytail officer looked anxious and turned to the bald man. "Sir, are you willing to?" The bald man smiled and nodded. "Count me in, Tian Zaiwu, level 46. Beside him, his 7-year-old daughter tugged at his pants. "Daddy, don't go, it's dangerous." The bald man patted her little head. "Daddy was once a student too. Although not a university student, I was saved once. Because I've been rained on before. I want to hold an umbrella for someone else. Stay here, and I'll bring you something delicious when I return." The little girl nodded, somewhat understanding. The ponytail officer showed gratitude. "Thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to sign up?" The young man in black, who was wiping his battle uniform, suddenly asked. "I remember someone named Ning Yi. Is he also in the mining valley for the finals?" The ponytail officer nodded repeatedly, "Yes. Ning Yi is a Yin University student and is trapped inside." The young man in black put on his freshly clean battle uniform and said calmly, "Shinzayuan, level 41. Where do we pick up the equipment and medicine?" The ponytail officer excitedly said, "I will take you to get it." Tian Zaiwu laughed. "Xiao Chun, don't you look down on those university students? You always say they're greenhouse flowers, weaklings in ivory towers. Every time we bring university students, you always make things difficult for them. Why do you want to go save them this time?" Chen Ziyuan smiled faintly. "I met someone after participating in the youth martial arts tournament, and he changed my impression a bit." Tian Zaiwu raised an eyebrow. "Is it that Ning Yi? I remember he broke the historical record for the national top scholar." Chen Ziyuan nodded. "Yes, it's him. I promised to fight again in the northern desert. Since I know he is in danger, I cannot just watch him die in there." Tian Zaiwu gave a thumbs up. "Good lad." He looked at the ponytail officer. "What do we call you?" "Li Ningwan." "All right, Li girl, I Lao Tian still have some connections. Let us find more people in other hunting teams." "Okay, thank you." After they left, the card players shook their heads. What are they saving? That abyssal erosion. By the time they get there, those students will surely be dead inside. My grandfather experienced abyssal erosion firsthand back in the day. It was horrific. My dad said there wasn't even a human shape left. It was scarier than nuclear radiation. Yeah, going in would be a thankless task. We might end up sacrificing ourselves. I don't believe that gear and medicine can block abyssal erosion. Not going. Whoever wants to go can go. That Lao Tian guy really has water in his brain, and that Xiao Chun, with such great abilities, seems to be throwing his bright future away in there. An elderly man with gray hair, tall and robust, walked out of the tent, his entire right arm and most of his right chest wrapped in bandages. Even with the help of healing-type superpowered individuals, he still could not heal quickly, indicating the severity of his injuries. He said coldly, "If you don't want to go, no one is forcing you. But don't disparage those who are willing to go." The few people were startled and quickly stood up, lowering their heads in shame. "Yes, you're right, Captain." The captain strode out of the base. The others looked confused. "Captain, where are you going?" "Mining Valley, to save people." Only a calm voice remained in the air. Chapter 76. Withdraw from the erosion zone. Head to the depths of the mine valley. In a mine valley, at a large mining site, Ning Yi and others were gathered around a makeshift barbecue rack, enjoying the freshly prepared roasted meat. In the valley, There was a type of exotic beast called the armored pig, which was highly aggressive and had hard iron armor on its head and back. If one had never seen it before, it would be easy to be knocked over by the armored pig. However, this exotic beast had very delicious meat. Earlier that morning, Ning Yi and the others had repelled an attack from these beasts, including several armored pigs. Now, they had become a wonderful lunch on the barbecue rack. The remaining raw meat was frozen by Ning Yi using ice blocks for later consumption, as the finals had just reached the second day, leaving 3 full days ahead. However, just as they had taken a few bites, they felt the ground shaking violently, and rocks were continuously falling from the cliffs on both sides. The walls of the mining site, which were originally very sturdy, suddenly developed several fine cracks at the base due to the violent shaking, which began to spread. Everyone looked shocked, not understanding what was happening. Ning Yi suddenly noticed that the ground not far outside the mining site had cracked open, emitting a piercing purple light. Under the illumination of the purple light, the rocks turned dense and black. Weeds growing in the crevices began to grow rapidly, their long leaves sharp like blades. An armored pig that failed to escape was hit by the purple light and immediately let out a shrill scream. Its body twisted like a crab in a hot pot, crashing into the surroundings, causing dirt and stones to fall, making a dull sound. In the blink of an eye, the armored pig, which was only over 2 meters long, had actually expanded to over 4 meters long and more than 2 meters high. Its iron armor spread from its head and back to its entire body. Huge tusks protruded from its mouth, curving upwards and extremely sharp. It widened its blood-red eyes, staring intently at the large mining site where Ning Yi and the others were, and charged over fiercely. Shen Miaoyu's palm revealed jade-colored scales, and the jade light immediately shone towards the armored pig. The armored pig often moved in dim environments, with very small eyes, and was extremely afraid of bright light. However, this time, when she used jade light to illuminate the armored pig, the beast showed no fear at all. Instead, its eyes became even more bloodthirsty and terrifying as it quickened its pace towards the mining site. There's another exotic beast being illuminated by the purple light charging towards the mining site from the north. Montauk Yuan exclaimed. There's one coming from the east as well. El Saishio added, even more shocked. Ning Yi's expression grew serious. The purple light was a sign of abyssal breath, which had appeared multiple times between the New Era Year 1 and Year 10. The internal network of the Ability Bureau had a lot of information about it, and he recognized it at a glance because he had browsed through it in his spare time. Mo Yihuan, El Saishio, and the others were all shocked. Abyssal breath. It hadn't appeared for decades, at least a generation. Now, they were encountering it, and it happened to occur in the finals of the newcomer competition. Ning Yi remained very calm. Zhuo Qingyin climbed to a high place and observed the nearby situation. See where else there is purple light and map it all out. Shen Miaoyu, you 3 are responsible for the east gate. Yin Pengsheng, you 3 are responsible for the west gate. Chao Qingji, you 2 are responsible for the south gate. The north gate is up to me. After we repel these exotic beasts, we will immediately withdraw from this large mining site and head to a smaller mining site. Yes, Ning Yi said without hesitation, quickly covering himself with 2 layers of defense, ice armor and indestructible frost armor. A frost lance appeared in his right hand, ready to face the crazily mutated armored pig. 10 frost soul wolves also appeared beside him, guarding the group under the leadership of the Wolf King. With a puff, the ice lance pierced through the iron armor without obstruction and stabbed into the pig's skull. He suddenly twisted it, instantly turning the armored pig's apple-sized brain into a pile of applesauce. The massive body of the armored pig still charged forward with inertia. Ning Yi sidestepped, and the cold air surged into the lance, then rushed into the armored pig's body. It erupted suddenly. In an instant, it froze the armored pig in place, turning it into an ice sculpture. At this moment, more crazed exotic beasts, tainted by the erosion breath, were charging towards the large mining site. The pheromone devices here were still functioning, continuously attracting the beasts. In their frenzied state, they lost all rationality and pain, knowing only to charge towards the mining site and destroy everything. Ning Yi stood guard at the north gate, with 1 person and 1 lance. He faced all the exotic beasts. Whenever the lance struck down, an exotic beast would die, and the next moment, it would be turned into an ice sculpture standing in place. In just a short while, the ground in front of Ning Yi was filled with ice sculptures. He didn't even take a breath. For beasts below level 40, no matter how many there were, he could kill them with a single strike. Moreover, Because his ability evolution options were numerous, many of them reduced ability consumption. Even if he stood there and fought all day, the consumption would not surpass his natural recovery. In contrast, the others had a much harder time dealing with these beasts. They had to use every bit of energy effectively, without any waste. Occasionally, this would result in an exotic beast breaking through the defense and nearly rushing inside. At such times, the agile frost soul wolves played their role. They acted like firefighters, rushing to wherever an accident was likely to happen. For half an hour, the exotic beasts charging towards the mining site were completely defeated. Yet, none of the group suffered any injuries. Ego, here's a rough map. There are a lot of purple lights. The nearby mining sites have problems, and the purple light is still spreading. Retreating towards the entrance of the mine valley might be safer, Zhuo Qingyin said quickly. Ning Yi's gaze swiftly swept over the simple map and suddenly pointed to a mining site in the southeast. Retreat to this small mining site. Everyone followed. Hurry. Although the others had doubts in their hearts, they didn't question him immediately. After all, Ning Yi had already demonstrated through his actions that trusting him was the right choice. According to the previous action pattern, everyone immediately charged out of the large mining site. On the ground, many dead exotic beasts could be seen. Many of them had twisted bodies and gruesome deaths. They clearly couldn't withstand the baptism of the erosion breath. At that moment, a dark yellow figure suddenly pounced from the left. Ning Yi focused his gaze and saw that it was a male student whose body had mostly transformed into that of a lizard. At this moment, his eyes were blood red. Having completely lost his sanity, he had evidently also fallen victim to the purple light's erosion. Ning Yi was about to take action when a huge rock fell from the side, smashing this male student away. His body twitched once and then fell still, clearly lifeless. Ning Yi sighed inwardly and said in a deep voice, "Stay close. Avoid the purple light." Under his leadership, the group advanced quickly, swiftly bypassing those dangerous areas. The scenes they encountered along the way were all ones of destruction. Buildings cracked and collapsed. Exotic beasts fought madly until death. And some unfortunate students lay dead by the roadside. Fortunately, the Yin University team remained calm under Ning Yi's leadership, avoiding any mishaps. Eventually, they reached the small mining site chosen by Ning Yi. This small mining site was located deep in a mine valley, and the ground here was visibly more stable. Even though there was purple light, the glow was not as piercing. Everyone was still shaken, gasping for breath. Ning Yi looked around at everyone and said solemnly, "The abyssal erosion is spreading from the direction of the North Town Pass. There are definitely more cracks at the entrance. If we retreat in that direction, we will likely find ourselves in a difficult situation. This place is not in the erosion zone, so the situation will be slightly better. However, the duration of the abyssal erosion can vary, and it may even spread to nearby areas. So we cannot stay here waiting for rescue. We must save ourselves." Chapter 77, Abandoned Mine Tunnel. Unexpected at the mountain top. In the mine, everyone surrounded Ning Yi in the center, their expressions filled with admiration. Upon hearing Ning Yi's words, the others nodded without hesitation. "Brother Yi, we all listen to you." Mo Huan was the first to speak up. The others followed suit, nodding in agreement. Ning Yi had already demonstrated through his actions that listening to him was the right choice. In the earlier situation, if it weren't for Ning Yi's calm analysis and leading the team, at least a few of them would have perished. The remaining members would certainly have been injured. Now, however, they were all safe, with the worst injury being a scraped elbow from running too fast and brushing against a rock wall. Ning Yi smiled slightly, pointing to a nearby, sealed wall. The mine valley had many paths, not just the ones they could see, and several tunnels have been sealed over time. "There's one right here?" Yin Pengsheng exclaimed in surprise. Ning Yi nodded with a smile. "Yes, we should be able to leave the mine valley through this tunnel. But it's been sealed for many years, so who knows what's inside." They split into two groups, with a half-hour limit. One group would rest while the other would work to open the sealed tunnel. "All right." Everyone immediately nodded. Zhuo Qingyin couldn't help but ask Brother Yi, "How do you know so much?" The others looked at him curiously as well. Ning Yi shrugged before the competition. "I happened to look at the design plans for the mine valley and learned about the tunnels that have been sealed over the years. If you prepare thoroughly, you won't be caught off guard in case of unexpected situations." Everyone couldn't help but show admiration. Ning Yi likte coquette. Low emotional intelligence, afraid of death. High emotional intelligence. Prepare thoroughly to avoid being caught off guard. Since he already knew that he had been targeted by the Blood Secret Society, he had to be fully prepared for anything. He had researched a lot of information about the mine valley in advance, including the tunnels that had been mined over the years. He didn't expect it would actually come in handy. At the entrance of the mine valley, large, hard rocks crumbled into sand, allowing light to shine back into the mine. A group of empowered individuals in thick protective gear rushed in, including Tian Zaiwu and Chen Ziyuan. Where should we go to rescue people first? Tian Zaiwu shouted. Chen Ziyuan replied seriously, the students should be in various mines. Let's head towards the mines. At that moment, a wind blast suddenly struck, hitting Tian Zaiwu directly. As he stood up, ready to curse, he suddenly saw a thick purple light erupting from the spot he had just occupied. If he had still been standing there, even with protective gear, he would likely have been corroded. A middle-aged man said solemnly, "Be careful. There's a lot of corrosive aura at the entrance of the mine valley. Don't get too close. Otherwise, you might get corroded even with protective gear." Tian Zaiwu showed gratitude. "Thank you. What's your name?" "Shougong. Let's go save people." Just then, a commotion broke out ahead. Zhao Gang and the others rushed forward. Upon closer inspection, they saw Yin Shuezhou and others taking cover behind a low wall, fighting off crazed beasts. Among the beasts, there were even 2 deranged students whose bodies had mutated and twisted beyond recognition. Zhao Gang and the others charged in. The rescuers were at least 4th-tier empowered individuals, with several 5th-tier among them. Their first strike was naturally lethal. In no time, they had resolved the encirclement around Yin Shuezhou and the others. "Thank you." Yin Shuezhou sighed in relief. "Where are Ning Yi and the others?" Zhao Gang immediately asked. Wu Yinfeng shouted. "They occupied the large mine at the center of the valley, but haven't come to the entrance." "Not at the entrance?" Zhao Gang looked puzzled. "If they're not heading to the entrance of the mine valley, where are they going?" "The entrance is the exit. Are they going deeper into the mine valley? Isn't that seeking death?" Just then, the rescuers behind them suddenly screamed. "The ground is cracking. Lots of purple light. Run." Everyone looked towards the sound, horrified to see the ground they had just crossed filled with cracks. Wave after wave of faint purple light surged forth. Zhao Gang and the others felt their scalps go numb and hurriedly moved deeper into the mine valley. Bang! The rock shattered, and the air filled with a decaying odor mixed with stone dust. Mo Yihuan coughed a few times, looking at the dark tunnel ahead with excitement. "It's opened. It's opened." Ning Yi was just about to face the incoming beasts alongside Chao Qing. Upon hearing her, he immediately said in a deep voice, "Retreat into the tunnel according to the previous formation." Everyone seemed to have practiced this many times and quickly changed their formation, rushing into the tunnel. Ning Yi stayed at the back. After they all entered the tunnel, more than 20 ice spears shot out, pinning the beasts at the front to the ground. Then he also rushed into the tunnel. The tunnel was long and dark, filled with a decaying, stale odor. Occasionally, a few gold-eating rats would pop out. Shen Miaoyu stood at the center of the group, her palm radiating jade light to illuminate the surroundings. Under Ning Yi's lead, everyone moved quickly. After running for 30 minutes straight, they finally stopped to catch their breath. "There's no more purple light here. It seems we've already exited the mine valley," Lu Kaixio said happily. "If we keep going, where'll we end up?" Zhuo Qingyin asked. Ning Yi pondered for a moment, tracing an imaginary line with his finger that curved upward, finally stopping at the highest point. "We will eventually reach the mountaintop. At the summit of the Mo Bay Mountain Range, there are many observation points established by various empowered agencies and military forces, with 2 empowered individuals stationed there for day and night shifts. As long as we can find the observation point, we will truly be free," he smiled. Everyone felt invigorated upon hearing this. After a short rest, they quickened their pace. At the summit of the Mo Bay Mountain Range stood an observation station over 6 meters tall, constructed entirely of steel. Its exterior was painted white and labeled 45. The battle below indeed required manpower, but the summit needed meticulous monitoring, because there were always some beasts that could traverse the mountains and harass the residents on the southern slope. The Mo Bay Mountain Range stretched nearly 4,000 kilometers, with an observation station set up every so often. Each station had 2 empowered individuals affiliated with the Yanhan government. However, the 2 military-empowered individuals stationed at this observation point had now fallen in a pool of blood. One of them had almost reached the alarm, but ultimately failed to report this crucial information. 2 empowered individuals from the Blood Secret Society, one in blue and one in black, were busily setting up inside the observation station. A young man in a loose trench coat sat back in a chair, casually snapping his fingers. The two empowered individuals setting up dared not get too close, seemingly fearful of him. Besides the three of them, a bearded man was reporting into a walkie-talkie at his collar. Director Zhang, we've taken down Observation Station 45. A calm voice came through the walkie-talkie. Received. Stand by and wait for orders. Received. How's the other group? They haven't reported back yet. The bearded man chuckled. Looks like our group is the best. All right, stop talking nonsense on the public channel and wait for orders. Yes, yes, yes. The bearded man then turned off the walkie-talkie. Chapter 78, A Level Ability, Bone Nightmare, Commander Resonance. After a moment, the two ability users were setting up stood up. Boss, it's ready. The bearded man nodded with a smile. Great. Elder Zhang said that if this mission goes smoothly, each of us can be promoted. He looked at the other person. Your child is almost 16, and with this contribution, you can ask the elder to personally bestow blessings, and at least awaken an A-level ability. The other person smiled broadly. The blue-clothed ability user pointed at the objects and couldn't help but ask, Boss, what are these things for? They had set up two huge spheres, their surfaces tightly covered with iron shells. From the outside, it was impossible to tell what was inside. The bearded man scratched his head. I don't know either. He looked at the young man with his legs crossed and asked with a smile, Bai Ming, you're the one responsible for activating these things. Can you tell us what's inside? The young man glanced at them and smiled faintly. This is not something you should know. Don't ask too much about what you shouldn't. He added, before we set off, Elder Zhang has already promoted me to steward. Please call me Steward Bai. The bearded man's eyes flashed with anger, but he could only awkwardly smile and lower his head. Yes, yes, Steward Bai, you're right. Bai Ming was now a fourth-tier ability user, and his abilities were impressive, earning him the respect of his superiors. Previously, they were all at the same level as senior members. Now that he was a steward, he dared not offend him. As for their common superior, it was Elder Zhang, who was in the intercom. His full name was Zhang Bai Wei, a powerful senior steward and a trusted aide of Elder Stone King. Steward Bai, when do we have to wait? The bearded man asked. This is something we can always ask, right? The other two ordinary members also looked at Bai Ming, curious. Bai Ming pointed to the sky with a half-smile. Wait for the rain. The bearded man was taken aback. Rain? It's rare to have rain in this season. Bai Ming stood up and looked at the cloudless sky, smiling. Within an hour, the northern desert will experience an unprecedented heavy rain. At that time, these two spheres will play a huge role. The bearded man and the others nodded, half believing. Bang! At that moment, the several dog-headed vultures tied outside suddenly made strange noises. Bai Ming frowned. You two go take a look if they're hungry. Feed them some meat. The blue-clothed and black-clothed members nodded, picking up the prepared jerky, and walked outside together. The bearded man smiled casually. They're probably hungry. The dog-headed vultures tamed by the elder have one problem. They eat too much. Dog-headed vultures are beasts that can soar over the towering northern desert mountains and can carry heavy loads with good endurance. After being injected with mutated magic drugs, their abilities have improved in various aspects, and they are easier to tame. These tamed dog-headed vultures were also the reason why they could launch a surprise attack from the northern foothills of the mountains. In fact, even they only learned about this trump card before executing the action. Bai Ming casually nodded, ignoring him. The bearded man awkwardly smiled and fell silent. The unpleasant cries of the dog-headed vultures continued. After a while, Bai Ming suddenly frowned. Why are they still calling? Aren't they back yet? He stood up and said, Let's go out and take a look. The bearded man nodded, okay. The two walked out of the observation station, one after the other. The three dog-headed vultures were tied with collars and secured with sturdy leather ropes to the railing not far away. There was a large bag of jerky on the ground, but the two members were nowhere to be seen. A sense of alarm rose in Bai Ming's heart. Something's not right, be careful. Before the words left his mouth, a dreamlike sensation enveloped the two. In an instant, many past nightmares and hard-to-recall memories surged into their minds. This sudden attack felt as if they had been struck by a hammer. They froze in place. At that moment, Yin Pengcheng and Chao Qingji suddenly charged out from behind a giant rock. Yin Pengcheng was tall, like an iron tower, but his movements were very agile. In just a few steps, he appeared behind the bearded man with his sleeve sword drawn. The bearded man hadn't reacted yet when the sharp tip of the sword was aimed at his throat. The feeling of death instantly engulfed him. He dared not struggle, standing still. At the same time, Chao Qingji, with a black blade in his left hand and a white blade in his right, also approached Bai Ming. However, Bai Ming broke free from a nightmare much faster than the bearded man. Before Chao Qingji got within 20 meters of him, Bai Ming suddenly roared and retreated. At the same time, his arms visibly swelled. White bones protruded from his arms, rapidly forming a bone shield in front of him. The deadly magic knife and the god-slaying knife struck the shield, producing sparks that flew in all directions. But it only knocked Bai Ming back a few meters, leaving 2 shallow white marks. Seeing that his strike failed, Chao Qingji immediately used the rebound force to retreat. Bai Ming indeed pursued, when his giant fist smashed down. The ground beneath where Chao Qingji stood was instantly shattered. Soil and rock fragments flew everywhere. Yin Pengsheng was startled and immediately forced the bearded man to retreat. He's a 4th tier. Quick retreat. The difference in power between 3rd and 4th tiers was enormous, because 4th tier ability users had the added advantage of abyss relics. It was not difficult for a 4th tier to take on 4 or 5 3rd tier opponents without injury. Among them, the strongest, Ning Yi, had only recently advanced to the 3rd tier. He couldn't handle this 4th tier ability user. The previous incident where Ning Yi was assassinated and the assassin was killed in retaliation was confidential, known only to a few individuals. Bai Ming looked around and suddenly realized, sneering, "I see, you're students, right?" The arena was invaded by the abyss, and in panic you ended up on a mountaintop by mistake. Interesting. I didn't expect to encounter such an accident. I heard that those qualified for the finals are all geniuses. Great. I love killing geniuses the most. Bai Ming grinned. He slammed the ground, and green phosphorescence erupted from nowhere. His heavy arms covered in bone armor now emanated a chilling aura, looking even more terrifying. At this moment, Ning Yi stepped forward, facing Bai Ming. Mo Yihuan instinctively shouted, "Good, don't go. We're not his match." Ning Yi looked at Bai Ming calmly and said, "Bai Ming, you awakened your C-level ability, Skeleton Warrior Resonance, at the age of 16. Since your ability corresponds to the Abyss's native beasts, you had violent tendencies since childhood and often bullied other students. At 20, your parents were killed by beasts, and you thought the Ability Bureau was incompetent. At that time, the Secret Blood Society happened to be developing secretly in your university, and you angrily joined them. At 26, your ability mutated to B-level, Phosphor Scout Resonance. Now you're 28, and it seems your ability has mutated again. If I'm not mistaken, it is now a level Bone Nightmare Commander Resonance." Upon hearing this, Bai Ming's pupils suddenly contracted, instinctively exclaiming, "Who are you? How do you know so much about me?" Chapter 79, Golden Special Weapon, Bone Phosphor Cold Fire. The others looked at Ning Yi in surprise. "You know about this too?" Only Chao Qingji reacted calmly, saying he is an honorary senior agent of the Abilities Bureau. Upon hearing this, Yin Pengcheng and the others finally understood. Brother, he can access internal documents of the Abilities Bureau. This Bai Ming must have already appeared on the Abilities Bureau's bounty list. No wonder, brother, he knows him so well. This person is quite powerful, having grown from a C-level ability user to now an A-level. Bai Ming sneered, "You understand me so well. Do you know that you will die here today? The difference between the 3rd and 4th tiers is like heaven and earth. All of you together are no match for me." After saying that, he stomped the ground and swung his massive fist toward Ning Yi's face. Before the fist could land, the fierce wind from the punch had already disheveled Ning Yi's hair. The people standing behind Ning Yi, including Zhuo Qingyin, suddenly felt a pain on their skin as if being cut by a small knife, and quickly instinctively moved away. Mo Yihuan, anxious, rushed forward to help. Chao Qingji raised her black knife to block him. "Don't interfere with Ning Yi." Mo Yihuan sighed. "Sister Chao, that a 4th tier?" El Saishio and Zhuo Qingyin nodded repeatedly, their expressions anxious. "Although we are not strong, we should be able to help a little." Gao Qingdi spoke Gan Li, unusually saying a lot. "I know better than you how strong he is. Just stand here and wait." Yin Pengcheng's mind involuntarily recalled the scene from that peak exam day. Everyone was trembling under the icy phoenix's chill, filled with despair. No one thought they could survive. Yet, Ning Yi single-handedly approached the ice phoenix and managed to persuade it to retreat with just a few words. At this moment, it felt just like back then. Thinking of this, he said seriously, "I also believe in Ning Yi. Let's keep an eye on these 3. It's better than rushing to help him. Otherwise, we might end up hindering him." The others nodded in agreement, their expressions tense as they watched the battle. Just then, a green phosphor fire suddenly ignited beneath Bai Ming's feet. Its speed surged dramatically. The massive fist engulfed in burning phosphor fire. which had originally been 5 meters away from Ning Yi, was suddenly right in front of him. Ning Yi could even feel the cold temperature of the phosphor fire almost at arm's length. Bai Ming grinned maliciously. Then, he saw the teenage boy in front of him showing a faint smile. 20 rotating ice shields appeared out of nowhere around him. In the blink of an eye, his whole body was covered by frost armor, emitting chilling air. Boom! The phosphor fire fist came crashing down. The ice shields shattered upon impact. However, after the first ice shield broke, a second one immediately took its place. After the second ice shield shattered, a third, fourth, and fifth one followed. After the sixth ice shield was destroyed, the phosphor fire fist lost its power, like a strong bow with no strength left. Yet, the 6 ice shields quickly regenerated within seconds. His face showed an expression of disbelief. He could tell that these were shields formed by abilities. But to be shattered and immediately regenerate on the spot. Was the cooldown time that short? Could energy be squandered so freely? Just as he was momentarily dazed, a long spear wrapped in cold air appeared in Ning Yi's palm and swung fiercely at him. Bai Ming immediately raised his right fist to block it. Roar! The roar that struck at his soul froze him in place. His right fist was only half raised. By the time he recovered from the shock, the massive ice spear was already aimed straight at his face. His right fist could not block this blow, even though he was a 4th-tier ability user. A whole tier above Ning Yi, taking this hit would at least seriously injure him. In a panic, he could only reveal his special weapon immediately. Bang! Bai Ming stumbled back, pain still etched on his face. At this moment, he wore a bone helmet engulfed in burning phosphor fire. However, the side struck by the frost soul spear showed signs of frost and cracks. This terrifying bone helmet, looking menacing with its burning green phosphor fire, was his first special weapon, the purple quality phosphor bone helmet. This weapon had strong defensive capabilities and could resist soul attacks to a certain extent. Yet, he never expected it to crack. Moreover, even with some protection against soul attacks, his soul still throbbed painfully. This meant that without the protection of the phosphor bone helmet, he might have gone blank from this blow and become easy prey. This filled him with a mix of anger and astonishment. A dignified 4th-tier ability user was left helpless against a 3rd-tier, almost becoming a fish on the chopping block. What kind of special weapon do you have? Bai Ming bit his lip hard, feeling the sharp pain from the bite and the metallic taste of blood in his mouth, barely managing to steady his mind. Ning Yi smiled faintly, not bothering to waste words with him, and turned the long spear upside down, charging again. 10 Frost Soul Wolves appeared out of nowhere, led by the Wolf King, covering their master as they charged at Bai Ming. There's even a summoning ability. Bai Ming was shocked and did not dare to underestimate it. He quickly activated his second special weapon. It was a ball of green phosphor fire burning within a crystal ball. After a brief 1-second activation, large bursts of green phosphor fire shot out from the crystal ball, spraying out like venom. The Wolf King let out a low growl, immediately turning and changing direction. Most of the Frost Soul Wolves nimbly dodged the phosphor fire. However, one Frost Soul Wolf was unable to escape in time and got hit by a splash of phosphor fire. The phosphor fire clung to it like a parasite, spreading rapidly. In an instant, the Frost Soul Wolf was completely engulfed in green phosphor fire. Bai Ming sneered. You understand me so well. You should know what this special weapon is, right? Golden special weapon, bone phosphor cold fire. My phosphor fire is no different from the phosphor fire from the abyss. Once it touches you, there's no way out. Ning Yi smiled. Is that so? The next moment, the Frost Soul Wolf let out a wail and shattered into icy shards. At the same time, the remaining 9 Frost Soul Wolves instantly expanded in size, entering a berserk state. This was a trait gained from a previous evolution. Once a Frost Soul Wolf died, the remaining ones would go into a berserk state, greatly enhancing their attack, defense, speed, and movement. The Wolf King's transformation was even more terrifying. After swelling in size, it was almost indistinguishable from a small elephant. Seeing this unexpected scene, Bai Ming's expression changed to one of shock. The 9 Frost Soul Wolves made him feel an extremely dangerous aura. Ignoring the consumption of abilities, he immediately injected all his energy into the bone phosphor cold fire. Waves of phosphor fire poured out from the crystal ball, nearly engulfing the entire flat mountaintop. The ground was covered with bright green phosphor fire, clinging to the rocky surface. Nearly half of the 9 rushing Frost Soul Wolves were engulfed in phosphor fire. However, Ning Yi directly used the Ice Vein Totem to penetrate the ground. In an instant, the chill on those Frost Soul Wolves surged dramatically. The phosphor fire was forcefully suppressed. Chapter 80. It's decided. Frostbone Dragon. What? Bai Ming looked stunned. He couldn't imagine that his proud golden specialized weapon would be suppressed by the opponent's specialized weapon. Could it be that the totem pole he inserted into the ground was also a golden specialized weapon? As he saw the Frost Souls Wolves breaking through the phosphorescent fire's cover and almost charging at him, he instinctively stepped back and immediately took out his third and fourth specialized weapons. His feet were instantly covered by a pair of bone combat boots, and a terrifying skeletal staff appeared in his palm. There were the blue specialized weapon, Bone Boots, and the purple specialized weapon, Death Staff. Feeling that these two specialized weapons were not enough, he directly activated the Abyss Relic. It was a piece of skeletal remains that had turned purple-black. At first glance, it looked like an arm bone, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to be just a piece of finger bone. The Abyss Relic of a 4th-tier ability user, after being refined, would manifest in patterns on the user's skin. Once activated, it would fully reveal itself. The so-called Abyss Relics are parts of beings that perished in the Abyss, transformed by the breath of the Abyss. Some specialized weapons could also potentially turn into Abyss Relics. The quality of an Abyss Relic is related to the amount of Abyss breath it absorbs. Based on the amount of internal Abyss breath, they are divided into 5 grades: white, green, blue, purple, and gold. Generally, Abyss Relics can only slightly enhance the total ability and power of the ability user. However, powerful Abyss Relics provide a tremendous boost. A golden Abyss Relic that fits the ability user can help them fight above their tier. However, Abyss Relics are also known as cursed items. Because they contain too much Abyss breath, they constantly erode the ability user themselves. The higher the quality of the Abyss Relic, the stronger the side effects. Whether to seek stability or be aggressive depends on the choice of the ability user themselves. But this Bai Ming's Abyss Relic was clearly extraordinary. Because the moment it appeared, Ning Yi's ability bureau watch on his wrist emitted a series of beeping sounds. A mechanical electronic voice was heard. Strong Abyss breath detected. Preliminary estimate. Golden Abyss Relic. Bai Ming laughed sinisterly. So, it's the ability bureau watch. Quite impressive, it guessed it right away. This Abyss Relic of mine is of golden quality. It was a treasure personally brought back by the Elder from the Abyss. He gently caressed the piece of finger bone and smiled. It's a piece of finger bone from the Bone Nightmare Leader, and it has a very high compatibility with my abilities. Do you know what its effect is? I can tell you directly. As long as I inject energy, it will allow me to become a Bone Nightmare Leader for a short time. Although it's only for a minute, it's enough to match a 5th-tier ability user. Dealing with you students who have just advanced to 3rd tier will be extremely easy. Yin Pengcheng and the others' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. Abyss Relics already provided a huge boost to 4th-tier ability users. This was a golden Abyss Relic, and it had a very high compatibility with him. They couldn't help but feel a sense of dread for Ning Yi in their hearts. Bai Ming sneered, raised the Death Staff, and pointed it directly at Ning Yi. A purple-black skull made of condensed energy immediately flew out. It looked very slow and easy to dodge. Ning Yi instinctively wanted to evade it, but the skull unexpectedly twisted in midair and continued to approach. As the skull got closer, Ning Yi's expression turned fearful, and he began to run around like a headless fly, hoping to evade the skull this way. However, no matter how much he flashed and dodged, he couldn't shake off the skull, and it was getting closer instead. He concentrated his thoughts, and an ice spear formed out of thin air, shooting towards the skull. The ice spear, however, pierced straight through it and fell to the ground. Bai Ming sneered, his body swelling at an incredible speed. In an instant, he expanded to over 3 meters tall, his body covered in eerie white bones, with green phosphorescent fire burning in the gaps. He looked like a demon that had burst out from the abyss. This was the Bone Nightmare Leader. Among the Bone Nightmare clan, Bone Nightmare Leaders are born strong, with a minimum of 4th-tier capabilities. With later efforts, they can grow up to 7th tier. The Bone Nightmare Leader that Bai Ming transformed into through the Abyss Relic was certainly not that powerful, but it could still give him strength beyond the 4th tier. Don't struggle. Once the Death Staff locks onto a target, it will definitely hit. It will strike your soul and put you into a coma for 30 minutes. Bai Ming laughed maniacally. With your speed, you can't possibly dodge it. As for your so-called ice spear, it's all in vain. The skull was a mental attack. It could be seen but not touched. With that, he threw a punch, fast and fierce. 2 Frost Souls Wolves, unable to dodge. were struck and immediately turned to ice shards without making a sound. The remaining Frost Souls wolves, led by the Wolf King, tried their best to dodge, but continued to suffer losses. Now, they couldn't even think about attacking Bai Ming. Self-preservation was already a problem. Meanwhile, Ning Yi seemed to be exhausted, and the distance to the skull was shrinking. However, even so, he still shot out ice spears. Unbeknownst to him, the ground was now filled with ice spears, many of which were near Bai Ming. In the next moment, he suddenly took a step back, looked at Bai Ming, and revealed a smile as he clenched his fist. In an instant, the eternal freeze domain fully unfolded. The air temperature plummeted. He lightly uttered a word, explode. Boom! Over 100 ice spears suddenly exploded. Terrifying ice shards shot out across the uneven mountaintop. Under the enhancement of the eternal freeze domain, the power of all ice-type attacks would soar. His seemingly futile dodges and ice spear shots were all to set up for this moment of ice explosion. When the ice shards settled, the area had turned into a frosty world. The ground was covered in thick ice, and trees and houses were blanketed with a layer of thick frost. Even Bai Ming, who stood over 3 meters tall and was engulfed in phosphorescent fire, was now completely frozen in place. The fire burned within the ice, creating a particularly eerie scene. Bai Ming's face revealed an expression of anger. He never expected that, even after using the Abyss Relic, he would still fall for this kid's trap. He tried to struggle, and the surface of the ice sculpture immediately began to show fine cracks. However, to completely break free from the ice's grip, it would probably take nearly half a minute. With this, the time for him to maintain the Bone Nightmare leader form would be greatly reduced. The other party clearly intended to use this method to trap him and reduce the transformation time. But so what? Wouldn't you also be hit by the Death Staff's attack and fall into a coma? I would only be trapped for half a minute, but you would be unconscious for 30 minutes. Once I break free from the ice, all of you will die. Just at this moment, the purple-black skull hit Ning Yi. However, the expected coma did not occur. Hit by this attack, Ning Yi was completely unharmed, as if nothing had happened. Instead, he smiled at the frozen Bai Ming. Protected by the ice armor, he ignored the mental attack. Ning Yi waved his hand, and 2 massive shadows exuding chilling air and terrifying pressure immediately appeared. With broad wings, dense scales, sharp claws, and jagged horns, they were 2 dragons. In everyone's sight, Ning Yi pointed at Bai Ming and said coldly, "It's decided, Frostbone Dragon." Chapter 81. Slaying Bai Ming, unveiling the poisonous plot. The enormous skeletal wings of the 2 Frostbone dragons could be said to blot out the sun. A chilling aura spread out, causing even Chao Qingji and the others not far away to feel goosebumps on their skin. In the next moment, the 2 Frostbone dragons opened their massive mouths, unleashing a terrifying breath of frost filled with chilling energy. Boom! 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 The area where Bai Ming was located was engulfed by an endless stream of icy vapor. The cold ice spread in all directions, creating a thick layer of frost even at the entrance of the observation station 30 meters away. The frost breath lasted for a full minute before the 2 Frostbone dragons landed on the ground, coldly staring at their enemies. Ning Yi took a closer look and saw that the ice sculpture had already grown over 5 meters high. Bai Ming within it had his eyes wide open in anger, but he had long since lost his life in the minus 200-degree cold. Ning Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He looked back, and everyone was dumbfounded. A 4th-tier ability user had just died at Ning Yi's hands, and he himself had not suffered scratch. He had only recently advanced to the 3rd tier. Yin Pengsheng scratched his head, realizing just how great the gap was between him and Ning Yi. Lu Caixio and the others nodded in a daze, feeling the same. Ning Yi smiled and decided to ask them what the Secret Blood Society was actually doing here. Mo Yihuan rubbed his wrist. "Let me do it. I'm very good at severe interrogation." Before he could make a move, the bearded man stammered, I'll talk. The blue-clothed ability user was furious. "Boss, the organization trusts us that much, and you." The bearded man smiled bitterly. "I joined the Secret Blood Society just to enhance my abilities. I don't have any grand ambitions." Mo Yihuan replied, "Wasn't it said that everyone in the Secret Blood Society is a tough guy? You look quite tough to me." The bearded man awkwardly smiled. "I'm just a senior member, just trying to make a living. Fellow classmates, I'll tell you everything I know, but Bai Ming knew the most, and he is already dead." Taking advantage of their inquiries, Ning Yi strode towards the observation station. He waved his hand, and the frost at the entrance of the observation station melted away. Inside the observation station lay two young men, clearly military ability users given their dark green uniforms. Ning Yi sighed, mourning for them for a moment. He quickly noticed the two large spheres wrapped in metal shells. Such things should not be present in the observation station. They were too obstructive. Clearly, these were items deliberately brought by the Secret Blood Society. At this moment, Ning Yi's ability bureau watch lit up. Suddenly, many messages appeared simultaneously. He immediately showed a joyful expression. After the abyss erosion appeared in the mine valley, communications had been affected and interrupted. While leading everyone through the abandoned mine tunnel, he had been trying to contact other agents in the Ability Bureau, but had been unable to connect. Now it had finally been restored. Opening the communication interface, dozens of messages immediately came into view. They were all from Lin Muxue, inquiring about his specific location. Lin Muxue had also responded to the call, pausing her vacation to come to support the battle here at Zenbaiguan. Ning Yi immediately called Lin Muxue. After a brief beep, the call connected. Lin Muxue exclaimed in surprise. Ning Yi, where are you? Are you alive? Ning Yi nodded. I'm at the mountaintop, came up through the abandoned mine tunnel. Lin Muxue replied, I see, I roughly understand. The Ability Bureau organized volunteers to go in for rescue, but due to the influence of the abyss erosion, we have also lost contact with the volunteers. Ning Yi, if they understand the trend of the abyss erosion, they should also retreat towards our direction. Sister Shui, I found traces of the Secret Blood Society at the mountaintop. He promptly summarized the situation of Bai Ming and the two large spheres. Lin Muxue was taken aback. There's such a situation. Wait a moment. I'll find Director Su. After a brief rustling sound, a youthful voice emerged. Hello, Ning Yi. Ame Sukiyu. Ning Yi was surprised. Suiyue, wasn't she the director of the Ability Bureau in the Northern Desert Province? Her voice was surprisingly youthful, sounding like a girl of 14 or 15 who hadn't fully matured. Ning immediately greeted, Hello, Director Su, and once again explained the situation, also sending a photo through the Ability Bureau watch. The other side fell silent, clearly pondering what those two spheres were. Ning Yi could vaguely hear the sounds of battle from within. Evidently, the fierce fighting at Zenbaiguan had not ceased. At this moment, the hot air suddenly became cool, and the world gradually darkened. Ning Yi looked up and saw thick dark clouds appearing on the horizon, with faint rumbles of thunder within. The northern desert, this dry and hot land, was rare to experience such a cool moment. It was about to rain heavily. He had this thought in his mind. Suddenly, he jolted and immediately said, Director Su, I suspect that the two spheres contain mutated magical potions. Su Chiyue's small face turned serious. What is your reasoning? Ning Yi also grew serious. A heavy downpour. The northern desert is about to welcome an extremely rare heavy rain. If these two spheres are launched into the clouds, they could take advantage of this heavy rain to incite the beasts gathered below Zenbaiguan into a frenzy. I heard that there are multi-headed 8th-tier beast kings appearing this time. If they go berserk too, Zenbaiguan will definitely fall into danger. Hearing this, Su Chiyue nodded seriously. Your suspicion is very reasonable. I seriously suspect that the Secret Blood Society took advantage of the chaos caused by the recent small earthquake to send people to the mountaintop and attack these observation stations. Now 2 observation stations have lost contact with us. One is number 45 and the other is number 46. Ning Yi immediately said, I'll go over there now. Su Chiyue shook her head. Between observation stations 45 and 46 is Zenbaiguan. You can't get through. There is an ability user in the Bureau who can fly. I'll have him take people up to check it out. Ning Yi, your contribution this time is significant. Stay at the mountaintop and don't move around. Wait until the abyss erosion stops before coming down. Yes, I understand. Ning Yi nodded. The communication ended there. He immediately walked out of the observation station and looked at the others. Mo Yihuan happily said, Brother Yi, they all confessed. But they don't know what S in those two spheres. Ning Yi nodded. I already know what S inside. We'll talk while we walk. There is something more important now. The Ability Bureau has organized a rescue operation, and the volunteers that entered the mine valley have also lost contact. Let us go back through the abandoned mine tunnel to save them. Okay. Everyone nodded repeatedly. As long as they didn't venture into the abyss erosion zone, it was actually quite safe. Ning Yi approached Bai Ming's ice sculpture, waved his hand, and the cold ice melted away on its own. A segment of a finger bone fell from Bai Ming's body. After an ability user dies, abyss relics will drop. The shadow that previously attempted to assassinate him had its abyss relic obtained by him. However, he didn't need it, so he directly handed it over to the Ability Bureau for contributions. This segment of fingerbone, as a golden abyss relic, would clearly yield more contributions when exchanged. Chapter 82. The plan fails. The beasts escape. In front of Jinbei Pass, corpses lay everywhere, blood filling the air. The frenzied beasts have been attacking this stronghold for several months. The piles of corpses at the base of the pass have formed a small mountain. If it weren't for the occasional intervention of 8th level ability users who incinerate the beast corpses, they might have been able to use the corpses to form a ladder and break into Jinbei Pass. Now 2 beast kings, the earthquake rock dragon and the sea-swallowing sandworm, have been forcibly repelled by Su Qiue, Lu Zhenghua, and other 8th level ability users. The remaining beasts have scattered. The ability users guarding Jinbei Pass have finally received a rare moment to catch their breath. All the ability users are taking the opportunity to rest. Those skilled in healing are weaving through the crowd, continuously squeezing out the last bit of energy from their bodies to treat the injured. At this moment, a cool breeze appears in the air. The sky has also darkened. Many ability users show expressions of surprise. It's going to rain. It looks like a heavy rain. It's rare for the North Desert to see rain. This is a sign of victory. In the distance, an elderly man with graying hair and dressed in a suit gazes at Jinbei Pass with a cold smile. He is the head of a North Desert branch of the Secret Blood Society, codenamed Stone King. Beside him stands a middle-aged man, respectfully waiting. He is his trusted aide, Senior Steward Zhang Baihui. Is everything ready? Stone King casually asks. Zhang Baihui smiles. It's ready. Both observation posts have been occupied by us, and we didn't alert the Ability Bureau. Stone King snorts coldly. If it weren't for the energy detection devices of the Ability Bureau, sending high-level ability users up would definitely be much safer. Zhang Baihui nods immediately. The energy detection devices can detect the level of nearby ability users or beasts, triggering alarms. It is said that this method was devised by Kong Inha from the Ability Bureau. Many important locations have been equipped with this device. There are even more of these devices on the peaks of the North Desert Mountains. Once it exceeds level 5, it can easily be detected, forcing them to use level 4 ability users for missions. Fortunately, the materials for these devices are very rare and require risky searches in the abyss. Otherwise, if these devices were installed everywhere, the powerful ability users of the Secret Blood Society would be discovered wherever they went. Who is carrying out the mission? Stone King casually inquires. Zhang Baihui smiles. They're all young people you once appreciated. One called by Ming, to whom you bestowed the bone of the Bone Nightmare leader as a relic from the abyss. Another called Su Zhang, whose ability was promoted to A level thanks to your blessings. Stone King smiles slightly. It's them. Among the level 4 users, few can match them. Zhang Baihui nods with a smile. This is sure to succeed. Stone King nods slightly, suddenly extending his hand to catch a drop of rain. Feeling a cool sensation in his palm, he sighs. The heavy rain is coming. This stronghold that has stood for nearly 50 years is finally reaching its end. He fixes his gaze on the mountaintops on either side of Jinbei Pass. The next moment, a loud bang is heard. A metallic sphere shoots into the sky, piercing into the swirling dark clouds. But only one. Stone King reveals a look of confusion. Shouldn't it be 4? Zhang Baihui also breaks into a cold sweat. It should indeed be 4. Bai Ming hasn't launched yet. I'm not sure what is going on. I'll give him an order now. He takes out a walkie-talkie and immediately says, Bai Ming, launch the magical potion immediately. Bai Ming. There is no response from the walkie-talkie. Only dead silence. Zhang Baihui's expression darkens. He remains silent for a few seconds, then raises his head. Elder, something big has happened. Crack. A thunderclap. A torrential downpour, mixed with mutated magical potion, falls down. The beasts, which were resting, suddenly have their eyes turn blood red and become frenzied, charging towards Jinbei Pass without a second thought. However, the amount of mutated potion in a single sphere is limited. After being diluted by the heavy rain, its potency weakens even more. The beasts affected by the rain are only a small fraction, even less than a quarter of those in front of Jinbei Pass. Their impact on Jinbei Pass cannot be said to be significant. At least, it is negligible. In no time, this small batch of beasts collapses in front of Jinbei Pass. The most crucial point is that the 2 8th-level Beast Kings, the Earthquake Rock Dragon and the Sea-Swallowing Sandworm, remain unaffected. They had already been injured by Su Qiue, Lu Zhenghua, and others and had long considered retreating from the battlefield. Seeking profit and avoiding harm is an instinct engraved in the genes of living beings. Beasts are no different. Moreover, the mutated potion in their bodies had been forcibly injected by the secret blood society over a month ago and had long since dissipated. Now, they had not been drenched in the rain containing the mutated potion and could not maintain such a frenzied state any longer. The outcome is naturally predictable. Seeing Su Chiyue and the others pursuing them again, the earthquake rock dragon raises its 4 hooves and flees northward. The sea-swallowing sandworm is even faster, burrowing underground and disappearing without a trace. The Beast Kings have a commanding effect on the beasts, acting as a backbone. Upon sensing the backbone vanish, many lower-level beasts begin to panic and scatter. In no time, the beasts in front of Jinbei Pass have fled completely. Stone King observes this scene in silence. Zhang Baiwei's front and back are already soaked with sweat. It seems our dispatch personnel have already been captured, Stone King calmly states. My subordinate has failed in his duties. Please punish me, Elder. Zhang Baiwei kneels on one knee, trembling all over. He knows that Stone King has waited a long time for this day. He even invested all the mutated potions into it. As a result, only one of the 4 metallic spheres launched, and its potency greatly diminished, making it no different from a failed mission. He is in charge of planning this matter and clearly bears full responsibility. After a long silence, Stone King pats his shoulder. It's not your incompetence. It's just that the people from Yanhan are too cunning. Let us go. We've attracted a lot of attention here. I hope the plan in Yinjing goes smoothly. Zhang Baiwei breathes a sigh of relief, respectfully saying yes. After returning, find out who sabotaged this operation. Stone King says lightly, I want him dead. Understood. Zhang Baiwei nods vigorously. Incredible. How did you think of using the abandoned mine tunnel? At the entrance of the abandoned mine tunnel, Wu Yanfeng looks at Ning Yi and the others, excitement written all over his face. Zhao Gang also exclaims in surprise. This mine tunnel has been abandoned for many years, and you actually discovered it. Ning Yi smiles. I gathered some information before the competition, and I didn't expect it to actually come in handy. Zhao Gang looks at this young man, filled with emotion. Having exceptional talent is one thing, but to also have such foresight. Many geniuses lose their vigilance against danger after becoming famous at a young age, basking in success. When they fall, everyone laments. But after today's events, he feels that Ning Yi will never be that kind of typical genius. He is even more grateful. Fortunately, he spared no effort to recruit Ning Yi to Yanjing University. Otherwise, if Longting University had taken him, he would now be heartbroken, beating his chest and tearing his hair out. He glances at Chung Feng, who is silently standing beside him. Someone has already made a name for himself. Chapter 83. The erosion ends. Returning to calm, Zhao Gang patted Chung Feng on the shoulder, feeling quite pleased. Old Chung, oh no, Comrade Zhao Feng, don't be down. There will definitely be opportunities in the future. Your Longting University will surely attract such an incredible student. Chung Feng rolled his eyes. Opportunities? How could a genius like Ning Yi be as common as a cabbage? He should have pulled out all the stops and recruited Ning Yi to Longting University without hesitation. What a blunder. The young man in black with a scar, Chen Ziyuan, stepped forward and calmly said to Ning Yi, I knew you wouldn't die in a place like this. With our agreement in place, of course I wouldn't die. Ning Yi replied with a smile and a nod. Yin Shuizhou looked at Chen Ziyuan. Who are you? What agreement? Chen Ziyuan. I made a pact with him to fight again at the 4th level. Chen Ziyuan said, looking him up and down. And you are? Yin Shuizhou. After introducing herself, she immediately turned to Ning Yi, eager to know. When is our next spar? Yin Pengsheng cleared his throat. If you two knew what happened on the mountaintop just now, you probably wouldn't be so eager to spar with him. Upon hearing this, both Chen Ziyuan and Yin Shuizhou looked surprised. What happened on the mountaintop? I'll tell you. Mo Yihuan had been holding back a lot of words and finally found the chance to quickly explain the situation on the mountaintop. After listening, everyone fell silent. Not just Chen Ziyuan and Yin Shuizhou, but even Zhao Gang, Chung Feng, and the other ability user from the hunting group were stunned into silence. A 3rd level killing a 4th level. This 4th level ability user was an A-level ability with a golden specialized weapon and was the steward of the secret blood society. Ning Yi, you're really amazing. You're as incredible as a monster, Tian Zaiwu said, covering his face. When I was at the 3rd level, I was still helping the neighbor lady unclog her toilet with my ability. Unclogging toilets quickly, Chung Feng said gloomily. When I was at the 3rd level, I was still being scolded by my mentor. Zhao Gang patted him on the shoulder. This is the difference between people, Comrade Zhao Feng. Don't be so down. While I was at the 3rd level, I was about the same as you, but I recruited a 3rd level genius. Ha ha ha. Chung Feng, furious, punched him hard in the chest. Ning Yi suggested, everyone, the abyss erosion won't disappear in a short time. It could last from 1 or 2 days to 7 or 8 days. Let's leave the mine tunnel and stay on the mountaintop. All right, everyone replied. Even experienced individuals like Zhao Gang, Chung Feng, and Tian Ziwu agreed with Ning Yi's suggestion. It was best to avoid the ongoing abyss erosion. Shortly after arriving at the mountaintop, the long-anticipated dark clouds began to surge continuously. The metallic sphere aimed at the dark clouds was also noticed by everyone. With a dull rumble of thunder, heavy rain fell like a waterfall. However, a small portion of the rain was blood red, while the rest remained in normal color. The beasts drenched in the blood-red rain, whether eating or resting, became bloodthirsty and violent, directly charging at the North Town Pass. Fortunately, the number of such beasts was not large, and they were quickly blocked by the guarding ability users. After understanding the background of the situation, everyone saw this scene and immediately realized the ruthlessness of the secret Blood Society's tactics. Even Tian Ziwu, who was not aware of the mutated potion, quickly grasped the horror of this situation. If 4 metallic spheres filled with mutated potions were launched into the dark clouds, and if those 2 8th-level Beast Kings were to be drenched in the blood-red rain, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Gang looked at Ning Yi, his eyes reddening. Ning Yi, thank you. After saying this, he unexpectedly bowed deeply to Ning Yi. Ning Yi quickly supported him. Director Zhao, what do you mean? Zhao Gang's face was wet with tears. I'm from Mo Bay, not south of the North Town Pass, but north of it. My father told me directly that my grandparents ran too slowly and were caught and eaten by beasts. I originally had 2 older brothers, but they also died in the mouths of the beasts while trying to help others catch up. Ning Yi, if it weren't for your fortunate discovery of the unexpected situation on the mountaintop, killing that steward of the secret Blood Society and preventing the launch of the metallic sphere, the North Town Pass would likely have been breached, and countless families south of this great pass would have been shattered. Ning Yi, I'm from Montauk Bai. I really thank you. After saying this, he disregarded Ning Yi's support and insisted on bowing deeply again. Hearing this, the others were also moved. This was something only Ning Yi could do. If it had been someone else, it would have been impossible to accomplish. Ordinary students wouldn't even realize that there were abandoned mine tunnels within the mine valley, even if they accidentally entered an abandoned mine tunnel and made it to the mountaintop. They would likely die at the hands of the steward from the secret Blood Society. Only an extraordinary genius like Ning Yi could naturally resolve all of this. 2 days later, the abyss erosion mostly dissipated. A large number of operatives from the Ability Bureau entered the mine valley wearing anti-abyss protective gear. Although there were still small groups of beasts wandering outside the pass, their numbers had been reduced by more than half. Only then could they redeploy personnel to support the mine valley. After the operatives from the Ability Bureau cleared the crazed beasts, they finally brought Ning Yi and the others back from the mountaintop. Everyone was settled in a large conference room of the Mo Bay Ability Bureau, with food and water fully provided. For the past 2 days, everyone had been relying on roasted beast meat to maintain their energy. Although it was edible, it lacked seasoning and was truly bland. Now that they finally had normal meals, they naturally ate with gusto. At this moment, a tall woman walked in quickly. Her features were beautiful and exquisite, as cold as a snow-capped mountain. She was entirely wrapped in a black tight-fitting uniform, with a slim waist and straight long legs, exuding a capable and decisive aura. As soon as she appeared, many who were wolfing down food were mesmerized. Such a beauty was truly rare. Elvie Saishio and Mo Yihuan instinctively tidied their hair and straightened their posture, hoping to catch the attention of this cold-faced beauty. However, this lady did not look at them. Instead, she quickly walked to Ning Yi's side and smiled. Ning Yi, Director Kong and Director Su want to see you. I'll eat a couple more bites. Ning Yi continued to wolf down his food. The food at the Mo Bay Ability Bureau is really delicious. Compared to the food at the Hannan Ability Bureau, it's just not up to par. I should take the chance to eat more. All right. There will be plenty of opportunities to eat later. No need to rush this moment. The lady helplessly pulled Ning Yi away. Elvie Saishio and Mo Yihuan were left dumbfounded. Mo Yihuan wanted to cry without tears. My first love, how did it end before it even began? Beside her, Shun Miaoyu rolled her eyes. She is Lin Muxiue, our senior from Yin University. LV Saishio exclaimed. So she's Lin Muxiue? Wow, she's my goddess. I've seen the video of her slaying beasts online. I'm a fan of hers. That slash was so cool. Shun Miaoyu said speechlessly. Senior Lin used a sword. You fake fan. Really? Ha ha. LV Saishio awkwardly laughed, not knowing what Ning Yi was being taken away for. Probably to inquire about the situation, and surely there will be rewards, Mo Yi Huan said enviously. With such a big deal, the rewards must be substantial. Chapter 84. The Kunlun ruins are attacked. Shen Nifeng draws his knife. In a small conference room, Lin Muxiue opened the door for Ning Yi. Director con, director su. And Ning Yi had arrived. As Ning Yi entered the room, he saw a middle-aged man and a young girl sitting in front of him. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, a warm smile, and looked very approachable. The young girl, on the other hand, sat confidently with a half-finished can of cola in her hand. Ning Yi, I'm Kong Yin. Although I've heard your name from other places, this is our first meeting. The middle-aged man smiled. Ning Yi respectfully nodded, Director Kong. He knew how formidable this Director Kong was. Most of the ability training methods were comprehended by Kong Yin alone. The ability network applicable to online college entrance examinations was also constructed by him using mental power. It was said that it would be further promoted in the future. Although this Director Kong was not strong in combat, he was definitely a master in overall management. Ning Yi, I'm Suchi Yue, the boss here. You should come to our MO Bay Ability Bureau, and I'll give you triple the salary. The young girl said boldly. Ning Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Before he could respond, Lin Muxiue hurriedly interjected. No, Su Director, Ning Yi is with our Han-Nan Ability Bureau. Suchi Yue shot her a glare. What does Han-Nan or MO Bay matter? Aren't they all ability bureaus? Can't I borrow him from Han-Nan? Gongyin shuke litli, alhait. His voice was like a stabilizing force, and the room instantly quieted down. He looked at Ning Yi and smiled. Ning Yi, although you inadvertently disrupted the actions of a secret blood society, you have indeed made a significant contribution. If it weren't for you, there could have been issues at Jinbei Pass. I have already credited you with 1,000 contribution points. Ning Yi blinked. Thank you, Director Kong. Previously, after he eliminated the Shadow and submitted the Abyss Relic, he only received 150 contribution points. This time he got 1,000. Kong Yin continued. However, after this matter concludes, the Elder Shi Wang from the Secret Blood Society will definitely hate the person who disrupted their plans to the bone. Your identity can be hidden for a time, but not forever, he said calmly. Ning Yi, the Secret Blood Society will eventually settle the score with you. For the time being, you'd better not draw attention to yourself, especially avoid leaving the city unprotected. Ning Yi nodded seriously. I understand. Kong Yin smiled. Of course, if our plans go smoothly. The threat from the Secret Blood Society will soon disappear. Ning Yi blinked. Disappear? Could it be? He instinctively asked. Suchi Yue chuckled. They are plotting against us. And we are plotting against them too. But I'm not clear on the specifics. This kind of scheming is usually handled by Director Kong. Lin Muxiue coughed lightly, pretending she didn't hear. Kong Yin added, although the National College freshman competition has been suspended, your Yin University team has already taken the lead, and the championship rewards will be distributed within 3 days. Just wait for it at ease. Ning Yi noted, alright. We won't keep you any longer. Your mentor Lu Zhenghua wants to see you too. Suchi Yue stood up boldly. After the two left, Lu Zhenghua indeed quickly walked over. Seeing Ning Yi safe and sound, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Good boy. I heard about what happened at the mountaintop. Really impressive. You've made me proud. Lu Zhenghua patted Ning Yi's shoulder, excited. At first, when he learned that Ning Yi was trapped in a mine valley, surrounded by abyss erosion, he broke into a cold sweat. If such a good talent were to suddenly die due to a natural disaster, he would live with regret for the rest of his life. But Ning Yi not only survived, but also thwarted the Secret Blood Society's poison plot. This kid was simply a gifted disciple bestowed by heaven. Fortunately, the beast tide in Mo Bay has diminished, and they're shooting TB large-scale attacks on Junbei Pass in the next few years. I'll return to Yin University with you. Lu Zhenghua smiled. My men are personally escorting me. I'm truly honored. Ning Yi lauket. You brat. Lu Zhenghua scolded with a smile. Lu Zhenghua talked with Ning Yi for a while longer, pointing out the issues in his shooting technique before leaving. Lin Muxiue whispered, your aunt and uncle learned about the situation in the mine valley through the news and have called me many times. Also, Jianya called to ask about you. You should find time to call them back. Ning Yi smiled and nodded, okay. He casually asked, Sister Shui, Where are you going next? Lin Muxue stretched lazily, her graceful curves fully displayed. I was on vacation, but I didn't expect this incident in Mo Bay. Now that the beasts have retreated, my vacation is over, and I have to go back to work. However, I should go to Haiban City during the winter break for some fun. Jiangya and I have already made plans. Beach. Sunshine. How wonderful. I hope I can have a great time then. Lin Muxue revealed a look of longing. Ning Yi pondered. Haiban City was adjacent to the East Sea. There was an old dragon in the East Sea, which, like the Ice Phoenix, had established an alliance with the Ability Bureau. With the old dragon stationed, the beasts in the East Sea were quite well behaved. Haiban City was consistently ranked among the top 3 safest cities in the country. However, in recent years, the beasts in the East Sea seemed to have become restless, with reports of them coming ashore to attack people. He had a feeling that Lin Muxue's vacation might be ruined. But of course, he couldn't say that out loud. He cleared his throat and smiled. Then I wish you a happy vacation in advance. Meanwhile, in the northern suburbs of Yanjing City, a deafening roar tore through the night sky, waking countless people immersed in their dreams. People looked toward the mountain in the north, their hearts filled with uncertainty, unsure of what had happened. It was a mountain that appeared in the first year of the new calendar, a very dangerous abyss known as Kunlun Ruins. 2 figures quickly descended the mountain, taking advantage of the night's cover, and dashed toward the wilderness. The person on the left was tall, resembling a moving small mountain. The person on the right was thin and pale, like a vampire who had just crawled out of a coffin after hundreds of years. Behind them floated a pitch-black coffin, emanating an extremely evil and cold aura. The person on the left continuously raised his palm, striking forward. The air instantly condensed into cannons, shooting forward. Whether it was towering trees or hard rocks, everything was shattered under this blow. Thanks to this, the 2 moved smoothly, as if walking on flat ground. At that moment, a blade light suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This knife was magnificent and terrifying, dazzling like the sun. The 2 hurried to a stop because a deep chasm had already opened up beneath this knife. The remaining blade intent was sharp and piercing, constantly stimulating their nerves, making them dare not think of crossing it. With a screech, a tang knife pierced through from an unknown location, slowly slicing through the space and creating a crack. A figure clad in white, as pure as snow, stepped out confidently. With cold eyes, she fixed her gaze on the 2. Their expressions changed drastically. Aren't you in the city? The woman in white said nothing but directly slashed twice. Chapter 85, A 1,000-Mile Pursuit. The secret blood society will be annihilated. The tall man was immediately shrouded in an ancient mage's robe. The surrounding air instantly transformed into a giant shield, protecting him. The skinny man also wasted no time in manifesting ancient armor to shield his entire body. He let out a sharp scream, and the trees across the mountains seemed to respond to his call. Countless vines surged forward to protect him. The blade fell, and in that moment, it was as bright as day. When the light faded, the place was in ruins. Soil, stones, and vegetation were thrown everywhere. The upper body of the skinny man lay on the ground, his eyes wide open, reflecting the starry sky. If it weren't for the surrounding plants, still emitting life energy, slowly healing his body, he would have already died from that earlier strike. As for the tall man, he was slightly better off, but had lost his entire right shoulder and arm. His mage robe was also tattered, making it impossible for him to move for a long time. The tall man quickly approached the skinny man and helped him up. "Qigong master, my butt hurts," the skinny man said weakly. The tall man shook his head. "Qing Shan, your butt is hanging on a tree." Qing Shan opened his mouth to speak, but spat out a mouthful of blood. He managed to say, "Am I still saved?" "No." The Qigong master shook his head. "Then I'll hold the rear. You take the black coffin and leave." "All right." The Qigong master took a deep look at Shen Nifeng, reached out to grasp the black coffin, which floated down to his side. Then, a gust of wind rose beneath his feet, and he turned to run. Shen Nifeng pretended to pursue. Suddenly, countless tendrils burst out of the ground. Shen Nifeng drew his sword and slashed. With one stroke, he severed them without any hesitation, as if he were cutting through blocks of tofu instead of the resilient roots animated by an 8th-tier ability user. As he swiftly cut through the chaos, he rushed towards the tall man who was fleeing. Whoosh! A tendril finally seized the opportunity, wrapping around Shen Nifeng's ankle at an awkward angle, causing his speed to falter. Qing Shan widened his eyes and suddenly laughed, capturing that guess from the abyss is not a good thing. "Director Shun, Are you prepared to face the wrath of the abyss? Shen Nifeng shot him a glance and slashed with his sword from a distance. The blade fell, and with it, life was severed. Elder of the Secret Blood Society, 8th tier ability user Qing Shan, fell on the spot. After killing this person, Shen Nifeng looked in another direction, his expression calm. The elder, codenamed Qi Gong Master, had vanished without a trace. The things in the black coffin no longer held any value for them. Since the Secret Blood Society wanted to take it, they could have it. She did not pursue further, but instead slashed towards the front, creating a rift. The puppet master had already escaped. To locate the headquarters of the Secret Blood Society and find that elusive leader, according to Kong Yina's plan, she had to spare the puppet master's life while exerting all her strength. Killing but not completely killing was too difficult. Shen Nifeng shook her head and stepped into the rift. A few days later, Ning Yi and the others returned to Yin University campus. The tense yet exciting nationwide college freshman competition had concluded, and first-year students, including Ning Yi, began their daily academic lives. There was much to learn. From energy operation and force application to national studies and abyssal species, from geography to astronomy, from command operations to solo combat. Nothing was left out. Clearly, Yin University hoped to cultivate these 10 individuals into all-rounders, capable of adapting to any environment and position without panic. November. Handong Province, Nameless Canyon. This place lay in the wilderness, teeming with alien beasts and rarely visited by humans. Few knew that this was actually the headquarters of the Secret Blood Society. Deep within the canyon, in the underground palace, an elderly man leaned back on a soft sofa, flipping through a book in his hands. At this moment, a young man hurriedly approached. Leader, the Qigong Master and Puppet Master have returned, and they also brought back that guest from the abyss. Elder Qingshan is dead in Kunlun ruins. The leader closed the book, his expression calm. Bring them over. Yes. Momins latte. The Qigong Master and Puppet Master appeared in succession. The pitch-black coffin was also lifted by the air, appearing before the leader. You two have worked hard. The leader did not immediately look at the black coffin, but went to support the Qigong Master and Puppet Master. The Qigong Master had only lost his right shoulder and arm. The Puppet Master was in a much worse condition, covered in stab wounds, with his heart pierced. If it weren't for the bone spikes plugging the hole in his heart, he would have already died in Yinjing and would never have made it back here. For the great goal, the two said in unison, their expressions resolute. The leader nodded and approached the black coffin, gently caressing its surface filled with abyssal aura. Next, let's welcome this guest from the abyss. He lightly clapped, and the nails around the coffin flew out simultaneously, slowly opening the lid. An evil and chilling aura spread out. A voice that seemed to come from the abyss echoed in the room. Where's this? The leader smiled. The Abyssal Vanguard General, the esteemed Abyssal Overlord Shadow Devourer. I am the leader of the Secret Blood Society, and I await your arrival. The aura from the black coffin gradually surged out, condensing into an unstable humanoid form. The figure had no facial features, and a voice of confusion emanated. Do you know me? The leader smiled. My ability is Resonance of the Starry Child. I foresaw your arrival. The Vanguard General exclaimed in surprise. Starry Child is a clan proficient in divination. No wonder you could know of my arrival. He looked around and lamented, Unfortunately, your place is about to be destroyed. The leader was taken aback. What do you mean? The Vanguard General calmly replied. Shen Nifeng left her blade intent within the black coffin. She should have already chased after you here. Her blade exceeds your foresight. Although his voice was calm, it carried a hint of deeply concealed fear. Everyone's expression changed dramatically. The next moment, a Tang Dao sliced through the space, creating a rift. A figure clad in snow-white garments stepped out, appearing before everyone. Shen Nifeng looked around and said lightly, Finally found you. As she spoke, a radiant blade light surged forth. At the same time, outside, the sounds of battle erupted. The Ability Bureau had already arrived. A few days later, Ning Yi woke up as usual and ordered a luxurious breakfast. While waiting for breakfast to be delivered, he casually browsed the internal forum of the Ability Bureau. As soon as he opened the forum, he saw 2 pinned posts marked in red. The headquarters of the Secret Blood Society has been eradicated. The leader and 4 elders have all been slain. Bounty notice. The Puppet Master, messenger of the fleeing elder of the Secret Blood Society. Ning Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, they were taken out all at once. No wonder he hadn't faced any assassination attempts from the Secret Blood Society during these days. It turned out that the secret blood society was already too preoccupied with its own troubles and had no opportunity to assassinate him. Chapter 86, Level 33. The Ice Phoenix Possession. Ning Yi immediately clicked on the post to take a closer look. The content in the post was minimal. It only mentioned that Shen Nifeng, Su Qiue, and other strong members of the Ability Bureau had launched a surprise attack on the headquarters of the Secret Blood Association, striking before the leaders could react. The key question was, when did the Ability Bureau find the secret headquarters of the Secret Blood Association? Ning Yi pondered thoughtfully and couldn't help but recall the words spoken by Kong Inha and Su Qiue in the small conference room at Zenbeigun that day. The Secret Blood Association was plotting against them, but hadn't they also been plotting against the Secret Blood Association? Presumably, the Ability Bureau had tracked down the location of the Secret Blood Association's secret headquarters through some means, thus executing a deadly strike. Perhaps the Puppet Master's jailbreak was part of the plan all along. In any case, this was good news for him. He smiled. Ever since the Secret Blood Association attempted to assassinate him, he had felt a constant sense of vigilance, always on guard against their next attempt on his life. Now, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, he couldn't be too complacent. The leader of the Secret Blood Association and the 4 Great Elders had been killed, but there were still 2 8th-level Elders, the Messenger and the Puppet Master, on the run. Beneath these 2 Elders, there might still be some small fries hiding away. At this moment, breakfast had already been delivered. 2 steaks as big as his face, 20 palm-sized pork and cabbage buns, and a large bowl of seafood porridge, along with 3 big fried dough sticks as extras. These meats came from exotic beasts, rich in nutrients and delicious, unlike ordinary beef or pork. Just for this breakfast, he spent 3 credits. However, he had quite a few credits saved up. Not to mention, leading his team to win the National College Freshman Competition netted him a full 1,000 credits in his Yen University card. Not to mention the credits earned from excellent course grades. Even if he ate like this for every meal, it would only cost him a few dozen credits. As he devoured his breakfast, he reflected on his gains over the past few months. So far, his abilities had undergone tremendous changes. Just in terms of abilities, he had ice spikes, ice spears, ice shields, ice mist, ice armor, and ice storms. He could also summon frost soul wolves and ice bone dragons, 2 types of ice creatures. His specialized weapons included the frost soul cold spear, ice vein totem, and indestructible frost armor, all 3 of which were golden and matched his ability level, naturally consuming a lot of ability crystals. The ability crystals were devoured as soon as they arrived. Purely Moonlight Clan. Fortunately, with his status as an honorary senior officer of the Ability Bureau, he could buy ability crystals at a discounted internal price. Otherwise, his savings would really not be enough. As he ate, he suddenly felt his body becoming lighter. The energy swirling in the air surged towards him, merging into his body. At that moment, his senses became exceptionally sharp. He heard the faint dripping sound from the second-floor bathroom. 2 senior girls outside the villa were whispering to each other, discussing which innocent junior to flirt with that night. Young birds in the trees were opening their beaks wide, waiting for their parents to feed them. Ning Yi smiled with joy. Eating exotic beast meat every day indeed had great effects, coupled with his training in the super-grade cold abyss training method. His body actively absorbed the free energy in the air. With the support of these 2 sources, even without absorbing many ability crystals, his upgrading speed was still quite acceptable. At that moment, an upgrade notification naturally appeared in his mind. Ability, Eternal Frozen Domain, SS level. Ability level, level 33. Evolution Option 1. Gold, Eternal Frozen Crystal can condense into Ice Phoenix. After Ice Phoenix possession, the body gains comprehensive enhancement. Evolution Option 2. Purple, Frost Soul Wolf's movement speed significantly increased. Evolution Option 3. Green, Ice Spike's attack power slightly increased. Evolution Option 4. Blue, Icebone Dragon's Frost Breath duration moderately increased. Evolution Option 5. Purple, Frost Soul Wolf King's intelligence significantly increased. Can learn some simple combat tactics. Evolution Option 6. Purple. After any Frost Soul Wolf dies, the Frost Soul Wolf King will receive significant enhancement. The more deaths, the greater the enhancement. Evolution Option 7. Blue. Ice Shield's defensive capability moderately increased. Evolution Option 8. Green. Ice Shield's dazzling time slightly increased. Evolution Option 9. White. Ice Spear's explosion power slightly increased. Evolution Option 10. Purple, the number of simultaneously existing ice spears increased to 50. No need to choose, all have been integrated into the ability. Ning Yi's face lit up with surprise. He had previously absorbed the core of the Ice Phoenix. However, that thing was of such high grade that the absorption speed was very slow. This time, he finally saw evolution options related to the Ice Phoenix. He had thought it would be something like the Icebone Dragon, a summoning creature. He didn't expect it to be a possession enhancement. This meant that his self-defense capability had risen another level. Not to mention facing other ability users of the same level, even against a level 49 ability user. As long as he could activate the Ice Shield, Ice Armor, Indestructible Frost Armor, and Ice Phoenix simultaneously, his defenses would be unbreakable. At this moment, his Yin University card lit up, and a message from Yin Pengsheng came through. Iga, we plan to visit the Bone Ancient City in the southern suburbs this week. Are you going? The Bone Ancient City is a chasm located in the wilds of the southern suburbs of Yin City, mostly inhabited by skeletal exotic beasts, ranging from level 20 to level 39. It is very suitable for students from various universities in Yin City to train. Of course, Ning Yi nodded with a smile. After studying hard at school for a month, he felt restless and planned to find a chasm to practice, while also accumulating some ability crystals. If he relied entirely on money to buy these, even with his discounted internal price, it would still be a bottomless pit. Early December. Handong Province. Haiban City. The night sky was filled with stars. It was already late at night, but the port of this city was still bustling. Many cargo ships were waiting to be loaded and unloaded, ready to set sail early the next morning. Most of the cargo ships here were engaged in trade with the countries of Xinji and Izumo. Xinji is located on a peninsula northeast of Yinhang, adjacent to it. Izumo faces Yinhang across the East China Sea. Neither country is considered a major power, but their national strength is not weak either. Moreover, all three sides have their own resources and materials needed, which allows for mutual trade. Even though Yinhang and Izumo have fought fiercely in the past, their trade only diminished but never truly stopped. At this moment, on a cargo ship heading to Izumo, a tall figure wearing a yellow safety helmet leaned against the railing on the side of the deck, gazing at the brightly lit Haiban City. His gaze seemed to drift further away, lost in thought. A middle-aged crew member approached him with 2 bottles of beer, handing one over with a smile. Hey, young man, what are you thinking about? Chapter 87. I don't want to be human anymore. The young man sighed. It's going to take at least a month for this trip. I miss home. The middle-aged crew member laughed heartily. I miss home too, but there's a lot of money to be made on this trip. Just thinking about buying toys for the kids and that lipstick my wife has had in her shopping cart for a long time gives me motivation. The young man smiled faintly, pressed down his cap, and said nothing more. At that moment, the broadcast suddenly came on, and the captain's lazy voice echoed, "Everyone, please pay attention. We have received a notice from the Handong Supernatural Bureau. A fugitive has been spotted in Haiban City, and it's highly likely they intend to escape to Xinjiang or Izumo by boat. Make sure to keep an eye on anyone unfamiliar around you. We must not let the fugitive board the ship. Also, late-night snacks are ready. Remember to go to the kitchen to eat." The announcement repeated a few times before ending. The middle-aged crew member scoffed. Xinjiang, Izumo, I've been there. They're tiny countries with nothing special to eat. Even if the fugitive runs there, their life will be hard for the rest of their days. Right? The young man nodded nonchalantly. The middle-aged crew member observed him for a few more moments, then asked suspiciously, "Hey kid, why do you seem a bit unfamiliar to me?" Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and retreated warily. The young man sighed lightly. "I never wanted to kill anyone." The middle-aged crew member's expression changed drastically, and he opened his mouth to scream. However, a bone spur suddenly shot up from his chest, piercing through his skull. He made a wheezing sound, but couldn't utter a word. Only blood and foam spilling from his mouth. The young man gently pushed him, and the middle-aged crew member fell straight into the sea, under the cover of night. No one noticed the figure swallowed by the waves. It was only then that the young man raised his head and gazed towards the direction of Yinjing. The moonlight illuminated his face, revealing his beautiful features. She was a puppeteer, one of the 2 elders who escaped from the Blood Secret Society. Her gaze was exceptionally cold. "Shenifeng, I will return. The abyss will eventually swallow everything." From her shadow came a hoarse, profound voice, as if it came from the abyss. "Human, you are not wrong. The abyss will ultimately consume everything." The puppeteer calmly replied, "Let's talk about our deal." The voice from the shadow chuckled strangely. "Then allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Ning Yi, the second general under the Shadow Stream Lord of the Shadow Eater clan, an 8th tier abyssal being. I am the puppeteer I was before, and I will be in the future. Ning Yi smiled. I need your help to open the door to the abyss. The Gate of the Flame Han is located in Kunlun ruins, but it has been shattered by Shun Nifeng, making it nearly impossible to reopen. Another pioneer is in Izumo. Another door is evidently somewhere in Izumo. In exchange, I can help you gain the resonance ability of the Bone Nightmare clan. The Bone Nightmares are our vassal clan. As long as there are materials, this is not difficult for me. The puppeteer looked up and saw a searchlight shining down, immediately moving from the light into the deeper darkness. I agree to your terms. This is indeed the purpose of the Blood Secret Society's existence. Ning Yi chocolate. Your body may mutate as a result. Are you willing? I don't understand your human aesthetics, but after observing you for these 2 months, I found that your body has a strong attraction to human males. Are you willing to abandon it? The puppeteer did not answer directly, but calmly stated, from my brief life and the downfall of the Blood Secret Society, I have realized one thing. Human capabilities are limited unless one transcends humanity. The voice from the shadow asked in confusion, what exactly are you trying to say? I don't want to be human anymore. The puppeteer also revealed a strange smile. Ning Yi was taken aback, and then let out a hoarse and unpleasant laugh. Good. You will surely become an infinitely potential bone nightmare. At the end of December, attention, students, please stay safe and do not go to dangerous abyssal areas. Make sure to check in daily using the Yin University card to report your location. Wan Qing smiled at the 10 first-year students sitting below the podium. Got it. Ning Yi and the others responded with laughter. Class dismissed. I hope you have a wonderful winter break. Wan Qing waved his hand. Oh, it's vacation time. Montauk Yuan exclaimed joyfully. Yanjing University had an unusually early winter break. Most universities took a break in mid-January, while Yanjing University broke for winter at the end of December. Ning Yi, any plans for winter break? A large figure approached. It was Yin Pengcheng. How about we go to the North Desert and form a hunting team to hunt exotic beasts? I'll be going back to Yun City with my cousin, resting for a few days, and then see if I should train in an abyssal area or go to a martial arts school to earn some pocket money. Ning Yi smilet. Yin Pengcheng was shocked. With your strength, you still want to go to a martial arts school? Aren't you afraid of being kicked out? Montauk Yuan, Zhuo Qingyin, LV Tsaixio, and Shun Miaoyu all nodded in agreement. Chao Qingji tugged at his sleeve and calmly said, let's take the train back together. We're on the same route. Ning Yi noted it. At that moment, his phone rang. He answered the call, and his aunt's voice came through. Xiao Yi. I almost forgot to tell you, our family is planning to vacation in Haiban City, and we have already arrived. You and Yifan should come too. The hotel is already booked. As soon as his aunt finished speaking, his uncle Jiang Jiqiang's cheesy voice came through. Wife kiss, wife kiss. What are you doing? The child is listening. Wow. Then came the sound of a hurried hang-up. Ning Yi clicked his tongue. A picture of his uncle pouting for a kiss floated into his mind. Oh no, I have to go to Haiban City. He looked at Chao Qingji. Chao Qingji was taken aback and immediately picked up her phone to change her ticket. Then I'll go too. My parents are vacationing in a southern small country, and I'm all alone at home. It would be boring to go back. Mo Yihuan was stunned and exclaimed, I'm going. Is this still Chao Jia? You just said 1, 2, 3, a full 27 words. Chao Qingji looked up at her expressionlessly. Mo Yihuan felt a chill from her gaze and awkwardly smiled, pulling her head back under the desk. That's fine, then let's pick up my cousin tomorrow, and we'll go to Haiban City together, Ning Yi said with a smile. Gao Qingdi not that. Shin Miaoyu glanced at them, hesitated to say something, then finally walked out of the classroom, took out her phone, and dialed a number. A gentlewoman's voice came through. Miaoyu, what's the matter? Auntie, Ning Yi is not going back to Yin City. He's changing to go to Haiban City. There was a pause on the other end. Why are you telling me this? Shin Miaoyu lowered her voice. Last time I visited your home, you kept watching reports about Ning Yi. Annie chuckled. That was just my appreciation for a genius. Miaoyu, tell me the truth. Do you have a special relationship with him? Chapter 88. Don't underestimate the middle-aged poor. The person on the other end of the phone fell silent. What are you thinking about? Shin Miaoyu said softly. It's not hard to admit that I like young, handsome little wolves. You don't have to hide it, Annie. The person on the other end was at a loss for words. You child, where did you go wrong? I've told you many times to stop reading those age gap romance novels, but you just won't listen. Shin Miaoyu sighed. Annie, you know quite a bit, don't you? Enough. I'm going to catch up on my beauty sleep. In Yanjing, at the Yin family's villa, Yin Salon, dressed in loose pajamas, put down her phone with a speechless expression. Time had left her a few wrinkles, but even so, it was clear that she was once an extraordinary beauty. This child. I thought she had figured it out. She scared me to death. Yin Sulan lightly patted her chest, smiled helplessly, but couldn't help but recall Ning Yi's appearance. She murmured, as a mother who doesn't think about their child. Sigh. She slapped her face and immediately got up, grabbing the practice clothes draped over the sofa. Time to go train in the abyss. Xiao Yi, just wait. Once I reach level 7 and defeat all the elders of the Yin family, I'll acknowledge you. Yin Sulan put on her practice outfit and entered the training room, gritting her teeth at the 9 wooden puppets with names written on them. Don't underestimate the middle-aged poor. The plane was about to take off. Please fasten your seatbelts and stow your tray tables. The pleasant voice of the announcement filled the cabin. Ning Yi and Jiang Yifan were sitting side by side, while Chao Qingji sat in the back. Jiang Yifan was very curious about Chao Qingji and asked many questions, but seeing Chao Qingji's taciturn demeanor, he could only awkwardly fall silent and turn to quietly ask Ning Yi about his training. His ability was electric eel resonance, and he was also practicing marksmanship. His questions revolved around marksmanship. The two cousins chatted quietly, but after just a few sentences, they were interrupted by the noise of people nearby. Xiao Yu, if we're talking about Haibin City, the most impressive one is still the Dragon Tooth Special Forces station there. Dragon Tooth Special Forces? I've heard of them. They're quite formidable, the sharp blade of the Southeast military region. I'm here to participate in the selection for the military doctors of Dragon Tooth. Ning Yi looked over and saw a young couple. The young man was tall and handsome, with a hint of arrogance on his face. The young woman looked at him with adoration, almost leaning against him. After listening for a while, he learned their names. The man was called Su Feng, and the woman was called He Xiao Yu, traveling from Yinjing to Haibin, just like the three of them. Jiang Yifan looked speechless and lowered his voice. The military doctors of Dragon Tooth are just logistic support. Look at how he's acting. One would think he's going to participate in the main team assessment. Ning Yi laughed lightly and waved his hand, signaling his cousin to stop talking. The Dragon Tooth Special Forces were indeed the sharp blade of the Southeast military region. The main team consisted of 5 members, all level 7 ability users, forming the core of Dragon Tooth. Additionally, there was a preparatory team made up of 100 selected talents from across the country. Beyond the main team and the preparatory team, there was also a large logistics support force. Military doctors were naturally included among them. Although he had never been to Dragon Tooth, he knew quite a bit about it, because Li Yuanwu had previously invited him to join. However, at that time, his level was not high enough, so he could only be offered a spot in the Dragon Tooth preparatory team. He didn't intend to gossip behind someone's back. But Su Feng overheard Jiang Yifan's words and, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pointed at Jiang Yifan and said unhappily, "What did you say?" "When did I say I was going to participate in the main team assessment? Besides, are military doctors not part of Dragon Tooth? And you, an ordinary person, are just a student. Don't pretend like you know everything about Dragon Tooth." Su Feng sneered, "Little brother, I grew up in the Dragon Tooth training base. I know better than you." Jiang Yifan did not expect to be criticized so abruptly. He was stunned for a moment and immediately retorted, "My brother had the chance to join the Dragon Tooth preparatory team before the college entrance examination. How could I not understand? I know 1,000 times more than you." Su Feng, hearing this, mocked, "Oh, before the college entrance exam, he had a chance to join the Dragon Tooth preparatory team? Your brother must be a genius. If you have the ability, show me the identification proving you were in the Dragon Tooth preparatory team. If you can't, then you're just bragging." The two argued more fiercely, almost to the point of coming to blows. Ning Yi found it amusing and patted Jiang Yifan's shoulder, preparing to pull him back to his seat. Just then, an elderly man in a brown coat staggered down the aisle and suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. This sudden situation startled the nearby passengers. The flight attendant, who was about to intervene in the argument, quickly bent down to check on the old man's condition. "Is there anyone on board with healing abilities? This elderly man needs urgent help." After checking, the flight attendant stood up and anxiously asked around. Jiang Yifan immediately said, "Aren't you going to participate in the military doctor assessment? Hurry and save him." Su Feng sneered, "No need for you to say." He crouched down to check the old man's condition, but soon his expression turned hesitant. He had a B-level elemental ability called Fountain of Healing. If it were ordinary external or internal injuries, a mouthful of healing water would quickly restore the person. However, the old man was suffering from organ failure. In such a case, he could delay the situation, but it would require using the healing essence. That was a golden evolution option that appeared when he leveled up to 3. It allowed him to condense higher-grade healing water at intervals. The healing effect was stronger, but the condensation time was very long. So far, he had only accumulated about 50 milliliters. If he used it here, he could basically forget about the military doctor assessment tomorrow. Although a life was important, it was just a stranger. However, whether he passed the military doctor assessment would determine whether he could have a stable job for the rest of his life. He quickly made his decision. At that moment, Xiaoyu looked confused and asked, Su Feng, why aren't you using your abilities to save this grandpa? Su Feng shook his head. No, without a 6th-level healer, he definitely won't be saved. The flight attendant hurriedly inquired if there were any other healing ability users, but the surrounding passengers all shook their heads. Ning Yi, deep in thought, said, let me give it a try. His ice mist also had healing effects. After multiple evolutions, the healing effect of the ice mist had become very powerful. Although it wasn't at the level of regrowing limbs, it might still be of some use. Su Feng glanced at him sideways, clearly not believing he would be useful, but due to the surrounding people's gazes, he stepped aside without saying anything further. Chapter 89 Arrival at the Seaside. Enemies at Sea. Ning Yi crouched down, and ice mist immediately gathered in his palm. Su Feng exclaimed, what are you doing? Are you going to kill him? Most ice-type ability users are combat-oriented and rarely possess healing abilities. Besides, the old man was already suffering from organ failure, and his heartbeat was gradually weakening. Using ice mist now would only make it easier for him to die. Shut up. Ning Yi shot him a glance. That gaze was filled with indifference, startling Su Feng into silence. When he realized that he had been intimidated by someone who looked younger than 20 and was actually younger than him, he felt a surge of anger. At that moment, the ice mist in Ning Yi's palm had completely enveloped the old man. Silken healing energy seeped into the old man's body, healing his organs that were on the verge of failure. Aging and dying are inevitable, and all he could do was to delay the arrival of that final moment. Fortunately, his ice mist had a very good healing effect, and he could use it continuously without worrying about depleting his abilities. In no time, the old man's heartbeat gradually became stronger, and he slowly opened his eyes. The crew member exclaimed, "You're awake." The old man, slightly confused, got up and asked, "What's going on?" The crew member quickly explained what had just happened. Only then did the old man excitedly look at Ning Yi and say, "Child, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my life." Ning Yi waved his hand. "It's nothing, just doing what I should." The old man looked at Ning Yi with increasing delight and said, "Child, you must still be in college, right? If you want to find a part-time job during the holidays, you can come to me. I know people in the shipping gang and can introduce you to jobs on the ship. With your healing ability, you'll be very sought after on board." After saying this, he tore off a piece of paper, wrote a number on it, and handed it to Ning Yi. Ning Yi smiled and accepted it. "All right, I'll definitely look for you if I have a chance." After this small episode, Su Feng clearly lost interest in showing off and only dared to speak softly with Xiaoyu. This allowed Ning Yi to exchange insights on marksmanship with Jiang Yifan in a low voice. More than an hour later, the plane safely landed at the seaside airport. Through the cabin window, Ning Yi saw a group of men in black suits and sunglasses standing in 2 rows, solemnly awaiting the arrival of a distinguished guest. The plane landed smoothly, the cabin door opened, and passengers began to disembark. The leading man in a black suit immediately stepped forward. As the old man descended the stairs, he respectfully said, "Boss, you didn't even say a word when you came over. We sent someone to pick you up." The old man shook his head. "I'm no longer the boss of the shipping gang, and I don't want to make a fuss. Let's go to that cargo ship first and see what is going on." "Yes." The men in black suits surrounded the old man and quickly drove away. Su Feng watched this scene, frozen in place for a long time. Regret filled his heart to the point where he wanted to pound his chest and stomp his feet. That old man was actually the former boss of the shipping gang. If he had saved the old man's life on the plane, he wouldn't need to take the military doctor assessment. He could become a consultant for the shipping gang, which would be much better than being a military doctor in Longya. Moreover, he would be even more respected within the shipping gang for having saved the former boss's life. Regret. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Ning Yi was also somewhat surprised. The old man dressed very plainly, and there was no one accompanying him. He had traveled alone by plane. He had thought he was just an old employee of the shipping gang. He didn't expect him to be the former boss of the shipping gang. The shipping gang is a civilian organization of ability users that originated in Handong province, specializing in domestic cargo trade. Its influence is on par with large companies like Jingshan Pharmaceuticals and Diamond Security. It is said that a few years ago, they even extended their reach into overseas trade. As for the former boss of the shipping gang, he is even more legendary. During the Abyss invasion and the mutation of the world, this old boss was already in his middle age. He had initially awakened only a D-grade ability, Giant Crab Resonance, but step by step, he relied on this D-grade ability to subdue various factions and establish the shipping gang, eventually taking over the entire cargo business in Handong province at the age of 70. At his strongest, he reached the 8th tier, and the Ability Bureau, military, and various civilian organizations treated him with great respect. However, 5 years ago, to protect the shipping gang's interests, he fought fiercely against a Beast King in the East China Sea. He was ambushed by another Beast King from beneath the sea and was severely injured, causing his level to drop continuously, which is why he retreated behind the scenes. But in any case, this old boss is absolutely revered in the shipping gang. Jiang Yifan couldn't help but give a thumbs up, bro, you're amazing. Did you recognize him as the former boss of the shipping gang right away? Ning Yi chuckled lightly. I didn't expect it at all. He was also a bit surprised. Who would have thought that casually saving someone on a plane would lead to such a big figure? Let us take a taxi to the hotel. Ning Yi smiled. Chao Qingji will head out first. I'm staying at the hotel next to yours. Gao Qingji not that. Okay. Moments later, Ning Yi and Jiang Yifan arrived at the hotel. Aunt and uncle were clearly having too much fun to remember their child, and were not in the hotel, still wandering outside. Ning Yi and Jiang Yifan felt somewhat helpless and had to find food for themselves. In the following 2 days, the two brothers roamed around Seaside City, having a great time. One day, the four of them changed into swimsuits, wearing big sunglasses, and came to the beach, sitting under an umbrella. Ning Yi rested his hands behind his head, feeling quite comfortable. This beach is really nice. Beautiful women in swimsuits are everywhere. Hey, that long-legged beauty walking by looks a bit familiar. Jiang Yifan said tearfully, bro, so many beautiful women. Woo woo woo. Ning Yi was surprised, I know. But why are you crying? Jiang Yifan replied, our department's male-to-female ratio is 9-to-1. I see livestock every day. If you were in my shoes, you would be crying too. Ning Yi clicked his tongue, silently expressing sympathy for his cousin. The sea breeze was refreshing, and there was a strong fragrance in the air. Jiang Yifan sighed, bro, can you smell that? It's so fragrant. It must be the scent of those lovely ladies. Just as Ning Yi was about to nod, he suddenly noticed strange changes on the distant sea surface. His expression turned serious. No, that is probably not the fragrance of the ladies. Quickly take your parents and leave here. Jiang Yifan was stunned. Huh? He followed Ning Yi's serious gaze towards the distant sea surface. It was churning violently. Soon, numerous figures rose from the water. They had ugly fish heads, upper bodies resembling beautiful women, but their lower halves turned into scaly fish tails. Some tourists surfing on the sea were nearly killed on the spot. Only a few tourists with decent abilities managed to escape with their lives. In the blink of an eye, large areas of the sea were stained red with blood. Those are mermaids, Ning Yi said solemnly. Since Seaside City became a tourist city, there's been a concentrated cleanup of nearshore beasts. Such beasts rarely appear in Seaside City now. Jiang Yifan's eyes widened. You call those mermaids? Shouldn't they be fishmen? Ning Yi patted his head and sighed. Didn't you study well in class? Fish head, human body, fishtail is a mermaid. Fish head, human body, human feet is a fishman. Jiang Yifan was taken aback. What about a human head, human body, fishtail? That's a siren. Jiang Yifan awkwardly smiled. Mom and Dad, let us get out of here. The beasts are coming ashore. Jiang Jiqiang cursed, grabbed Jiang Yifan, and they ran. At this moment, some of the tourists on the beach also noticed the approaching mermaids and began to scream. Xiao Yi, hurry up and come with us. Ning Venue Urket. Ning Yi shook his head. Yifan, take care of your parents. I'll go confront them. After saying that, a frostblade spear appeared out of thin air in his palm. Striding forward towards the panicked fleeing tourists, he headed directly for the mermaids. Chapter 90. Lin Mushue's Strength. Easily battles Tier 5. Ning Yi held the cold spear and strode towards the crowd, while 10 frost-soul wolves emerged beside him. These giant wolves, the size of calves, deftly weaved through the crowd and swiftly charged towards the sea. Behind him, more ice spears began to materialize. At the moment the crowd dispersed, Ning Yi pointed, and an ice spear seemed to be hurled by an invisible hand, hurtling away. Swoosh! A mermaid, wielding a rusty long knife, was about to strike a little girl who couldn't escape in time. The next moment, the mermaid was pierced by the ice spear and pinned to the sand. Not a drop of blood flowed out, as she was completely frozen, still maintaining the fierce expression from her life. The long-legged beauty, rushing towards the little girl, paused for a moment, looking towards the direction the ice spear had come from, her pupils reflecting a handsome young man, and she was somewhat surprised. Ning Yi. She shouldered her giant sword and waved with a smile. Ning Yi turned to the direction of the voice. It was a tall woman, at least 7 meters tall, wearing a white one-piece swimsuit. Her delicate collarbone, slender yet strong arms, and long, toned legs were all exposed. On her shoulder was a fearsome giant sword, nearly 2 meters long, with edges resembling a chainsaw. He suddenly realized why he found this long-legged beauty familiar. It turned out to be Lin Muxiue, who was here on vacation. He also noticed another beautiful woman not far away, similarly dressed in a swimsuit, but compared to Lin Muxiue's conservative style, this one was bolder. The red swimsuit covered only the essential parts, exposing large areas of smooth, fair skin. It was Lin Muxiue's good friend, Jiangya. At this moment, Jiangya was crouching beside an injured ant, using a healing staff to provide emergency treatment. The incident had occurred suddenly, and Ning Yi did not approach the two women, but nodded from afar, treating it as a greeting. He then stood at a high point, continuing to shoot at the mermaids attempting to attack the tourists. Although many tourists had sensed the danger and left the beach early, some still did not react in time and were trapped on the beach, quite close to the mermaid army. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With each ice spear that fell, a mermaid was turned into an ice sculpture. The levels of these mermaids were not high. The lowest was level 10 and the highest was just over level 30. For Ning Yi, they all fell into the category of being one-shot killed by an ice spear. On the beach, besides Ning Yi, Lin Muxiue, and Jiangya, there were other ability users. After a brief moment of panic, they began to take action to deal with the suddenly appearing mermaids. In the distance, when you saw Ning Yi displaying his might and couldn't help but glance a few more times at Lin Muxiue and Jiangya, saying happily, Xiao Yi really is something. He doesn't even tell his family when he has a girlfriend. Ning Jiqiang looked helpless. That's not a girlfriend. That's Lin Muxiue from the Hanan Ability Bureau. You've seen her before. Ning Wen Yu retorted, I wasn't talking about her. I meant the other one. Look at that healing ability user. She's tall, good-looking, and a healer. How great is that? She cast a glance at Jiang Yifan. You should hurry up and find a girlfriend so Mom doesn't have to worry. Jiang Yifan immediately showed a bitter face. In our department, the ratio of boys to girls is 9-1. If I have to find one, there's a high probability I can only end up with Xiaonan. Ning Wen Yu and Ning Jiqiang suddenly heard a shout. The mermaid commander. It's a tier 5 beast. At that moment, a middle-aged man yelled and quickly retreated. 2 holes suddenly appeared at his shoulder blades, from which air shot out, propelling him forward rapidly. However, even so, his speed was still slightly slower. A dark green water arrow shot from behind, aimed directly at his back. The middle-aged man felt immense fear, sensing death approaching. At a critical moment, a pitch-black shield flew in rapidly, blocking behind him. When the water arrow hit the shield, it emitted a huge sound like metal colliding. Leave this to me. Lin Muxiue took long strides, dragging the chainsaw giant sword as she approached the exceptionally large mermaid commander. The middle-aged man showed a grateful expression and quickly moved away. He wanted to step forward, but Jiangya held him back and chuckled. Muxiue can handle a tier 5. There's no need to worry. Don't think you're the only one who can battle above your level. Muxiue is also a top student from Yin University, having completed her credits in just 1 year. She can also fight above her level. Ning Yi smiled in response. That was true. If Lin Muxiue didn't have the ability to battle above her level, she wouldn't have been valued by Dingbang, even being promoted to the level of a senior officer. That giant sword is Sis Shue's special weapon? I've never seen it before, Ning Yi casually asked while pointing and pinning a mermaid to the sand. Jiangya nodded. That's the chainsaw giant sword. A golden quality special weapon she awakened when she advanced to tier 1. Her second special weapon is magnetic energy armor, and her third is magnetic rail flying blades. All are golden quality. As for her fourth special weapon and abyss relic, I haven't seen those either. Ning Yi was somewhat surprised and nodded. 3 golden special weapons. The 4th special weapon and abyss relic are probably also golden. No wonder she could graduate early. Talents are always similar. Ning Yi. Don't you also have 3 golden special weapons? Jianya released a healing wave and smiled. Your future will definitely not be weaker than hers. Help, help. The ant lying next to her said hurriedly. Don't rush, don't rush. I'm saving you, aren't I? The ant struggled, little girl. The staff is choking my throat, Jianya exclaimed and quickly picked up the staff, smiling awkwardly. Sorry. Ning Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, a dull thud was heard not far away. He looked closely. The Tier 5 mermaid commander had already fallen to the ground. Its large, ugly body was sliced into 7 or 8 pieces by the chainsaw giant sword. The excess body parts were pinned to the ground by magnetic rail flying blades. With the death of the mermaid commander, the morale of the remaining mermaids instantly plummeted. They babbled in panic and hurriedly retreated, leaving behind hundreds of corpses as they returned to the sea. The ability users breathed a sigh of relief. This sudden battle had finally come to an end. Jianya called out, Injured ones, come to me. I'll give you free treatment. Thank you, thank you. The girl is beautiful and has a sweet voice, always 18. The local healing ability users in Haiban City charge very high prices. You're really kind. On another side, many ability users and tourists gathered around Lin Muxue, their faces filled with gratitude, praising her for her actions. Lin Muxue waved her hands repeatedly, claiming it was all she should do. Finally managing to escape from the grateful crowd, she quickly grabbed a sun protection outfit from a beach chair and put it on, quickly spotting Ning Yi in the crowd. A tall, handsome young man stood out like a crane among chickens, making it hard to ignore. Chapter 91, Heavy Casualties. Urgent Need for Healing Ability Users. Lin Muxue quickly walked to Ning Yi's side and said in a low voice, Ning Yi, there's a situation. The Hand-On Ability Bureau has temporarily requisitioned us external operatives. The mermaids attacking this beach are just a small part of it. Multiple cities along the southeastern coast have been attacked. In Haiban City alone, there have been 6 locations where mermaids have landed. Ning Yi raised an eyebrow and immediately asked, Is it because of the mutated magic potion? Lin Muxue nodded. The people from the Hand-On Ability Bureau will arrive soon. They want to take these mermaid corpses back for testing. Results should be available shortly. Since the emergence of the mutated magic potion, the Blood Secret Society has been selling it in large quantities through various channels, both openly and covertly. Many grassroots ability user organizations have also obtained the mutated magic potion and tamed a batch of mutated beasts for their own use. Although the Blood Secret Society has been wiped out, there are still many evil organizations in Yanhan that oppose the official authorities. The Blood Secret Society was the largest among them. Ning Yi nodded in understanding. He was very clear about this. Not to mention, in Hand-On Province, where Haiban City is located, there are several evil organizations that have gained significant power. The Storm Children and the Flying Fish Society are well-known large organizations among them. A few years ago, they were successively suppressed by the Hand-On Ability Bureau in the Southeast Military District and had already quieted down. With the help of the Blood Secret Society, they have now been revived. This information is publicly available within the Ability Bureau, and with his status as a senior operative of honor, he could easily access it. Let's go report to the Haiban Ability Institute, Lin Muxue said helplessly. My vacation is ruined again. Haiban Ability Institute? Ning Yi asked in confusion. The Ability Bureau has now established branches at the city level, called Ability Institutes, Lin Muxue smiled. The director is usually a 6th-tier ability user. Got it, let's go. Ning Yi nodded and took out his phone to send a message to his aunt, telling her not to worry. At 7 p.m., Ning Yi, Lin Muxue, and Jianya arrived at the Haiban Ability Institute. Jianya, not being an operative of the Ability Bureau, could only sit on a chair in the corridor. Ning Yi and Lin Muxue entered the director's office. A balding man immediately stood up, smiling widely to welcome them. Welcome. I've heard much about you too. If it weren't for your assistance at Sunbay Beach, there would surely have been many casualties among the tourists. I sincerely thank you both. After saying that, Song Tang bowed deeply. Lin Muxue quickly helped him up, showing a polite smile. Director Song, you're too kind. We came to Haiban for vacation and didn't expect to run into this situation. Song Tang rubbed his hands together. Please take a seat. I have an unreasonable request. Lin Muxue said seriously. Director Song, please speak freely. Song Tang smiled bitterly. You both probably know that multiple locations in Haiban City have been attacked by mutated beasts. Sunbay Beach is relatively fortunate, with not too many casualties. But the situation elsewhere is not good. We have already deployed personnel, but we are still very short-handed. The coastal provinces and cities are in the same situation, and we can't spare anyone to help. Would you too be able to? Lin Muxiue was about to nod when Ning Yi lightly coughed and said, Director Song. About the compensation, Song Tang immediately replied, I will report your contributions at the highest level. Ning Yi patted his chest. As operatives of the Ability Bureau, it is our duty to protect the safety of the people. Song Tang added, also, there are too many injured, and there is a severe shortage of healing ability users. Can a young lady accompanying you also join in? That should be possible, Lin Muxiue nodded. Ning Yi suddenly said, I can help out in this area too. Song Tang was taken aback. You also have healing abilities? Yes, Ning Yi smiled, and as he spoke, a mass of ice mist appeared in his palms and fell into Song Tang's hands. Song Tang's spirits lifted. Great. This is wonderful. The combat team will set off immediately. Please have Lin's operative report to the office next door. The healing team has already gone to Turtle Bay in the southern part of the city. Lin's operative and that young lady, please wait a moment. I will personally take you there shortly. Okay. At Turtle Bay, Ning Yi and Jiangya got out of the car and looked ahead at the military base, showing a look of surprise. The military and the Ability Bureau do not share information, and he only knew that the Longya Reserve's base was in Hannan Province. He didn't expect it to be in the southern suburbs of Haiban City. It seems at this time, the Longya Reserve base has also been attacked by mutated beasts, and the casualties must be quite heavy. Otherwise, the base wouldn't have requested external help. However, after this incident, Longya would probably give up this location and choose another place to establish a base, as being attacked by mutated beasts indicates that the base's location has already been leaked. Thank you for your help. The person who received Ning Yi and Jiangya was a round-faced female officer. She immediately led them to a venue. Inside, there were already many injured lying down. Many had skin injuries and bruises, but with the strong physical qualities of ability users, they could recover quickly. Therefore, those lying here were mostly severely injured. Some had damaged organs, some were missing arms, and some had broken legs. They were all barely hanging on to life, desperately needing treatment. 10 healing ability users were moving among the injured. Some were military doctors from the Longya Reserve Base, while the rest appeared to be grassroots ability users. Currently, only 2 of these ability users were 5th tier and still treating the injured. The others were busy recovering their energy. Once they recovered even a little energy, they would immediately use it to treat the injured. Seeing this, Ning Yi wasted no time and immediately approached a soldier whose head was severely caved in. He manifested ice mist in his palms and began to treat him. The ice mist spread out, quickly alleviating the soldier's pain and restoring his injuries. In less than 3 minutes, he saved the soldier's life from the brink of death. Without resting, he immediately went to another soldier to continue treatment. Jiangya did the same, picking up her staff and starting to heal, paying no attention to her own fatigue. At the entrance of the venue, a tall, dark-skinned, middle-aged man approached Song Tang with a grateful expression. Old Song, thank you. You managed to bring 2 healing ability users. Although their levels aren't too high, as long as they can provide some healing effect, it will be enough. As long as we can hold out until that healing master from Jinhai City arrives, these young people's lives can be saved. Song Tang sighed. I've also heard of that master's abilities. The last time she acted, she saved an entire ship of people. She just returned not long ago and is already coming back again. It's not easy for her at her age. I heard that all her specialized weapons are known for their healing capabilities. Yes, the dark-skinned man nodded vigorously. As long as she can arrive, one move is enough to restore all the injured to their original state. Just as he finished speaking, the round-faced female officer rushed over in a panic. General Ma, the master was attacked by a large group of mutated beasts on the way. We have lost contact.